Welcome to the after party. Welcome to the after party. Nobody's here yet. We'll start the eat my taquitos. We have a debate to react to. We have a debate to react to. A big debate. I've been ready for this for. I've been waiting for this for like 2 months. I've known about it. Um, we're gonna watch it straight from Uncensored America instead of Modern Day Debate. I know Day Debate did also host. Whoa, whoa! Upcoming from Uncensored America, October 14th, Owen Schroyer versus Destiny. What? October 14th, 2 days before my birthday. What day is that? Is that a Monday also? Bro, I love Uncensored America's debates. They have some of the best debates. Columbus Day, also Indigenous Peoples Day, October 14th is a Monday. Nice. So when we do our Columbus Day, screw Indigenous Peoples Day, Monday night show, then we will get to watch the Owen Schroyer versus Destiny debate. That's going to be epic. Nice. Mm. I haven't seen this. Milo, Gavin McGinnis, and Anthony Cumia on Uncensored America roasting Kamala Harris. Epic. Why is it not showing? Hopefully they didn't take it down. Where is it? Milo versus Destiny? 1 year ago. Oh, we watched that already. It's not up here. What the heck? It's not up here. It better be on freaking Modern Day Debate. If they took it down already, or maybe it did it not happen or what? Streamed 1 hour ago. Okay. It's not on Uncensored America. You have to see it on Modern Day Debates channel. That's weird. Scotty, no. Scotty, no. Hi, how are you today? I'm doing well. All is well.
No matter what type of severe asthma.
Maybe I know they had it on Uncensored America's YouTube, but maybe Modern Day Debate had like exclusive rights to keep it up because the live is gone. So either Modern Day Debate still has it up though. So either Modern Day Debate had some sorts of rights to it, which would be weird, or something edgy was said and Uncensored America took it down so they could edit it. I don't know. But we have it from Modern Day Debate right here. It's 2 hours, so I'm not going to pause too much. We'll try to do very little pausing. But we're gonna get right into it. Let's start this dang thing up.
Hello, hello.
Test, test. All good? Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Kamala versus Trump debate with Uncensored America, featuring two major YouTubers. We are going to start today explaining this, because I know it looks a little unconventional. Unfortunately, Steven's flight was delayed, so he missed his layover in Philly, but we're still making the debate happen. He's going to be calling in right now to debate John. We're still going to do debate, and we're going to make it work this way. If you want to get involved with our chapter here at Penn State, you can talk to us afterwards, back at the table there, to one of our execs, me, Luca, or Alex, and we can get you involved with the chapter. We're looking for new members, looking for new execs who want to get involved and fight for free speech on this campus. But if you...
That must be why they added the Owen Schroyer debate for 2 weeks from now, because Destiny couldn't make it. I think he got scared of John Doyle. He don't want to deal with John Doyle.
If you want to fight on other campuses for free speech, you can go to uncensoredamerica.us to start a chapter, to buy merch, donate to us. You can do all kinds of fun stuff there, watch our past events. So if you'd like to do that, go to uncensoredamerica.us, and we have everything on there. Last thing I want to mention before we get started, and I hand it off to our moderator, is you may have heard in the news that we hosted a comedy show 2 weeks ago at the University of South Carolina.
Yeah, with Gavin McGinnis.
It was called the Roast of Kamala Harris with Milo and Gavin. And the university decided to defund us.
Wow.
We asked for funding, like any other group, and they denied it. They're supposed to be viewpoint neutral.
Because Milo and Gavin are both very banned. And maybe we'll watch that after this, because I'm sure that got pretty edgy.
They're not supposed to discriminate, but they discriminate against us, and so we're suing them for doing that.
Nice.
So if you'd like to follow that lawsuit, yeah, thank you. If you'd like to support us as we go through this hectic legal process, like I said, you can go to our website, uncensoredamerica.us. You can donate, buy merch, or subscribe to our YouTube channel, join our Discord, follow us on X, because this is what we have been fighting against this whole time, is universities, the government, big tech companies trying to suppress voices and stop them, because they didn't like our comedy show, so they couldn't cancel it. So instead, they tried to bankrupt us. They tried to stop it from happening by just taking our money away. And that didn't stop us. We did the event anyway. It was a huge success. 200 people came out to it, and we had 100 people that couldn't even get in because we filled the venue. But if you want to check out stuff like that and watch the comedy show for yourself that they don't want you to see, go to uncensoredamerica.us.
Yeah,
now,
we'll watch that after
the
this
debate that you guys have been waiting for very patiently. Thank you. If we are about to start this debate I'll kick it off with our moderator. So I'm going to hand it over to our very special guest here, James from Modern Day Debate.
I wonder, so there was a $300 VIP ticket option. I think the tickets were like $50, and then the backstage pass tickets were like $100. But there was a $300 VIP ticket option where you get to have dinner with John Doyle and Destiny. And I would pay $300 for that. To have dinner with John Doyle and Destiny, that would be wild. Like, you could learn all sorts of things from both of them about YouTube, about how to do YouTube, about how to get into like politics and activism and stuff like that. You know, you could learn, even though we all know Destiny's a weird guy. He was getting based there. He was getting almost based there for a little bit, and then he lost his mind over the Trump stuff as of late. He's kind of been on a down. Started low, working his way up towards more baseness. Then the stuff with his wife happened, or his girlfriend, or whatever she was. And now, and lately, because of the election, he's just been going off the rails saying some crazy stuff lately. But it would still be cool to have dinner with him and John Doyle. That'd be wild.
Thank you, Sean.
But I wonder what happens now that he didn't show up. James.
Thanks, folks, for being here tonight. I am thrilled to get to moderate this debate between John Doyle and Destiny. So we're going to make this quick. Just one housekeeping thing. If you could turn your phones on silent. What we're going to do next is I'm going to actually introduce both of the debaters at once so we can jump right into this debate as fast as possible. So right after I introduce our debaters, I will jump into the moderator's seat, read the resolution as well as the format, and we'll get started. Without any further ado, you've already seen, thank you very much, Stephen, for joining us tonight. And also welcome John Doyle. Thank you very much for being with us tonight.
Little late. Wasn't my fault.
Thank you for being with us, John. Thank you for being with us, Stephen.
Yeah, I bet.
Thanks, John. So for our resolution for tonight's debate, it is Kamala Harris or Trump, who should be the 47th president of the United States.
I'm sure that's what you think.
For our format, we'll have 10-minute openings, starting with John, followed by 5-minute rebuttals. Then each debater will have 5 minutes to respond to a prepared question that I'll read to each of them, followed by the opposing debater getting a 3-minute rebuttal. Following that, we'll have 10 minutes of open dialogue, 30 minutes of Q&A, and then
this whole
3
thing
minute
is 2
closes.
hours long.
So we're going to jump into it right away.
Try not to pause
with
a lot.
John's opening statement. Thanks for being with us, John. The floor is yours for 10 minutes.
Can I say hi and then that not count for my 10 minutes?
You bet.
Let's go. Okay, well, thank you to all the Penn State Patriots for turning out this evening. I appreciate you being here. I have to extend my personal apology for the delay.
Destiny got scared.
Destiny's fault. That was my fault because when James here from Modern Day Debate told me in advance the debate questions, I was completely caught off guard, and so I had to take the better part of the evening and prepare myself. So Destiny did me a personal favor.
I haven't seen it yet.
For that, but that is not actually what happened. And so I would like to thank you guys for being here. Thank you to Uncensored America for hosting the event. They've been doing a lot of great work. Thank you to Stephen for taking time away from streaming to join us this evening via live stream. And we will essentially, I guess, jump
The
right
one
in.
with Hunter Avalon got pretty
of course,
personal.
Kamala versus Trump. You know, as a political moderate myself, I actually view presidential elections as a referendum on the incumbent party, and we are in somewhat of a unique circumstance given that Joe Biden has not really been leading anything. Even
is Destiny even on the screen? Is it going to be on the screen, or
his
can we just not see it?
Who spent the last 4 years signing off on everything that they've done together, the fruits of their administration, is now on the campaign trail looking to succeed him in becoming America's next president. I don't know what she would like to be the president of, given that it has become abundantly clear throughout this administration, under her watch, that we don't even have a country anymore. If you remember the issue which launched Donald Trump's presidential campaign in 2015, it was the issue of immigration and sovereignty. America had been expressing anxiety about this issue since the 1990s. Nobody had offered them a political solution until Donald Trump descended from the golden escalator and did so. So he gets into office, and we saw
the golden escalator
to combating mass immigration, such as the Remain in Mexico policy, the ending of catch and release, $20 billion moving towards the border wall, actually allocating funds to build the border wall. He signed Title 42, which reduced immigration to near all-time lows during COVID. He implemented programs to standardize and professionalize deportation methods, which Obama in his final years sought to relax and destroy. Biden, on the other hand, when he gets into office, there are 302,000 encounters along the southwest border in December of 2023 alone, which is an all-time high. You see that being up 31% from November, up 13% from December of the prior year, which was the previous all-time high at that point. And yesterday we learned that 600,000 illegals are in this country now with criminal records, including 14,000 who have been convicted of homicide, 15,000 who have been convicted of sexual assault. And the Biden-Harris administration,
they say illegal immigrants commit like 3 times less violent crime. I don't know how accurate that is, or if that's per capita or what that number comes from, but it kind of makes sense that the majority of them are going to lay low because they're not trying to get deported, and they really do just want a better life and make some money to send home. But the violent ones are crazy violent. So that's probably why the number is less.
Have lost track of more than 250,000 migrant children, according to the DHS, the Department of Homeland Security's Inspector General. So Democrats took a look at this mess, and they decided they would try to ram a bill through Congress, written by 2 Democrats and 1 Republican. The GOP caucus outright rejected this bill because it would have allowed for a minimum of 1.5 million asylum seekers and a maximum of 3 million, and it would write into law catch and release, among other things, that would weaken our southern border. So Republicans in the House, of course, rejected this bill, and Democrats, of course, did this out of political desperation, and now they're claiming that Republicans killed this bipartisan bill for political reasons. That's false. They killed the bill because it's simply a bad bill. Joe Biden could fix immigration right now if he wanted to. He doesn't. On day 1, rather, he actually restarted catch and release. He stopped the construction of 500 miles of Trump's border wall. He ended the Remain in Mexico policy, and he extended and granted TPS the stay of nearly 600,000 Haitians, which is a lot of fun.
And all that steel got stolen by some dude. Stole $2 million worth of steel from the border wall that they just left in the desert.
Like Civilization 101, who gets to be here, who does not. Also, the economy, it's in the toilet. Yet under Trump, 7 million new jobs, more than 3 times the government experts' projection.
It changes camera, but it's hilarious.
Income growing to nearly $6,000 more than what it had been prior, more than 5 times the gains during the previous administration. You had the unemployment rate that was reaching 3.5%, which was the lowest in a half century. You had an economy where now Americans, more than ever before, were reporting being employed, 160 million jobs. Jobless claims were at like a nearly 50-year low. You had, more importantly, an economy where income was rising in every single metro area in the United States for the first time in 3 decades. Under Trump, we had 7 million people lifted off food stamps. Income inequality was falling for 2 straight years, which is the largest amount that it's been in over a decade. The bottom 50% of American households saw a 40% increase in net worth. Wages were rising for low-income and blue-collar workers, a 16% pay increase. And with Donald Trump confronting trade competitors around the globe, America was creating 1.2 million manufacturing and construction jobs. How did we get here? Was that by chance? Of course not. Donald Trump was removing 22 regulations for every one his administration was writing. The Republican Congress passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which put more money into businesses and into the pockets of consumers and the American people, which of course allowed for more economic growth. And we had Donald Trump as our president. He was the cheerleader for the economy and industry, and small business confidence was reaching historic highs, the highest they'd been since 1938, all under Donald Trump. At the end of the Obama administration, non-residential equipment and structure investments were at near all-time lows. Following the passage of the Taxes and Jobs Cut Act, they were soaring to near all-time highs. Under the leadership of Donald Trump, the economy was secure. Compare this with the Biden administration.
He doesn't sound as confident
20% inflation
as he did in his past 2
since the end of the pandemic. Prime age working labor participation remains at historic lows, while a majority of jobs that have been created on net have all gone to immigrants. The job growth that Biden says he takes credit for, all the jobs that we've made in the recovery from COVID,
back jobs
on
and
net,
immigrants.
all of those are going to immigrants. None of those are going to Americans on net since 2019. And if you look at a survey from Red Balloon and Public Square from 80,000 small businesses,
and
they find that 40%
people having
of
multiple
business
jobs
have recently been forced to delay payments. 70% are putting staffing and expansion plans on hold. 64% believe that we're headed towards stagflation. And half say that definitely or probably they will not survive another 4-year term under the Biden-Harris presidency. The Biden-Harris economy clearly is not working for the American taxpayer or for the American business owner. And of course, nothing matters if the economic growth that we have witnessed, to the extent that it even exists, does not go to the actual American people and does not actually work for them. As we'll discuss tonight, our economy under Kamala and Biden is one that works to fly illegal migrants into our country and one that works to spend money and sell weapons to other countries while American towns and American people are drowning under 10 feet of water. Joe Biden, yesterday, he said there's no more money for North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia. All these
it all went to Israel and Ukraine.
Right now, but in the last 2 years, we have given $175 billion to Ukraine. Why? Literally why? The border wall, the most pro-American idea in the last 10 years, securing America's border. Civilization 101, that was supposed to cost like what, $10 billion, but that was too expensive. Trump's mass deportation plan was supposed to cost $100 billion. I have to read about why that's impossible every day in the New Yorker, but we're sending $175 billion to Ukraine just in the last 2.5 years, which, by the way, is far more difficult mechanically, like laundering money to foreign countries, going through different organizations, keeping track of it. The point being, I pay taxes, you pay taxes. Wouldn't it be nice for a change to see that money actually going towards the interests of American people instead of to the citizens of the world world. Wouldn't it be nice for the American government to actually look out for you and not everyone else in the world while you foot the bill? I won't hold my breath, however, expecting answers to these questions because they aren't supposed to be answered. They have no plan. They don't have a plan because they are completely beholden to the political establishment. That's why things can more or less continue operating, and the public doesn't understand how badly their president's mental state is until the first time they wheel him out for a debate and people realize
getting
how
cold
dumb
in
this
here.
guy
My
is.
nipples are gonna get
Because the
hard.
White House can more or less continue to run because Joe Biden is not actually in charge. And there's no plan but to continue the managed decline of our country. She even had no policies on her website until literally 5 minutes ago. And if she does have a plan to fix everything, you have to ask, okay, why? What's going wrong right now? You're in office. You've been in office for 4 years. Joe Biden clearly hasn't been in charge. So who has been in charge? Why don't you fix these things now? And I mean, he even Trump owned up to his record in 2020 by saying that he will continue to do more of what has been successful. If Kamala is saying, well, there are problems, how is that then not an indictment of her? Everything that's happened in the last 4 years.
He's going to have to fix
And look at
everything
what's
he did
happening
the first
today.
term.
We've got hurricanes destroying towns, destroying livelihoods, $30 billion in property damage, 160
Redo
people
it.
dead. What does Joe Biden say when asked if he has any words for the victims of the hurricane? He says, well, we've given them everything we have. They say, can we give any more resources? He says, no. Okay,
No.
so the commander-in-chief is missing. What about Kamala? She has this opportunity as his second in command to display and coordinate a field response, display leadership, use the power of the federal government in ways that she only and uniquely has access to, quelling any doubts that we may have about her leadership capabilities, but she didn't. What she did instead is basically just take staged photographs on a plane instead of going to actually visit the people impacted by the hurricane, which is what Trump is doing. Trump is down there on the ground right now, distributing resources, telling people that the American people have not been forgotten about, taking care of these things. Just like in the aftermath of the September 11th attacks, the deadliest in American history, Donald Trump was on the ground, putting his guys to work, taking care of American people 15 years before he would even become president. And he's on the ground doing the same thing today. Kamala Harris is simply incapable of leading. She's not intelligent, she's not competent, she's not brave, she doesn't have the charisma. She's just the current face of the establishment. Everything that they do, it's all talk. That's what Trump talked about. All talk, no action. She is just the incumbent role of that. She has no agency herself. She will simply continue what has been going on for the last 60 years in this country. And they will never forgive Donald Trump for convincing the American people that it didn't have to be that way, that it doesn't have to just be this managed decline where everything is more expensive yet less in quality, and you're now working and you can't afford to go to school and let alone graduate and find a job, and because they're all on net going to immigrants, they will never forgive Trump for challenging these political orthodoxies, let alone successfully. And so it's really not so much a question about Trump versus Kamala. It seems to be much more Trump versus whatever has been happening in our country for the last 60 years. And Trump is the only successful candidate of any of these political orthodoxies to be able to break free from them. And Kamala is just the incumbent candidate with the blessing and backing of the entire political establishment. So if you want things to continue how they've been going for the last 4 years, and broadly speaking the last 60 years, then you can support Kamala. But if you actually want to create opportunities that will meaningfully change our country and make it great again, then the obvious choice is Donald J. Trump for president.
Let's
Thank you.
go. So I wonder if they're going to do it how they did past debates, where they give one person a longer opening and one person a longer closing.
Thank
So
you very
we'll
much for
see
that
if
opening,
Destiny-
John. We're going to kick it over to Stephen for 10 minutes as well.
they both
And
get
just
10.
want to let everybody know that if Stephen would like, he can push some of his opening statement time into the open dialogue if he doesn't want to take the full 10 minutes. Thank you very much, Stephen, for being with us. The floor
He's probably
is all
going to do
yours
a
for your
short
opening as
opening.
well.
Destiny usually does short openings.
Real quick, James, can you guys hear me? I'm audible?
Yes.
Yeah, move your hand, dummy.
Okay, cool.
All right.
All right. Let me throw my
I can
timer
see
on
it.
screen. Okay, I'm good. Ready? Yeah?
These guys could be evil twin brothers.
Yes,
Perfect.
I think I heard a yes there.
Yes.
Okay. We have two parties in the United States, and right now, one of those parties lives in delusion. Conservatives rely on the ability to cast a huge net and to cover a ton of ground and to lie and lie and lie about every single topic they bring up. That's why if you try to ever actually force a conservative to own a particular position, they will pivot away from that and go to some other position where they will lie. Okay, most of the people that, for instance, I'm debating on these types of debates now don't believe, for instance, that dinosaurs existed. If you look at
they
things
built the
like, I
pyramids.
believe the response to the recent disasters was brought up in North Carolina. If you look at the responses from DeSantis, if you look at the responses from Kemp in Georgia, if you look at the
They're in
response
the Bible.
from Collins, everybody is saying we are getting exactly what we need. Joe Biden has called these people already. It is a lie that Donald Trump is pushing. It is a lie that conservatives like John Doyle are pushing, that states aren't getting what they need from Biden. This is just not true. Google.com, search for it. Governor's response, recent disaster,
Google it.
governor's response, hurricane. It's not
That's
true.
your
This is a
rebuttal?
lie. Now, on the contrary, there has been Donald Trump, who has refused aid to states before. There are reported conversations with Kushner saying that Donald Trump wanted to withhold aid from people. Initially in California, when the wildfires were happening under his term, Donald Trump withheld that aid. And a speech a few days ago, Donald Trump talked again about potentially withholding aid from California if they didn't sign on to a bill that would open up more land in the north for agricultural purposes.
California.
There is only one president that I know of in recent history that has threatened to withhold national federal aid from states in times of disaster, and that is Donald Trump.
California has wildfires because they have homeless people all over the mountainside and they don't do controlled burns. That's their fault. That's their government's fault. That's why they have wildfires. And that's probably why he said, I'm not going to help you. This is your fault. You should have properly managed that land beforehand, and you wouldn't have those problems. You have one of the highest GDPs in the country. You can't afford to fix these problems that you have that lead to all these wildfires every freaking year. That's your problem, Newsom. You deal with it. You fix it. You made the problem.
Trump. Joe Biden has never done this. You will not find statements of him ever
He's
doing
not
this.
right.
You can look at, I believe, Roy Collins on Twitter right now, just yesterday tweeted a thanks to Biden for calling him and providing everything that they need. This is a lie, like basically every other thing that is said in support of the Republicans. And even ignoring all of the policy, we can even say, fine, maybe they might have a better stance on the border. They don't. Maybe they might have a better stance on the economy.
If we wanted to go real conspiratorial, we could talk about Raytheon and the solar energy satellites that they're testing in space that shoot beams of freaking solar power down to the Raytheon power plants, and that causes the fires. But that's a conspiracy theory. We don't know that that's true. We just, there's some evidence.
They don't. Maybe they might have a better stance on foreign policy. They definitely don't. Fine, maybe they do, but even if they did, Donald Trump wouldn't be the guy that would be able to get anything done. Donald Trump was not able to get funding for the wall. He wasn't able to build the wall. He ruled like a dictator with executive order. I think he built an itty-bitty fence, and then he walked away.
He built 500 miles of wall. They claim that he only built like 25 feet because whenever there's a renovation, they didn't consider it building a wall. So if there was a board there, if there was a freaking barbed wire fence there, and they built a 25-foot wall where there was previously a barbed wire fence, they would say that's just a wall renovation. That's not building a wall. So that's why they say that he only built 25 miles of wall. He built like 550 miles of wall. And then there was millions of dollars of steel left in the desert. This guy got arrested after stealing $2.2 million of steel and scrapping it. He was going to the desert, getting a truckload of wall steel that was left in the desert, taking it and scrapping it. He made $2.2 million when they finally arrested him. If he would have stopped at $2 million, he would have got away with it, but he had to keep pushing it. He got greedy.
With his tail between his legs, and he called that a victory. So if you did want a wall, if immigration was something that was scary to you, why would you rely on Donald Trump, who was a massive and total and utter failure in his administration, where both sides of Congress are controlled by his party, to do anything? Why? He wouldn't be the guy for it. He was incapable of doing it. And he was only able to have such good numbers because he was able to rely on COVID to shut down the border with Title 42. And he was able to rely on the fact that a lot of people were sick and didn't feel like making the journey to the United States. And you can tell because if you look at that graph that he lies about, that he shows at events where he says, this is when I left office. He actually left office like about a year later.
Hey, don't talk bad about that graph. That's the best graph ever in the history of the world. That graph saved his life. Okay, don't talk bad about that graph. We love that graph. We love that graph. It's a great graph. It saved my life. That graph. I was looking at my graph, and he dodged a bullet because of that graph.
Then immigration numbers are starting to spike up again. So if immigration is your issue, Donald Trump's not the guy to solve it. He can't work with Congress to pass legislation.
Bullshit.
There was a big bill on the border from Langford that Doyle, for some reason, called Democrat authored. This bill had widespread support among Republicans until Donald Trump came and shut it down. Interviews with Langford confirmed this. You can watch a speech with Ted Cruz where he says this. You can watch McConnell talking about it in the Senate where he confirms this. Nobody is debating this seriously except for the people, the sycophants that try to carry water for Trump outside of his administration.
We're talking about other people. You're talking to John.
Nobody from his last administration is left. How do you have all these people? You look at the people that he surrounded himself with. Where are they at? Donald Trump won in 2016 running on a ticket with
He's
Vice President
underestimating
Mike
John's
Pence, or ex-Vice President
intelligence.
Mike Pence. Where is Pence? Why isn't he running anymore? Oh, because when he was in office last, Donald Trump basically watched and tried to get him killed when he was at the Capitol building trying to certify the election. Donald Trump sat by and he watched for 3 hours. You want to talk about a dereliction of duty or an absent commander in chief? He sat by and he watched while the Capitol was rioted, while it was taken over for 3 hours, doing absolutely nothing in the attempts to.
California fire employee accused of starting 5 Northern California fires spent months as an inmate firefighter. Headline from 3 days ago. Right. So there's reasons why Trump didn't send aid to California during those fires, because that's their policy. That's Democrat policies, and a bunch of other, questionable things going on there that causes those fires. Those are not natural fires.
Maybe win the election
I can't
because the
listen
people
to
would be
this
too
for you
scared to
now.
certify it after he riled his crowd up and he sent them out of the Capitol. If you look at Donald Trump's approach to foreign policy, it was a joke. People say there were no wars under Donald Trump. What do you mean? No, what does that even mean?
It means there were no wars started. Destiny's making all these claims, and he's not validating any of his claims. Conservatives are liars. They just lie a lot. Donald Trump didn't start any wars. What do you mean he didn't start any wars? Like, show some evidence for your claims, bro. And bipartisan means communist.
We were in a conflict all over the world. He was still doing drone strikes in Yemen. We did the assassination of Soleimani. We had troops that were active in Syria.
Based?
We had a military presence that was still in Afghanistan. There was still
That's
a
not a
Russian
war.
occupation of Crimea. There was an Iranian attack on Saudi Arabia. There were riots in the Gaza Strip. Like, when we say there were no wars in the rest of the
riot
world,
is
this
not a
just
war.
another conservative delusion. And what are the
Nothing
foreign
he just
policy
said is a
positions
war.
that Donald Trump has? And not the empty platitudes, okay? Not Donald
That
Trump.
was
where
an
he
empty
stands and he leans
platitude.
forward like a
Nothing you
fucking
just
giraffe
said was
because you
a
don't want
war.
people to see that he weighs 350 pounds, okay? Give me an actual policy position that Donald Trump has or has at least espoused when it comes to dealing with, we can't do that. Because every single time on every single interview where Donald Trump is asked about his foreign policy, he says, I can't spoil it. It's a secret. Well, it's not a secret. We watched what happened when he was in office. When he sent Tillerson and Pence over to North
people
Korea,
feared him.
later
People
on, Trump
respected
tweeted
him.
out, Tillerson, don't waste your time. Okay? I think Pence actually said it was a fucking waste of time. I believe that was reported behind the scenes. Nobody thought that anything could happen in North Korea. They were back to testing their missiles a month later. Nothing happened there, except for the fact that Kim got a photo with Donald Trump, and Donald Trump, for the first time in U.S. history, was the commander-in-chief of the U.S. Armed Forces saluting an enemy's military for who the fuck knows what reason. Let's see. Did he have a good success in any good success in Syria? Well, let's see. He completely and utterly ditched our allies, the Kurdish fighters that were fighting alongside the FSA against Bashar al-Assad, somebody who engaged in chemical warfare against his own citizens enough that Trump saw fit to bomb an airport. Was that also another action that wasn't a war or wasn't part of military conflict? I don't know. It's hard to keep track of what conservatives consider what, because it seems like they got a double standard for literally everything. And when I say double standard, I mean an actual human standard for Democrats and actually no standard for Republicans. When we look at things like the economy, we talked about pulling kids out of childhood poverty.
Right.
Did Donald Trump have a policy for that?
I've shown this on my show many, many times. There are pictures of diplomats in other countries. There's side-by-side photos of when Donald Trump walks into the room and they bow and they shake his hand and they look serious. When Joe Biden walks into the room, they smile and they laugh at him and they won't even shake his hand. There's a video of Trump going to it was like a UN dinner, and he goes through the table and he just roasts every country. Germany, you're not paying your fair share. Germany, you're not going to keep doing that. You're going to pay. And everybody was just silent, and everybody's like shaking. You're crazy. You people are crazy. What is wrong with you? Like, I don't know if you're disingenuous or ignorant. I think it's probably disingenuous. I think it's, this stuff. You know what you're saying is BS, but you have to say it. You have to toe the party line. You have to say it because it's what you guys got to say. Like, Destiny will say things that he's covered on his show. He's talked about it. And then somebody will bring it up in a debate or something. He'll be like, well, I don't know anything about that. No, that never happened. Bro, you just covered it on your show a week ago. So you're just being disingenuous. You're lying. You're to cover up for your party.
Well, let's see. When he was in front of that economic forum, and they asked him, Donald Trump, what one specific policy would you actually give in order to alleviate childhood poverty? He gave an answer that puts Biden at his worst moments to shame. This was one of the most unbelievable word salads I've ever heard in my entire life. I thought the man was either about to have a stroke or was halfway through one by the time he finished his answer to that question.
Yeah,
but again,
Trump is
Republicans
the
have
one
absolutely
who
no
looks
standards.
like he's going to
They
have
do
a
not live in
stroke on the
reality.
stage.
They think that oil is a self-replenishing thing that comes from the ground because dinosaurs weren't real. Half of them think the Earth is 6,000 years old. We had all these predictions about COVID and the mRNA vaccines and the Chinese-made virus in the lab that didn't come true.
No, he doesn't say he doesn't know, but he pretends like he'll be like, "What do you mean? When did that happen? What do you mean? What does that even mean?" He does it all the time, all the time.
True. Nothing the conservatives have said has come true in terms of all the fear mongering they did. Nothing. We had 4 years of Biden. Where's my communism? Where was the destruction of the country? It's not here. We've got Donald Trump who wants to come into the next administration to do what? Put 10 or 20% tariffs on everything? What is he going to go back on the U.S., Mexico, Canada, the North America Free Trade Agreement, the one that he was so proud of that superseded NAFTA? Is he going to destroy that so that he can tariff everything? Or is he just speaking empty platitudes? Or more likely, does Donald Trump not even really know what a tariff is? Does Donald Trump know the difference between a trade deficit and a budget deficit?
Yeah, I'm sure he doesn't know anything about
and our
budget.
national debt. You might want to, defend him and say, well, I'm sure he does know the difference. But then if that's the case, why is it that in the 4 years of Donald Trump, where our economy was doing so well, why the fuck were we running record deficits before COVID? Why was this happening? If Donald Trump and the Republicans are so good about tackling our debt and doing something about the deficit, why was he?
I think I have that right here. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Did I save this? Oh, I hope I saved it. Maybe I didn't. 1 second. Where's my Trump folder? Here we go. All right. U.S. Budget Watch. Trump and Biden debt growth. So this is 3 years and 5 months into Joe Biden's presidency. Debts held by the public under Presidents Trump and Biden. This is debt held by the public. 3 years and 5 months into, and this is from Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, crfb.org. 3 years and 5 months into Joe Biden, plus $6 trillion. 3 years and 5 months into Donald Trump, $5.9 trillion. And then gross debt, 3 years and 5 months into Joe Biden's term, set plus $7 trillion. 3 years and 5 months into Donald Trump, $6.3 trillion. This number is less than this number. This number is less than this number. Look at that.
He's still running record deficits while the economy was exploding 25% year over year over year? Why was Donald Trump trying to use Twitter to bully Powell, to bully the Federal Reserve, to keep interest rates low? Why was Donald Trump sending his Department of Justice into the states to try to fabricate election results? Why was Donald Trump trying to bully Jeff Sessions or Comey or Christopher Wray to kill investigations related to him or people around him when people in his close company, like Roger Stone, were directly communicating with foreign adversaries in order to leak information about about the Democrats? Donald Trump is easily one of the worst presidents of all time, and his character should reflect on the people that defend him as well. Because remember, the only way to defend Donald Trump is to ignore reality, to be delusional, to pretend that everything under his administration didn't happen, to pretend that things under Biden have happened that haven't happened, and to pretend that somehow in the future he's going to be able to do all of these things that he had a monumental failure of attempting during his 4 years. And remember, it's going to be with an entirely new administration because nobody that works with Trump ever wants to work with him again, because either they see that Trump is corrupt or he calls them a rhino. And so now we have a new Trump. We've got a new vice president with Trump, a guy that said he would co-sign onto all of the malicious activity that Trump wants to do, which Pence wasn't willing to go along with.
Cooking ass.
God knows who he wants to staff the Department of Justice with, or what any of his other cabinet positions would be like. And God help us all. Even if Trump loses the election, honestly, even if he loses the election by a landslide,
I like Destiny because he's the only person with more of a patchy beard than I have. I got this little patchy spot here that annoys me, but Destiny's is way worse, so it makes me feel good.
fact that there are so many tens of millions of Americans that have been lied to and tricked and deceived by the figures that were supposed to be at the left. Remember when we were supposed to have a George Soros controlling all of our communications, and instead we got an Elon Musk who is full-throatedly, avowedly, pro-Trump and posting AI misinformation.
Did you see the lady UFC fighter that twerked in the other? She submitted. It was a girl fight. She submitted this girl, and then she twerked in her face. And apparently she's got an OnlyFans, and it's dirty. She's a dirty girl.
Information about
I haven't
Kamala
seen
Harris, on a social media platform. Remember when the Hunter Biden laptop suppression was like the worst thing that's ever happened in the world? And then we get a JD Vance leak, and all of a sudden, now Republicans believe in foreign interference. Now people leaking stuff about actual politicians. Believe it or not, Hunter Biden never ran for anything. I don't know if people remember that or not. Now it's a huge problem. Censoring stories was supposed to be the worst thing. We care about doxing, we care about all these things now. It's crazy how Republicans discover morality and standards whenever they have to levy any type of criticism to the left. I just wish that at some point they would live up to a single standard or apply anything consistently across the board.
Thank you very much for that 10-minute opening statement as well, Stephen. We are going to switch it back to John for his 5-minute rebuttal. John, thanks very much. The floor is all yours.
It seemed to me like there was a lot there that was generally just firing from the hip at Republicans and specifically Donald Trump. And I think what it gets down to, which is what this debate often does, is just competing views of how politics actually works in this country. Destiny seems to be somebody who has faith in the establishment and the system, generally speaking, to do its job. And Donald Trump's political project is exactly the opposite of that. Donald Trump's political project was to go in and drain the swamp. And as anybody who's a Trump supporter knows, and maybe even laments, that did not exactly happen in his first administration. And it's because Donald Trump was the first president under the Republican ticket who was not awarded a mechanically functioning administration. Donald Trump, even George Bush, who I don't think anyone here maybe is a fan of the way that his administration functioned, but that administration functioned as it should have in the sense that George Bush was able to delegate and get things done. Donald Trump was not able to do this because there were so many people who understood that he was simply an irritant to an otherwise functioning, well-oiled
That's
machine,
why they don't want to work
Washington
with him.
Establishment. They didn't necessarily want to hitch their cart to that and taint a resume. Or you have Reince Priebus, the former head of the RNC. He had a Rolodex of names ready to go to fill these staffing positions. So it's not at all surprising to me that Trump was not able to execute the way that other presidents, including Republican presidents, were able to execute, because everything that Trump sought to do was a disruption of orthodoxies which have existed for 60 years and would like to exist after Donald Trump. And I think that a lot of those personnel issues have been resolved since. I think he understands some of the problems there. But I also think it's sort of nonsensical to conflate, sort of Republican delusion with Democrat delusion. Because when you have Republican delusion, that's like your aunt or uncle at dinner who says something like, I don't know, what if elites are like satanic and do crazy rituals? And it's like, yeah, that's crazy. Democrat delusion is like what these people run on. They run on the issue of, hey, what if we put an axe wound in between a child's legs? Wouldn't that be neat? Hey, what if we couldn't actually define like what a woman is? Things like that. Again, very low-hanging fruit, but simultaneously,
what if we murder babies and we just justify
exactly which party is the one advertising and establishing power based on delusion. And so I didn't really hear much that was addressing the points I laid out.
My body, my choice, except when it comes to a vaccine.
It was successful. Biden undid X, and now we are experiencing bad results because of that. And so in terms of Trump's staffing issues, again, you have an incentive there to not want to hitch your cart to that, whereas Kamala Harris had the highest overturning rate for her White House staff in history. It was like 92%. 92% of people who were working for her went away. They said, no, thank you, no more. What kind of leader is it where people who are the closest to her, working for her, in proximity to her, with no other incentive, no other obvious lily pad? I mean, you're working for Kamala Harris. That's maybe the future president. That's the vice president. They still left those jobs because working for her was such a nightmare. So the idea that she could somehow command and be a better executive than Donald Trump is just complete nonsense. Moreover, we haven't even heard that case. All we've heard is that Donald Trump is bad because Republicans are delusional or things like that.
They're liars.
The tariff policy, I don't understand why we're against tariffs. Tariffs are like as American as apple pie. Every man who's on Mount Rushmore was a protectionist. 95% of all imports during the height of America's economic growth in the 19th and 20th century were tariffed. Biden even kept the tariffs that Trump implemented, so if they were so bad with the Chinese imports, I mean, you would think that he would have repealed those, but of course he didn't. He held on to them. So I think that
Sounds like
yeah,
Destiny
the
doesn't know
president
what
is
a
the
tariff
executive.
is.
He doesn't have to necessarily pass bipartisan legislation to be an effective president. He is the executive, the chief executive. Sam Francis once said that there are two parties in D.C. You have an evil party and a retarded party. And occasionally those two parties get together and do something evil and retarded, and we call that bipartisanship. I think that's actually true. I don't think bipartisan legislation is an accurate measure for what makes a good leader. Congress has what, a 2% approval rating on its best day, something like that. We think working with these people, these swamp rats, is actually indicative of what makes a good leader. A good leader is someone who can get in there and just pass his legislation through. We'll figure out the legality. I shouldn't say it. We'll pass his legislation, and it gets held up in the courts, as it often did with Trump, for example, when he was trying to work through the executive branch and get these different things done. Again, he passed what? The tax cuts.
That's why the Democrats want to kill the
even though we
filibuster.
maybe agree with tax cuts, ultimately the people who are in charge don't really have a problem with tax cuts. So you have deficit spending, like he said, when the government's taking in less revenue. I don't know what that deficit was precisely, but I bet that it was bigger than the amount that the wall would have cost. Why can't we have a wall? Why can't we have mass deportation? Because immigration is what benefits the ruling class, because we have more people coming in from other countries. They are reliant upon the establishment for money, opportunities, etc., which are then taken away from American citizens, as we've seen with the job growth, as we see with money that's going for relief, all sorts of different things. The Haitians, I don't know why, I was driving through Ohio to get here.
Cats!
I never thought I'd see a Haitian in Ohio. Nothing against Haitians, it's just, peas and apples and oranges, I guess. I don't know. But that should not be happening. We should not be prioritizing the interests of other people from all over the world like we have been during this administration. And Donald Trump dared to say that we can actually put America first. And that is why they have done everything in their power, be it lawsuits to assassination attempts, which my opponent this evening makes jokes about and thinks they're actually warranted, to stop this man, because he upsets those orthodoxies in a way that no one else dared to.
Thank you very much for that 5-minute rebuttal. We'll switch back to Stephen for his 5-minute rebuttal. Stephen, the floor is yours.
Okay, tell me when I'm getting on time, okay? Because I don't have a timer in front of me, okay?
Will do.
Okay. All right. Or give me a 30-second notice. Okay. Okay. Well, Donald Trump talks about draining the swamp. I'm sorry. Donald Trump is the swamp. The most effective swamp that Donald Trump drained were his own cabinet members. When every single person around a guy, whether be it his personal people like Cohen, be it his own cabinet members like Rex Tillerson, people like Mike Pence, be it his own family members or his wife like Melania, who doesn't want to even be fucking seen with him, whether it's other people in office who are begging him to call off the rioters on January 6th, like when him and McCarthy got into a fight on the phone. Every single person that has worked with Trump says that he is trash, and he is trash. How can you scream about having Jabba the Hutt draining the swamp when he is the swamp? Everywhere he goes is a swamp. If Donald Trump hadn't done The Apprentice, he would be a brokey crackhead wandering the streets of the Bronx or Manhattan trying to get a hit. He is a loser in every single part of his life, and the party backing him right now are losers. And I don't mean that in the abstract sense of let's have another 5-hour conversation about trans issues, but I mean that in the sense that his personal business adventures have been an epic failure. He's filed bankruptcy almost over half a dozen times, I believe. People from his prior administration have abandoned him. His own family is abandoning him. He is a convicted felon for a good reason, too.
His own family? You mean that one girl? What's her name? She's always on my Twitter feed. I don't know why Twitter X always gives me freaking lefties on my feed. Maybe because I always interact with them, so they think that that's what I want to see. I don't know, but there's this lady Trump. She wrote a book. I can't remember her first name, like Amy Trump or something like that. And she's a mess. That girl's a mess.
He's facing more felony charges. All of the lawyers that were...
You're not a convicted felon until you're sentenced, just so you know. I know that's what you people like to say, but you're wrong. He's not a convicted felon until sentencing.
Working with him before have been either criminally indicted, criminally convicted, or in the case of people like Powell.
And also, you don't know who you're talking to. I'm a convicted felon. Let's go. Let's go, felons. Yeah, conservatives used to hate felons. Now they love us.
or Giuliani disbarred, meaning they can't even practice law again, or Eastman as well.
You people.
So the idea that we need to drain the swamp. Trump is the swamp, and he surrounds himself with the swamp. I've never seen people so gleefully line up to celebrate when a guy says, I fired the bad people, ignoring the fact that he hired the bad people too. You can't complain and cry about your own administration when it's your administration. And if you want to, that's fine. You could do that. But it just goes to further prove my point. Donald Trump is not the guy for the job. Even if you hate Kamala Harris, even if you think that Donald Trump's policies are good, he's clearly an ineffective leader. And I'm not willing to sit by for another 4 years while this guy takes another run at the office to see if maybe he can figure out how the fuck to do his job this time, because he clearly was incapable of doing it last time. The Republicans, for the first time in the history of the United States Congress, weren't even able to keep their majority speaker seat because there was so much infighting in the party. It's absolutely insane that we would look at a party like this and think they're capable of governing. That you have a president that is trying to aggressively witch hunt into the ground all these people. You want to bring up concrete facts again. Look at Roy Collins' response in North Carolina today compared to under Trump's administration when they put in a request for some $800 million, and they got like 8. They got 1% of the requested aid. You could Google this. North Carolina, 2017, requested financial aid, requested federal aid. You could find this. This is all real. They're all facts. There's no way to hide from them. You know what else is facts? You want to talk about draining the swamp? Why do you have pardon lists that people like Giuliani and Eastman are referring to when they're working for Donald Trump?
Well, you know what he wants to do about it. He supports and he's okay with assassination attempts. He's made comments like talking about the guy that got shot and killed at the Trump rally when they were trying to take out Trump, and he's basically said, well, that's just one less conservative Trump supporter. Like, happy that there's one less Trump supporter. Some of the most scummy, trashy things that you could ever say. Like, even when Bo Diddle goes and does like street interviews talking about the Trump assassination, there are like Democrats, there are like liberals at pride parades who are dressed like furries, and even they're like, well, I hope he's okay, and that's horrible, and we shouldn't have that in our country, and that's not acceptable. I don't like Trump, but I don't think that things like that should happen. Destiny, who's almost at 1 million subscribers, huge YouTuber, cheers it on and encourages it and laughs about it. Like, that's a trash human being. What about all the jokes people on the right were making about Paul Pelosi? Well, if your gay crazy lover attacks you with a hammer in your house, that's kind of your fault. But I'll say, I'm glad that he's all right, that he didn't die. But maybe don't invite schizophrenic gay people to your house. Maybe just don't do that.
Why are these people going into office assuming they're going to be breaking crimes, asking to be put on our list afterwards?
You people!
Why is Donald Trump pardoning people like Manafort, who's proven to work in Ukraine, the thing, and taking money without declaring it, the things that the Republicans so desperately have been trying to accuse Hunter Biden of doing for years? Why is Donald Trump pardoning people like Blackwater contractors who were responsible for massacres in the country of Iraq? I thought we didn't like foreign intervention. I thought we didn't like this type of foreign policy. I guess unless Donald Trump is saying things like, we're going to kill the terrorist families, or we're going to take all of the Syrian oil fields.
Cry bullies, you can diss it out, but you can't take it. I haven't banned you. You're here. I don't mind. What are you talking about? What do you mean? There's a difference between a Speaker of the House who has his schizophrenic gay partner come to his house in the middle of the night, and then they get in a lover's tiff, a lover's quarrel, and bro busts out a hammer, than 2 assassination attempts on a former president. Those are 2 completely different things. And as I said, I'm glad he's okay, and I wish that hadn't have happened. And I would never condone that and be like, I would never encourage people to attack Pelosi or her husband or any of those people. So what are you talking about, cry bully? I think you're projecting.
I wish the Republican delusion was just about dinosaurs or oil, but unfortunately, the Republican delusion runs.
Why does he
far
keep bringing
deeper
up dinosaurs?
Far sicker.
I love the
Doyle
dinosaurs.
Laugh and joke and say, "Well, you got to pass legislation and then figure out the legality afterwards." He's joking, but that's not a joke. That was the plan on January 6th. That's why Eastman said, we're going to try this particular thing, but if it gets tested to the courts, we'll probably lose 2-7. No, we'll probably lose 0-9. We'll probably lose every single Supreme Court justice. But you know what? I bet it won't even make it to court because it's a major political question. We're not even going to touch it. And that was the whole plan to overthrow the election. They still, 80% of...
I just debated cleaner about the existence of dinosaurs on freaking Verbal Combat a couple weeks ago. And guess who won? I did. Why? Because dinosaurs were freaking real. That's right. And they walked with the humans. And some of them were probably on the Ark. And they helped build the pyramids. And the Leviathan is still in the depths and it's going to fight with NASA's robot squid. I bet you didn't know about any of that, Anja.
Republicans still to this day don't even believe that the results of the last election were real. So unfortunately, the delusion goes much further. You want to talk about what is a woman? Well, right now, according to a conservative, a woman could be a fucking fugitive of her state if she is crossing state lines because she might be going after an abortion. A woman might be somebody who you can track at the border if she wants to drive into another state that has legalized access to certain types of contraceptions or certain types of abortion procedures because you don't want her to be able to have it.
She's still a woman. We still know what a woman is. The fact that she's trying to get an abortion, that's how we know she's a woman. Because women are able to give birth. It's pretty simple. Like, we still know what a woman is. We just think that they're baby murderers.
An abortion.
30 seconds.
I mean, the idea that Republican delusion, doesn't run as deep as it does and isn't deeply rotting, not only in a character and moral sense, but also just in a procedural sense, is laughable. Again, you want to talk about like Donald Trump, and the fact that tariffs are great. I don't know where that 95% number came from, but Donald Trump's big crowning achievements were tax cuts, which was deficit spending, and renegotiating the NAFTA agreement into the U.S. Mexico-Canada Free Trade Agreement, now which he wants to completely destroy with tariffs. So even the little bit that he did accomplish was either just deficit spending like they accuse Democrats of doing, or something that he wants to blow up as soon as he gets into office anyway.
Time. Thank you very much, Stephen. We'll now move into the prepared questions. So I have one for each of you. We'll start with John.
Spurging and
this
John
is one that
tall.
I think was briefly alluded to, but I want to give you a chance to both talk on this. As I mentioned earlier, John will have 5 minutes to respond, and then Destiny will have a 3-minute rebuttal to that response. For John, in the late May hush money trial this year, in which Donald Trump was convicted of 34 felony counts, the prosecutor in the case said it was, quote, a planned, coordinated, long-running conspiracy by Donald Trump to influence the 2016 election by paying off those who reported his bad behavior, unquote. Do you agree with the prosecutor that this was election interference, and should this, namely Trump's 34 felony counts, be a relevant factor for citizens deciding who they'll vote for this November?
I think it was a witch hunt. I don't think it's a relevant factor, and I don't think anyone actually thinks it's a relevant factor.
Except
his
for Democrats.
approval rating, his polling didn't significantly drop. You are simply firing at the hip, and you plug in convicted felon when you are attacking Donald Trump. But if it weren't convicted felon, then it would be, well, he was charged as it would be whatever it has to be to simply paint Orange Man as bad. Just like in 2016, it was the Russia collusion, and we've had things ever since then. We've had multiple impeachments, just painting this guy as like an absolute threat to democracy, literally Hitler. But then he gets in office and things are more or less like okay, actually. It's not the end of the world. His supposed delusion does not seem to be manifesting into the way that the country is, in the way that, the Biden administration or the Harris administration, which seems to be operating, I guess, on not delusional ideas, is actually manifesting in lower qualities of life for everybody who's in this country. Real house net worth is down, incomes are down, crime is up, unemployment. People are not happy with the way things are going. If Trump is so delusional and crazy, why is it that he had higher approval ratings at this point in his administration than does Biden or Kamala? Kamala had the lowest approval rating for any vice president before the incentive was given to be a cheerleader for her because she became the nominee after Biden had to step down and everything. So yeah, I absolutely believe that it was fake, and I think that voters are and should be disregarding it, because the question is ultimately not about these sort of trivialities. It's about who is going to actually create a better life for Americans. I think I laid out very clearly in my opening statement that Donald Trump can do that, has done that, and will once again do that. And I'm having to sort of deal with these things about Trump firing neocons, and I'm supposed to be really upset that that happened. If you're going to build a foreign policy establishment and you want to posture as being strong, I'm going to hire the guy who wants to make, the entire Middle East into a parking lot, because I want them to know It's there. I might do it. And then when we have problems, maybe we fire him or things like that. Like that computes to me. That makes sense to me. That is what I would do in that situation as a loyal MAGA patriot. I don't think that's necessarily delusional or anything like that. So yeah, I mean, again, Trump's political project was something that was ambitious. It was this idea that we are going to break free from party orthodoxies on immigration, which in the 2000s you would get fired from mainstream conservative establishments for even hinting at, expressing attitudes, which now Trump is now endorsing and making the baby boomers at the RNC hold up signs in support of mass deportations. Things like trade policy, which again, you could not question. Things like foreign policy. I mean, your measure of republicanism up until Donald Trump was your expressed support for the wars in particularly Iraq, but broadly speaking, the Middle East. How Republican you are was defined by that. And then Donald Trump gets on stage with Jeb Bush and says, actually, the towers came down under your brother. We weren't safe. It was a big fat mistake. And he was booed. People forget that. He was booed by everybody in the audience, all the donors, all the special interests. And so this guy's not a leader, yet in the last 10 years, he has wrestled control of the party and made it his own. I don't care if the swamp has a problem with that, and there are hurdles. Obviously, we're trying to drain the swamp. Do you think these people are going to go kicking and screaming? I mean, they're theater kids. What else would they do if not work in D.C. as complete losers and sycophants? So yeah, that doesn't come as a surprise to me at all that there are going to be these problems. But remember, in 2020, he's out of office. You've got primary campaigns coming from DeSantis. People are blaming him for the disappointing midterm results. All these things. He manages to still wrestle control of his party to where now his transition team, the people in charge of filling his next administration, are loyalists. They are his family as opposed to the neocons and swamp rats they were. He's learned his lesson. This guy has managed to wrestle control of the Republican Party and make it more into his own. The entire RNC is Donald Trump Lollapalooza. I mean, this guy is the leader of the Republican Party, which is why when I drive here through the heartland of the country, I see Trump flags and Trump bumper stickers, because people understand that what Donald Trump means is a rejection of whatever the establishment orthodoxy is. It is a political identity that says, no thank you, I don't like what's going on, and that is why people love him, that is why people take bullets for him, and that is why people will stand out in the cold rain to see this guy speak whenever he goes. Kamala doesn't draw crowds like that. Obama could, but no other Democrat politician can even come close, because there's no energy, because people don't actually believe that these people have a vision for the country. They simply don't like Trump, which is why Destiny has not outlined a vision for the country. He simply does not like Trump. He is the same. I'm here tonight with you, the people, like Trump was. Destiny, like Kamala, his candidate, they are alike in this way, are coming in remotely. It is 1-to-1.
Much. Stephen, you have 3 minutes to respond to John. The floor is all yours.
Yeah, I want to point out a phrase that was used that is incredibly important to understand for people that are sycophantically aligned with Donald Trump, and that was the phrase loyal MAGA patriot. These people's allegiance is to Donald Trump before country. These people's allegiance is with the idea of Donald Trump and the epic name-calling before anything that was outlined in the Constitution, like our founding fathers said, or anything having to do with the way that our government runs. That's why MAGA patriots, like Biden so wisely said years ago in that horrific speech that he gave that conservatives love to obsess over with the red background, that MAGA Republicans are a threat to this country. And they are. They are exactly the type of illiberal, establishment disrespecting, absolutely no appreciation for process or rule of law people that represent one of the largest threats to this country. When you talk about every single thing that has to do with Donald Trump and all the good things, there are all these empty, worthless platitudes. Where's the legislation? There's none. If Donald Trump couldn't get legislation passed besides tax cuts with both houses of Congress, why would I ever expect him to get anything done the next time when he doesn't have both houses of Congress? And screw it, what does even having both houses of Congress mean? I should say all three houses of Congress, because of the House, the Republicans couldn't even keep their own party together. So the idea that Donald Trump is going to be some effective leader is absolutely ludicrous. And the record shows that. The record demonstrates that. You want to look at legislation under Biden, who's supposed to be an old, decrepit, and senile man, then why is it that when Donald Trump talks about China, Joe Biden signs the CHIPS Act? Why is it that when Donald Trump talks about deficit spending and cutting costs in government, Biden gets the Inflation Reduction Act passed that actually offsets government spending by raising money? Why is it that when Donald Trump makes all of these empty promises, all we can do is blame every single person around him? Meanwhile, Biden says that he's a leader for all of America.
I don't know what happened to his audio.
All
it
of
got
America.
weird.
And then coming up, I would expect Kamala Harris to do the exact same. If you want to talk about why nobody's talking about policies, or you want to make fun of the fact that Kamala Harris didn't have policies on her website for for long enough. Donald Trump and the Republicans don't talk about policies. How many minutes did we make it into this debate before trans issues were brought up by the MAGA patriot on stage? And again, consult the record. You want to talk about empty witch hunts, and then you bring up Russiagate, which has turned out dozens of credible Russian indictments, which initially, I guess my friend on the stage didn't want to believe in, but now as we've gotten more indictments, we see that the Russian infiltration into our news cycle is way more extreme than any conservative is willing to admit, as we saw with the recent indictments and the statement by the FBI about the 600 or so other influencers, maybe the guy up on stage, who knows, that are also being paid off by foreign adversaries.
30 seconds.
We're talking about empty witch hunts. What about the fact that the Bill Clinton...
Destiny, you were on Culture Wars with Tim Pool and Lauren Chin and John Doyle. And you were very cordial and friendly with them. It was not a debate. It was a nice conversation. For 2 hours, you sat and had a nice conversation with Tim Pool and Lauren Chin. And John Doyle was there. So when you pretend like John Doyle knows these Russia-backed conservative commentators, you were on the show with John, laughing and joking and being friendly with them. I just showed it in my show an hour ago. I just rewatched it 2 days ago. I just made a short of it yesterday. So what are you talking about, buddy?
Monica Lewinsky thing came after 4 years of Ken Starr investigation into completely unrelated matters. What about the Hillary Clinton Benghazi email scandal, which turned out exactly 0 credible indictments? What about the Biden impeachment thing that was just moved through the House from Jim Jordan that didn't even recommend impeachment at the end because they couldn't literally find anything? What about the fact that Hunter Biden has been charged with federal crimes of tax fraud and lying on a 4473 because he was caught smoking drugs in a video? Meanwhile, Roger Stone, who owed over $2 million to the IRS, is just filing a civil agreement, a settlement, and just paying it off. Every single thing that the Republicans say is a projection of their own bad behavior on the other side. Never specific, never a policy, never a piece of legislation, always a lie. Okay.
That's the Adderall. That's the Adderall talking.
Prepared question for Stephen. He'll get 5 minutes to respond, and then John likewise will get 3 minutes to respond to what Stephen said. Stephen, aside from no taxes on tips, how can Kamala help mitigate the current heavy cost of living for so many Americans trying to make rent or mortgage payments?
Save America. No taxes.
In other words,
on
are there any sort of blanket policies that might help those who don't make tips?
For me personally, I don't know if the tip thing is ever going to pass. For me personally, I think that expanding zoning is probably the most important things. I know that Kamala has talked about giving a large credit to first-time home buyers, which would obviously help people that haven't purchased a home before and people that aren't in real estate investing purchase a home. And I know that they've also talked about expanding things or making permanent, rather, the child tax credit for families, and people, especially with children, are some of the people that need homes the most. So ideally, that sort of federal redistribution of wealth to poorer families, especially those with young children that need larger homes, are going to be able to utilize
Destiny doesn't talk to conservatives unless they have a large audience.
That money in order to buy more homes. These are policies that I would expect would help a little bit, but I mean, on the aggregate, housing policy is something that really needs to be dealt with at the local level, and federal subsidies or federal money back to poor people can probably only do so much. I think that it's probably more important to focus on things that increase the overall health of our economy, like inviting high-skilled or immigrants of low skill that are willing to work into this economy rather than shutting them out, increasing trade so that knowledge, information, patent,
apparently his flight got delayed and he missed his connecting flight, so he couldn't make it. So yeah, he's in a hotel. It was supposed to be live on stage, but you know the way the freaking flights are nowadays, since you know, the DEI hires and everything, and the transportation is Pete Buttigieg, Secretary Pete Buttigieg, and all the DEI hires, and so, you know, his plane didn't work. Plane don't work.
Our ability to export products continues to grow and increase, which grows and fosters a bigger demand for U.S. labor and U.S. technology, rather than what people like Trump and Doyle want to do, which is tariff everything, lock yourselves up, and shut the world down. I think having a strong foreign policy where we can protect tradeways like the Suez Canal, like Biden did to the Yemens, to the Houthis more explicitly, is important, rather than running away from the world stage and giving it all over to Russia and China and hoping that they look out for our good. And I think that having a friendlier disposition towards the world, where you're willing to, help your allies and be a strong leader and foster good relationships that allow for trade, for education, and for people to, really travel from one place to another, I think all would help the economy in a larger way that would help people be able to afford homes, in addition to the explicit federal policies that they set out relating to tax policy.
Stephen, thank you very much. We'll kick it over to John for his 3-minute rebuttal.
I would just say that in the phrase loyal MAGA patriot, you must understand that contained within that you have the phrase MAGA, which of course the A in MAGA stands for America. So I am a loyal American patriot, and I'm also a loyal MAGA patriot. And the difference specifically in this political context is that MAGA means Make America Great Again, which implies that we used to be a great country and now we're not so great, but we can restore that. That is something that we just have a fundamental disagreement on. Destiny seems to think that everything is going very well, and if it's maybe not, it's not because the political establishment has some sort of interest to harm the citizens of this country. It's just because we haven't exactly tweaked the policy in the way that it needs to be written. And so maybe if we just hire the right staffer or something, that can be different. In terms of the president not getting policy done, again, I disbelieve that the Congress will actually pass legislation. I mean, famously, for example, Republicans can get tax cuts passed. Great. Democrats can get infrastructure bills passed. Great. These are not things that really, when it comes down to it, change the way our system works. I mean, you have money either being put back into our pockets or money being redirected into, I don't know, to stimulate the economy because they tend to like the demand side of the curve a little bit more. The president is the chief executive. Donald Trump can get in there and he can still legislate through the executive branch and get things done because his job is to enforce laws. The laws are on the books. Joe Biden's administration is giving orders to those bureaucracies to not enforce those laws, to literally remove barricades from the southern border that were otherwise there so that migrants can come into the country illegally. And again, he ended on day one, catch and release. These people are just in the country. They're criminals. They're some I assume are good people. But the point is, we don't know who these people are, and our government should be accountable to the American people. I mean, even as someone who's pro-democracy, I should think that you should appreciate that more so than this idea that we're somehow reliant on immigrants, let alone for labor or something. I believe in American exceptionalism. I don't think that we need anybody else in the world to show America how to build a society. I think that the West brought...
John's most recent video, I just watched it. It just dropped like yesterday or the day before. It was really good. It was all about immigration, and it was about how you'll hear a lot of conservatives say that I like merit-based immigration. I like legal merit-based immigration. And John totally destroyed that about why even legal merit-based immigration, at this point, we can't keep doing that. There are people who come over here legally from India and get paid to go to American colleges to learn tech support and programming and things like that. And then they fly back to India and get a job servicing Americans in America. They got paid to go to school for free in America. Then they go back to India to make money off of Americans to give to Indians. And those are jobs that could be helping American people. So even merit-based legal immigration is a problem now. It was okay for a while. We needed to build up our economy and grow our population, things like that. But we don't need it anymore. We need to shut it all down. Shut it down.
Broadly speaking, built the modern world. I think we have plenty of people here. I don't think that we need these people coming over from other countries to take jobs that would otherwise go to Americans, especially when American college graduates can't get jobs. They're sitting through multiple interviews if they're even lucky to get interviews. They're not able to work in the fields that they go into college for, and so I don't think it's very patriotic to then take those jobs and offer them up to whoever wants to come over here from China or India or wherever.
He's not, but okay. He's not just wrong about that, but okay. I could do that too. I could make a claim with no validity and no substance. He's just wrong.
Much. We are going to jump into the open dialogue. This is 10 minutes. Gentlemen, thank you very much. I'll let you take it from here.
You mentioned the CHIPS Act as an example of successful Biden legislation.
Trump,
isn't it accurate that I think since August of 2024, none of that has actually come to fruition? They've had delays with plant manufacturing.
Yeah, but that was originally a Trump plan that Biden just came in and did Trump's plan and then took credit for it and did it wrong. So it was an idea. It was something that Trump was trying to do, Then Biden comes in and does a subpar version of it, and it's really not having that big of benefits. If Trump had done it properly, then it probably would be working out great. We wouldn't have to worry about China potentially attacking Taiwan. So then we have a war on 3 fronts. And we have a world war. We have China versus Taiwan, Russia versus Ukraine, Israel versus everybody, and America's got to come in and save them all and send them all money. Spreading our troops too thin so that our enemies could just come in and wipe us out. Also, the same thing with the medicine costs, the reduced insulin costs. Trump did that. And then Biden executive ordered it out on his first day in office, and then re-signed a new bill that reduced the price of insulin and took credit for it. That happened with a lot of different things.
Manufacturing in Arizona, nothing's gone on in Ohio. South Korea, I suppose, is delaying the construction in the Arizona factory. I mean, how could you say that the policy is effective because we got it through Congress, but it's not actually coming to fruition yet? And it's been, what, 2022 that was passed or something?
What do you think it means for something to come to fruition?
I think it means you'd start to see construction in the factories. You'd start to see chips being distributed.
So you're telling me you don't think any large companies have allocated money towards factories? The fact that you're saying things are getting delayed already betrays the premise that you're saying that nothing has been done. The fact that there is a delay means that the process is already working. The money has already been allocated from the federal budget, meaning there are already companies that are setting up shop to take advantage of it, meaning that it's already working its way through the system in order to get those plants built. I don't know why you would say, you see how there's a delay here? Doesn't that mean nothing is going on? Well, no, if nothing was going on, there'd be nothing to delay.
There are delays, though, because of certain initiatives from the administration, such as DEI initiative, climate change initiatives, which introduce different impediments which otherwise wouldn't be there. Moreover, everything is more expensive now because of the policy of your administration. I mean, again, things are getting more expensive. The country's in the toilet. Your answer to this is,
which DEI initiative came from the Biden administration?
Sorry. What'd you say?
What was it? Which DEI initiative came from the Biden administration that's slowing things down?
The whole monster. I mean, that's like the entire. It's the way the whole thing works. Is you have to have.
Hey everyone!
Get out of here!
The team decided to do a fun comp.
Shut up, Kamala. We're gonna fun contest. We just want some donations. Me and Tim Pond, Tim. We just want some donations.
Question when you're done rambling. I just want
the way the whole
slowing things down.
The whole monster. I mean, that's like the entire. It's the way the whole thing works. Is you have to have different initiatives.
I'm going to ask the same question when you're done rambling. I just want to know what one policy or initiative from the Biden admin that was the DEI initiative that is affecting businesses. I'm going to ask the same thing when you do.
That's such a liberal thing to do. Can you even name one policy?
Your platitudes when you're done. Just letting you know.
I didn't hear. Okay, sorry. I didn't hear what you said. I'm in person. I did not hear that.
What DEI initiative? What specific policy?
Affirmative action.
Yes, I know. You're asking me for a source. I am not in front of my laptop. I cannot exactly name.
I didn't ask you for a source.
Do you deny the existence of those sources, though? Are you saying there is no initiative? There is no DEI initiative or climate change initiative? I'm just making that up.
That's the first time in any of these debates that I've ever seen John do that, where he said, "I'm not in front of my computer. I can't get you the answers right now." In his debate with Brianna Wu and his debate with Hunter Avallone, anything that they brought up, he was sharp and he had all the answers. This is the first time I've actually seen him kind of concede a point because he doesn't have the information in front of him. Maybe just due to a lack of preparation on this topic, but he seems off. I said it in his opening. He doesn't seem as on point as he normally is. Maybe he's just getting older. I don't know. Maybe he didn't prepare for this as much as he did with those. Maybe he's been busy with other things. I don't know, but usually he would have just rattled off like 5 points. They do exist.
There are no impediments. It would be the same under this administration as it would be under the Trump administration.
Okay, well, the audience can decide for themselves. Like I said, it's empty platitudes. It means nothing. DEI initiatives, climate change initiatives, like that. These words are boogeymen. They mean nothing. You're just saying things that are supposed to be spooky and scary.
Again, do you deny the existence of those? Just because I can't name specifically, those just don't exist. There's no DEI initiative. There's no climate change initiative. It's all just nonsense.
When you say climate change initiative, I mean, climate change was a big part of the infrastructure bill. There's a lot of money that was allocated for certain types of infrastructure renewals that tended to favor, but are these bad? Are you saying that is this what you were referring to? Were you referring to the infrastructure bill when you said climate change?
So to help out John here, and to answer Destiny's question, the zero tolerance policy, the trans inclusion policy, pay equity, unconscious bias training, inclusive recruitment and hiring practices, flexible working arrangements, inclusive language and communication, accessibility and accommodations, inclusive benefits and wellness programs. Conducting a DUI audit to assess the current state of DEI in the organization, establishing employee resource groups to provide platform for underrepresented employees to voice their concerns, engaging employees in DEI efforts to promote a sense of shared responsibility, and promoting diverse leaders to reflect a company's values. That's a list of DEI policies and DEI initiatives.
Initiatives? What
Yes,
DEI
and you
initiatives
are-
were you referring to? I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
It's a boogeyman.
When you're doing something
Or maybe Destiny is right and John is wrong. I know you're on a 20-second delay, Ajna. So I'll let you catch up. You're probably listening right now to me answering the question.
like constructing factories to build microprocessors, if there are initiatives in place that you have to go through, such as dealing with making sure everything is environmentally friendly and green, whatever that means. That's why even Biden said on the hot mic that this was just their version of the Green New Deal. We got it done because it was environmentally oriented in the construction of those factories. That is to what I am referring, and that definitely is a real thing.
I'm sorry, so the alternative is we should be making new factories that aren't environmentally friendly? Is that what you're
Obviously,
seriously
that's not-
arguing?
I'm surprised he couldn't name some of those, because I could have named like at least 3 or 4 of those without even looking at it. I looked it up, but without looking at it, I know about promoting diverse leaders to reflect a company's values. John actually talks about that in the Hunter Avalon debate. The inclusive language and communication, I see that at my job. Pay equity, trans inclusion policies, zero tolerance policies, unconscious bias training, like all of that stuff. I see it at my work.
Obviously, that's not what I mean. That's obviously not what I mean. I am simply saying that there are initiatives which exist under this administration which would not exist in other administrations, which could be why, in response to everything that's happened in this country, your big success is, well, we at least got the microprocessors underway. And it's like, okay, well, we have 15,000 convicted murderers now who are in the country through the southern border because your president removed barricades that have enabled these people to now just flood into the country from we don't even know where.
You know that 15,000 number, you're not accurately citing that, right? That first of all, I think the number is 14,000, and that is with the totality of non-citizens that are in the country that have committed a violent crime. They didn't all come in the 4 years that are Biden. You're making that up. You can Google 14,000 homicides or 14,000 violent crime and look up that number to pretend that they all came in. Also, what they all came in through the southern border, where the federal government, by the way, has exclusive purview to do immigration policy. That's where they all came in from. How would you even know that? Are they just watching them come in and writing them down in a notebook? And then, like, even the premise of this again is ridiculous.
The federal government having exclusive power to control the border is proving John's point. They don't, because the president doesn't want them to, and your border czar doesn't care.
Like boogeyman bullshit. If you care about the border so much, why are you happy that Trump blocked the bill?
Well, because again, that immigration bill was not actually addressing things substantially. They were trying to score political points because Americans are expressing anxiety about immigration, which is to say they're unhappy with the way that the Biden administration has handled it. Because again, on day one, you have to tell me, why did he stop doing the things that Trump had? Why did he halt the construction of the border wall? Why did he end Remain in Mexico? Why did he do things that would make it easier for people to come in through, yes, the southern border into our country? What benefit does that serve to American citizens?
There is no... Yeah, so there was no border wall under Trump. It just never happened. Nothing in Congress ever got done in regards to a border wall. So everything you're saying about that is fantastic.
That's not true. He was building
that border bill. When you say the border bill was political points, killing the border bill was political points. Definitionally so. Donald Trump killed it to.
Okay, so it wasn't just a border bill. It was an immigration / Ukraine aid deal. Maybe that's why it got shut down. Maybe because people are tired of sending Ukraine all of our money. And this is the same thing with like the Inflation Reduction Act. Had 400 mentions of pot shops, more pot shops. So they sneak other policies and other ideas into these bills. And that's why the bill gets shot down. Because And who it was Pelosi, I believe, who said, or maybe it was AOC. She said you have to vote on the bill to read the bill. A 4,000-page bill, but we can't read it until we vote for it. How does that work, Pelosi? trying to pass a supplemental aid bill by itself would include aid to Ukraine and Israel, but it's far from clear that we could pass Congress. 10 of us voted. I hope my colleagues asking themselves how would we get ourselves in a situation where we're blamed for Biden's open border policy. How could that be possible? Moves to reach a border and Ukraine deal, a big tactical error. It was a huge mistake, and he's always cared more about giving money to Ukraine than he has any other issues. That's why the immigration bill was shot down, because it wasn't just an immigration bill. It was an immigration and Ukraine aid bill. But the disingenuous people like Destiny don't like to say that.
Win politically. But to say that the bill was bad because it didn't address anything substantively, what's lacking in substance for more funding for asylum processes? What's lacking in substance for allocating more judges to process immigrants? What's lacking in substance? Why did the border...
Asylum is a loophole that they use to exploit us. What are you talking about? How about just shut it down? $25 billion to build a border wall, $125 billion annually spent on illegal immigration. The border wall pays for itself in 5 years. Plus the fact that we have extra tariffs on Mexico. Mexico does end up paying for the wall. If they want to import or export anything from America, they're going to have to pay for it. We don't have American companies going to Mexico anymore, so we're making more money. This bolsters our economy. People stop buying Mexican and they stop buying Chinese. They start buying American. Our economy gets boosted up. They end up paying for the wall through the tariffs if they want to bring anything through that wall. We stop the immigration. The wall pays for itself 5 times in 1 year because of the reduced cost of illegal immigration. Less fentanyl, 80% of the illegal fentanyl comes over the southern border. What are you talking about, Destiny? Come on, and he knows this stuff.
Border Patrol support this bill. What's lacking in substance to staffing the border with more agents to defend our border? Which of these things are lacking in substance?
I think, well, because if you are bringing more judges in to process these cases, that does not mean that the cases are going to go in a way that I would like. That just means these people are going to more easily be able to enter into the country. It's not as though if you had more judges and more resources, it would somehow be better able to secure itself as a southern border. They would simply be allowed to, in greater number and with more expediency, waltz into the country and disappear into God knows where.
If you think that the goal of the judges is to just rubber stamp everybody coming in, then why would Biden need to hire more judges at all? Wouldn't every single asylum judge just say, oh, you're in, oh, you're in, oh, you're in?
No,
do you not want to process them? How about you just say what you actually want, because you want to shut down all immigration? Just say that. You don't want any immigrants coming in. Just say that. Be honest.
Yes, I've said that for 5 years. That is exactly my point.
Okay, then don't say the border bill lacks substance. Just say you disagree with it because you're opposed to immigration. Also, when you say American exceptionalism, what do you believe in? Do you believe in American exceptionalism or British exceptionalism? Because I don't understand what you mean when you say American exceptionalism and then you're anti-immigration. Like, where do you think Americans come from? They come from other countries, right?
And also, people will say that's racist to say that. That's not racist. We're not saying, we're going to have mass deportations of the illegals. We're going to shut down immigration, legal and illegal, mass deportations of all the illegals. But all the people that already came here legally, they're still here. They still stay. America still gets to be your communist melting pot. We still have a lot of racial diversity throughout America. Probably the most racially diverse country in the entire planet. Probably the least culturally identifiable country in America because everybody's here. You still got little Somalia in Minnesota. You still got little China. No, it's xenophobe. Oh, I'm sorry, xenophobic. You're right. I'm sorry. I used the wrong phobia. Thank you for keeping me in check. I don't want to get my phobias and my isms mixed up. I like Ajna. You're cool, Ajna. I like having a liberal woman here. Well, I don't know if you're leftist or liberal or damn commie, but I like it.
Unless you live on a Native American reservation and you want to see the expansion of their territory.
When America was becoming America, immigration was coming from a different part of the world, I think a part of the world that was approximately the size of Florida. Now we are getting people from, we'll say, places that are maybe a little bit less compatible. And I don't think that they're assimilating very well, and I think that pretty much any metric by which you choose to evaluate that would vindicate the truth of that. And so when I say America doesn't need immigration, I don't mean America doesn't need people from Japan or people from Northwest Europe. I mean America probably doesn't need Haitians. That's specifically what I mean.
I agree. Sure, and I think that there's a large point of agreement there. I do think that there are a lot of immigrants that have trouble assimilating to society today, but that's because half of the society that you want them to assimilate to possess no American values. And by that, I mean the.
Why is that? Because commies since the 60s have been doing these Marxist movements like the civil rights movement and the feminist movement and mass immigration, illegal and legal. So we have no American identity anymore.
Conservative Party. I expected to see Spanish people, Haitian people, whoever marching on the Capitol or marching to tear down this country, and that's not what I've seen. I've
like
seen
Indian
conservatives that are
reservations?
destructive to the country in every single way. You don't believe in the rule of law. You don't believe in how the government works. You don't share foundational American principles relating to liberal.
Wait. What is he saying? Who doesn't?
Haitian people, whoever marching on the Capitol or marching to tear down this country,
Oh
and that's
my
not what I've
God.
seen. I've seen conservatives that are destructive to the country.
Oh, it's a January 6th. Here he goes. Bro, Destiny is so freaking triggered by January 6th. He's like lost his mind because of January 6th.
In every single way. You don't believe in the rule of law. You don't believe in how the government works. You don't share foundational American principles relating to liberalism, relating to respect to free speech or the media. These are the foundational core aspects that make you an American. And right now, the issue that we have is the conservative side of the country. It's not immigrants. It's not the people that are coming into the country and not eating the cats and dogs that are a threat. It's the people who are saying that they saw it on TV when it's not even happening.
Yeah, I'm sure when the founding fathers told us that we can have guns in order to fight back against a tyrannical government, I'm sure they were totally against insurrections.
That's the thing that's undermining our democracy right now.
I don't think that's true. I think that the party which seeks to conserve the Constitution is the one that, not coincidentally, is the one that's more aligned with voters which come from parts of the world, like I said. I mean, you can even see the data on this. The more conservative you are, the more likely you are to have been in this country in terms of your bloodline for a much longer time. You're talking about people from Germany, from the Netherlands, from England, from wherever. They are assimilated much more than people who are coming from India, from wherever. And so, yeah, your ability to assimilate into a culture that is an outgrowth of Anglo-Saxon history
Unfortunately,
is probably going to
France-
be linked somewhat to where you are descended from. And so,
Nothing good ever came from France.
yeah, that doesn't come as a surprise to me at all.
I'm talking to you, Canada.
How many times has Biden or Kamala said that they wanted to suspend the Constitution?
Your party is the one writing about that, though. That's obviously I don't expect like
I'm gonna
Dark
ask the same
Brandon.
question again,
Obviously,
Mayor.
I don't expect Dark Brandon to come out as the commander in chief and be like, "We're going to suspend the Constitution." But there are people still in the New Yorker. They just wrote a piece. This guy had been writing for the New Yorker for 30 years.
The New Yorker isn't Biden or Kamala
The
Harris.
point
I
is
don't
the
know why we're
sentiment
doing
is
this.
coming from
point.
your
So then
side.
the answer,
That is
so the
why-
answer was Biden and Kamala have never said that. How many times on Truth Social has Donald Trump said that he would suspend the Constitution? And you have the audacity to say that the Republicans.
I think that if Destiny was in person, it wouldn't be going this way. Destiny is very used to sitting in front of a computer and talking over people and arguing over people. I think if it were in person, because I've seen Destiny's in-person debates, and even though I think Destiny beat Milo, I'm not a Milo fan, but and that was in person. Destiny gets more reserved when he's in person. I am kind of disappointed that this didn't happen in person. Like because now, well, John doesn't do online debates. John only does in-person debates. So John is in his element right now. And Destiny, if he were in person, he would have been out of his element, which is one of the reasons why I think maybe his flight didn't get delayed. Maybe he got a little scared. Destiny is in his element now, and John is in his element. But Destiny in his element of being an online sit in front of a screen debater will just talk over you, talk over you, talk over you. And I think if it were in person, it would have gone more respectful, more like a formal debate on a stage in front of an audience, how it's supposed to be set up. This is like Destiny's just doing another stream debate, and he's not letting John finish his points. He's talking over him. Destiny's mic, the audio is louder on Destiny. So yeah, he's a keyboard warrior. That Milo debate was wild, yeah. Milo was higher than a kite. Yeah, I don't care how he tries to pretend that he's turned over a new leaf. Milo is still a degenerate. We might watch the Milo and Gavin Newsom. He is funny though. He is funny. So we might watch Milo and Gavin from Uncensored America roasting Kamala next, depending on how late it is and if I want to play some Resident Evil.
Right now are the ones who care about rule of law.
Yes.
You yourself are talking about undermining
Yes.
the entire structure of the government by having legislation from the executive. The executive legislates. He can do things with executive order. That's not part of the American understanding of how our government is supposed to work. And you're talking about a guy who's saying he wants to suspend the Constitution. What part of this is American?
It's in the Constitution. I mean, Lincoln did it. FDR did it. You can certainly wield the power of the executive branch in accordance with the Constitution. The point being, I don't expect the leader of the party, be that Biden or Kamala, to get on stage and say the quiet part out loud, so to speak. But their Department of Justice still is going after patriots. They are still allowed to, in their media, write about how we should throw the Constitution out as they just...
Milo was on that dang Andre Nicotina, that cocaine. I think so. Was some ecstasy or something. Milo was higher than a kite in that debate.
In the New Yorker, a very prestigious publication, because the Constitution obviously can't stop somebody like Donald Trump, who is obviously such a horrible person. Therefore, we need to burn the Constitution, which apparently you are suddenly so in favor of, if it means that we can stop Donald Trump.
He might have been speedballing, actually, because Milo's usually very fast talking and he's very eloquent in his speech. But he was like leaned over and he was kind of nodding and like bouncing, which is an opiate thing. But then he was sniffling, and then he would get fast and slow. So he was probably speedballing. He's on a little like cocaine and a little heroin. You know what I mean?
I mean, they've said that he's a threat to democracy for like 4 or 5 years now.
Is.
He was in office, and that's not what That's not what ended up happening. He left office.
That is what ended up happening.
Fine.
He tried to prevent the peaceful transfer of power by trying to defraud 7 states. That is exactly what happened. And then he failed and he lost and eventually he got kicked the fuck out.
No, he left.
His way to victory,
Do you acknowledge that Donald Trump called fuck?
He followed all of what he thought were legal means. Now they say there's 34 charges, trumped up charges, bullshit charges that I bet you are going to get dropped. And then he won't be a convicted felon. And he asked Pence to do what was able. There are always backup electorates. You're always able to change electorates. That's not illegal, which Destiny always likes to talk about that. That's not an illegal thing. And Trump was trying to exhaust every means that he had because he believed the election was stolen. And Mike Pence said no, and they didn't have to kick Trump out. He left. He left willingly on the day he was supposed to leave. He didn't. It wasn't some like what was it, Bolsonaro or whatever, or and also in Guatemala this happened. This happens in a lot of third world countries where the duly elected leader, the former leader who is supposed to leave doesn't want to give up their power. That's not what happened. What happened was a bunch of agitators and a bunch of angry people went into the Capitol building because they were pissed off. Some of them, well, I think there were a lot of agitators who riled the crowd up. And then the people were already pissed off, and then the herd mentality sets in, and they all just follow the crowd. But even then, they're like walking through the stanchions, and they're not even there. A couple windows get broken. The only real deaths, I know that they'll tell us that a lot of cops died that day. No, a lot of cops ended up committing suicide later, probably because they felt guilt because they knew what really happened. But the only 2 people that died that day were 2 unarmed white women who were killed by black police officers. So, and this was just the only reason I mentioned that is because this was just after George Floyd, where an unarmed black man was allegedly murdered by a white officer with his knee on his neck. Well, Roseanne Boylan and Ashley Babbitt. Roseanne Boylan was beat to death by a black woman officer with a stick, and Ashley Babbitt was shot by a black officer. Both of them were unarmed. Roseanne Boylan was nearly unconscious already when they were bringing her to get help from the officers, and the black woman officer beat her with a stick. And they buried that story. Nobody likes to talk about that. there's this thing called mail-in ballots. What's your point? What's your point? There's always been absentee ballots. But absentee ballots, in order to do an absentee ballot, it's a long, arduous process. You have to have a reason, and you have to apply, and you have to go through paperwork in order to do an absentee ballot. COVID was the first time in history that we did mass mail-in ballots, where a ballot was delivered to your house, and then they had ballot harvesters come to your door and say, well, you haven't voted yet. Yo, you got your ballot on the counter? No, I threw it away. It's okay. We got a backup one for you right here. We'll fill it in for you. We'll show you how to do it. Okay, we'll take it and turn it in for you. That's the first time in history that ever happened. So, again, you're either ignorant or disingenuous, Anja. Maybe you just don't know. Maybe you've just too destiny brained or TikTok brained. But, or I could just argue the way you argue. You're wrong. You're just wrong.
Fox News and said, why isn't the DOJ indicting these people?
Oh,
The
you're
DOJ
talking
needs
to
to go
another
after these
chatter?
people?
My bad. You were talking to another chatter. Let me see. Trump's up by 100K. Go to bed, folks. We'll continue counting tomorrow. Wakes up. Oh, look at that. Biden's up by. Oh, okay. You're referring to that. It's called mail-in ballot. Still, my point stands. Your argument proves our point that the mail-in ballots was part of the fraud. I mean, it was legal, so it's not fraudulent. So I shouldn't say it was part of the fraud, but it was part of the election manipulation. They also used social media. Time Magazine did a whole article about it, basically confessing to it and explaining how they altered the results of the election legally. But sometimes the legal system, I don't know if you trust the legal system entirely, but I don't.
Do you acknowledge that Donald Trump has tried to give direction to his DOJ in a way that you wish Biden was ever on record doing? Do you acknowledge that Donald Trump has given direct direction to the Department of Justice to go after political adversaries? Do you acknowledge that's reality?
I would use a different word than political adversary. I like it when the Department of Justice goes after disloyal R's. I don't like it when they go after MAGA patriots. That is sort of my axiom for viewing that.
You're an authoritarian,
and
yeah.
I don't
okay.
think that that's actually
Let's go.
at all. I think
What's wrong with that?
In alignment with what needs to be done.
Okay. I mean,
and you're a damn.
You're an authoritarian, right? Yeah. Nothing about you is compatible with this country. If any sane immigration policy was ever created that tried to keep people away from this country, that were antithetical to the idea of the American project, you would be at the top of the list in never being allowed here. Because what you believe in, what you want, is something that's more akin to the leadership structure of all the countries that you criticize. For some reason, you fall into the trap of thinking authoritarian dictatorships are good when I like the authoritarian dictator. But it's such an unbelievable position to sit here and say that the president of the United States should be allowed to direct the DOJ as long as
maybe
he's going
just a
after the people
theocracy
that I think are really bad. Like, what an insane position to try to unironically defend. Well, also
a little bit of
pretending to be an American.
authoritarianism.
It's
Not a
insane to
lot.
me.
I don't think it's insane at all. I think it's what's happening right now under this
Give you a
administration.
really pithy response, John, and then we've got to wrap up.
Every Immigration Act up until the Hart-Celler Act in 1965, which was described as the greatest gift from the Kennedys to the Democrat Party, took into account the founding demographics, the American demographics of this country. The reason now, if you express attitudes that are antithetical to immigration, that you get pushback is because this country is not the same as it used to be.
They're
We've had
lining up for
60 million
questions.
people come to this country since 1965. We are now at record highs for a percentage of our overall population, which is foreign-born. The people here are not American. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me when a guy comes out and says, hey, we should probably take it easy on immigration. I don't know if these people are compatible with American culture, that these people who are now enfranchised as if they are equal to Americans are going to push back against that. It doesn't surprise me at all.
This is a good opportunity to jump into the Q&A as we're already over for the open dialogue portion. So the way that the Q&A will work, folks, is in this middle aisle here, if you want to come up, it's really important that you stand on this first tape line right here. And then it's also important that if you want to give a setup for your question, like 1 or 2 sentences,
Oh, you know they're
that's
Destiny
okay,
fans.
but it really has to be 1 or 2 sentences, and I even have to be kind of pushy about that, and I even have to hold the mic just to be sure.
Yeah.
So, floor is all yours with the first question.
Hi, John. This is my question for you. I have a couple friends on both sides of the...
Yeah, I'm a Christian theocrat. I'm a little more authoritarian than most conservatives, and I'm a little more farther right than most conservatives. And actually, if you look at a political compass, I fall right around the middle of the north right quadrant. So not extreme right, not extreme authoritarian, but if this is the right authoritarian quadrant, I'm right in the middle of it.
The aisle. One of them is we can vote
theocrat.
the right people into power. We put the right people in state, local, and federal levels. If we do that, we'll be able to take our country back. The other side says, no, we got to crash and burn this thing. We got to start over from scratch. So my question for you is, at what point is it too late?
Well, certainly not now. There is this mindset that I think is very tempting to especially young men, because we sort of like to, like for example, you probably.
I don't have a problem with non-white people. I'm not a ethno-nationalist. I'm a nationalist. I'm not an ethno-nationalist. I'm not some like white supremacist or anything like that. I don't like the insane amount of, like he said, like John has said, I don't like the insane amount of immigration from people who don't assimilate and don't share our cultural values. If I always say, like, most of my favorite like commentators are black guys. I don't have a problem with non-white people. And also even the people who don't assimilate and don't share our cultural values, I don't think that they should like not exist. I just think that they should have a place for them. I'm totally okay with Muslims having a Muslim country where they have Muslim values. I'm totally okay with China. Well, actually, I think the people are probably being oppressed in China. They probably don't like it. But if you like living in a communist dictatorship, then you should be able to live in a communist dictatorship. If you're Buddhist, you should be able to live in a country that has Buddhist values. If you're anarchist, maybe, I mean, it's going to burn, but you can have your little anarchist commune set up or whatever. Everybody should be able to have a place to live where people share their values and share their ideas. And generally, if you have that, people are also going to look similar. But America is huge. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think we ever should. I don't think we ever should have purchased the slaves from Africa, from African slave traders who were capturing their own people. But there was a benefit to it, because if we hadn't had purchased them and brought black people over here as slaves, then they would have been sold to Asians or Muslims who would have castrated them, and they would have ceased to exist eventually. So it actually was beneficial to them that we brought them over here, because it gave them a chance to live in a great country and become Christian. And unfortunately, due to the civil rights movement, things like that didn't work out that way. But at the time, before the civil rights movement, the black people in America were doing great. They were doing great. It wasn't until a bunch of Marxists decided to do the civil rights movement and convince them to turn into useful idiots, and they sold their soul to the Democratic Party for the next 200 years and took the man out of the house and blah 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 blah. We know the story. But no, I don't have a problem with non-white people. Straight white male here too? Oh, you're not a girl? Damn, I assumed you were a female this whole time. I don't think you're a straight white male, Ajna.
They have a relationship with drywall, right? And it's like you sort of get mad and you just want that. I think can translate politically as well. It can sort of map where it's like, I'm very frustrated with the way things are going. What if everything just collapsed? It does not make it easier to win when you start losing worse. There are plenty of countries you can look to right now. South Africa, I guess, would maybe be the.
All right, so listen up. State Farm was trying to charge me.
Dang, that's a loud ad. I don't care.
Where things get worse for them. What if everything just collapsed? It does not make it easier to win when you start losing worse. There are plenty of countries you can look to right now. South Africa, I guess, would maybe be the most obvious example, where things get worse for them politically. And I mean, they're having blackouts, they're having riots, but still things are more or less functioning. Total collapse is not something I think that we should aspire to. I think that the solution is much longer. It requires a lot more work.
Yeah, it was
and it
loud,
requires
huh?
a lot of patience, and sort of thinking that, you know, if we lose, somehow people will wake up and then we can win. I don't think that's true at all. I mean, look at how things are now. The idea that there's like some sleeper cell remnant of patriots who aren't quite getting what's going on now, who once
there are
things reach a
sleeper
certain point, they
cells.
will wake up and then we can finally take the country back. I don't think that's true. I think there are opportunities right now. And the best thing you can do, other than get involved locally, which you would be surprised at how successful you can be with that, is to cast a vote for Donald J. Trump in November. So I think there is a political solution. I think there's a path forward. And I think the evidence to that is how much opposition this guy has faced. I mean, if things were really going to continue into our managed decline into a third world nation, then, you know, we'd be struggling to get excited about the Bush-Haley ticket right now. But we have Donald
Who said if you import the third world, you become the third world?
Trump, and they've tried to stop Trump.
Are you really a straight white male, Ajna? I've been assuming you were a girl this whole time. I'm just going to keep pretending you're a girl, since you're pretty liberal, which is kind of a feminine trait.
By the grace of God, a gust of wind saved Donald Trump, and, you know, the golf incident just a few weeks ago. So I think that there's a very real threat that he poses to whatever it is that's going on in this country, which everyone seems to recognize on an intuitive level, but maybe we don't want to get into the specifics of when it comes to, I guess, more polarizing political issues or what have you. But I think it's real, and I think there is a way to make America great again by supporting him.
Hi, thank you both for being here. So my question's for Destiny, and I tried to keep track throughout this debate just because I noticed something I was kind of curious about. As far as I could count, you mentioned Kamala Harris's name 6 times in the entire time you were able to speak. Once in your opening statement, which is surprising to me because, as I understand it, you are arguing in the affirmative that she should be the president.
I don't think you're a bot. You've had your channel since 2012. Or maybe now I see your picture bigger. You have a bag on your head. But maybe you are a guy. Huh. I'm still going to keep pretending you're a girl.
If it was the nature of this debate or something that led you not to be able to argue because of that, and you were more so arguing against Trump, I want to open this up to you to ask, why Kamala? I know why not Trump, why you're saying that, but why vote for Kamala? Because I don't think you've really made that argument.
The honest argument is we live in a two-party system right now, and at the end of the day, you're either going to vote for Trump or you're going to vote for Kamala Harris. You can have not voting for one party, or you can have a positive to vote for another party. These are the way that elections work.
We don't actually
Republicans
live
can pretend
in a
it's
two-party
different,
system.
but Steve Bannon, when he came onto Trump's campaign, he knew this. I think Bannon had 88 days to go until the election, and when Bannon...
We don't actually live in a two-party system. We live in a every-party system. It just so happens to be that 2 of the parties are the most powerful and have the most money and the most backing behind them. So the biggest clubs have the most power. But really, we have Green Party, we have damn Democratic Socialists, we have authoritarian types, and even though we have the 2 parties, within those parties, everybody has their own ideas and pushes their own agendas. So there's actually a huge amount of diversity in America. We have all the parties in America. It's just that it usually just comes down to the 2 biggest clubs.
was brought on, he noticed something, that unlike all of the people that are sycophantically obsessed with Donald Trump, that believe that he's a super popular president, he's not. Donald Trump has never been a popular president. He's just really popular in the Republican Party. That's why when Bannon came on, they did
That's
things
not
like the
true.
laptop story and everything for Hunter Biden.
Bro, Trump was so popular even before he ran with both sides of the aisle. And also, when I was talking with on Speakeasy's channel, and I was talking about Trump, and Easy said something about he said you Americans would vote for The Rock if he ran for the president. You just vote for whoever's the most popular, like, celebrity type. And then I said, well, that doesn't apply to me. That's not true for me. I actually didn't like Trump before he ran for president. I wasn't a fan of The Apprentice. The only thing that I liked about Trump was that he was in all the rap songs. I liked rap music. And I knew he had done a lot of things for the black hip hop community and the fighting community. I liked that about him. But I never liked The Apprentice. I always thought he was kind of, I was never really into Trump before he ran for president. And still wasn't really into Trump until about a year or two into his presidency. But Trump was not a celebrity. Trump was not an actor. He wasn't he was a real estate mogul. And he did a lot of things, philanthropic things and things in the entertainment industry, but he wasn't he was in movies and he was doing interviews where they were saying you need to run. And so I brought that up. I said, bro, Trump was on Oprah and Leno and Letterman, and they all said you should run for president. You should run for president. You should run for president. As soon as he runs for president, they hate him. And then John Mosman was like, well, it's interesting you're defending not voting for a celebrity, but then you mentioned that he was on Oprah. When Trump went on Oprah, it was pre-Apprentice. Trump didn't go on Oprah as a celebrity. Trump went on Oprah as a real estate mogul. So that point is moot. And I didn't respond to it with that response right off the top. But later I was thinking about it and I was like, wait, what's his point? There is no point. He still wasn't, when he was on Oprah and Letterman and Leno, he wasn't a celebrity. It was pre-Apprentice. He went on there as a real estate mogul who was helping people in the entertainment business get started. A lot of rappers and the fighting industry, he has a lot to do with that. A lot with boxing and a lot with UFC, which I love that stuff, and hip hop music. He had a lot to do with a lot of names got big because of Trump, because Trump helped them out. That's why he was in all the rap songs. But that wasn't as an entertainer. The only celebrity he had was The Apprentice, which Apprentice was a reality show. He wasn't on there being an actor. He wasn't reading a script. I mean, I'm sure there were some scripted moments, but it was a reality show. He was just, you're fired. That was the reality show, TV boom. So that was not really like celebrity. It's not the same thing. Anyway, what are you guys saying? I wouldn't vote for The Rock. I liked Trump once I got to know him and heard him speaking. I never did like him, but once I got to know him more, I loved him. So yeah, same here. Same here. I'm a huge fan of rap. Who are some of your favorites? Eminem, Lil Wayne, Joyner Lucas, Tech Nine. As far as like groups, I like Outkast. I like Bone Thugs and Harmony. T.I. I think that's my top 5. Eminem, Lil Wayne, T.I., Tech Nine, Joyner Lucas. That's my top 5.
Because they knew that the only way you could actually win the election was to drive the negatives up of the other party rather than trying to make your own candidate more likable. Nobody on the other side likes Donald Trump.
Wu-Tang.
Even Republicans have to begrudgingly accept him at times. I wish that there was more conversation about policy in the United States. To be totally honest, Kamala Harris probably sits either quite a bit or a little bit to the left
Hillary till I watched the
policy,
first
but
debate.
Republicans have decided that we're not going to have policy conversations in this country. When Donald Trump won't say what he wants to do for foreign policy because
the first election I ever voted in was Trump versus Biden. That was the first presidential election I ever voted in. Because I'm a felon, and I didn't know that in Utah, felons can vote. So I just assumed I could never vote, so I didn't really care about politics. Then I found out that in Utah, felons can vote, and I got registered, and so the first election I voted in was Trump versus Biden. And we lost. We lost. It wasn't great. Didn't go over too hot. I voted in person during COVID without a mask. I didn't give no fucks.
He says it's top secret. When Donald Trump is given policy questions and he has no answer.
I just watched your video on Barack being the first gay president. What? Amanda makes videos? I don't know if that's true. I've heard was it Teddy Roosevelt or Delano Roosevelt? One of them was into some weird stuff. I think one of the Roosevelts was based, and one of the Roosevelts was like a commie that was into some weird stuff. And it sucks that they have the same name because I get them mixed up. FDR. FDR? No, LBJ was the three initial guy that sucked. Michael Obama. My first election, I voted for Obama when I still lived in Chicago. I'm an idiot for that. Yeah, I wouldn't say that in my chat, Amanda. I wouldn't tell people that. You know, you don't have to tell people who you voted for. This is why women shouldn't vote.
When you go on to Donald Trump's website and you read the policy stuff and it says things like we're going to slash inflation by making homes more affordable and that's it, you don't really get to talk about any policy. There's no policy to talk about. I wish we could have more policy debate and more policy conversation, but I'd basically just look at the 4 years under Biden. I'd look at what the policy was there.
That's a horrible top three, Ghost Man.
4 years under Trump, which I think were catastrophic and pushed this nation.
Ghost Man, that's a horrible top three. Ryan Upchurch, Adam Calhoun, Tom McDonald. Come on, man. Come on, man. Why? Just because they're white, right-leaning political rappers? You know, Adam Calhoun, he's very pro-gay. He got into a beef with Bryson Gray because Bryson Gray has made anti-LGBT low IQ STD community songs, and Adam Calhoun got into a beef with Bryson Gray, who's a boss, because I have a lot of gay friends. Adam Calhoun is lame. Ryan Upchurch, my friend Todd, who died recently, he loved Ryan Calhoun. He used to always tell me about Ryan Calhoun and who's the other guy he used to always tell me, you gotta listen to it. I was like, quit riding their nuts, dude. I've heard him before. I'm not it's okay, but Tom McDonald, he's good. Kind of repetitive. Like, it's gotten old. The trope has gotten old. Maybe do something new. If you like guys like that, Samson is where it's at. Samson has, he doesn't say his name, but he kind of takes shots at all those guys in a song. Specifically Tom McDonald. But he doesn't say their name, but we kind of know who he was talking to. He was talking to those guys. Samson is a beast. I'm conservative now, so I only listen to white boys and country. I know. When you said Ryan Calhoun, Adam Calhoun, Ryan Upchurch, Tom McDonald, I knew exactly why. Yeah. Listen to Tyson James, Bryson Gray, you know. Cesspool? Yes, yeah, that's the name of the song. Yeah, you know it. Okay, yeah. You like Samson? Samson's a beast.
To the edge, and I'd say I probably don't want to repeat that. And broadly speaking, I think that's why I support Kamala Harris for president.
Don't clap for that.
My question is for John. I also just really quickly wanted to say that, like, as a theater kid, I'm very.
Oh no, he's a theater kid.
Your comments, but I will also say you probably should try theater. I think you'd really do well on stage. My question's just.
John Doyle just made a video like 2 weeks ago called Theater Kids, and he just destroys and roasts theater kids for like 40 minutes. John Doyle does not like theater kids.
I go out canvassing a lot, and I talk to a lot of black people, and a lot of them feel like they're not being represented by the Democratic Party too much.
They're not.
Could you try to
They
sell
never
me
were.
on why Republicans are good for black people?
I am going to have to reach deep into the bowels of my mind to find my Dinesh D'Souza education. This is like 10 years old at this point. Why are the left the real Nazis again? This is very old school.
He did a whole video on why MLK was a communist, and I've talked about it a lot too. It's a very good video. You should watch John Doyle's video on MLK. And then you should watch Uncle Tom and Uncle Tom 2. I just watched Uncle Tom 2, so I could answer this question. I'm gonna let John answer it, but there's a lot of reasons why. Plus, I spend a lot of time talking to people like Freddie and Jalen. I talk to a lot of black people. I'm a black person expert. I get that from John Doyle. John Doyle always says I'm a black person expert. So I hope he can answer this question properly.
Cool stuff. But it is true, like unironically. I mean, if you look, for example, under Trump, people who are maybe in this room supporting Trump even were agitated by how much Trump was talking about how great he was for black voters. But it is true. I mean, you're looking at real net worth, you're looking at jobs, things like that. I mean, I know recently he got in trouble for saying black jobs, but it is true there are jobs which disproportionately are going towards African Americans, towards blacks, and so those can be black jobs, and I don't think that's a big issue. And he was just better. I mean, income was higher, wealth was higher, crime was lower, black communities were safer up until the riots in the summer of 2020, and I just frankly don't see what the other side has to offer. I mean, that's my side, but if we can even just support that because the opposition is so bad, what do Democrats have to offer black people? Black people have voted in blocks for Democrats for decades. Black communities have gotten less safe, there's less money, less home ownership. I mean, things have obviously not gotten better, yet the rate of voting for the Democrats in the black community still remains very high. And so I sort of almost echo the Trump statement, which I think was in 2016, which got him in trouble, where he's like, what do you have to lose? I mean, if things clearly are not going well now, why would you not try to maybe experiment with what the opposition has to offer? And even when they didn't vote for him, by majority, by far in 2016, you still look at the way black America was doing in 2016 through 2020 versus how they've been doing for the last 4 years, and it's measurably better, and it's not even close.
Are we allowed to respond to questions too, if they weren't for us
Wasn't
explicitly?
a great answer, but
I can give the question asker a quick response if you'd like. But Destiny, I hate to say it, but I have to keep the rebuttals to an absolute minimum, even among the audience. But I want to give you a chance if you do have a rejoinder. Go ahead.
Not quite convinced yet, but I'll look into what you're saying.
I think
that wasn't a great
there's a lot of
answer,
hesitancy
John.
among minorities to support Republicans because there is a very
I could have gave a
sophisticated
much
media
better
apparatus
answer.
which goes to convince everybody that racism is like very prevalent on the Republican side. Therefore, if we vote for racism, we're going to have that come back to.
The way you answer this question is you demonstrate everything bad that the Democrats have done for the black community. And then you just focus on the things that black people. So you talk about the welfare state, you talk about LBJ, you talk about the model city programs, you talk about taking the father out of the home, welfare moms, fatherlessness, horribly affecting the black community. You talk about how the civil rights movement was led by some small hat people to turn angry Marxists into useful idiots. And then they destroyed the black wealth in America. You talk about how things like Rosa Parks was a scam. The whole bus thing that they did actually destroyed black-owned bus companies. Forced immigration was never good. All these things were done by Democrats. You talk about how Democrats were the party of slavery. You talk about how Democrats were the party of the KKK. You talk about how Democrats care less about God. Then you focus on what the right does, building wealth, economic growth through capitalism. Black people like money. They like shiny stuff. You talk about God. Traditionally, black families have always had a strong fear of God. And you talk about how Republicans are more family oriented, God oriented, individual, capitalism, making more money. And they love that stuff. They eat that stuff up. That's how you do it. How do you feel about the Jays in general? I don't have a problem with them. I'm not like some of these right-wing guys that are like very anti that. I do think they killed Jesus. But That was part of the plan. That had to happen. I really don't even really concern myself with it a lot. Like, I'm into conspiracy theories, and people say the end of the conspiracy theory is always the small hat people, and I don't even agree with that. I think the end of every conspiracy rabbit hole that you go down ends in Agartha. It ends in freaking Hollow Earth. It all ends in Sheol being in the core of the earth, Tartaria and Agartha, and and the lizard people. The Zionists are not real Jews. They are lizard people. Okay? No, I just don't think we need to be sending them as much money as we do. I think we need to be more focused on ourselves. But I don't have any problem with the Jays.
Bite us, but I mean, I don't see the fruits of that anywhere. I've never seen anything like a policy, for example, which can demonstrate the viability of that. So.
Just remember, audience guy, whatever you sound like, if you're a black person, ask the question, right? He wants to see less of your kind of people in this country when John Doyle is answering this question. If somebody shows the border looking like you, he doesn't want people that look like you to come to this country. Just as a heads up.
That's not true, because when I referenced the immigration policy, black Americans were already here. I'm talking about Indians and Chinese and all these other people.
Lizarals.
I have to move us to the next
by the way,
question.
I love nobody.
I
I'm literally a black person expert, which my audience.
There you go. He said
nobody
it.
has more love and respect for Black America than myself.
Just to keep this in the Q&A.
Knowing all the slurs doesn't make you a black person.
Whenever I say I'm a black person expert, I stole that from John.
Expert.
We're all right. We're just to keep this in the Q&A.
What do you say?
Knowing all the slurs doesn't make you a black person expert.
We're all right. We're all right. Just so we can hear the next question, folks.
For John, in 2016, you mentioned one of Trump's greatest hits when he took Jeb Bush to account for his flipping his opinion on the Iraq War. And you mentioned a little bit about Trump's foreign policy in terms of what it might look like for Ukraine. What is your understanding about his, maybe what a Trump presidency in 2024 might look like for Israel, particularly with his relationship with Miriam Adelson?
Yeah, I think that, the Adelsons, for example, gave him, I think, $100 million or something in 2016. I think now the widow is going to give him $120 million. And to me, I don't think that there's actually, I mean, I had to hear this in 2016 as well. There were a lot of alt-right guys at the time who were looking at the relationship between Trump and the Adelsons, and they were calling him just like they are now, Zion Don. They're saying that he's just going to be an Israeli puppet. And you look at how that actually played out. By the way, calling him a Zionist is the way that they would call George Bush a Zionist, or Barack Obama, like pretending that's all the same thing. You look at how that played out, and okay, he relocated an embassy, and then we have a photograph taken at a wall, which now I have to see is like the reason why he's supposedly such a sellout. You look at what's going on right now in the Middle East. I understand as we speak, Israel is launching an invasion, I suppose, a ground invasion into Lebanon. But we're hearing that there's going to be World War III. We've been hearing that with Iran forever. It's never metastasized. I don't think that it will. And I don't think that Trump is beholden to these interests the way that people like to think that he is. I think Trump looks at everything through the lens of the art of the deal. And if people are willing to give him $100 million instead of the other guy, he's willing to say, yeah, and what leverage do they really have? I mean, okay, give them the money. Now what? Israel wants sovereignty over the West Bank. How does that affect me as an American patriot? I mean, you could say maybe it'll escalate tensions in the Middle East. As Destiny mentioned, we killed like their top guy and they didn't do anything. They rose the flag. They said, we're going to get you, America. They didn't do anything. So I'm not worried about it. And yeah, if they want to write Trump a check for $100 million to make it easier for him to get elected, I don't see the obvious downsides to that, which weren't iterated in 2016 as like guarantees, things that were going to happen. So I just don't think it's an issue, to be honest. And by the way, I have thought about that quite a lot online. I put my reputation behind that. If Trump ends up going to war with the Middle East on behalf of Israel, I'll be the first one to get up and say, I was wrong. But I noticed the people who are doing the opposite, saying that Trump is totally a slave to the Israel lobby. They kept their mouths shut and never apologized for saying those things about the man who's now taken a bullet for them. So I will put my reputation behind that, but I noticed that Trump's detractors will not do the same.
Just to be clear, Trump didn't take the bullet. He passed it off to the dude behind him. So I don't know where this
Which you
idea
joked
of him
about,
taking
by
the
the
bullet
way. You
comes
thought that was like the funniest thing ever. This guy cares so much about democratic institutions, but when like an official presidential candidate is shot at and then the guy behind him gets killed, he makes jokes about it on Twitter.
I was laughing at you saying he took the bullet. He clearly didn't take it. He passed it along.
He was injured. He was hit by the bullet.
Forward.
What happened to his ear?
Gentlemen.
He got hit by the Secret Service guy that ran into him. I don't think he got shot at all.
Hi, John.
Wow.
I'm Ryan. I'm a startup engineer, a scout.
See, who's the conspiracy theorist now? He doesn't think he got hit at all.
of 12 years, and I align strongly with your strongest values. Earlier, you mentioned you were surprised to see immigrants in Ohio because they were apples and oranges with the people there. As the son of immigrants, I'm curious about how you feel about families like mine standing proudly shoulder to shoulder with the men of Ohio, the good men of Ohio.
I have no issue with immigrants. If Destiny will put me to a position where he's like, John Doyle wants no immigration, I'm going to be like, so true. But it's not so much immigration that's the issue, it's where the immigrants are coming from. And do you mind if I ask where your family's from? Cuba. Yeah, so
no,
I mean,
tell him your position before he answers. Which immigrants don't you want coming here?
Cuban Americans are historically one of the most conservative demographics in the country. So do I have an issue with Cuban Americans simply because they are from Cuba? No, I have an issue with people who manifestly are not able to assimilate into American culture. And you look at almost any other ethnic group in the country, aside from Cubans and some...
I've got some major Iron Man vibes right now.
What the heck is this?
They are not voting group in the country, aside from Cubans and some African
Name them. Which
and rare
ones?
examples. They are not voting for the country which
Cuban
wants
isn't
to
an ethnic
conserve
group. That's a nationality.
They are not voting for the party which wants to conserve the country. They are block voting for Democrats because they want to make America more like the countries from which they came, which is to say wealth redistribution, socialism, inflation, crime, everything like that, because they are not able to pull themselves up by their bootstraps like other groups are, for example. And so I have no issue with that.
Thank you, John, especially because your clip compilation will help me convert the rest of my family to liberals. I appreciate it.
Right.
So we've seen quite an escalation.
That
in the
nerd
Middle
was a
East
liberal.
with Israel attacking Hezbollah. How does either
Like,
candidate plan to try to stop Israel from dragging us into World War III with Iran, either through like supporting arms deals to Israel, or just actually having a ceasefire deal that Netanyahu's not just going to reject after Hamas or Hezbollah accepts it?
I don't think that the right-wing Israelis have nearly the leverage that they think they do. I mean, I understand that there are donors in this country who will give money to Trump's campaign, but Netanyahu politically is not very popular right now. I mean, he is wrestling to maintain control of his leadership as well in Israel, and I think that he feels as though if the war comes to an end, or if he takes his foot off the gas, so to speak, he may be in trouble politically speaking, and so he certainly has an incentive to escalate. But I think Trump, as he said, he remembers that Netanyahu betrayed him and immediately called and congratulated Joe Biden on winning the presidency. And Trump even said, I think in a leaked audio recording, or a leaked, from one of the staffers, that he said, like, yeah, Netanyahu betrayed me, F him. So he clearly remembers that. And even, when Netanyahu came to visit, for example, there was clear tension between the two. Trump was talking about the war in a way that Netanyahu was not exactly a fan of, the way that he did also with Zelensky, saying basically he's going to approach it as a businessman and not, be beholden to these interests necessarily. So I think the question of World War III is not only the question of how we operate on our end, I think it's also what threat is actually posed. I think that largely the Middle East threat is a paper tiger. I think that there are a lot of talk and not a lot of action, and every time that they've said that they're definitely going to do something this time, it just hasn't actually been what's happened. And so I think that there are more pressing issues that we should worry about as Americans that affect us domestically. And yeah, I simply don't think that Trump views his job as commander-in-chief to be beholden to foreign interests. I think that, again, in 2016 through 2020, when he was in office, he really didn't do that so much with the Israelis, besides moving an embassy, taking a photo at a wall. But he wasn't in there like George Bush, for example, like willing to put boots on the ground to destabilize the Middle East.
Yeah, we said that earlier, Wally.
And he took control of the party and realigned the positions.
I was saying that earlier because Destiny is in his element of sitting behind a computer screen and being able to yell over somebody. And it would not have Destiny interrupted a lot and didn't let John finish his points. It wouldn't have went that way if it was in person.
So that we all have to be against that. Whereas, as I mentioned earlier, prior to Trump, your level of republicanism was measured by how willingly and vocally in support of those wars you are. So I think that it's just a completely different ballgame now.
Destiny, do you have an answer to the question?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I went over to Israel for 2 weeks, and after talking to a lot of Palestinians on the ground there, I would say that Donald Trump makes me really nervous when it comes to Israel. I've never seen a more Zaghi type president. It makes me really worry that I think Donald Trump ordered that hit on Soleimani. He was the leader of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is responsible for a lot of the international meddling that goes along, inside of Israel.
No, only betas just yell constantly with no substance, Freddie.
He's supported Hezbollah, he supported the Houthis, he supported Hamas, and I kind of wonder if Donald Trump only ordered that assassination because of the $100 million that Adelson and other AIPAC donors sent to his campaign. I know Donald Trump is on record saying publicly that he is Israel's strongest supporter. I know that Donald Trump created a position in the White House and sent his son-in-law,
Well, you would know
Jared
all
Kushner,
about what
to the
sounds gay.
Middle East to negotiate peace deals for Israel. I don't know why the United States is risking itself to make peace agreements for Israel, for other countries between them and Israel. And then I know that we talk about moving the embassy and recognizing. I think it was like America. It was like one of 3 countries to do that. I thought that was really weird. And along with that, I think Trump was also willing to go along with Netanyahu when Netanyahu was talking about cutting UNRWA funding and everything to the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. And I don't think that Donald Trump did anything to hold Israel accountable for any of its behavior in the Middle East. So I think one of the things that I'm the most worried about when it comes to Donald Trump and foreign policy is he definitely comes off as kind of like an Israeli Jewish puppet. And that just makes me really nervous, I think. I'd rather have somebody like Kamala Harris, who seems to be really critical of Israel and their foreign policy, and seems to be a lot less bought and paid for by, people of the Torah.
Oh.
All right, this question's for John. Oh, thank you. All right, this question's for John. I listened to your content for the first time while I was driving over here, and I had a bunch of questions listening to it. But then you said something earlier on in the debate. Could you repeat the number you said of how much of
You could tell that's a Destiny fan because he got that Tism voice. And debate, like they can't like properly form words. They never learned to stop speaking like a 3-year-old.
Joe Biden and Kamala's cabinet has stepped down so far?
Kamala Harris had like a turnover rate for her staff that was 92%, I believe.
92%. Now, that was for Kamala or the Biden administration?
The one running for president.
So the Biden administration?
No, for Kamala Harris specifically, because we're talking about whether she has leadership capabilities. Her staff, as her vice presidential staff, had a 92% turnover rate.
Okay. And when you compare that to a 98% turnover rate for Donald Trump, including 13 members of his cabinet, what do you have to say about that?
Again, it's a completely different assumption.
Right. You know what I'm talking about? Brianna Wu had the same thing when John debated. Brianna Wu has that voice.
Donald Trump is going
okay. Wait. Hold on.
Yeah.
You can't just say, oh, it's different.
I do want to give him a chance to answer the question.
It absolutely is. What a Democrat administration is looking to do is different from what a nationalist administration is looking to do. If you're looking to hire from the swamp to fill a nationalist administration, it's going to be a lot more difficult to do that. You're going to be working with neocons, career politicians who are completely misaligned with that agenda, and they're not going to want to have their reputation stained by working for what is viewed to be an irritant by the Republican establishment. If you're Kamala Harris, you're the establishment. You have the blessing of the establishment. The DNC staged literally a coup to put you in as opposed to Joe Biden. Everything she wants to do is more or less an extension of the same political orthodoxies we've had in this country for 60 years. So to me, looking at the situation, I don't understand why anybody would want to not get to say, I worked for Vice President Harris, other than she's simply like a completely unlikable person, which makes sense too because you hear leaks about her breaking down. She's always drunk. She has to LARP these dinners prior to meeting with diplomats because she's a wreck. She's like always on Adderall, and she just seems to be a complete mess.
Like Destiny?
And so, yeah, I don't view it the same way. I would challenge you to not view it as simply, oh, Democrats this, but Republicans this. I think there's more at play going on. I think there's another axiom for how we have to view our political establishment, which is simply the establishment versus the patriots, versus nationalists, people who want to put America first, versus people who want to basically manage the decline of our country until everybody else in the world gets to pick at the bones of our civilization.
And then just real quick, the establishment is not the New York City billionaire, right?
Sorry?
So the New York City billionaire isn't part of the establishment?
I don't think the establishment's necessarily
yeah, that's what I thought.
Geographic, It doesn't have to be. It's, what do they call it? The cathedral, right?
Oh, that's what I thought. It's not a dollar amount, and it's not where you're from.
Are we talking about Kamala Harris' staff turnover? What staff are we talking about here?
Kamala's White House staff had like a 92% turnover rate.
Why would we compare Kamala Harris's staff of the Office of the Vice Presidency to somebody's cabinet?
Because she's never been the president, and so if we are trying to find a metric by which to predict her leadership capabilities, the people who are working with her every day, I think, is a worthwhile metric to explore.
Do you even know the responsibilities that the Office of the Vice Presidency has? Why would we compare the people that are working as staffers as part of that small office, as part of the executive branch, to the cabinet?
VP Harris' office sees high rate of staff turnover since beginning of term. Vice President Kamala Harris' office has had high levels of staff turnover throughout her time in office that far exceeded other high-ranking officials in the federal government. Nearly 92% of the initial staff members hired after she took office in January of 2021 have left at some point during her nearly 4 years as vice president. Only 4 of the initial 47 hires from her first year have remained employed without interruption, according to an analysis of records obtained by the Open the Books. Open the Books CEO Adam Adraszewski, sounds Polish, the national desk to discuss the issue. She turned over nearly all of her senior executive hires, so there was virtually no loyalty amongst the senior people on her staff. Only some lower level 4 people were continuously employed, he said. Fact check. True.
The top level people for your offices and departments.
If she can't bring people on to like stay with her and like write policy and little debate quips or whatever, I don't think that she would be able to keep people on in a cabinet, let alone anybody of quality who would actually do things that benefit us as opposed to what they have done, which is make us poorer, less safe, and more of a playground for the rest of the world, which is like literally what has happened and which you have not addressed.
So if Donald Trump can't maintain his personal relationships with lawyers or his staff, and he's losing all of his businesses, and he wasn't able to maintain his cabinet, what faith do we have that Donald Trump can hold on to cabinet members of the future?
Give you a chance to respond, John, and then we got to go to the next question.
Because I am aware of what is happening mechanically with Trump's next administration, and that inspires confidence.
It's a non-answer. It doesn't mean anything.
We'll go to the next question.
John, I wanted to confirm before I ask, are you Catholic?
Yes.
So you talk a lot about assimilation. People from the wrong countries can't really come here to assimilate into our culture.
Sure.
But Catholics were widely rejected for a long time, so I was wondering how you kind of justify
More
those two
DGG
things.
voice.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Catholic. I believe in Catholic theology, but I don't necessarily mean or think that that means that we have to open the world to anybody who's Catholic. I mean, Haiti, for example, I keep mentioning, is 52% Catholic. That's more than twice as Catholic as America is. I think that the biggest challenge to Christian anthropology.
Right, but their version of Catholicism in Haiti, he talked about this in his immigration video that he just released a day or two ago. Their version of Catholicism is drastically different than the rest of the world's version because it's highly influenced by voodoo, and they have to constantly be implementing different stop losses and barriers to prevent voodoo ideology from taking hold in their Catholic churches. The third world's Catholic churches are not the same as like European or American Catholic churches. It's not. They lose some of the tradition, and they do things to try to stop that, but it doesn't work.
Is that a lot of people who claim to be Christians or to be Catholics are not viewing that in the same way that European Christians view it. And so I don't think it's enough to say these people can come into the country because they are Catholic, like a lot of people in Latin America, for example, because if you look at how they vote, how they express their religious values politically, they are still voting overwhelmingly for Democrats, which are a party that literally celebrates a repudiation of those values. I mean, at the DNC, they had a truck that was giving out circumcisions and like birth control and all sorts of things like that, which if you're a Catholic, I mean, you cannot support that in any capacity, but for some reason, these demographics which are coming here from these countries which are supposedly so Catholic are more in alignment with the Democrat Party than they are with the Republican Party. I think it's something like 51% of white Catholics are supporting Trump, 61% of Hispanic Catholics are supporting Harris. Someone's wrong there. Someone is directionally incorrect there. And so I don't view it to say, you can't come into the country because it's just, I see it for what it is. It's not necessarily a religious thing, I don't think. It's more of how that actually manifests with what we see and what's going on. And I think there have been plenty of popes and saints who have expressed similar sentiments to my own.
Wait, hold on. If Catholicism is the important part here, wouldn't the Pope being pro-immigrant, the Pope who's made statements saying that we need to accept migrants more, wouldn't this be something as a Catholic that's probably the most important thing for you to accept in your life as well?
No, I mean, if you want me to Pope-splain, we can Pope-splain, but I don't think that's true.
Okay, that's fine if you want to Pope-splain.
Because he's made statements,
then, right? Because the Pope is the head of the Catholic Church, and if you want to betray or if you want to fight against any statements on morality or faith, of which the Pope in the Catholic teachings has infallibility when he speaks on matters
Destiny
of faith.
was also
right?
raised
you know this,
Catholic.
Yes, faith or morality.
Yes, the Pope
how could you possibly call yourself a Catholic?
Because the Pope will say one day that we should, not turn away the poor and we should take care of them. Then he will say other days, countries can have borders, they can enforce immigration policies. It simply depends on which statement of his you want to take, depending upon.
Right. The Pope said, the Pope did the thing where they said they were gonna, I forget the word, but they were gonna acknowledge gay marriages, basically. And then a couple months later, the Pope said, we need to stop wearing all this pink because I believe the word he used was Italian or Latin, fogatio. Fogatio. He said we need to stop wearing all this pink because we're looking a little too fogatio. Which if you've ever watched The Sopranos, you know what fogatio means. It means that word that means bundle of sticks.
On which day. So I don't think that my view on immigration is misaligned with the church teaching or the teaching from Pope Francis.
That's pretty heretical to me. I don't know.
I was more concerned with like Catholics that are already here renouncing their faith to become more like Protestant America that was founded. You talked about going back to America's roots.
What up,
so
King
renouncing
Blackout?
Catholics that are already here renouncing their faith.
I don't renounce Catholics who are here.
Okay.
If that's, yeah.
First of all, thanks guys for deciding to hold this debate at the very best of the Big Ten campuses. My question is addressed to both of you. Given the significant conflicts happening across the globe, foreign policy wonks are worried that China is going to inevitably invade Taiwan. And if this does end up happening, what makes your respective candidates best equipped to handle this conflict?
Well, is that a real question? Yeah, Destiny, you might want to.
I thought that we were gonna say.
Yeah, you might want to ask Destiny that.
Tell me what to do.
Who's going first?
We'll start with John.
Okay. I simply don't think that if Trump is in office,
It's not gonna happen. God, why are the ads so loud? Yeah, that's not gonna happen if Trump's in office. Destiny, if he says that Kamal is going to handle a war with Taiwan, with China, Russia, and all of the Middle East at the same time, okay, good luck.
existing to the extent that it does now when Biden's in office. I think that there have been foreign policy failures under the Biden administration, which essentially put up a flag letting other countries know that we are in a state of relative weakness and they can act more in accordance with their interests because they don't have to worry about America stepping up to the plate to defend their allies the way that they would under a Trump administration, for example. I mean, you look at what's going on in Israel, look at what's going on between Ukraine and Russia. I mean, you could see something maybe pop off, probably not within this timeline because we're like, what, a month out from the election, but I don't think that China would try to do something like that under a Trump presidency. I just simply don't.
I mean, if you look at the foreign policy disposition of this country right now, I think that somebody like Donald Trump is your greatest hope if you're China. Donald Trump has no ability to mobilize the United States to have any kind of coherent foreign policy vision because I think Donald Trump lacks an overall vision for America. I think when you look at the broad picture between Harris and Trump, and I'll speak of it abstractly, since that's the only thing the conservative has done in this debate, on an abstract level, the problem with Trump is that he doesn't really have a vision for the United States because he has no understanding of history, he has no understanding of geopolitics, he has no understanding of the larger structures at play, meaning he doesn't know why America is the foreign policy leader or where American hegemonic dominance comes from. He doesn't know what NATO is or what it's for. He thinks there's probably a NATO army that everybody pays money towards that America was getting ripped off for. That's the extent he knows about it. And Donald Trump doesn't see where America fits in internationally into the world order, that America should be maintaining peace and stability across especially Europe, if not other parts of the world. So when Donald Trump comes into office, you know, we get these empty platitudes again, like, oh, well, under Donald Trump, these things would never happen. Which things? Because Bashar al-Assad continued to gas his citizens. That's why Trump bombed the airport. Iran attacked Saudi Arabia. That's why Trump went after Soleimani. Russia remained in Crimea. They didn't retreat at all there. They continued to fund the civil war in the Donbass. So this idea that like people wouldn't do things under Donald Trump is just nonsense. It just shows that you either don't know history, you don't know the history of 2016 to 2020, or you're more likely you're being malicious and you're just lying and trying to present something in a disingenuous way to try to run away from all of Trump's failures. I would much rather have somebody with a coherent vision for where America sits at in the world, and I think everybody else would fear and respect this more, rather than Donald Trump that comes off like a schizophrenic chihuahua who is only nice to people that, you know, pet him last.
Thank you.
So my question is for Stephen and maybe John as well, because I hope he'd be against foreign interference. Given recent controversy around certain figures on the right, like Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, and possibly more to soon be uncovered, receiving Russian money for their coverage, I wanted to ask, are there any reforms you would support to stem anti-American?
It was a NATO summit, not a UN summit. The one with Trump at the table, it was a NATO summit.
So I'll go from less extreme to more extreme. I think the least extreme that I think should be proposed to Congress that I think people should genuinely support is if you are any major media player, whether you're alternative media or mainstream media, you should have to disclose who your funding sources are from. Whether that means to the federal government or some third-party organization or even publicly, I don't know what that looks like, but there has to be some sort of disclosure going on, I think. I think that's number one. For a more extreme version, I think that any large social media account that is reporting on or commentating on domestic politics in the United States, that account should be unmasked. Or at the very least, we should know the nationality of that account. I think that every single American citizen has a compelling interest to know. I think it would be very interesting to see if, say, the top 10 Democrat accounts, you found out that 9 of them were Chinese, or if the top 10 conservative media accounts, you found out that 9 of them were Russian. I think that people would want to know that. I think it would benefit all of us, and I think it would do a greater service to the concept of freedom of speech and open discourse and open dialogue, rather than having a bunch of people operating under these anonymous masks, taking money from foreign dictators, and trying to screw with our media environment in order to push forth, essentially the destruction of this country.
I would agree with a lot of that. I would not agree with any measure that seeks to reduce the availability of anonymous accounts to people on the internet. I think that Twitter is the only place where free speech really exists right now on the internet, and there's certainly a lot of very, very influential Twitter accounts who've done a lot to move the conversation politically, especially on the right. And so I would not support any measure that seeks to unmask them, because these people have jobs and families, and as we've seen, when they dox people, they arrest them for memes such as Ricky Vaughn.
Sorry, I'm looking at this video right now. Trump's dominant handshake. Yo, hold on. Do you have a link to this video? Just go to just search modern day debate. Modern day debate. Just go to Modern Day Debate, and it's their most recent stream. Or just type in John Doyle and Destiny debate. This is so funny. This is taking office. Mr. Trump's forceful greeting has made a headline. He shook this guy's hand for 19 seconds, and they're like scared to let go, and he's a crushing grip. This music's probably copyright from Telegraph. He dominates handshakes by pulling people into the greeting. You got a limp wrist, he just yanks you over. Get over here. Get closer to me when you shake my hand. He's known to employ a forceful pat. Pats him on the hand. And then the Telegraph says Justin Trudeau is the only one to overcome the handshake. One of the few people to conquer the Trump handshake. Look at Trudeau's hand. Look at this limp-wristed ass handshake from Trudeau. Trump is firmly grasping it. And Trudeau's kind of just like, It was a quick handshake because Trump was like, your hands are clammy. Trump doesn't like bacteria and germs. Would you debate Destiny? Yeah, I don't care. But the bone-crunching yank shape is hard to escape. This video is funny. Get him. Pull him in. That's how a man shakes a hand. Okay.
You have instances where these things can get pretty ugly pretty quickly. So I wouldn't support that. I also would maybe just add an asterisk. I don't really like the idea of thinking that foreign money in politics is like
easy
the worst
money
thing ever. Not because I support foreign money in politics, but because I don't want people to become under the impression that that is the problem in itself. That there's not a lot of American money that funnels through this country,
go on
which
Destiny's
is not
stream,
itself
it'll be cinema.
problematic and acting against the interests of American.
Destiny's pretty big. He said recently that he doesn't want to talk to conservatives unless they have a big audience. So as you can see, I don't really have a big audience.
People, because there's plenty of that. So I don't think it's enough to say foreign money.
I'm in his, I think I'm in the, I don't really go on Reddit, but I think I'm in the DGG Reddit. I watch his stream and go in his stream all the time. Not so much lately since he's kind of gone off the rails about Trump. And some of the stuff he said about the Trump assassination, I was like vouching for Destiny to my audience and to other conservatives. I was like, yo, Destiny, you know, he's a liberal. And then when they said all the cuck stuff, I was like, okay, whatever. But I was like, you know, Destiny shows both sides of the argument and he's pretty fair. And as far as people on the left go, I have more respect for him than any of the other lefties. But since this Trump assassination stuff some of the stuff he said about that, like, that's some trashy stuff. Like that's just a garbage human being. And I don't know. I don't know why lately he's kind of gone off the rails and I've kind of lost. I didn't agree with him, but I respected him, and now I've lost a lot of respect to him, for him, because of just this losing his mind over this January 6th stuff and then the Trump assassination stuff. Like, maybe it's just because elections are getting close, but he's really gone off the rails with some of this stuff. And I don't know, but he said recently he doesn't want to talk to any conservatives anymore unless he's always been an edgy internet shitlord. You can be whatever you want here. You should check out his Discord if you like debate. I don't think I'm in his Discord. I'm in the DGG Reddit, but I don't post there. I just go there to read what people are saying sometimes. I like to keep my fingers on the pulse of the liberals, even though they're dead inside. I'm checking for a pulse and I just can't seem to find one.
Money is bad. You have to sort of, I think, go a little bit further and say any money that acts against the interests of the American people is bad and should be punished.
If you're opposed to the doxing, does that mean you disavow libs of TikTok? Because that's an account that frequently and regularly doxes.
It was pretty abhorrent. It wasn't fake electors. Those are backup electors. There's always backup electors in an election. That's always an option. And that's an option that you can try to exhaust if you feel that the election was stolen. That's always an available option. And it didn't work, so he left. I mean, he tried to use every avenue that he could use. It didn't work, and he left.
Doxes people that have political views that they disagree with?
Libs of TikTok? If I disavow them? No, I don't disavow them.
Okay, so then you don't care about doxing. That was a total lie.
No, they dox.
When you say that X is an open platform for freedom of speech, what do you feel about the J.D. Vance dossier?
Hold on, I missed. I was talking to chat. I missed what they're talking about. What did Libs of TikTok do?
The interest of the American people is bad and should be punished.
If you're opposed to the doxing, does that mean you disavow libs of TikTok? Because that's an account that frequently and regularly doxes people that have political views that they disagree with?
I wonder what he means by doxing. I don't know about this. I don't do a whole lot of stuff on X, but I do follow Libs of TikTok. As far as I know, Libs of TikTok is just reposting videos that liberals post and bringing them to a bigger audience, you know, albeit a more conservative audience so that they get roasted. But it brings light to these people who are openly posting this stuff on the internet. Is that doxing? Maybe there's something I don't know about where they are doxing people, but sharing a video that you publicly shared is not doxing. Even if it leads to some negative attention that you didn't want, that's not doxing. But maybe I don't know. Maybe there's something I don't know about that.
Libs of TikTok?
I'll look into it.
If I disavow them, no, I don't disavow them.
Okay, so then you don't care about doxing. That was a total lie.
No, they
When you
doxed.
say that X is an open platform for freedom of speech, what do you feel about the J.D. Vance dossier that has been stripped from
The one
X,
that had
which
his
was
social
without a
security
parental
number?
implementation?
And I don't support disavowing libs of TikTok because they dox evil people who are going after exactly the kind of people.
Okay, so I see two articles that I'm interested in here, The Atlantic and NBC. NBC says, the headline from NBC says, why the doxing of libs of TikTok creator is justified. So NBC seems to be justifying doxing the libs of TikTok creator. There's a proper term for what happened to the libs of TikTok creator. It's not doxing. The correct word is accountability. And someone targeting others in a hateful way by reposting what they post and cowering behind a screen shouldn't be allowed to avoid it. Okay, so, and also I'm against internet anonymity. People who know me already know that, but so they basically outed, because libs of TikTok used to be basically anonymous. Nobody knew who it was. And then they doxed her. Well, I don't know if they doxed her, but they showed who she is. And also, yeah, I do think we take this word dox too far sometimes. Like, if you've said your name on your stream before, and then you come on my stream under a pseudonym, and I say your real name, and I've heard you say it on your stream before, I'm not doxing you. Washington Post Internet Culture reported Taylor Lorenz came under fire for revealing the identity of a woman who has been cowering behind her computer screen to share anti-LGBT content anonymously. The woman, Chaya Raichik, is, according to the Post, responsible for libs of TikTok. Well, since then, she's been on Piers Morgan, so it was probably actually a blessing. It's an influential account that has more than 600,000 Twitter followers. Suspended on TikTok for violating community guidelines, has been amplified by public figures like Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, Glenn Greenwald, Meghan McCain. The account has called for teachers to come to the students fired on the spot. Called people to confront the traditional gender identities. Blah, 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 blah. Many reasons it's inappropriate to publicly expose a person's private information, a practice known in the internet parlance as doxing. This isn't one of them. Let me be clear, doxing can be dangerous or even deadly. There are many people who should be able to share information anonymously online, for example, to document their experiences, transgender people. If my voice sounds nasally, guys, it's because I have a bit of a cold still, which I've had for like a week. And so I'm still sniffly. She was doxing other people and they doxed her back. Yeah, what do you mean? But what do you mean she was doxing other people? Was she putting their address out, or was she just sharing their videos? Like, if you're not sharing your identity online and you're an anonymous account and you're just sharing public videos that other people have posted publicly, and then they come out and put your face and your name out, those are two different things. But if she was sharing people's addresses and stuff, then I think that's a problem. I would disavow that. But I also don't think, I'm not pro internet anonymity. I don't like people who hide behind a fake name and a anime picture, you know? Doxing means whatever you want it to. The word once defined, this is from the Atlantic. The word once defined a category of behaviors, now it expresses an emotion. That's true. Twitter account Libs of TikTok has gained a significant influence by posting TikTok videos of LGBTQ teachers and suggesting that they may be guilty of grooming or other forms of sexual predation. Reporter Taylor Lorenz identified a pseudonym behind Liz's Brooklyn real estate salesperson Chaya Raichik. Raichik's identity is in the public interest given the account's political goals. It was also easily discovered via the domain registration website. Yet as soon as the story was published, libs of TikTok and its right-wing fans, including Trump-endorsed Senate candidate from Ohio, J.D. Vance, began tweeting and accusing Lorenz of doxing. Known hypocrite who is known to dox people. Internet is a powerful machine of twisting the media of language. New word gets pushed through various subcultures that is use it for their own purpose, then on broader audiences that will use it whichever way they first hear it. Doxing is a special example in that it originally referred to somewhat specific, dangerous, and unethical behavior, dropping documents. Doxing, dropping documents. That's where it comes from? Huh. Making private information public and calling it unfriendly attention to it. By naming that behavior in the world, they're not going to let me keep reading it. They want me to pay them. I'm not paying you, Atlantic. I don't know. I don't know enough about this. I'm a liberal and a Destiny fan. That's how I found my way here. I know whenever I put Destiny in the title of my videos, I always get some Destiny people coming over.
People who I'm speaking about, so it's a completely different
There's that
thing.
good fascist authoritarian speech. That's what I like. Right. As long as they're evil people, there are no bad tactics, only bad targets.
Yes, these are people who want to mutilate the genitals of children. These are bad people. They have to go.
Check one. Let's see. We'll just have to speak. There it is. Okay. Do you have a quick rebuttal?
No, I think both answers spoke for themselves.
Thank you very much. And then this is actually going to be our last question that we can take.
You see, guys, I'm not some crazy authoritarian who just bans everybody. People say I get too ban happy. I only get ban happy if you're a troll who comes in with a whole bunch of different accounts and is just trolling and just being dumb and annoying, or you're saying something that is TOS, or if I've known you for a long time and I'm just tired of it. Sometimes I'll ban Dean, because I've known Dean for years, and sometimes he gets a little weird and he needs to just go away for a little while. He needs to just sit out for a little while. But Odd just seems all right. Odd just seems chill for a liberal. You're all right for a liberal. Only ban William. No, we love William.
Hi, I have a question for.
I gotta
John
pee.
Doyle.
You guys watch this.
Previously stated that many
Hold on, I want to hear.
immigrants that came over in 1960 were from countries who are culturally incompatible with the United States. Both my roommates in Penn State are actually first-generation immigrants. One of which is from Trinidad and Tobago, the other which is from Nigeria, who was actually personally subject to the Trump Muslim ban in 2016. Both of these men are graduating in the springtime and will be serving in the U.S. Army after they finish their ROTC vows. So these two Americans, because they're both American citizens, are they any less American than you, John Doyle, despite their vow to fight and die for this country?
Well, it's a great question. I think I would first say that we don't make policy based on the exception. We should make it, when we do make it, based on what tends to happen. And your friends are obviously exceptions, but if we let in, say, 1 million people from their respective countries of origin, you would not see that same result. And so I don't think it's a question of whether or not they are just as American as I am, because if they're expressing similar sentiments, I mean, for all intents and purposes, the way that you would, I guess, measure our patriotism or something would more or less be equal. The problem is, when you open up the gates to people from those countries, you don't see the same thing. So am I more American than your friends because they just got here and my ancestors have been here since 1701? I could see an argument for that, but I'm a nice guy, so I like to be inclusive. However, since they're willing to, sacrifice for this country, maybe we would make an exception. But again, we don't like to make exceptions. We want to go based on what tends to happen. And what tends to happen is that when you allow for demographics who are coming from countries that are more alien to the United States, they tend to express their political sentiment in ways which are disadvantageous to Native Americans, to people who built this country, and I can't support that as a patriot.
Is there a single white European country whose immigrants vote conservatively?
Repeat that?
Is there a single white European country whose immigrants come over here and vote for conservatives? Just one?
Not by majority, but if you still
so
look
that
at
means
like
that you would be opposed to all immigrants?
Sure. I'm saying that, like I said earlier, if you're looking at data of
You said what you said earlier was you don't want anybody coming over. You don't want to talk about the exception. You want to talk about the rule. And the rule is what we have to look at what people do in the aggregate. And statistically speaking, because you keep making this like white person reference, which is by the way, a very American. I don't know what you'd say, race thing to do.
Did he say
people that
white?
Don't have clear ancestry because they're just American. Is you have this weird fascination with white Europeans, like they would come over here and vote conservatives. I know a lot of people from France, from Sweden, from Norway. You think these people come to the United States? These are the whitest motherfuckers in the world. Do you think these people are coming to the United States and voting for Trump? No, and you just admitted it. So you would ban all immigrants because there's no immigrant group, except for Cubans, I guess, unfortunately for you, I guess, that actually come over here and vote for the horrible party that you're a part of. So why not just say I want to ban all immigration?
Right. I mean, as I've said tonight, and as I've said for 5 years, I don't support immigration. I want an immigration moratorium. When we're talking about historical immigration trends, the demographics which have become more assimilated in the sense that they express their political desires by voting for the party which wants to conserve America are groups that have deeper roots in this country. Germans, Scots-Irish, groups like that, WASPs. These are groups which express what they want the future to look like by aligning themselves more in accordance with the party which seeks to conserve it. And these other groups which, they come to America in 2024.
Yo, these were. Oh my God, these ads are so loud. I haven't heard him say white the whole time. Maybe he said it while I was in the bathroom, but he just said WASP, which is white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. But that's the first reference I've heard him make specifically to white people. Now he said European, but generally I think he says Christian European types, which I don't even like damn Europeans. Right? I'm xenophobic. No, I'm kidding. Some Europeans are all right, I guess. I don't even know what I am. I think I'm German, eh? I don't even know where I'm from. I think I'm German.
Necessarily to hop on the Trump train, but if you're talking about historical immigration patterns.
I'm Floridian. I'm a third generation Floridian American.
That is definitely true.
I can give you a quick rebuttal.
How can you say? I don't understand how you can say when you want to conserve America when you want to go back to other times that you're just arbitrarily choosing. Like when you say, for instance, you say, well, the Irish have a deep history in America. Irish and Italians, when they came over through Ellis Island, didn't have as deep of a history in the United States. In fact, they formed a lot of ghettos and they formed a lot of in-groups, and a lot of people that were native in the United States didn't like those people either. So where are you drawing the line at when you talk about conserving America?
I want to give John a response, and then I'll go to the next question.
Irish and Italians have assimilated into this country. The only thing that would differ.
How much is left of this? We got about 20 minutes left. I'm going to put a poll in the chat to see what we're going to do next. How do I do a poll? I never do polls. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. Create a poll. What do we do next? Create a poll. How do I... Oh, right here. What do we do after debate? Options. Yes or no? Add an option. No, wait. Option 1, watch Gavin and Milo Kamala roast. Option 2, Discord panel. Discord open panel. Option 3, Resident Evil 7. Start the poll.
Differentiate them would be maybe a St. Patrick's Day celebration or a pasta night, but if you look at how they manifest themselves, they are more or less.
Some video games, a lot of times if I'm doing a gaming stream, we can have the Discord open and do the panel while we play the game. But I don't want to do that with Resident Evil because it's going to kill the ambiance. Like we need the ambiance. We need the jump scares. We need to focus on the story. It's a story-driven game. It's a I don't want to be in Discord arguing with people while I'm playing Resident Evil 7. So it's one or the other. Yeah, 60% Resident Evil 7 already?
Assimilated without, meaningful difference.
Also, if I do the Resident Evil 7 stream, I'm going to end this stream and I'm going to start another Resident Evil 7 stream. So I'll try to redirect you. I don't know how I redirect to my own stream because I can't have both streams going at the same time, right? So how am I going to redirect you? I'll try to figure it out, but
Other groups don't exactly express that, even if they've been here for 2 or 3 generations, like you see with Chinamen. So.
All right,
Wait,
I'm
can
going
I
to
ask
give you
one
a
more
quick.
question?
I hate to do
who do you
this,
think had a more
Stephen.
extensive? Wait, just one quick
Stephen,
question for him. Who do you
if
think had a
it's-
more extensive operation in the United States, MS-13 or the Mafia?
What was it? Who has more roots in the United States?
Who had a more extensive criminal enterprise operation in the United States, MS-13 or the Mafia?
And the Mafia existed a long time. MS-13 has only been a problem in this country for the last 10, 15, 20 years. So I don't think that you can equate that, especially if we're talking about a 2024 presidential election.
I want to give you a quick rebuttal.
All right, I just want to say that I'm from Erie County. It's a county known for having a high asylum seeker population. For example, my grandparents live next to Syrian refugees who were personally tortured by the Assad regime. And when I speak to these people who've immigrated to America and they sing its praises, they have personally made me more prouder to be American than you have, John Doyle.
Oh, wow. A lot of Destiny
Do
fans
want
in the
to
audience.
remind you folks, we are looking for questions rather than we're looking for questions more than
Right,
statements.
that wasn't a
Next
question,
gentleman.
buddy.
Hello. Oh, that guy's really proud of himself. I'd just like to say, I'd like to ask a question to specifically John Doyle first. So I heard you say something about, what is it, theater-occupied government earlier.
True.
Could you maybe elaborate on that?
It's just there's a joke on the internet, and it's just a joke. It's obviously not real, where people throw around this term ZOG, Zionist-occupied government, which is a way of describing the way our government functions. I amended that to theater kid-occupied government because I think it's a more accurate way of sort of assessing the type of person who works in government, who works in D.C. And I think that's true. I think I can stand by that. It's essentially to say the type of person who gets involved in politics nowadays, working in D.C. as a staffer, as a policymaker, or whatever.
They're
These
theater
tend to be
kids.
people who are very sort of
The camera.
interested in
Yeah, okay,
whatever
thank you.
status working in D.C. can offer to them. They themselves are not necessarily exceptional and accomplished. These are people who strive to become policymakers who work in D.C. They will starve them. I mean, if anyone here knows people working in D.C. with these kinds of jobs, they're not making very much money, they don't eat very well, and they're pretty much miserable, very anxious all the time, but they enjoy working in D.C. because they like being able to go back and report something home for Thanksgiving. And so I think that that is a focus of getting involved in politics that is not necessarily to make meaningful change, but rather because they simply enjoy the feeling that it brings them. Sort of like someone who is performing like a theater kid, for example, and you look to when they make their little TikToks and they're dancing around, it reminds one of the experience in high school that maybe we have had with theater kids. And so I sort of saw it and could not unsee it, and I still think that that's a pretty accurate way to describe those kinds of people.
Yeah, so you're basically describing like a government full of like SGA kids, pretty much.
SGA kids?
Yeah, like Student Government Association.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are the kids, they wear the suits to school, like the Model UN, debate bro kinds of
Oh, yeah,
kids, and it's
debate
like,
bro.
people who tend to get involved in politics, I think, to make change will do it because it's the right thing to do, not because they want to LARP and dress up and wear a suit to school and get in debates with their teacher about, nerdy policy things like that. So.
Just because we want to squeeze as many more questions, unless you got a rebuttal.
Oh, no. Do I have time to make another question or just like a small one?
I want to move to as many people as possible.
That's okay.
I'm
That's
sorry to
okay.
do that to you.
That's okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, so when you were up, you were saying things that like describe a great leader, right? And you were talking about things like the ability for Trump to take over the Republican Party, right?
Sure.
And what would make him even better is if he was
No.
like able to step on the Democrats and pass things through. Well, despite him having both houses and, like you said, control the Republican Party, he wasn't able to get things done. So then now my
I actually thought the same thing when he said that. I was like, I wonder, seems like you would have been that kid in school, but no, that's not John. John is a Chad at school. He doesn't always wear suits.
question is, right, when you are so willing, right, for him to use authoritarian like executive actions,
Yeah.
That camera,
and willing to
bro.
ignore things like
That camera is fucking with my eyes. Every time they cut to that camera, I think somebody like tripped on the cord or something, and their freaking what's it called, stabilizer is messed up or something. Because every time they cut to that camera, it's like shaky cam, and it's tripping me out. It's making my eyes bounce.
34 felonies, and an indictment for January 6th. Do you see how it could be like you're in favor of more of a Haitian president than an American president as a resident Haitian?
This one.
Are you implying that residents from Haiti are more likely to be criminal than American
See, they didn't
residents?
fix it yet.
Oh, well, if you look at the
Okay,
history of Haiti,
it's done now.
I said Haitian president, one who acts like a
corrupt and
president
more
but is
authoritarian.
actually just an authoritarian.
Right. Well, I don't know. I think that people use the word authoritarian to mean something that's like scary. George
Right.
Bush, Barack Obama, any of these guys could be argued to be authoritarian. Donald Trump using constitution.
Also, people don't understand the political compass. They just see things as a two-dimensional left and right. Like, you have to add the economic scale into it, and you have to have it. Well, it's not three. It's still two-dimensional, but you need to add a X and a Y axis. And there are authoritarian lefties. Like, there are authoritarian communists. There's authoritarian right, and there's authoritarian left. I've jokingly said I'm an authoritarian. Well, I am more authoritarian than most conservatives, but it doesn't mean I'm some extreme dictator authoritarian guy. It just means I'm a little more authoritarian because I think the church should have more power over the government. And people have called me a communist because I said I was authoritarian. And it's like, no. Just because most of the authoritarians you've heard of were on the left, other than arguably Mussolini and Hitler, and that's arguable because I could say Hitler is probably slightly left of center. But there's good arguments that he's right of center. He's on the right. Most people would think that he's on the right. I think he's slightly left of center, unless you consider things like racism a right-wing ideal, which it isn't. But anyway, Hitler and Mussolini, fascism. I mean, I think Mussolini was a lefty too. Even though they say that he's right-wing, he was into fashion. His freaking fascist is a synonym for that fascist means bundle of sticks. A bundle of sticks. The bundle is stronger. The idea is one stick alone, you can snap it. When you put a stick in a bundle, you can no longer snap it. So it's stronger. The stick is stronger when it's in a bundle of sticks. But what else kind of sounds like fascist, but also means bundle of sticks? Fascist is synonymous with the other word that I can't say on YouTube. And they sound similar. And that's more of a left-wing idea. And Mussolini was very into fashion, which sounds like fascist. Coincidence? I think not. So, why do you think Hitler was more lefty? Well, Nazis means National Socialist. So nationalism is usually typically more right-wing, but socialism is more left-wing. He was an artist. He was a painter. This is more typically a left-leaning idea. There's a lot of arguments for why Hitler was actually a lefty, especially in his early life. Maybe later when the power went to his head, maybe he started to lean more right. The arguments for why he was right-wing is just because people think that racism is inherently a right-wing ideal, and it's not. But that's the argument, because he wanted to kill all the Jays. They'll say ethnic cleansing and stuff like that is a right-wing idea, a very nationalist idea, which is more right-wing. But as Candace Owens got a lot of backlash for saying Hitler was more of an imperialist than a nationalist. But imperialism is the dangerous end to capitalism. There's a book called Imperialism, The Ultimate Ends to Capitalism, or something like that. When you get to very extreme capitalism, you end up getting to oligarchies and monopolies and imperialism, which is more of a that's kind of a right-wing thing. But Hitler was also a socialist. It was a different kind of socialism. So there's arguments for both sides. There's arguments for both. And I don't think he was extreme left. He wasn't a communist. I just think he was slightly left of center, very far north, very authoritarian, extreme authoritarian. Any of the extremes, any of the outliers on the outer edge of the political compass are not good. Whether you're extreme anarchist, extreme capitalist, extreme authoritarian, or extreme communist, those are all bad. Also, true center does not exist. Those people you've got to be brain dead to be a true centrist. Your brain doesn't work. You have no opinions. You have no thoughts. You stand for nothing. If you're a true centrist, I don't think there's really a true centrist. Or if there are true centrists, they're just as crazy as the extreme outliers. Most people are going to fall somewhere in that middle ring. Anyway, go back and watch the political compass video, Dean, that I did. I think I talked about, you were probably in the chat when I talked about it, so you're always in my chat, so I know you've heard me talk about this before. William's back, Wicked Wally's back. How come I can't see the full poll? I don't want to click on it because I don't want to vote. I don't want to vote for. Oh, there we go. Ooh, Resident Evil and Discord open panel are tied. We're going to need one more vote. We're leaving the poll up to the end of this. I'm sure it ends before.
Permitted actions to advance his legislative agenda, I don't think is necessarily like authoritarian bad guy kinds of behavior. And
yeah, Dean, true center, a true centrist, pure centrist, dead in the center, you'd have to be brain dead because that means
I do think that he's fundamentally in a better position to govern as president than he was 4 years ago. Because from day one, you had Paul Ryan's Congress that was acting to impede everything he did. You had John McCain, who famously withheld his vote so that Obamacare could not be repealed. You had all these remnants of the Republican establishment who would rather act in ways that they supposedly were supposed to not do, that they were professing support of, if it meant kneecapping Donald Trump's success. Now these people are absent. You look at who was not at the RNC: Paul Ryan, Mike Pence, former Speaker McCarthy. These people were absent from the RNC because they understand that this is not a party that is going to house them anymore. This is a party that is becoming slowly but surely a party that can actually reflect the will of its voters. And so, I have complete confidence in Trump's ability to do that in 2024.
What kind of job do you work where somebody's going to ask you about Lebanon? I just hope you don't have a pager.
So then I would then ask, would there be any willingness to work with the other side, or do you believe it's just going to be violence? If so, how do you plan to remedy the situation? How do you plan to work with the other side if you don't believe in working with the other side?
I don't think that the issues which...
I've never beat Resident Evil 4. I've never played Resident Evil 4. 4, 5, 7, and 8. And I love Resident Evil games. So next, Resident Evil 8 is only $8 right now too. So I might do 8 next just because I'm playing 7 now. So I might do 8 next. But then after that, I want to play 4 and 5. But I know, 4, 5, and 6, I didn't like 6. I 100% completed 6. And I know 4 is when they started doing that more of a action shooter than a survival horror game. That's why I wanted to play 7 first, because it's Halloween time and I wanted to play like a more of a traditional survival horror game instead of a shooter. So I will eventually get to 4 and 5, but for some reason I can't find the remake on Steam. I only see the classic. It's like I don't know if it's the right thing, but I found Resident Evil 4 on Steam says remastered, but it still looks old. Didn't they do a remake where it's like all new graphics and stuff? I want to play that one, but I can't find it on Steam. I don't know if it's on PC.
we support are actually issues which the other side disagrees with. For example, until Donald Trump, there were a lot of issues that were famously left-wing issues. Things like being anti-war was famously a left-wing issue. Things like protectionism was actually more of a left-wing thing because
you don't gotta donate to be my biggest
free
fan.
trade because it was supposed to like lower the price of orange juice by 30 cents or something like that. Donald Trump managed to actually realign the party such that now the Republican Party is the party of not wanting to get involved in foreign conflicts, of wanting things like bringing back manufacturing to this country, to this state specifically. And so I don't think that Democrats actually are opposed to this in the way that.
And for the Resident Evil voters, just so you know, if we do the Discord panel, that doesn't mean we're not going to play Resident Evil 7 later. We got all night, so we will eventually get to it. So maybe you want to change your vote to the panel. We can do the panel for a little while. And I don't know. If nobody goes to the panel, I don't know. Maybe we can do all of this tonight. But once I start Resident Evil 7, that's what I'm doing for the rest of the night. So maybe you want to change your vote, and we could do Resident Evil 7 later and do the other stuff first.
That they think they are. If you look at the issues which tend to pull higher for Democrats for this election,
I don't know if you're able to
issues
change
like
the
apparently
vote.
Republicans are so focused on issues like democracy, issues like climate change, things like that, which are not frankly what people are thinking about when they're at the grocery store. And so I certainly have no intention of not working with the other side. My experience as a Republican, and I think that most Republicans can corroborate this, is that it's actually the opposite, where we are told that if we are not willing to go along with things, if we are not willing
All of
to
the above.
limit ourselves to staying to the left of John McCain, then we are somehow threats to democracy, and we are going to end America, which Donald Trump was in office for 4 years. Everything was more or less fine. So I'm not worried about that. I don't think it would ever be
Kane.
violent.
Danity Kane?
Wait, am I allowed to answer part of the question?
No.
First of all,
My
authoritarian
name is
not
John, and I have a
one.
question for Steven. It's the really only question that should be asked at an event like this, and this is gonna seem like a troll, but it's not. I just can't believe that it's true, so correct me if it's not, that you sat in a room or a corner of a room, very much like the one you're sitting in now, and just watched many other men plow the ever-living fuck out of your wife.
All right, get it. All right, move over. We want to keep it on task. So.
Oh no!
Do you think for guys like that, do you think that they come before they come
all
up and ask a question, or do you think he's like edging himself until he gets it all out?
We're ready for your question.
Sorry. This is a question on behalf of a friend.
See, I don't think even John was not happy about that. John has now debated Hunter Avalon and Destiny on Uncensored America. He's the cuck destroyer.
Both of you. In the last couple months, there have been 2 assassination attempts on Trump with guns. There was a school shooting recently as well, so gun violence issues seem to prop up pretty frequently. Do you guys think there's a gun violence problem in this country? And if so, what policies would you like to see
Gun violence
implemented
isn't a
under
thing.
the
Guns are
administration's
inanimate
favor?
objects. They don't commit violence.
I absolutely think that's the case. I think that every time you see one of these instances, whether it's assassination attempts or whether they are shootings at schools, mass acts of violence, you notice the FBI always has these people on their radar. And for some reason, there's a failure to execute, making sure that these people are not being able to actually carry out these acts. So I think that there's something odd going on there. And I think that if you actually wanted to solve gun violence, you would have an FBI that is doing its job properly, which it could. It just simply chooses not to follow up on these things for whatever reason. And
See, I couldn't even answer this question like this. I agree with what he's saying, but as soon as I hear gun violence, I'm like, oh, I'm talking to a libtard. Like, gun violence, it's redundant. It doesn't even make sense. Guns are inanimate objects. If nobody touches a gun, it's person violence. People do violence. It's not a gun. The gun can't do violence. It doesn't just magically jump up and start killing people. Automobile violence. If there's a car accident, it's automobile violence. It's dumb.
I think that you would enforce laws in inner cities where virtually all of the gun violence happens in the day-to-day level. I mean, you see these isolated instances where you have individuals going into public places or attempting to assassinate future presidents, and you look at that and you're like, okay, there's a gun violence problem. True, but in terms of the vast majority of it, that is happening in the inner cities between largely gangs who are engaging in different types of warfare amongst themselves, and I think that that needs to be cracked down.
In the beginning, God.
Yeah, that's true, Ajna, but it's still not the gun that's committing the violence, is my point. A gun can drastically increase the amount of people you could harm or kill. I think you could kill more people driving through a parade, which we've seen in Waukesha and Charlottesville. I think you could kill more people more stealthily and get away with more without being caught with a knife. Maybe you wouldn't kill as many people, but you could slip through a crowded area and just be shanking people up, and before anybody realizes, you're gone. You could drive a car through a parade. You could make a bomb. Look at the Boston Marathon. A bomb could kill a lot of people. You wouldn't call it bomb violence. It's just violence. Yeah, Freddie, that's what I just said. Thank you for repeating me.
Numbers meaningfully. Any of the policies that I've seen proposed to stop these isolated lone wolf kinds of incidents more or less don't address, I think, the real problem, which is that for some reason law enforcement understands these people are problems, they are monitoring them, and then for whatever reason nothing is done, and they end up going through and carrying out these acts. And so I think that that's where that's coming from.
No, but I was also curious as to what Destiny would have to say, since he's a liberal gun owner, so I thought that would be an interesting perspective.
I think that guns, I think there are issues with guns insofar as like gang violence or certain types of violence in inner cities are concerned, and I think they also expedite people who want to kill themselves. I don't think that they're as big a problem as people make them out to be. I don't like that the Democratic Party makes it a central part of their platform. There are certain types of things that I think I'd be okay
Somewhat
with, like
based,
possibly more
Destiny.
extensive background checks. I think that closing private sale loopholes I think is good. Part of I think what Biden has already done in terms of the private sale loophole.
But remember, gun rights is neither right nor left. Gun rights is libertarian, which is south. You could be a libertarian on the left, or you could be more libertarian on the right. Just like authoritarianism, it's neither right nor left.
Stuff, or at least I think the boyfriend gun loophole or whatever. But guns aren't, they're not, it's not a huge issue for me, and I think it's a big political loser when the party deals with it. It's like abortion for Republicans. I just think it's a really divisive topic. That being said, again, something that was said earlier I think is funny. When you talk about what an authoritarian is that wants to centralize power in themselves, especially in the executive. There's a reason why we have 3 branches of government. For people that actually give a fuck about this country, I would recommend Federalist Paper number 51. It's a really good explanation, a breakdown of why we have checks and balances, why we have 3 different branches of government, and why you wouldn't want somebody like Donald Trump running the entire.
I'm glad he reminded me of that. I was reading the Federalist Papers on stream a while ago, and we never finished it. We never read all of them. We'll have to get back to that one of these days.
Thing. And I think it's also strange in terms of how Republicans approach gun violence, or at least how John's laid it out, that we're simultaneously saying things like the FBI was incompetent, they were
To be fair, we've also read a lot of Industrial Societies and Its Futures on stream. We never finished that. We also read a lot of the Communist Manifesto on stream, and we never finished that. So I never finish anything that I start reading on stream.
capable of following up anything. They couldn't seem to do their job right, but we also want to increase the power of the FBI and then give them the ability to follow up on everybody and do their job better. It's always like both sides of the mouth, you know, like the GOP is destroying Trump at every step of the way, but Trump is also in control of the GOP and he can do whatever he wants. The swamp is destroying Donald Trump all the time, but next time he's going to hire the right people. The Democrats are, you know, opposed to him, so he can't do anything, but on these issues, they would actually be fundamentally aligned. Like, nothing actually makes sense. There's a reason why at the end of the day, there's no policies listed. There's nothing that's actually talked about in concrete terms. It's all just like fantastic delusion.
And the Book
We
of
take
Enoch.
one more pithy question, and then we gotta go into the closing statements from our speakers.
We never finished
this
that
question's
either.
solely for Mr. Doyle. Sorry, this is not a very topical question. Good evening, Mr. Doyle. Someone recently, RFK Jr., who has been very vocal about the problems with American health, has thrown his weight behind Trump and may end up getting a cabinet position. How else do you believe that Donald Trump can benefit the health of Americans, especially young Americans like myself?
I think that a lot of what RFK is very positive. I think that the two biggest issues that we're going to face are immigration and health, because both of those are controlling for who is in the country and the quality of the people. I mean, I think that fundamentally body, soul, and mind are very intertwined. And I don't want to cast stones here, but there's a reason that you look at the people who are the most fanatically left-wing, the Antifa mugshots. They sort of have a look about.
It's funny. Democrats will say it's abortion and climate change. Abortion is not even on the ballot. Abortion is a Supreme Court issue. it's not even on the ballot. It's not something that we're voting for. Unless Kamala did something extremely authoritarian, she's not going to be able to make any changes at the Supreme Court level to the Roe v. Wade decision, which is also a decision that even lefties agreed with until Donald Trump's Supreme Court made it happen. Then they got pissed off. Even Ruth Bader Ginsburg, rest in peace, Ruth. Even Ruth Bader Ginsburg was against the Roe v. Wade decision. She believed it should be a state's issue as well. So, but these baby killers are just pretty low IQ. They don't really know what they're talking about.
Them. I think there's a reason for that. They're hormonally maladjusted. It's for a lot of different reasons. I mean, male testosterone is obviously decreasing. You've got pesticides, you've got fertilizers, poisons in our clothing, which is why you need to go to Undertac and buy their underwear, by the way. It's the best stuff ever. They don't use that stuff. But you can ban the use of those things, which would make people less sick. And if you have people that are less sick, they're going to be just better adjusted in general, and I think that you will see those effects manifest throughout society. I mean, there's a reason why you look at old footage of Americans in the 70s, 80s, or whatever. They look happier. They don't look so dreary. Now you have people who are drugged up on prescription medication. They can't get through the day without taking their I don't know, Adderall or Xanax or whatever these people are into. The country is sick. Everyone seems to understand that it's going in the wrong direction. But no one, except for RFK, and thank God Trump for bringing him on board, are actually addressing that issue, the health of Americans. You had Michelle Obama who got in and she was like, okay, we're going to ban fat kids, no more Mountain Dew. And it's like, well, that obviously didn't do anything. So there has to be a fundamental conversation about what we are putting into the food, how it's packaged,
that's what happens when you get
processed.
old.
Only RFK has been willing to meaningfully address that. So God bless him for that.
Rebuttal. Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much. We want to go into the closing statement. So we are not done yet, folks. We're going to kick it over to John for his closing statement. These are only 3 minutes. John, thank you very much. The floor is all yours for your closing.
Yeah, I would just say that the president, as the executive, is presiding over the sort of archipelago of bureaucracies. When we talk about the deep state or the swamp, these are very romantic terms. What that means is all of the thousands of unelected bureaucrats who do not leave their position depending upon who is in charge of being the enforcer of those laws. Under Trump, he's not as able to command them. Under Biden, under Kamala, they're more easily able to mobilize these people because they are more in alignment with how the establishment functions. And so a Trump FBI is going to function differently in 2016 than a Biden FBI functions in 2020. Simply because the bureaucrats who are occupying those positions, who are appointed by certain presidents, they understand how the game is played. And so when Trump is talking about Schedule F, constitutional, firing those bureaucrats and bringing in loyalists so that he can have a mechanically functional administration like every other president
staying
has
pretty
before
close.
Him, that is something that is good, and
neck
that is
and
something that
neck.
will have better results for him in his second administration. So yes, it is different. That is precisely why. In terms of policy success, again, I'm less interested in policy than I am in what is actually going on in the country. Republican 101 is we want less government. We don't want to pass policy. We want government to get out of the way. That is something that can happen under a Trump administration. So I don't think that passing policy necessarily is what measures a successful presidential administration so much as how happy and how provided for the people are by the incumbent administration. And again, every election is a referendum on that incumbent administration. People right now are not very happy with Joe Biden, not very happy with Kamala Harris. And I think that you're seeing Trump's unpopularity go down. People are expressing more sentiment positively for him. Because of that, they're understanding that TDS is not necessarily a death sentence and that they can eventually support Donald Trump, which is sort of what's happening. And so, yeah, you notice as we continued our discussion this evening, a lot of it was about Republican conspiracy theories, delusions, et cetera, et cetera. It hasn't been accounted for why, under the Biden administration, so many of these horrible things have been happening. It's been about what Trump did, what Trump may do, what he may not do, but there's simply no answer for what has gone on under the Biden administration, which if you support Kamala Harris, you are voting for an extension of that. You are looking at what happened under Donald Trump, and you are looking at what happened under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and you are saying a continuation of this is a closer approximation of what I want the world to look like than a continuation of what Donald Trump was able to do. And I think that that is just simply delusional, and I don't support that at all, and I don't understand how you can be an American patriot and support that. American patriots are down bad. We are less wealthy. We are in a more dangerous situation. We are talking about mass amnesty. We are talking about billions and billions of dollars to all these other countries. We have problems here. We can solve those problems, but you simply need somebody who is willing to do it. Donald Trump has been the only political figure in any of our lifetime who has been willing to actually challenge challenge those orthodoxies, and he's done so successfully to a certain extent, and I look forward to seeing how he's able to complete the job in a second administration, given that he will have loyalists staffing his administration, which do exist, and which are going to make big, beautiful things happen. So I think we should all support Donald Trump.
Thank you very much for that closing. We'll kick it over to Stephen for his closing as well. Stephen, the floor is yours for 3 minutes.
You ever feel like your head is spinning after listening to a conservative talk? Sometimes it's good to just take a deep breath, take a step back, and do a reality check. Why would somebody say people are hormonally maladjusted and they're all sorts of drugs when they're a conservative? Go onto Tinder, walk out on the streets, go to any large blue city, and then go to any rural area. When you go to the rural areas, what do you see? A whole bunch of fat fucks on insulin because they're obese and they have type 2 diabetes. If you want to talk about people that are unhealthy, that are on drugs, that are reliant on big pharma to survive, it's conservatives. The idea that somehow it's, some college girl who, cut her wrist and now she's on a little bit of Xanax is destroying the country, but not these people that are getting older, that are fatter, that are destroying our entire economy because of how much it costs to keep them alive for every single year. Another toe falls off, another increase of their prescription happens for whatever more insulin medication they need. It's just the idea that a conservative would attack our medications and say that this is somehow the fault of liberals when conservative old people are some of the largest consumers of everything in the country. There's a reason why there's a net transfer from the successful blue states, that are powered by blue industry over to the less successful red states that are powered by God knows what these days. It's just delusion. I think that the entire conservative apparatus, honestly, I think John said it really well earlier when he said, we're not happy about things right now, therefore Trump. I think that a lot of the Republican support for Trump right now just comes from a lack of understanding about anything. So for instance, when Doyle says, all these people are allowed to appoint people, but they can't get rid of people when they come in as a new administrator. That's not true. If you appoint somebody, you can fire that person. That's part of the appointment power
Doyle
of the president.
rules.
These bureaucrats, the reason why they stay there is because every time you swap the government, you're not going to hire and fire, 10,000, 100,000, however many people you need to restaff the entire.
Have you ever wondered how the world's currencies are?
There's no such thing as a base destiny.
To the government. It's delusional. The main reason why people don't like the bureaucrats on the Trump side is because these people do have an institutional bias, and that bias is towards the existence of and the perseverance of the United States. Just look at Donald Trump trying to circumvent the results of the last election. Who were the people that stood in front of him? It was largely bureaucrats. It was people like Pat Cipollone, or it was people in the DOJ like Rosen or like Donahue, or it was White House lawyers like Eric Hirschman and Steve Engel. It was the bureaucrats. It was the people that had the institutional knowledge, that had the appreciation for the United States. As Doyle said, they don't get paid a ton of money, and they're generally just there because they appreciate the country. Even when you look at people like William Barr, who historically was known for wanting to see the executive branch expanded in power, with the president specifically, Barr quit because he was so disgusted at Donald Trump trying to weaponize his department with just a couple weeks to go before the election, or not even before the election, I'm sorry, before the certification of the vote. So when you hear conservatives say things like, I don't like bureaucrats, I don't like the way the government's working, all of that is a smokescreen for, I want Donald Trump to be an authoritarian dictator. That's it. Even when they say things like, we just want government to get out of the way. That's not true. What did we hear all the arguments made for in favor of tonight? We like the fact that government is going to ban trans stuff. We like the fact that the government is going to ban abortion. We like the fact that they're going to crack down harder on BLM riots, that the FBI is going to expand their power, they're going to go after people that might be school shooters, and we're going to get pesticides and additives out of food, and we're going to do all these things to prosecute political. This is all expansions of power of government. Republicans stand for nothing.
Time.
I hate Donald Trump.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
I'm going to keep it very pithy, and then I'm going to give it over to Sean for his final thank yous. But I want to say thank you very much, folks. It's been a true pleasure to be with you tonight. And if you're watching live, hit that subscribe button for more. I'm going to hand it over to Sean.
Wow.
Thank you very much, Sean.
Thank you so much, James.
2 weeks, we got Owen Schroyer versus Destiny from Uncensored America, so that's going to be fun. Owen's going to go ham.
Everybody give him a big round of applause. I just want to thank first both John and Destiny for participating in this debate, And I'd like to thank everybody who paid to come here to help support this event. Like I said, we're dealing with a lawsuit right now, which is very complicated business, very expensive. So having that support really means a lot because you're actually fighting for free speech. You're actually putting your money on the line to help us. So we really appreciate it. If you're a backstage ticket holder or royalty ticket holder and you did not get your shirt that's included yet, just talk to us in the back and we can get it for you. And if you're a royalty member or ticket holder and you are coming to the dinner tonight and you need the location, just come up to me or one of my guys.
Bro, if I'm a royalty ticket holder, I want a refund because I'm supposed to get dinner with John and Destiny.
In the Uncensored America shirts, and they can tell you the location. It'll be immediately after this event. And if you're here for the meet and greet too, which is for backstage and royalty, we'll make a line right here for everybody. Also, if you're in South Carolina or nearby, we're going to be hosting a debate between Destiny and InfoWars' Owen Schroyer on this very topic, Trump versus Kamala Harris. So if you want to see that debate in person, you can come to University of South Carolina on October 14th. Get tickets at uncensoredamerica.us if you want to watch it.
Isn't it funny that Destiny's the only one that's willing to go up against these heavy-hitting conservatives about Kamala Harris? Nobody else is going to be like, I'm not going to fight a losing battle.
If you can't make it, you can go to uncensoredamerica.us as well to watch the live stream. And there's all a bunch of videos, merch, everything else you can check out on there. So please check that out, and please follow John at Comrade Doyle on X and Destiny at the Omni Liberal on X as well. And you can check them out on their websites as well, heckoffcommie.com and destiny.dgg. Thank everybody for coming out. Have a great night. We'll see you guys next.
All right. So the poll's tied. So what we're going to do, we're going to open the Discord, but none of the people who usually jump in the Discord are here. Like John's not here, Mayhem's not here, DJ on Paul's not here. I don't know if Caldy's still here. So if nobody jumps in, then we might just combine the Milo and Gavin things. We'll open the Discord. The Discord is open now. Panel wins because you changed your vote. Okay. Yeah, we're going to do that anyway. We'll log off. Have a nice night. Later, Ajna. Make sure you subscribe. We need more libbies in the thing. Monday nights we do a show. It was right. This is the after party from the show, but the show was before this, where we talk about news and stuff. High energy, based ideas. We'll get you away from Destiny and make you a based right wing guy. In no time. I'm here, Mr. Matt was streaming. I know, I saw that. He's playing Silent Hill. Is Silent Hill made by the same people who make Resident Evil? Because it looks just like the inventory and everything looks just like it. It's an hour and a half. Yeah, and Tuesday night streams. And some random other streams. Let's end the poll. Until somebody's in the Discord, I'll play this for a little bit.
If two girls, so you'll do it for money. $20. $20 and you'll make out with the guy next to you. I only got 50s. Is that okay?
What am I against that America stands for?
Well, you're against freedom of speech. You made a defamation case.
You're against freedom of speech as he's at an uncensored America debate on stage saying things that you... Gavin McInnes is against freedom of speech. That makes sense. That makes sense. Now, Milo has said some anti-freedom of speech things, which I agree with. The authoritarian side in me. First and Second Amendment protects armed Antifa protecting child drag queen story hour. There's your First and Second Amendment for you, America. I think the First and Second Amendment only applies to a moral and religious peoples, as, God, I always forget his name, Madison said, and I agree. But Gavin against freedom of speech, that don't even make no dang sense. We'll just play this until anybody gets in the Discord.
All right.
What?
I'm going to the bar.
Sign a petition for this.
The roast of Kamala Harris. It's Kamala Harris.
The NAACP tried to cancel us. Representative Leon Howard tried to cancel us. The student government tried to cancel us when they defunded us. And every single one of you failed. Together, protesters at the Black Bonanza. Talked to him, and he said yes. So everybody please be respectful, be civil. I'm going to welcome our new friend, Anthony.
Who's Anthony Cumia? I've heard of this guy before. I don't think I've watched any. I've probably seen him, and I just can't think of it.
I'm kidding. Come on. It's nothing like
Is he a stand-up comedian? I think he's a comedian.
that. I just want to talk to people about really freedom of speech. I'm just here to bring up these terrible people
Capcom.
that are speaking this evening. But for the most part, this is just about talking. I don't understand.
Capcom doesn't make Silent Hill? Oh yeah, Toyama made. Well, so Capcom is a company, whereas Kichiro Toyama is a individual. So, but Toyama is also his company. Huh.
Understand how this is so controversial. Why there's all this the people that think that people shouldn't have the right to say whatever they want to say. And
they almost look like the same games, like the camera angles, the inventory system. They look so similar.
In front of a group of people. And here's a thing I find very interesting. It's never really that they don't want people to speak. People could say whatever they want wherever they are. They don't want people to hear.
I want, whenever I want, however I want.
It's a freedom of hearing. It's you people that other people say, we don't want you to listen to what somebody's saying. I could, talk whatever I want out in my yard, in my house. No one's going to listen.
They are both good games, but I think I played Silent Hill 1. Is Silent Hill 1 the one where you start out in the streets and it's real foggy? because I've seen the movie, and that's what it is. They like walk into the fog, and I like got stuck, and I didn't get very far in Silent Hill 1, or my disc was scratched or something. For some reason, I never beat it. I either got stuck or my disc was scratched. Maybe I didn't. Wasn't it 2 discs? Maybe I didn't have the second disc. I don't know. I was always more of a Resident Evil fan. I remember Pyramid Head. A dinosaur built his head, by the way. In case you didn't know that. Pyramid Head or Triangle Head, whatever that dude's name. I think his name was Pyramid Head. The big dude with the big pyramid on his head. A dinosaur built that guy's head. Facts.
Listen, but no one's trying to stop that. I'm still saying it. The problem is when there's enough people that want to hear what someone has to say that's deemed controversial, and that's when they start going, we got to shut this down. And I never understood that, especially.
Yeah. A lot of people will get butthurt and unsubscribe if I say anything slightly edgy or controversial. But then they'll go to Destiny's channel and they'll be like, oh, yeah, he's talking about killing Trump supporters. That's cool. But God forbid I make a slightly racist joke.
Especially when liberals are supposed to be the people that are open-minded, that are, that want to let all sides be heard. Years ago, you talk about Berkeley University in California many, many years ago, not the Berkeley.
Okay, I don't really know this guy. I'm here for Gavin and Milo.
Hey, man, thank you for the microphone. Super nervous. Okay, that's the PowerPoint thing. Okay. A lot of people here. A lot of eyeballs. It's like twice as many people as the eyeballs. If there's like 400 people, that's like 800 eyeballs. I don't know if I could do this. So yeah, defund the police. We don't need the fucking pigs monitoring our streets. Obviously, when I do a talk, I like maximum police. So by all means, keep these police here. But when I'm not vulnerable, fuck the pigs. I have a lot to talk about with Kamala Harris. I was going to defend myself with the whole Nazi thing, but like no one here believes the Nazi shit, right? So why sit there and defend yourself? The strange thing about all the reporting on this talk is they sort of start with the Nazi pedophile talk. And they go, so a Nazi and a pedophile are doing a talk. Should they have the right to do the talk? Blah, blah, blah. And they sort of continue from there. Where I'm like, whoa, dude, your premise is kind of fucked up. And they go, no, I'm not questioning my premise. So all these articles that have shown up, they're like, yes, Nazis and pedophiles should have the right to do a talk, which I guess is true. Yeah, sure. I agree with that, but how is that your fucking premise? Anyway, I got to focus. I only have a limited amount of time. I have 2.5 hours. Plus a 30-minute give. So I got a lot of shit I got to show you about Kamala Harris. So I'm just going to spend my entire time crapping on Kamala Harris, which everyone did, by the way. That's not new. She was considered very crappable up until like a few weeks ago. Then all of a sudden she was the savior. And the things I want to push are like, the only reason people are voting for her is because she's black and female. As far as female goes, Trump. She was a whore. Like, she sucked her way to the top. And as far as black goes, what is black? Like, if you're born in Finland from African refugees, how, or compare that chick. to like some dude from Detroit, white guy in Detroit. He only knows black people, married a black woman, he has black kids. Who's more black, that guy or the Finnish refugee in Finland? So obviously there's some gray area. I grew up in Montreal. She's as black as me, all right?
Canadian.
We're heckling already? What's the issue here, the cum bucket? So do you think Kamala Harris is a black woman? Why? Because she was born black and Indian. So that mentality is called the one-drop mentality, which the KKK follows. And they go, I don't care if your great-grandmother was black.
Shit.
You're black.
Oh.
And
the one-drop mentality. One bad apple spoiled the whole bunch. One drop of black DNA and you're black. Damn. That's a good point, Gavin.
when the Nazis were trying to figure out who's a Jew, they went, the KKK have this thing called the one drop thing. Should we use that for the Jews? And the Nazis went, no, that seems a little intense. I don't want to do like someone's great grandmother was Jewish and we're going to persecute them. So we're not using that. So the whole notion of...
Bro, get these dumbasses out of the audience. No free speech for you. You're not on the stage, dumbass.
Of the one drop theory is a super radical KKK thing. Oh, you got to leave. You could have expressed your opinion at the Q&A, moron. Anyway, to push her as a black woman is ridiculous. And to push...
They kicked him out. Let's go. Let's go. Authoritarianism all the way.
As a woman is ridiculous because she sucked her way to the top. So let's focus on the kind of people who support her. And you'll notice this common pattern of like, I have no idea why I'm fucking supporting her other than she's a black woman.
And they hate
take it away, James Klug.
Klug.
There better be fucking audio or I'm going to kill people. Do I press play on this?
It's James Klug.
I guess it's my job to hit play. Is that play? Come on, boys. I'm hitting the dimmer. I'm about to show a montage of people who have no fucking clue why they're supporting her.
I want to know, are you excited about Kamala Harris running for president?
Yeah, I am.
100%.
I am excited.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
What was your favorite accomplishment of hers as VP of the United States?
Honestly, I can't answer that question.
You know, honestly, that's a good question. I can't really say.
How is it a good question?
Specifically.
I can't, you know, I'm humbled here.
I'm humbled here.
I can't think of anything, specifically.
I don't know. Sorry.
I don't know. I haven't really been following politics.
Next clip. I mean, I have about 100 of these. I won't bore you to death. But every single video is these people saying, oh, that's a great question. I've noticed that too with like Trump, where you go...
Unless he has dual citizenship, I don't even know if he can vote. He just said he's from Montreal. That's in Canada. Gavin McGinnis is Canadian.
What's your problem with Trump? And they go, oh, man, he's super racist. And you go, can you give me an example? And they go, where to begin? I mean, okay, give me one.
He said very fine people on both sides one time. And I have no idea the context of that quote, but CNN told me.
Everything. They cannot do it.
I actually had that experience. There was a girl I was talking to for a little while about 2 years ago. And she was over here and she's like, I'm a Republican. And I said, why are you a Republican? She said, because my grandpa's favorite president was Abraham Lincoln. And he was a Republican. And I like my grandpa. So I am a Republican. And I said, okay, that's odd. What sort of... And I started asking questions like, What do you think about abortion? What do you think about? And I just keep going through these questions, and by the end, I'm like, yeah, you're not a Republican. And I said, who are you going to vote for? You're going to vote for Trump? And she said, when was this? Actually, I don't think we even knew that Trump was running at this time. So I think I asked her, I can't remember. This was a while ago. This is like 2 years ago. I think I was like, what do you think of Trump? Or maybe it was while Trump was still president. No, because it wasn't 4 years ago. I'm so bad with time. I have no concept of how long ago something was. This was when Shane was still living here. So it was more than 2 years ago, less than 4 years ago. So I don't think we knew Trump was running yet, but I asked her, what do you think of Trump? She said, he's racist. And I said, really? What did he do that was racist? She had no idea. It's a real thing. It's a real thing.
Should we go through these? Hey, nerds, fix this. Anyway, you get the idea. It's a montage of people not understanding that they have no idea why they're supposed.
By the way, the Discord is open. We don't have to watch this whole thing. If you guys don't want to watch this, we don't have to watch this. I'm just playing this until somebody jumps in the Discord. If nobody jumps in the Discord, then we'll just keep watching this until somebody jumps in the Discord. And if we get through this and nobody jumps in the Discord, then we'll play Resident Evil. So the poll was kind of pointless. If Resident Evil had a blowout, then I would have just stopped and went straight to Resident Evil. But since Discord won, the Discord is open. The link is in the chat. You can jump in the Discord, talk to me about whatever. Nada and Freddie. Nada's here. Freddie's usually the only one that jumps in the Discord, but he's banned because he says dumb shit to try to get my channel canceled. So he's banned. Yeah, you are banned. Yeah. Yeah. I've told you many times before, if I kick you out, if I disconnect you and you come back in, you get banned. If you're breaking TOS and I tell you stop, and then you keep doing it, so I disconnected you. I didn't ban you. I disconnected you, and then you jump right back in after I disconnected you, you're banned. So
Supporting this woman, and they also go. They keep repeating because it's a woman of color, the first black female president. When Maggie Thatcher was president or prime minister of Britain, no one was excited that she was a woman. So it's clearly not that she's a woman; it's that she's a democratic woman. Okay, let's check this one out.
what did you get banned for? No. It was J's, Yahtzees, bundle of sticks, artard. And then I said stop, and then you proceeded to keep it going. And then Daddy Jub joined in, and I disconnected him too. And then after I disconnected you, you rejoined immediately. So then you got banned. Later, folks. I'm leaving. Good.
Be up for a quick interview?
Yeah, sure.
Yes. What's your favorite policy of Kamala's?
Favorite policy?
That's a hard one. What's your favorite policy of Kamala's?
Her being president.
That's your favorite policy position?
Oh, yeah.
How so?
Because
my favorite thing about you being president is that you're the president.
I'm really excited for her
No, your favorite policy is that you're president.
America. How do you think she'll go about doing that? I don't know.
What a fun question.
The reproductive rights thing is big with drunk sluts.
I really like most of them.
So you have to look at it broadly, right?
It's about what she stands for right now.
All right, I'm not going to go through that. You get the idea. So people say, well, what are her policies, right?
I really don't love him on the panels, Amanda. I really don't. For a little bit, it's fun, but for extended period of time, I would rather have, intelligent conversations with people. It's like me and John were talking about theology and religions and the problem of evil, like high level philosophical and theological conversations. And then Freddie comes in and the whole thing just devolves. And then the whole panel is just everybody is attacking Freddie because he's annoying them and he's just yelling over it. I don't like it. I don't think it's good content. It's funny for a little bit, but yeah. Plus, I already did that for like 2 years, and I'm tired of it. I mean, if you like it, that's cool. I don't have a problem with you liking it, but I don't.
Her policies are very clear. She's made it clear that she wants to ban fracking.
Uh-oh.
Now, fracking is a wonderful solution to America's energy crisis. It's right there. It's below these fucking parquet floors. We can have our own fuel. And as Ezra Levant points out at Rebel Media, we can have our own ethical
Ezra
fuel.
Levant's cool.
We don't throw fags off bridges.
Hey,
I
Gavin.
don't want to do this video shit anymore. Oh, is fags bad?
Gavin's gonna get me banned. Oh my god. Gavin, come on now, Gavin. This is on YouTube. But to be fair, I have a small channel. And I'm not almost 100,000 subscriber channel. Like the same thing with like Asmongold. Asmongold drops R bombs. Asmongold has 2 million subscribers and he doesn't monetize his channels. So I'm not trying to lose my monetization. So I disavow that. And I'm going to make it known. I disavow that. You don't say that. Also, if one or two things that aren't allowed come out in a 10-hour stream, that's okay. But when it's back to back to back to back to back to back to back, what happens is the Eye of Sauron turns on. The Eye of Sauron, the algorithm eye that monitors, and it gets pinged when certain words come up in your stream. And if it gets ping, 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 then the Eye of Sauron watches you, and if you don't disavow it, you get demonetized. You get taken down. So, just saying.
I gave up the N-word. I'm not giving up retard.
Oh my God. Come on, Gavin.
You know what? It must be weird if you're gay and you're hanging out with a bunch of gay dudes and you're like, hey, man, let's go to the bar. And he's like, I just want to stay home. And you go, come on, dude. What are you, a fucking not guy?
Kevin's going to get me screwed over. And this is why Uncensored America got banned from these campuses, and they're suing them. Now, to be fair, I keep saying to be fair. I need to stop that. On campus, at a speech, is different than YouTube because taxpayers pay for these campuses. They're supposed to be free speech meccas for different exchanges of ideas. YouTube is different. YouTube is a whole different thing. And Uncensored America could have their channel taken down and they'll be fine. They'll be fine. That's just an added income revenue source for them is YouTube. If they lose YouTube, not a big deal. They'll still be doing campus tours. Whereas I don't have that option. Still going to host What It Means to Be Black? No, that's not happening. That was supposed to be Maybe don't lean on stuff if you're gonna try stand up. Maybe don't lean on stuff if you're going to try stand up. You mean stand up comedy? Maybe don't lean. I mean, he's a pretty successful. I mean, Gavin's not really known as a stand up comedian. He more so just does speeches and adds comedy into them, funny speeches at college campuses and stuff. Gavin's not going to comedy clubs to do stand up comedy. That's not what he does. But he does these speeches and he just adds funny stuff in, and he's pretty successful with it. And he's pretty successful in general. With Rebel Media and with Vice. He was very successful with Vice. You know, this is the guy that started Vice, right? He was successful with the Proud Boys. This is the guy that started the Proud Boys. Now he's successful with Rebel Media. This is the guy that owns and started Rebel Media. A lot of big names are signed to Rebel Media. Now they kind of run in the background. You might not even know it. You might not even know that. Well, if you're a liberal, I don't know, Lauren B, where you stand politically, but I'm assuming you might be like a Destiny fan that came along here because you saw that Destiny was in the title. But if you watch any conservative media, you might be watching somebody who's backed by Rebel Media that you don't even know. But he's a pretty successful guy. Anyway, he's not doing stand-up comedy. This is just this is a college campus speaking tour, and it's funny. He adds some jokes in there. But you're saying you shouldn't lean on stuff if you're doing stand-up comedy? Have you ever seen Mitch Hedberg, one of the greatest comedians ever? R.I.P. Mitch. He sat down the whole time. Just because it's called stand-up comedy doesn't mean that you can't utilize props and things on the stage. Some people lean, some people sit on the stool, some people sit on the step on the stage, some people walk around and pace around quickly. There's different ways to do it. It's okay if you don't understand comedy, though. What's up, Nada?
Not too much. Wait, what was Gavin leaning on? Like a stool?
He's leaning on the podium.
Oh.
And she said, "If you're
I guess that is kind of weird. A little. I mean, it's not typical for stand-up, right?
Sitting isn't leaning. He seems awkward. He seems awkward for leaning on the podium. I guess. Yeah.
Is he doing stand-up?
No, that's what I was saying. It's not. This isn't like a stand-up comedy routine. It's he's also playing clips. It's just a.
Is it like a one-man show or what is it?
It's a roast of Kamala Harris.
Oh.
At a college.
Huh. Oh.
And it's Anthony Cumia, Gavin McInnes, and Milo Yiannopoulos.
I think he's done. I think all three of them have done stand-up. Allegedly,
they probably all three
what's
done
his
it.
face?
I think Anthony Comia is a stand-up comedian. I'm not sure.
Recently he sort of has been, but he's Opie and Anthony. He's that Anthony from the talk radio, the shock jock.
Oh, that's who he is. Okay.
But I think he's been doing stand-up comedy for, I don't know, 5 years at least. And I remember hearing when he first started going up that like stand-up comedians said he was a natural, and he's been good since he started. So
yeah, of the three of them, from the little bit I watched of his, he seems the most like a stand-up comedian. But Gavin's not. I mean, I'm sure Gavin's probably done some stand-up routines, but he's not.
I think he has.
Yeah, but he's not known as a stand-up comedian. He's known as like a edgy political commentator, and he's pretty
Right,
funny.
founder of Vice, co-founder of Vice.
Yeah, it's like when Steven Crowder says that he's a comedian. It's like, yeah, but are you really though? You're
I think he also, I don't know that he's a good comedian, but I think he also
Crowder?
like was a stand-up comedian at one time, like before Louder with Crowder.
No, Crowder does do stand-up comedy, but he's not good. Like nobody likes him.
Yeah. Well, I personally don't think Joe Rogan's good at stand-up comedy, and I never did. I still
I agree.
kind of like the guy, but I just don't care for his stand. Some
Well,
people love it.
Some people are just better at, like, I don't even think Theo Von's stand-up is that great, but I love his podcast.
It's pretty good. It's decent. I would say it's in the like better half of, like, I wouldn't call him a bad stand-up comedian. I think he's better than Rogan.
But then this is a take most people disagree with me on. Andrew Schultz. Andrew Schultz, I think his stand-up is hilarious, and I think his podcast sucks. Flagrant podcast.
His podcast does suck. His stand-up's pretty good.
A lot of people say
Yeah.
he sucks at stand-up. I think he's great at stand-up.
He's not my favorite, but he's pretty good.
Yeah.
He's better than like Bert Kreischer.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Bert's podcast and his stand-up sucks.
Well, Bert just got famous telling lies, right? Like tall tales. Like that's what his stand-up is. Him lying about the Russian mafia and whatever.
Right, and they got a whole movie out of it.
Right.
And then taking his
Is it,
shirt off
like,
and
is the movie about like what he's talking about in his stand-up?
he has a movie called The Machine. And the movie is
And it's about that story?
Yeah, the movie is about the story that he tells in his comedy. It's not a horrible movie. It's actually it's an okay movie. It's not great, but it's okay.
I mean, in my mind, it would be sort of similar to what's that one Steven Seagal movie where he's on a train? That's how I would have made that movie.
It kind of is like that. It's like an action comedy.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I can see how that would be
and he's
decent
like,
to watch.
There's like assassins, and he's like fighting these Russians, and yeah.
And it's him?
Yeah, he's the actor in it. Yeah.
But that's fairly recently, isn't it?
Yeah, it came out like a year or two ago.
Oh, okay. Huh. Maybe I should watch it.
But he's his show is with Tom Segura, right? Tom Segura is funny.
Yeah. I think he was funnier when he was humble, poor, fat Tom. But he's a better comedian overall. Definitely.
Yeah, some comedian said that.
He's just a little cocky now.
I forget which comedian it was, but he's like, I guess he got rich, but he still lived in like the hood. And he said, my rich friends keep asking me why I don't move out and get a mansion. And he's like, because I want to stay funny.
I mean, probably true.
He's like, I don't want to. I want to stay in the real world, and so I have content, so I have jokes.
Right. Hey, so what happened? Like, I think I must have fell asleep. Was it last Tuesday that Fred got kicked or whatever?
Yeah.
I must have fell asleep, and because when last I remember, everybody was kind of getting along, right? like Fred came in hot and then he kind of chilled out, and everyone was sort of just talking
I don't remember
about
that
nothing.
part.
Really.
Um,
Yeah, it got pretty mellow for a while. I think you know what, you kind of stepped away for a little while, and I think it might have just been like me and John and Fred.
I never stepped away. I might have just been sitting quietly for a while because
Yeah, maybe you were playing. Oh yeah, I think you might have just been messing with like
I was doing
cards, maybe
Yeah, that's what I
or
was doing.
something.
Yeah. So I
But
wasn't.
it got kind of mellow for a while, right? Like
Yeah,
it wasn't as contentious for a little while.
kinda, but it was still everybody just yelling back and forth at Freddie. It's not bad when certain people can deal with him, like you and DJ on Paul and me and Daddy Jub, but
Well, it's because I know, like I know who Fred is. It's not. I'm not gonna expect Fred to not be Fred. I mean,
right.
that's just what he does, right?
But then when
Like,
like John and Mayhem are in here, they like they don't
right.
know how to they don't get it.
Well, I know like 90% of what he's saying is just to get a rise out of people. So
Right.
I'm just not gonna entertain it, right?
Yeah, it used to work on me when I first started talking to him, but then once I figured it out, it's like, oh yeah, this yeah doesn't work
Not that I'm
anymore.
not saying he doesn't believe what he's saying, but I mean maybe some of it. But I mean for the most part, he's kind of trolling.
Yeah, but he kept.
So I don't want to, I don't want to give him that reaction that he's looking for, right?
Yeah, I'm the same way. He kept saying stuff
But
that he freaking TOS stuff, and I said stop, and then he kept going, and I said stop, and he kept going. I said, all right, I'm gonna disconnect you, and I disconnected him, and then he jumped right back in. And I've told him before, if I disconnect you, don't don't rejoin. That annoys me.
I think that was like late in the night.
Yeah,
No,
I was gonna end the stream soon anyway.
yeah, I think I had fallen asleep already by
Oh
then.
yeah, we kicked you out because you were snoring. I kicked you out because you were
Okay,
snoring.
yeah. So it was after that.
Yeah, it went on for like 2 hours after that.
Okay. Yeah, because I think, well, I mean, when he initially hopped on, I was still driving, and he and John were going at it for a while, and then it kind of mellowed out for a little while.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly, it got kind of boring for a while.
and then after you fell asleep, we were, I don't know, we were arguing about all sorts of things.
Oh, I see. And John was still on, right?
Yeah.
Where are those guys? They didn't show up.
I don't know.
Oh. Yeah, I was over at Mr. Mads because I don't know. It's not. He doesn't stream all the time. Although he streamed like yesterday or like 2 days ago. So I don't know what. No, actually, it was yesterday. He streamed the beginning part of Silent Hill.
My favorite person overall doesn't watch this channel. Who is that? What are you talking about, William? When it comes to this channel, you are one of my two favorites. What does that even mean?
Who is his two favorites?
I don't know. Amanda and somebody else.
You?
Better be me.
Rome?
Probably Rome. Quit simping, William.
Does Rome not? She should stop in, right?
Yeah, she's usually here.
I mean, she was over at Mr. Mads.
Yeah.
I think for a while it was just me, her, and Zion. I haven't seen Zion in a while. Oh, I haven't been at JLP in a while. So, and where's old what's his face at? Jalen. Jalen.
I don't know.
Maybe he'll appear, right?
He finally disappeared.
Oh, huh.
Yep, William Simp and Amanda. It's funny.
Well, yeah, I figure since it's a rare occasion that Mr. Madge actually streams, and it's usually pretty entertaining because he just does his yelling.
He's been
Although he was actually going through his back catalog. I don't know if you tuned in at all. He was going through his back catalog of his rap career.
Yeah, I was listening a little while I was walking Echo in between the shows.
Oh, okay. I think one of the guys from back in the day just showed up in his stream, so he kind of stopped playing. He kind of stopped playing games and started playing his old tunes.
Yeah, that
So that was
guy.
kind of fun.
I looked at that guy's channel because he had the great check mark. He has like 167,000 subscribers.
Oh yeah, shit. I think
Yep.
he's some kind of game developer now or something.
Well, I don't know what he does now, but he's like a music producer.
Oh yeah.
Or he
Oh, I think
or he was.
maybe both.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess they had an album they were working on, but they never finished it. And I was like, finish it. What the fuck? Why not?
Yeah.
But yeah. So Mr. Mad was pretty amped on his like taking a trip down memory lane. So that was pretty entertaining.
He's been streaming a lot more lately.
Yeah. I guess his back's better. But so what was the show about?
Tonight?
Yeah, the actual show.
The hurricane damages, Eric Adams
Oh.
indictment, and the underground ocean.
What underground ocean?
They found water. Well, they assume that there's water in the rocks 400 miles below the surface.
Hmm.
And
Where? Like Africa? Europe?
under America.
Oh.
And they assume it's probably everywhere. And if
I thought it was supposed to be magma.
well, right, but it's in between the lower and upper mantle. There's porous rock called rimwoodite or ribwoodite or something like that.
Huh.
And it's like a sponge and it has basically water in it because they were studying the seismographs were studying like earthquakes, and there are parts of the earth where the earthquakes slow down, and they said, well, that could be from water. Then they found this rock that has water in it from volcanoes, and so they're saying that there's if 1% of the mantle is water, then it means that that alone is 3 times as much water as all of the surface of the earth. And so scientists always wondered why Earth has water and none of the other planets have water. And they thought maybe it was a meteor that crashed into us that had ice on it. And that's how we got water on Earth. But now they're saying the water actually likely comes from deep down in the earth.
Well, I mean, they also don't really know what oil is, right?
Yeah, well, they always said it was fossil fuels. They called it fossil fuels and told us it
But
was
they don't say that anymore.
right. They figured out that that was not true. They said it was not
Hmm.
renewable. Turns out it is renewable. It just the Earth makes it, and just like so now they're saying, well, maybe the Earth just makes water and oil constantly. Yeah, I think so.
Hmm. See, and that's why I don't fucking believe shit from science.
Well, yeah, well,
Well, because like, well, not that I don't believe it, but I don't believe it like how other people believe it.
well,
Like
so
I'll listen to it and I'll think about it, but
so
that's as
science
far as I go.
science like that is pseudoscience. It's
Which science?
like
The one that says there is,
so if they say this is what we think is at the center of the earth, but we don't know. So
right?
scientists will say that and then they're not claiming to know it. So that's not true science. Science has to be observable, testable, and demonstrable. You have to be able to look at it,
Yeah, but even
test it, and demonstrate it. And then you can
right,
know
but
it.
even that science, but no, but even that science later will change when someone finds something better, tests it, and
The
proves it.
the explanation of it will change, but if I know if I drop something it falls down.
Do you know that that's gravity though?
No, but I know if I drop something it falls down. So
Okay.
my explanation for why that happens could change, but the science, what I know is if I drop something, it falls, unless it,
Right. Okay.
unless it
But that's
weighs
not
lighter
what.
than air or it's gas or there are
Well,
other things that could
that's what
affect it.
some people think that that's all it is density.
Yeah, and that's proven wrong.
Is it proven wrong though, or is that just the best version we have
No,
currently?
it's proven wrong. You're talking about buoyancy.
Well, just in general.
Yeah, but why do dense objects fall? So the best explanation we have is gravity. And
I mean,
we can
physics.
observe it.
Physics is a good example. Every time somebody comes out with a new fucking theory that doesn't jive with the old theories, but I mean, they can prove themselves up to a certain point until it runs into the other theory. But the other theory can prove itself until it runs into that theory. So which one is true? Both? Either? Neither?
A theory
And
a
people
theory
will
is
sit
just
there and know it. People will sit there and know it and be like, I'm smart. I know this thing.
a
And
theory
this
is
is how the
just the
world
best
works.
a theory is just the best explanation that we have
Right. Which is
until
what
a better
science is.
right.
That's science.
Yeah,
So you can't know anything.
that's kind of solipsistic. Like
But that's just reality.
that's
You
not
can't
reality.
really know.
So you can't really know that you exist.
I guess. I mean,
Well, I don't
I
guess
know
that.
I exist. I don't know that you exist. I've never been you.
Yeah, but you don't actually know that you exist either.
I know I exist. As far as I know, everything else could be fake.
Yeah, that's solipsism.
Right. But that's all I can. That's all I can know for sure because I've only ever been me.
Well,
Like I think Mr. Man's a real guy in Chicago that
he
worked for whatever and had
he
back
could just be
surgery.
a bot.
Or do I? Right. A very sophisticated. It's true. Do I think so? No, not really, but it's totally possible. The whole
But
thing could be a simulation.
I know 1 + 1 = 2.
Okay.
So we can know
I could
things.
I can even be I could have when I had my appendix birth when I was 7. Maybe this is just how long it takes for me to die. And I've just been imagining all of this in like seconds. And I'm actually still 7.
Well, if that's your worldview that you can't know anything, then I can't really argue with that. But I don't know if that's a good
I
way
could
to look at the world.
I mean it's just as good as any other way.
If we have a scientific theory of why something is the way it is, and it hasn't been disproven for hundreds of years, it's pretty safe to assume that that's true.
I don't think so.
Okay, well,
Personally,
but I don't really care
I
what you
mean
think
it's
because you don't know
right.
anything.
I think it's fine.
You just admit that you don't
It's
know anything. So why would I
right.
care
It's
what you
fine.
think?
It's fine to use it for
If you don't know anything, I really don't care what you think. Like,
right. It's fine to use it for what it's for, which is if I need to answer a question like a trivia question or something, and I know that that's the currently accepted story, then that's the answer I'll give. You know what I mean?
if I
Whereas,
if I can look at something,
do I know it for sure? No, I don't know it for sure.
if I can look at something and then I can test it and I can prove a hypothesis with my test and then I can recreate it and demonstrate that test, that's pretty valid to assume that that's true.
Okay, well that's your standard, and that's fine.
Right. And your standard is we don't know if anything's real.
Well, that was a different point I was making, but
No, but that's a broad point that applies to everything. If you don't know, so
yeah,
basically,
so like a circle isn't 3.14. A pi isn't 3.14. It's 3.1417 yada 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 yada. I don't need all the yada 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 to calculate what I need. I could just go with 3.14. That's fine. So I'll accept
but that's
that we
also
operate with
that's also not
with truth.
wrong. That's also not wrong. It's just incomplete.
Right, but maybe I don't need that level of for my everyday life and just as I walk around and live and do my thing. I don't
Even
need that level of precision.
even if time is not real, I still know what the measurement of an hour is. It's 60 minutes and a minute is 60 seconds.
Right. Which is a totally arbitrary thing. It's a name that we've given to a measurement,
Right.
an
So
arbitrary measurement.
yeah, so this is all solipsism.
Which is also not exact. Which is why we have leap years.
right. So your ability, you don't have
But
the
it's good
ability
enough
to
though.
know anything.
But it's good enough though. It's good enough. My watch works. We all agreed on it, and we go by that. So when the Knicks say they're playing at 3 Eastern, I could reliably know that they're gonna start playing basketball at 3 Eastern. You know what I mean? So it works for my day to day.
Right, and that's the same as science. If the theory hasn't been disproven for 100 years and they've tried to disprove it, they can't disprove it. We can look at it, we can show it, we can demonstrate it.
I wouldn't go. I wouldn't go that far.
That's the same thing. That's the same exact thing.
No, like I said, I'll use it for what it's for. But do I
Like
believe it?
when a
Like I
doctor
believe in God? No,
when a doctor
not at all.
does open heart surgery and we understand how the
Hmm.
heart works, we understand how blood flows through the body, and then scientists and doctors figure out that we can open up the heart and we can actually have somebody's body keep running off of a machine, and we can work on your heart and keep you alive and then close you up. And if you don't get an infection or something, you live after that. That's science, and it's true, and it works.
Good morning,
Okay.
boys.
Was that Wally?
Yep.
Oh,
What's
Wally's in
up,
the
Wally?
Discord.
How we doing?
Pretty
You
good.
didn't hear him show up?
You know, I dispute your claim there, JS. I don't believe your hypothetical gentleman was really shot in the heart. Do you know why?
I didn't say he was shot in the heart. I just said.
Oh, well, I'm going to assume he was shot in the heart, and I'm going to disprove it right now because he still had a bullet in the chamber.
What? What are you talking about?
It's a heart joke.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Shot in the heart, still had a bullet in the chamber.
yeah.
Get it?
Okay. Yeah, dad joke. Wally's dad jokes.
You know, I think I can help you with your dinosaur theory, JS.
All right, let's hear it.
But we got to meet in the middle here, all right? We have to explain this by presupposing that the Transformers is true. Are you with me so far?
Oh man.
So, if we were to follow the orthodox canon of the Transformers, that being the original animated series when the Ark and the Nemesis shuttles crashed on Earth from Cybertron before human civilization and the Transformers were buried underground, we know they had the Dinobots with them, and the Dinobots got outside of the ship. So obviously the Egyptians dug up the Dinobots and used Grimlock and his buddies as slave labor till they were deactivated again and left in the sand for Optimus to find them.
I like it. I like it. I don't know, but then the whole point that I talk about the dinosaurs is so I can defeat the ancient aliens argument. And now we're just going back to ancient aliens. They're just transformer aliens.
No, now they're both. They're ancient aliens, ancient dinosaurs, and ancient robots. So we have a trinity argument here.
Well, I mean, Transformers are technically aliens, right?
Yeah, they're both
Cybertron.
aliens and alien machines.
And dinosaurs.
True.
Some of them were dinosaurs. So there you go. We had it was just you were just making a category error, but it's an honest mistake, and we don't need to hold it against you on the argument. But clearly, you know, it was Grimlock, Slag, Snarl, Swoop, and Sludge who built the pyramids. Just the 5 Dinobots. That's all they need.
Who's the Triceratops? That's the one I had.
Slag.
Slag, okay.
Yeah, Slag was the Triceratops, Sludge was the Brontosaurus, Snarl was the Stegosaurus, and Swoop is self-explanatory. He was a pterodactyl.
Right. And Grimlock was the T-Rex, right?
You know way too much about Transformers.
Bro, I'm almost 39. I grew up on this shit. What do you want?
All right. Well, I'll consider
I could probably debate Transformers better than I could debate most things.
Man, he's going to defeat my dinosaur pyramid argument with Transformer dinosaurs. Dang.
I'm supporting you. I'm clarifying a category error that can strengthen this argument.
Did you see NASA's building a robot squid to send to Europa, which is a Jupiter moon? Allegedly,
Isn't it like acid oceans? Isn't that what Europa is?
Yeah, it's like a moon of Jupiter, and it's got underwater, or it's got underground oceans like the Earth has, and they're gonna send this robot squid out there to explore to look for aliens. At least that's what they're saying. I'm saying, why don't they just make the robot squid and send it down to explore the Earth's oceans? We don't even know what's
I'm
at the bottom of
saying,
our oceans.
I'm saying before you do all that, how about go back to the moon with people?
India went to the
Huh?
moon.
With people?
I think they had people.
They walked around, you know, landed a little buggy, did all that shit.
I think it was a manned moon mission that India just did.
I don't know.
Let me see. I can't remember if it was manned or not. No, it was a lander and a rover. Huh.
I just don't buy the justification, the argument that we already did it. Why would we again? I don't know. Why not?
There's
Well,
nothing there.
yeah, that's the thing is like from a when you've already had several moon landings and they collected samples and whatnot, like from a scientific standpoint, they could have NASA telling the government, look, there's really no reason to put boots back on the moon from a research standpoint. There's nothing new for us to get unless you can come up with some kind of profit generating reason to go to the moon. Then there really isn't a practical reason.
I just think that another country would want to. Why wouldn't they?
Well, we shared all of our research with the other countries.
Sure, but just for
imagine
the
spending
just for
all
the
that money
bragging
and
rights.
then giving everything we found away. People should have had to have come here, become legal citizens to read our science books. That's how it should have been.
I agree. And Alex
Just for the
Jones,
bragging rights.
Alex Jones made a good argument for why we don't send more people to the moon. He says not only did we land on the moon, but we did it a lot more than people know about, and that there's a graveyard on the moon because they kept getting to the moon, but then they couldn't get back. And so there's a bunch of dead people on the moon that we got up there and we couldn't get them back. And then
I've heard him say it.
Yeah, once we finally got some people back, they're like, okay, let's stop doing this because it's hard and people keep dying. But I've also heard that there's a Nazi super soldier base on the moon.
I've also heard that there's a Decepticon forward operating base on the dark side of the moon.
True, I've also heard that.
And based off Nala's worldview, or not, I said Nala, Nada. Based on Nada's worldview, we can't really know either way. So,
I mean, honestly, you can't. You are taking someone's word for it. Unless you went, you can't.
okay.
That I mean, that's
honestly, we are so. I think so many people are so jaded that if you actually had an astronaut on the moon again, and like let's say they had a body cam or something on the suit, and suddenly you just saw like a giant robotic alien hand like grab the astronaut and crush them, everybody on the news would be like, fake.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, but I think most people are so jaded that just be like, yeah, that's fake. This is just some viral marketing.
Look up spin
Well,
launch,
that-
a new way they're able to launch a vehicle into space with very little propellant. I think I talked about that a couple weeks ago, Dean. That's where they built a catapult that can launch things into space too. I think spin
when
launch
Elon
is where they,
allegedly sent his roadster into orbit
space.
or outer space. That
Yeah.
was the fakest looking thing I've ever seen in my life.
You don't believe that? There's a live feed of it. You can watch it.
It looks like. Have you ever seen what's the name of that movie? Heavy Metal. The animated movie Heavy Metal.
Oh yeah, that old classic.
It looks like when there's a scene just like that. It looks like just like that.
Well, what's a car floating through space supposed to look like?
That's actually what Elon's argument was. It looks so fake, it must be real. And I was like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me?
Yeah. You don't think we can launch an object into space
I mean,
and just have it
that
float?
it just looked really weird. It just looked really, really weird.
Yeah, I think I think it lost connection a while ago, so now they just run it on a loop. But you can pull up the live stream of it. I've shown it on the stream before. You can just watch it.
Is it still in orbit? I thought that was like a one-off thing. Like they brought it back. They just launched it into space.
Yeah, I think it's
Fucking
gone.
littering.
Well, it's space litter.
See, somebody like Musk is the only way we're going to actually get people back on the moon again. If there's nothing else scientific to accomplish on the moon, then we're not going to go back unless private enterprise find a way to make money on it.
Right, that's what I mean. Like as cool as it is, you would think somebody would do it, or some country would do it just because.
So it says, yes, it's still in space. It's currently located in the constellation Leo, about 2,001,300,000 miles from Earth. It's traveling at 51,000 miles per hour, and there's a 6% chance that it could hit Earth in 1,000,000 years.
Oh, because it's still orbiting the sun, I guess.
They say it's moving away, but it's going to come back. Expected within a couple thousand, pass within a. It's in heliocentric orbit, but it's not stable. It will eventually return to the inner solar system after passing through the asteroid belt. I don't know. I don't know how it works.
See, I like the idea of colonizing the moon because then theoretically we've ensured no singular event could ever wipe out humanity.
Okay.
But the reason I think they haven't built it yet or tried to is because there are so many things that if you don't accomplish them logistically, it would defeat the purpose of a moon colony being there. Because if you don't have a way to be able to manufacture everything you would need to keep that facility running without getting supply drops from Earth, defeats the purpose of having a colony. You want the facility to be self-sustainable.
Oh, right, I hear that, but every few years you hear somebody talk about Mars. We're going to colonize Mars. Planned missions to Mars. If you're going to do all that, why not practice on the moon, which is relatively close?
Probably because they think maybe they would think it's less of a challenge in theory because Mars has some kind of atmosphere while the moon doesn't.
Or maybe because we've already done it.
Maybe.
I gotta be pro moon landing just because it's patriotic.
Yeah, that flag's up there, USA, USA.
Right?
Yeah. Love America. We landed on the moon.
You know what? I wish another country would try to put boots on the moon, then we could assert our land rights and have a space war.
Yeah. Space War. Well, I think Space War's coming soon with the satellites. They got satellites with freaking lasers on their freaking heads.
Yeah, this is why I think we need to stop funding the welfare programs and we need to start funding Space Marines.
Well, Trump made Space Force.
Yes, and now we need to make our own 8-foot tall ultramarines. That's the next step.
Yeah. They probably. I don't think any wars are ever going to be fought with boots on the ground again. Like, there's so much tech now. The drones are
Well,
freaking scary. Have you seen the stuff they're doing with drones in Russia and Ukraine? And like,
yes.
they're like mass producing millions of these little drones that can drop bombs on you and stuff. And it's pretty freaky.
Well, the thing is that I don't think you're ever going to get completely away from having some measure of boots on the ground, but really what the drone technology does is when you couple that with what's already existed, the ability to do long-range missile strikes and airdrops and whatnot, it's essentially going to eliminate the whole nature of positional warfare as we've understood it for hundreds of years.
Yeah. Andrew,
Troop placement is going now. You notice in Ukraine, they still have a very clearly disputed front battle line in eastern Ukraine along the Donbass. But everywhere else, it's like Russia's striking everywhere behind that line because it's no longer positional warfare. Like it's not going to come down to, oh, we marched these 10,000 troops towards this town at this time and that won the war. No, that's not going to happen anymore. Won't need it.
Yeah. I forget who he was debating, but Andrew was debating this guy recently. And it was about force and women. I forget what the debate was about, but it was force and women versus men. And he was saying what he always says about men have the monopoly on force. And so that's why we have the power and the patriarchy, blah, blah, blah. But this guy was like, well, now they're having drones and futuristic weapons and stuff, and fighting a war is just like a video game. And so women have equal power now because of the weaponry and the technology.
Nah.
And
No.
I was saying in the chat, I was like,
technology.
well, also my argument in the chat was check the top 100 players of League of Legends. Check the leaderboard for the top 100 players. There's not a single woman. Men are better at video games too. We're gonna even if we're fighting wars like Ender's Game with VR helmets and robots and drones.
Well, men are also the programmers. Men are also physically building these things.
Right.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like even if women could buy crates full of drones, men have the monopoly on manufacturing.
Yeah. So even if it's like a video game, yeah, and yeah.
And we all know most women suck at video games, so we got nothing to worry about there.
Right.
Especially like, can you imagine some of those women trying to operate a drone thinking they're badass? Like, women don't know what to do when you put it like an actual flight stick in their hands on a simulator game.
They can't even drive. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I see curbs around my house get shattered near the sidewalk all the time. Now, I haven't done a proper forensic investigation, but my gut instinct says woman driver every time.
Even in chess, a woman's grandmaster is like 200 elo below a man's. If they wanted equality, there would never be another woman's grandmaster in chess because
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
All of that.
Will Ferrell is coming out with a new movie where he travels across the country. It's like a real life movie. Apparently,
I thought it's not already out, or they're just doing press for it.
I don't know. I heard about it a while ago, and I saw a preview the other day, so I don't know if it's out yet. But basically, one of his producer entertainment friends became a trans person. A man decided to trans to a woman, and he said, well, in the preview, he's like, I wanted to understand what it was like in this life, and so I decided to travel across the country with him. But in one part of the movie, they're driving, and the trans person is driving, and Will Ferrell's like, "Do you think when you became a woman, your driving skills got worse?"
That might be the one part of that whole thing that was any bit funny.
Did you see it?
I haven't seen it, but I also wouldn't want to because I despise Will Ferrell. So this, like him doing that kind of documentary, makes me hate him more than I already did.
I don't know about him as a person. He's probably a weirdo, but I love all of Will Ferrell's movies. But yeah, I'm kind of upset. I don't want to see it. He's gotten super liberal out there. But you don't like his movie. You don't like Talladega. You don't like Step Brothers.
I never had any interest in them. I saw a couple of his early movies before he was working with John C. Reilly here and there, and like I wasn't a fan of what was it, Old School, that he had a part in for there.
Oh,
like
Old School was so good.
I liked him on SNL back in the day, but like a lot of his solo comedies, I think he's just very annoying in them for the most part, and I don't find most comedies funny to begin with.
Oh, so you're not
Which always surprises people when I tell them that, because it's me saying I don't like most comedies.
No, it doesn't surprise me because your jokes are not that good.
Man, fuck you.
That explains it. That's why
I think it's also like something when it's like I avoid a lot of comedies because like when you always like to come up with your own stuff, you never want to feel like you're accidentally swiping anything.
Yeah. You have an amazing ability to make people laugh at bad jokes.
Oh, and I'll laugh at them myself because in that case, like if other people are suffering for the joke, it's funny to me.
Yeah. What's up, Shaz?
All right, I'm gonna dip. I might come back. I gotta eat something.
Not a Will Ferrell later. Not a Will Ferrell fan myself. You neither, Dean? Dang, what, we got a bunch of people who don't like Will Ferrell movies. Step Brothers, Talladega Nights, Zoolander, he was in that.
Oh. My counter to anybody who has a beef with me not liking Will Ferrell is I'm like, I like Walk Hard. I think that's hilarious.
Oh my god. He wasn't in Walk Hard. That's John C.
He
Reilly.
wasn't, but it's like I find John C. Reilly's humor very similar to him in a lot of ways, but he's more low key.
Yeah. You should see. Have you seen Step Brothers?
I have not.
That's one of my favorites. Hey JS, tell Wally to look at the chat.
Shazzy knows Shazzy knows I got nothing but love for Shazzy. I'm just making my usual jokes.
As a woman, I know that the minimum speed on highways is 45 miles per hour. Yeah, I've never even heard of a minimum speed. There's a minimum?
Most people, I think it's just just drive and you probably won't get pulled over on a freeway.
Yeah, just go with the flow. Get Hard or Walk Hard? Oh, Get Hard is the one with Kevin Hart. That was funny. But Walk Hard is so good.
See, I've watched so many like music biopics that is why I find Walk Hard hilarious, because it's such a beautiful parody of all of them.
Yeah.
Especially like, you know, the part in Walk Hard where he's conducting the batshit insane orchestra and he's like, I need more didgeridoo players.
More didgeridoo. He's like tripping on acid. So
what he's doing there is they're making fun of a combination of two things. They're making fun of the Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys, the Smile album recordings, and they're also, I believe, making fun of how over the top Elvis went for his Vegas shows with like the full orchestra and everything. So like I have seen the Brian Wilson Smile live album because my mother had it back when I was a teenager. And it is so batshit insane to watch that when I saw them roasted, I'm like, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen because it's so ridiculous. It almost doesn't do it justice.
Yeah. Yeah, see, I didn't understand that reference, but well, I've kind of seen stuff like that. But I haven't seen what you're talking about. But when he does like the Beatles, he goes through like his Beatles
Yep.
phase. And then he has his
We
little...
like to think of Sergeant Pepper as our guilty as charged.
And he has a rap phase at the end. Oh, that movie is so good. What's that?
Yeah,
This is cocaine. You don't want none of this shit, Dewey. It makes you extremely happy and gives you high amounts of energy and confidence.
You don't want this. You don't want none of this shit, Dewey. It's marijuana. And it's addictive? Not at all.
Yeah. I think I want some of that shit.
My favorite part was always at the beginning where they're like, hey, Dewey, stay calm. There's some guys from the record label here tonight. If you know, you know. I probably can't describe the scene on YouTube, but if you know, you know.
Also, pet sounds. Yeah, there was like a llama in like sheep in the background. Go ah. You halved me, Dewey.
Yeah, did you ever see the Elvis movie that came out a couple years ago?
With Joaquin Phoenix?
No, Austin Butler and Tom Hanks that play in the Colonel. The Elvis movie.
I remember it. I didn't see it.
Well, first off, you should see it because it's really a great music biopic movie if you like those. Much better than the Queen one. First off, I don't know why people loved Bohemian Rhapsody so much, but I
I've seen
digress.
Bohemian Rhapsody, but I'm not real big into those type movies, but I have seen Bohemian Rhapsody.
But the reason I say to watch the Elvis movie is because there is a scene where it shows him like conducting the orchestra where he's practicing for like the Las Vegas version of his song, like That's All Right. And it's so close. It will remind you of that scene from Walk Hard if you watch it.
Okay. Yeah, he did have his Elvis phase. That was a good movie. I
grew up with my mom listening to Elvis on the way to school every morning when I was really little, so like I did enjoy seeing the Elvis movie.
Why am I thinking Joaquin Phoenix played Elvis?
Because he played Johnny Cash in that Walk the Line movie from
yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
That came. I think that was only like a year or two before they did Walk Hard.
Okay. Yeah, that I don't think I saw that, but I remember that movie too. That was Johnny Cash, not Elvis.
You know what they need to do when Joaquin Phoenix is way older? They need to do Walk the Line 2 and have it be all about old man Johnny Cash so we can see Joaquin Phoenix perform Hurt.
Yeah. That's a good song.
I just really would like to see Joaquin Phoenix as an old man performing the Johnny Cash version of 9 Inch Nails for nothing else than my own amusement.
I guess the new Joker's coming out and it's a musical.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I hate musicals.
I hate musicals, but yet if like the Muppets come on and start singing, it takes me back to being like 4 years old, and I'm all about sitting there watching like Kermit and Fozzie sing something stupid.
Yeah. But live action Muppets is live action, but Yeah, that's more like
Yeah, but
a
like
kid's thing.
The Muppets, at least you're seeing like non-humanoid characters, so it feels more unrealistic than when it's just out of the blue, normal people burst into song for no good reason, and then they're in a diner, and apparently everyone has just been rehearsed a full-on song and dance routine, has just been waiting for them to happen.
Yeah.
Musicals were basically the original flash mob.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it reminds me of a flash mob. People just randomly jump out and start singing. Real life musical. That's wild. Johnny Cash's autobiography, Cash, was good. I think Walk the Line is mostly based on that book. Did he write it, or did somebody else write it about him? Well, I guess autobiography.
I think the only thing that people kind of buzzed about with the movie was, I guess, this was the input from the Johnny Cash estate, which was they wanted more of the focus to be on his second wife than the first one.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about Johnny Cash. I like the gangster movie, hip hop movies like Get Rich or Die Trying or 8 Mile or.
See, what gets me is everybody knows the Johnny Cash Hurt cover, but I feel like nobody but me ever remembers that he actually did a cover of that old Soundgarden hit, Rusty Cage.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about it.
Anybody who grew up playing GTA San Andreas, you know the song Rusty Cage because it's on the Rock channel right along with Welcome to the Jungle.
Oh, okay. Well, then I've probably heard it. I don't know song titles and bands and stuff, but if I heard it, I'm sure I know it.
See, I never try to sing a few bars of anything to remind people what I'm talking about, mainly because I'm not allowed to sing per court orders.
Yeah,
my singing voice is just that bad. Same with my dancing. I have active court orders blocking me from doing both. I have an entire SWAT team on standby, constantly waiting to arrest me if I get any kind of pep in my voice or my feet.
Meatloaf would make a good Johnny Cash as a acting. Yeah.
You know, I still say the best biopic ever can never happen because Chris Farley is dead. But if Chris Farley was alive, he would make the best and most perfect Dusty Rhodes.
Dusty Rhodes, the wrestler?
Yes.
Huh.
If you watch some old Dusty Rhodes promos from like the 80s and like the early 90s, you can't tell me like Chris Farley in his 40s or 50s wouldn't have been perfect for a Dusty Rhodes movie. Because number one, I think Farley could have done his voice style no problem, and he always had the same kind of like crazy man energy moving around that Dusty had in the ring, so it's like, and they were built very similarly, so it would have been perfect.
I'm trying to pull up a picture of him. Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. Holy cow. I remember this guy. This black one piece thing with yellow dots on it. That's funny.
Oh yeah, the polka dots. That was a Vince McMahon idea when he went to the WWF in the late 80s. And people always thought the polka dots were a practical joke, like sending him out there, and that he didn't know he was being made fun of by Vince, because Vince was like, I got the former like NWA world champion who had all these classic matches with Ric Flair in the South, and now he's wearing fucking polka dots.
Yeah, this guy looks like Chris Farley.
Yeah, exactly. Would have been if they did a movie like the American Dream, the Dusty Rhodes story, starring Chris Farley. That could have gotten all my money.
That's funny. Huh.
I can just see I can just hear Chris Farley doing the classic Dusty Rhodes, if you will. I just need to hear Chris Farley's. I just wanted to hear Chris Farley say the words "Hard times are coming, Daddy."
That would be funny. You're 39.
I know Chris Hemsworth was supposed to play Hulk Hogan, but the movie got scrapped after Hogan endorsed Trump.
I like The Wrestler. That was a good movie.
Oh yeah, the Mickey Rourke one.
Yeah. That was pretty good. I only watched wrestling for a couple years in the D-Generation X, Stone Cold, The Rock, Mankind, that era of WWF.
Have you checked out the Vince McMahon documentary on Netflix?
No.
It's 6 episodes long. I did already watch the whole thing. Overall, I thought it was fair. Like maybe 75% fair. 25% of it felt like a hit job on Vince. But as far as like the scandals he's had the last couple of years, if people watch it thinking there's going to be like some big smoking gun evidence they present, it doesn't happen. So it's like if somebody thought Vince was already guilty of everything they say he did, this doesn't change your mind because it really doesn't give that much of a forum.
What did they say he did?
Well, back in 2022, he resigned from the board and left the company because there were reports got leaked that he had used company money to pay hush money settlements to a bunch of hush girlfriends he had on the side for years, like going back to the 90s supposedly, or at least like the earlier 2000s. And then he came back into the company to sell it, which they did. And then another scandal came out where this woman filed lawsuits because she worked for the company and was like, basically she was given a job at the company, but her job was to actually be Vince's mistress. Okay. And so they're trying to, like, her lawyer is trying to say Vince was sex trafficking her, which is an odd definition of sex trafficking, to transport your mistress for the purposes of an extramarital affair. That's a very odd definition of sex trafficking, I gotta say.
Yeah, so it's probably more like just a Me Too type thing.
Yeah. I mean, am I surprised if Vince was actually doing any of this? No, not at all. But do I think that the people going after him are deliberately, like, using some loaded terms to make it sound way worse than it was? Yeah, I think that's probably true, too. Like, By the plaintiff's definition of sex trafficking, technically speaking, a husband who like goes somewhere and then flies his wife out where he is, and if the husband and wife have sex, the husband has sex trafficked his wife by their definition.
Yeah. Yeah, if you take them over state lines. Huh.
Yeah, so there you go. Like husbands cannot take their wives on vacations anymore, ladies. We would be sex trafficking you, and we don't want to be accused of federal crime. Sorry, no more vacations for the wives.
Hey.
Sounds absurd, but when you look at the definition they're using, it really is like the practical application of what they're saying he did.
The cat spectator. Oh, I stumbled here. Clearly not for the minorities. What does that mean? We love minorities. What? What does that mean?
Much like John Doyle, JS and I are esteemed, highly regarded academic experts on black people.
Yeah, I'm a black person expert.
Yeah, I have a well-established degree in negrotology from an accredited academic institution.
That's funny. Sounds like he shared her for his gain. I don't know.
I look at the stories and I'm like, is Vince a pervert? Absolutely. Just he was okay with making money off of people chanting slut at his daughter for years.
Yeah. I saw a clip of that the other day with Stone Cold. He's like, sounds like they're calling you a slut.
Oh, they tell a story in that the first time Stephanie went out there and got drowned out by slut chants, Vince was backstage and he just turned to somebody and rubbed his fingers together and he was like, "This is money." Because he knew people want. He knew just put her out there, let people do it. They're gonna pay money to show up and shout at his daughter. He's P.T. Barnum, 100%.
Who's P.T. Barnum?
The old circus and like live event promoter from way, way back in the day.
Oh, Barnum and Bailey.
Yeah, exactly. He used to promote, but mainly a lot of what Barnum did was he would promote freak shows at one point as well. So it was all that kind of just like, get people in, give them what they're looking to see, and then bounce off to the next town.
I'm trying to fix my playlists. And it's not letting me look at the videos in any of my playlists. That's weird. Huh.
What are you playing this lately there, JS?
Resident Evil 7.
That's an odd way of saying Resident Evil 4.
No, I heard 4, 5, and 6 are the worst.
4 is one of the best Resident Evil games ever made. Even the original one and the remake is amazing.
Well, yeah, I've heard good things about 4, but 4
5 and 6 were very ridiculous, yes. They were very ridiculous. That was when Resident Evil got into the mode of protagonists do stuff that completely violate the laws of physics to fight zombie monsters.
Right, and it became more of like an action shooter than a survival horror game.
Yeah, exactly. They definitely made the ammo less plentiful in the Resident Evil 4 remake, so it does feel like you're more in danger a lot than the original version.
Yeah.
But the thing about some of those is like Resident Evil 4 was actually, if my memory is correct, and it probably is, because it tends to be. Resident Evil 4 was like the breakthrough game as far as like that over-the-shoulder third-person shooting cam before Gears of War did it.
Yeah, but it is totally different than Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because I remember when Resident Evil 4 first came out on the GameCube, and then like a year or two later, Gears of War came out, had the exact same like shooting mechanics, same kind of format. It was just more like paintball than Resident Evil 4 was.
Yeah, Resident Evil 6 had levels.
Yeah, because Resident Evil had, I think, 3 different campaigns. You were Leon, you were Chris, and I think you were also Claire.
In which one? 4?
6.
6. Yeah, but each one was like 10 levels, and you could beat the game in like 3 hours. It was, I didn't.
Yeah, it was like 3 different storylines, some of which I believe were far worse than others in it. But Resident Evil 4, you're only Leon, and then there's the DLC where you play as Ada.
Yeah, and I don't mind there being different characters because 1 and 2 and 3 had that too. Where there's Jill and Chris in 1, and then there's like Claire and Chris in 2, and then there's Jill and somebody else in 3. But I don't know. I've watched streams of people playing 7, and I always thought it looked freaky. And it was like $7, so I got it. And I've only been playing it for like an hour, and it's pretty good. I like it so far.
Okay, so you probably haven't played Resident Evil Village yet.
No, that's 8, right?
Yeah, 8/Village. But, you know, they liked to be really clever and thought they were cool by using the VII. Yeah, using the VIII as VILL and spelling out village with it.
That was cool. When I saw that, I was like, that's cool.
But I played Village, and Village is people thought it was going to be exactly like 7, but it's really not. When you get about halfway through Village, it's a shooter. It really is. Like, the game, you hit a point, it's like you get over this wall, and the game stops hiding ammunition from you, and suddenly you are drowning in bullets, and you can fight everything that comes at you, no problem. But that first, like, third of the game where you're, like, desperate constantly for ammo to fight anything with, that's much better, I thought.
Yeah, I don't see. I'm okay with that after you beat the game. I like when you beat the game, and then you can play through the game again, but they give you like some unlocked weapon, so that your second playthrough you could go faster and you got, a shotgun off the rip.
Yeah, they did that in the original Resident Evil 4. You went through it, and you could then unlock the Chicago typewriter, which was a machine gun with infinite ammo. And I think you could also eventually unlock an infinite ammo Magnum.
Yeah, in 3, when you beat it with each character, you could play through it again, and each character would have a different gun. So one of them had a shotgun with infinite ammo. One of them had a 44 Magnum with infinite ammo, and one of them had a submachine gun with infinite ammo.
Yeah, I liked the approach they took with that, with the because I remember playing the original Resident Evil 2. And I remember, like, the advantage back in the day on the PS1 of starting with Leon was that Leon, I believe, got a shotgun way sooner than Claire.
Yeah, he was easier.
Not so much in the remake. I played the Resident Evil 2 remake, and I honestly thought Claire's game was easier. At least the first run through.
So see, this says I'm on
Sam,
Steam.
Discord.
Who's that? Oh, I thought that was DJ on phone.
Oh,
What up, cat spectator?
oh, yes. Is Destiny right there? Destiny right there?
Is Destiny here?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Who is that talking?
I'm Wally.
That's Destiny.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
I'm
So
Destiny
why-
2.
Hey, sir, you're good. You're good right here. But you, sir, Destiny, why when I said minorities, you instantly went to Negroes? I'm Puerto Rican and black.
Well, that's part.
So why did you instantly go to Negroes when I said minorities?
Do they not count as minorities?
Why'd you go to Negroes? Why'd you go to Negroes?
I said I love all.
This dude, this ain't nothing wrong with this dude right here.
So this was a
right here.
carryover. This was a carryover of us making fun of Destiny earlier because John Doyle is known for his opponent in that debate is
We
known.
ain't talking about that.
expert
We're
on black.
talking about why when you read my post on your thing and I said minorities, he instantly went to Negroes. Da, 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 da. I'm not a Negro. I'm not a Negro.
We weren't saying you were. We were
Why'd your
we were
mind go
making
there?
fun of Destiny.
Not you, sir. Not the ones sitting here. I'm not asking of that.
Who are you talking to?
You're
You think you're talking
redirecting.
to Destiny? Destiny's not here. There's 11 people watching this stream. You think Destiny's
Oh,
here? Hello?
Yeah, if you want the actual Destiny, that is.
Whoever said when they heard minorities, when he read it out because he was being polite, he was just reading the regular comment, and then you instantly went to Negroes. Tell me who it is. Let's not be stupid.
I
Whoever
think
said
we
it.
both said
Line 'em
that
up.
we're black person experts.
No, you said Negro experts.
I use the term.
I'm not a Caucasoid expert.
What I said was I took the joke further and I said I have a degree in Negrotology from an accredited
And that's a
academic
retard.
institution.
Right.
Yeah, I have the veracity in the vernacular, buddy. So go ahead and say that one more time because I'm Puerto Rican.
Well, we're not just talking about you. Why are you so self-absorbed?
Because you call me a Negro.
No, he just said he has a degree in Negrotology.
That's funny.
It's pretty funny, yeah.
That's funny. I don't have a degree in Caucasoid of the Mountains degree.
Well, you should get one.
Why? You guys can't even stand the sun.
I love the sun.
But why would you just say Negro?
Also, that is nonsense. I am not from the Caucasus Mountains.
You just made up a whole Negro degree. That ain't seem a little stupid?
Yeah, it was funny.
Kind of rude. You guys should be polite to all races.
It's a joke.
No, nobody cares about white people. You guys are the minority.
I'm not polite to any race.
He's really not.
You made up a whole degree.
Yeah, because it's a joke.
Not that funny.
Well, Wally's known for making not the funniest jokes.
Well, I'm Puerto Rican.
I'm also known for being an equal opportunity
yeah.
offender.
You made up a whole degree, called it Negro something science.
Would you be happier if he would have said Latinomics?
No, I wouldn't want you to make up a fake degree that you did not study. That's what white people do. That's weird.
Hispanicology?
Well, you guys are inbreds.
Well, we're all inbreds.
I will believe that. I will grant that white people do come up with some ridiculous degrees because gender studies was probably created by a crazy white person.
But why would y'all think that's funny? Y'all ain't been raised better than that? Like, that's kind of rude. Like,
no,
calling you Negro, you're in the 20. Come on, man.
Have you ever watched any
You're a
stand-up
20
comedy
Negro,
special?
Not what people call people Negroes, other than black people.
Oh, but they're allowed to say it.
Yes, duh, yes,
Okay,
yes.
so we found the issue. I think we found the issue. You have no sense of humor.
No, you're calling people Negroes. What the fuck are you talking about? You're making up a fake degree.
Negro means black.
In knowing Negroes.
It just means black. Spanish for black.
Black is not a race.
I agree.
So you're uneducated. Black is not a race. It's a color. Yes, duh, yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes, what?
I'm glad you did.
Oh,
no, you're calling people Negroes. Like what are you?
Are you like talking to ghosts?
You like black is not. That is not. Oh my God. It's not even Negro, that's Spanish.
How'd you find your way here? Because it said Destiny in the title?
No, it just brought me here, but then I thought it was kind of cool, like y'all were going to talk on a topic, but then y'all start calling people Negroes.
Nobody called anybody a Negro. Nobody called anybody a Negro.
You don't see no problem with this.
Nope.
I got to admit, I'm struggling to see the issue.
You're saying the word Negro.
Well, the anthropology term would be negroid. So
anthropology. Oh my God! You don't even do anthropology. I am a major in anthropology. Yes, I am.
Okay, congratulations. But the term negroid is an anthropological term.
Negroid is not an anthropological term. Oh my God!
Caucasoid.
Where did you get that from? A caucasoid is not even
mongoloid. These are terms that are used for
a negroid. You're telling me anthropology? Anthropology is based on primates. It's based on bipedal primates.
So you're going to tell me that terms like caucasoid, so caucasoid, negroid, mongoloid, these are not terms.
No, mongoloid is
used in the development of humanity.
Mongoloid is.
So is negroid.
But it's not.
Yes, it is. I can assure you it is.
Show it to me. Show it to me. Show it to me.
Negroid.
Show me negroid.
Negroid, from Oxford Languages, relating to the division of humankind represented by the indigenous peoples of Central and Southern Africa.
Yeah, an anthropologist should know about mongoloids, negroids, and
caucasoids. A mongoloid is different. That's a dumb person. You know what a mongoloid is, right?
Mongoloid is somebody from the Asiatic region, like Mongolian, and then caucasoid is from the Caucasus Mountains, and then
oh my God.
Negroid is originating in Africa. Yeah, those are the three. What are you talking about?
So okay.
Why is it okay for you to say caucasoid, but it's not okay for us to say Negroid?
Because you guys are calling us Negroid. Negroes.
So then you can't say the word caucasoid. Then by your standard, you shouldn't say.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and add in odiums. Oh, I'm about to add in some people. Why don't you tell a black person that on the street? Why don't you tell an African American that?
I live in Salt Lake City, Utah. There are no black people. I love black people.
Y'all know y'all wrong.
Where's Freddie at? I'm about to unban Freddie just so I could tell him.
Y'all know y'all wrong.
No, I don't. I don't understand the problem. Negro just mean we didn't drop a hard R. Then I would
think that's rude.
If he had dropped a hard R, I probably would have banned
him. He taught us Negroes.
Yeah, that's just black. It just means black.
But I just said I was a minority.
Who cares? What do you want? What should we say? Person of color or colored person? Which one's offensive and which one's acceptable?
You shouldn't be saying any of it. You shouldn't be saying any of that.
You brought it up.
Don't y'all just get it? I said minority.
No, you came in the chat and you said this place isn't very friendly to minorities. Why did you say that? What did that come from?
Because it's not, clearly. Literally what you're doing.
We were responding to you saying you're
you
not
call me a
friendly to
Negro?
minorities. So why did you
So I'm a
say
Negro?
why did you say that it didn't seem friendly to minorities? What did we say that offended you before we said Negroology or whatever? A made up
Because of
word.
what dude was saying.
What was he saying? We were talking about a wrestler.
Destiny was talking about things.
Destiny is not here.
So, but what do you get to Negro?
What? Oh my god.
Minority.
Try to follow. What was said that made you say that this place is not friendly to minorities? What made you think
This
that?
right here.
But that hadn't happened
This
yet.
right here.
Right. This hadn't
But
happened
clearly
yet.
I was correct.
This
But
hadn't
clearly
happened.
I was correct, right?
Okay, so you were just assuming. And then we responded to your
You
assuming.
literally made an ass of yourself. Clearly. You're doing that now. This is clearly it. This is it right here. No, you follow.
Okay.
Because of how you guys. Okay.
So you
look,
liked the
way
topic?
the way you put your sentences together and what you're saying, and now you're already doing.
You like the
now.
topic?
So I was
What's
correct.
your favorite video game?
I was correct.
What's your
I was
favorite
correct.
Resident Evil game?
Sorry, I was correct.
What's your
I don't play Resident Evil.
Oh, that's lame.
Well,
Why would I play Resident Evil? That's
Well, you were the one who brought up
I never brought up
your
Negro.
race comments in the chat, and we
Nope,
started
just
just
brought up
having
minority.
fun.
Yeah, we made a joke because
brought up
you said
minority.
you
and
said
you came up here in your feelings
I was
about
right.
a joke. Like you're sitting in your feelings
So I
over
was
that
right.
joke still right now. No,
Thank you. I was right.
no, you weren't. You weren't right.
You're
But go
doing it
ahead.
now. You're in the midst of doing it.
Doing what?
What you're doing?
What am I doing?
Minority.
You just said I'm doing it now.
Calling people
What?
Negroes. Saying you said we didn't do it yet, but now we're doing it. You're literally saying you're doing it. Are you retarded?
Are you like willfully
mentally
not
challenged.
following what we say? Because that's what it sounds like.
When Negro happened, I was a little lost. I was a little lost when you said Negro.
So this started with you in the chat and
then you went haywire, huh?
JS responding to you, and then him and I start having a back and forth, having fun with what he said. So you came up here to tone police us for me saying the word Negrotology. That's what it sounds
I don't
like.
know why you would even say that.
Can you see me on the camera? I'm gonna do something for you.
I don't know why you would say that.
I'm gonna get down on my knee.
Like, dude was cool.
We
This dude
apologize.
right here in the Jesus Savior was cool.
We apologize for using
cool
the word
time.
Negro.
You shouldn't even. That's not funny.
I'm on my knee. I'm taking a knee.
You're gonna have a cold game.
JS, does your knee feel any larger? I need to know, JS. Does your
nothing
knee
grows on you, so just calm
does your
down.
knee
That's
feel
what
any
you're gonna do.
larger? Because I want to know if it was knee growing.
Damn, y'all gonna have a good ass kicking coming. That's rude. What y'all doing?
Hasn't happened yet.
Yeah,
not yet, because y'all in that little white
skeptical of
land
that.
y'all live in. But that's really rude, though. It's not cool.
Black people love me.
Well, the Negroes? Did you call them?
Well, am I allowed to say black?
Yeah, you could, but you call them Negroes.
So I can say
It
black,
wasn't
but I
even
can't
you.
say
It was
Negro.
not you.
What
Is
is
there
it?
is there an ownership of the is there an ownership of the term?
Right, KKK. You is cool, dude.
Is there an ownership of the is there an ownership of the term that I'm not aware of? Can you show me a bill of
Well, when
sale?
you get that ass kicking, you'll know.
I don't think I will. Yeah, I really don't think I will, no matter how much you repeat that. Ain't nobody kicking my ass. I got news for you, honey.
Do you like my hat?
Yeah, I love Trump. Really.
Let's go.
But it wasn't you. It was just a Negro comment, but you wasn't even you, dude. It was just listening to Destiny. He's yapping.
That's not.
You're not even doing that.
That is not
Or
Destiny.
whoever the fuck was on that thing, that wasn't cool.
His name is Wally.
You did okay. You didn't do nothing wrong, and somehow you just bandwagon with this motherfucker.
No, because I laughed at it, and
you
I
ain't
think
even
you're.
like that.
I think
You
you're
ain't even
being.
like that.
I think you're being a little obnoxious, and I thought it was funny.
Well, when you start saying Negroes, and I just said, dang, I stumbled in the wrong place. This ain't for minorities.
But you
Clearly
said
it's
that
not.
before he said Negro.
And
We were
see?
responding to you.
Well, I guess I'm a good sense of thought. I guess I'm a good judge of character. Because clearly that's what happened, right?
Okay. All
And
right.
you wasn't even on that.
You know
You was
racism.
cool.
You know racism isn't real, right? It doesn't exist.
Oh well, seems like it might be.
No, it's just an idea that's been put into your head that everybody's
Okay.
racist,
Oh,
the whole
cool.
world's
Here
racist.
goes a good thought for you
It's
guys.
just dumb, angry
And I want
people.
you guys to I want you to record this. Go up to the nearest African
We're live
American
right
male.
now.
Go up to the nearest African American male and call him a Negro in his face. And let's just see how it is that will happen. How that'll go. Let's just see. And if it's okay, then he'll be happy and give you a high five. If he's not happy, then maybe it's not okay.
But it's okay to say black.
You can say black, but you can't say Negro. You started with Negro. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You're not stupid.
All right. Well, okay.
You're playing this game.
I know you're
Why are you feeding into that, dude?
I know you're an anthropology major.
Why are you getting like this, dude? You was hella cool a minute ago.
Let's work
Why
on.
do you let this nigga bring you to the KKK, bro? You ain't even like that.
Because you're.
You know what's wrong with the situation.
No, I don't.
Come on, you were raised better than that. Come on, man.
No, I don't. Or you don't know.
So you're okay with walking outside.
I'm okay with the word Negro. I'm okay with the word Negro. It means black.
Say it to a black guy then.
I don't have any black guys that I can just. If I had a black guy next to me, I would.
I could bring him right here in the Discord, and a heavy ass motherfucker too.
Bring him in.
Okay. All right. Hold on 1 second. Well, he gonna get too mad and he be talking over everybody because he's actually a
like you've been
heavy
doing.
podcaster.
Like you've been doing.
You know it's not okay.
Why is black okay?
Why are
but
you agreeing
Negro,
with this?
Why is black okay?
You
but
know
Negro
why it's
is
not.
Bad? No, I don't.
You know why it's not.
No, I don't.
You don't.
Nope.
That sucks. That sucks.
Well, somebody should tell the people who founded the Universal Negro Improvement League back in the 20s that they were extremely racist.
You're a retard, so stop talking.
No, I won't. I don't think I will.
He's not. He's just feeding into you.
God,
no,
Jalen's
he's not.
Here. Here's a black guy right now. Jalen.
Okay, come on.
Jalen, is there something wrong with saying Negro?
I want you to say, you want to say Negro. You say it worse. Whoever this person is, I am so proud of you. I don't know you.
Thank you.
I am Jalen.
They know they doing wrong. They just doing it.
He's a gay Negro.
So what? And you would get your ass beat by that gay Negro.
Aqua. So let me tell you
See,
this.
he's still a man. I don't even know why that's funny. He's still a man. Don't get your ass kicked by a nigga in the alphabet game.
Hey, you shouldn't use that word. That's oppressive for your community.
You just called him gay.
He is gay. He's openly gay. Look at his freaking.
It seems like you about to get ran through, buddy.
Look at his thing. It says queer. He's openly.
And it seems like your mama like that. I know a lot of white bitches that be in the KKK. They love some black dick, nigga. And it's your mama. I'm pretty sure that's some trailer park bitches. They like it. They like it. They put money on that kiosk.
Internet
they put that money on that kiosk.
Internet gangsta.
No, I'm not gangstering on you. I'm just saying your mom likes black dick. I mean, that's a fact.
Boo. We got Shauna.
I'm here for 30
that's a fact.
seconds. So I'm going to say something. Cat speculator. I'm Jalen. I love everything you're doing right now. Josh,
his mom love black dick. He's just lying. He mad.
Yeah. Oh, he's horrible. He's horrible.
I know.
You're putting him
he ain't met the right one. But his mama like black dick and like to lie about it.
He's
horrible. My mom's a saint.
Oh, yeah. I bet. Just like Virgin Mary, but she was a prostitute.
Mom is
Remember that?
Saint. Virgin Mary wasn't a prostitute. What are you talking about?
You didn't read the right Bible then.
You're talking about Mary Magdalene, and even she wasn't a prostitute. She was an adulterer.
Well, I don't read the white man's Bible.
A Catholic bishop said that, and then 6 years later, he corrected himself.
Oh yeah, people.
You know, that sounds very racist, Kat. Your discrimination against white literature.
Forget it.
You're discriminating against my white literature. That's awful. That's reprehensible.
Well, they just opened up the church in Russia, and they found out that is black. Egypt is in Africa.
Everyone.
You realize that
You
there
all
is a
know each other.
Kat, do you realize there's a difference between sub-Saharan and Saharan Africa?
You have a schizophrenic book. That's what you have.
Mbasa,
It's
you keep going.
schizophrenia. It's Africa and Egypt.
Yes. So there's a difference.
You got to like
There's a difference in
weird vampires.
sub-Saharan African
With
people.
the Wally, Cap
You
Speculator.
need sunscreen.
Okay, one at a time. I know that's
You need
tough.
to be in a cave.
Because I'm only here for 30 more seconds. How do y'all know each other?
I don't
I don't know none of these niggas. Or not niggas, racists. Excuse me.
Oh, that's better.
My goodness, such offensive language.
I
That
love
mouth
her.
of yours, young
They
lady.
think that's funny.
I love her. She's
They gonna
great.
work your ass, nigga. They gonna work your ass because I'm finna send it to
Wally, how
the
do you
real
know?
motherfucker. And I'm sending that. Oh, I'm finna send
Where are you
it.
gonna send them?
Yes, sir. Well, actually, you're not even important enough. You can't even get on it. Destiny can, but you can't. My bad.
Who?
You only got what, 1,000, 15,000 followers, nigga? What are you getting? $50 a month?
No,
Just
nowhere
bored,
near.
huh?
I have
Wearing
nowhere
your
near.
long johns.
I have nowhere near 15,000 followers.
I know you ain't got none.
But who's
I
worse?
can tell.
Who's the worst? The guy that's streaming?
The one that's calling people Negroes?
The guy that's
Negroes?
streaming to 20
The guy that's
per
calling people
people?
Negroes?
Or one of the 20
The
persons
guy
that
that's
randomly
calling
shows
people
up in
Negroes?
their chat and jumps into their
The guy that's
Discord?
calling people Negroes? The guy that's calling people Negroes?
I love you. I love you so much,
So,
young
Kat,
lady.
there's an easy solution to how you
You
feel
will not
about
call people Negroes?
There's an easy solution to my.
Not calling people Negroes?
Stop
Who is this
interrupting.
Shut the fuck
Wally
up.
defending Joshua?
Okay, so Kat, I'm going to tell you what you can do about this if you shut the fuck
You
up.
couldn't
for more than 5
because
seconds.
you're white and you
Okay,
have
so
no.
Wicked Wally,
Look, we're
why
the
are you not agreeing
look,
with Cat?
you're the minority. Why are we even speaking to you?
Hey,
Shit.
y'all got to learn to wait your turn.
I can't wait my turn because there's no reason to talk to a minority because that's who the white people are now.
Yeah, I was in the middle of speaking, you racist bitch.
Oh, now it's me.
Boy, he's Wicked Wally. Who are you?
Oh my
Wait,
God,
what?
I'm melting. I'm a wicked witch. I'm
Hold on,
melting.
Cat. Let me help you out. I got you. We here
Oh yeah,
together.
go ahead, roast it.
Got you. Wicked
Get on.
Wally. Who are you?
Nobody.
I like you.
She really hates keeping her mouth shut, doesn't she?
I hate that you have a loose flag and then you put it over the window. It's just stupid, and it's over there. It just looks decrepit. It's sad. It ain't been washed in 10 years. You probably got it from a great grandfather. It's annoying. Get it off there.
My flag?
Why are you spurging about a word there, Kat? Like you seem like
I'm
you're pretty
spurging
spurgy
about
the term
dirt and
Negro.
filth in a person's house, and that flimsy flag that's
Who,
breaking
mine?
down, that's
Me?
barely holding up. Yep,
This
you
flag?
into it.
Yeah.
One that was passed down by generations.
This is a
Yours.
beautiful flag. Look at this flag.
Nope, not,
This
you don't
flag
even know what
said.
I'm talking about. I'm talking about the one that's barely hanging on.
This one it says Jesus is my
The one you put
savior.
on with
Trump
chick
is my
tax,
president.
the tax. The one you put on with tax.
This one.
Yep, barely hanging.
You like it?
Nope,
Not
looks
at
stupid.
all.
You like
Not
it?
at all.
It's not even up. Don't touch it because it'll fall over.
Do you know Jesus?
Earn that shit.
I don't think you do, but that's gonna fall over if you touch it. I tell you that now.
Jesus
It's you got two tacks that
Joshua,
you
you
got from the
don't know
Dollar
Jesus.
Tree. It's barely holding on.
Yes, you don't know Jesus.
Oh, I know Jesus.
Oh, he do. Name the scripture.
Wicked Wally, I don't know if
Jesus
you know
is my
Jesus.
Negro.
Oh, well, your shit about to fall off your wall. We knew how to do it better than that. We put them over the windows.
Young
We don't put
lady,
them on a random wall.
Hold on. He want to real because you, young lady. I don't think he'll hit a lady too quickly. I'm being nice, but fight me, Joshua, because you know I'll hit a bitch
But
like you.
don't fight him. He'll bring him to your house.
I've invited him. I
wouldn't invite him to my house.
Jalen's 5'8", 280 pounds, and he's gonna fight me.
Oh, you've been
And
looking at
you're
my
white in
Grindr
the tank top.
account.
It ain't been washed. And I'm sure you took it out of the
You've
dirty
been looking
laundry.
at my Grindr account, Joshua.
You have a
You
Grindr?
took it out of the dirty laundry.
That's
You ain't
gross.
washed that shirt. I know you haven't. If I look back at your videos,
I told you he was gay.
it's at the
Hello,
same
new
time.
person. Hello, new person.
Hey, at me because he ain't washed his shirt in 3
Hello,
days.
what's up?
He been taken out of it, and I know he got an emo girlfriend. I could just tell. Tonight will be the night. That's
Me?
his girl right there.
Girl,
I don't like emo
there's a
girls.
lot to catch up on. He ain't good. Joshua's suffering right now, and it's wonderful. It's
I
wonderful.
know that shirt dirty. I could
suffering?
tell. I could tell by the dirty room.
Oh yes,
I could
there's
tell by the dirty flag. I could tell by the tacks in the wall. I could tell. He ain't washed that shirt. He had to go across the street to wash his clothes. I know it.
Kat, what's your real name? Do you mind sharing, or you don't want to dox yourself?
Tiana, and I will roast it.
Tiana?
Yep, and if you follow me, he will
I love
find
the name
out who I hang out with. Because they're going to get
Tiana.
me in.
I have so many friends. Tiana, you are a beautiful Black queen. I am so proud of you. I'm 31 years old. I heard you're an anthropology student. Am I right?
Yeah,
Yes,
bullshit.
that's
So
correct.
proud of you, young lady.
She's not
okay.
she's not an
Okay, let me
entomology.
ask him. Let
She's
me
not
ask
an
him real quick.
entomology
Let me ask him
student.
real
She
quick.
doesn't
How
know
much
that
again?
she doesn't know that Negro means the same
Tiana,
thing as black.
Tiana,
You
listen
said a
to this.
Negro is not a
Tiana,
Negro does
listen to
not mean
this.
black. Black is a color, retard.
Right.
This
Yeah, it
man,
means the
this
same thing as
man.
black, retard.
Black is a color,
Oh, y'all,
retard.
don't
Okay.
stoop to us. Don't stoop
No
to
more
us.
R-bar.
I like to be the little person.
He's
I want to be the little
bombs.
person. Let me be the little person. I want to be the little person.
I'll let you do it.
Until you wash that black Jesus that's hanging off, then you go ahead. And that shirt too, because I know I ain't been washed. So go
I
ahead
gotta
and get your
go.
little hot
Tiana,
dog. Yep, I'm here.
Tiana, I'm so proud of you. Joshua, you're a dumbass, and you're getting your ass handed to you again.
I'm about to give it to him.
Stop
And I'm about to go in on that
Gotta
motherfucker.
stop
I'm about to go in.
But anyways, thank you for
In that
letting
dark
me.
room. I know his mama paid them bills.
No.
This is a
You're
this is a
giving him too
highly
much credit.
high
You're
intellect
giving him too much
conversation we're
credit.
having.
Oh, I know his mom lives in the trailer. My bad. I shouldn't have said that.
Too much credit. Too much credit.
All right,
Goodbye,
let's see
everyone.
about this cheap microphone he got.
My mom lives in a townhouse, not a trailer.
Just the same. Same thing.
It's
Don't own nothing.
It's a nice townhouse.
She don't know a townhouse, huh? That's sad.
Yeah.
So anyways, let's talk more about that room. Because I wasn't going to go in on you.
I don't know. You like
Well,
talking about parrots.
what does attacking a man's
Dude, I can't even
room
see where you at.
accomplish?
I already know you're a hoarder. I could tell because you can't turn your video on. You're a hoarder and you live in an RV. I could tell. Anyways, next.
What is attacking a man's room
You
accomplish?
live in an RV. Stop.
Hey,
what is attacking a man's dwelling accomplish? Does it do anything to
That's how I know
refute
he
his
does.
arguments? No, it doesn't.
That's how I know he does.
You're just attacking the appearance of his wall
I didn't
instead
even
of contending with anything we've actually said.
reasons of why it's okay. You see that? I knew he did. Didn't even get to see it.
What's wrong?
Can we solve the Negro issue?
Didn't even
Can
get
we,
to see it. Just try to talk and explain why it's okay to live in nothing.
Hold on. So, hold on. Someone else is trying to actually speak who hasn't spoken. You've rambled off plenty of dumb bullshit, Cat. So let's let Ambassa here speak his mind.
Cat, I don't want to mute you. I don't want to mute you, but you can't just talk over everybody the whole time. So
well, I know he don't live in none.
Simmer down.
To the part.
Simmer
Boys.
down. Simmer down.
Randy.
Yeah, hey, let's keep things civil, guys. Come on.
I called him Randy.
What does that even
Ray.
mean?
Leahy.
Okay. Who's the other person that just joined? Where are all these people coming from?
Am I hearable?
Yes, we hear you.
I'm bringing him in. There you go. Kudos to yours. Because of me. There you go.
I just want to know why Negro is a racist term when it means black.
You know why?
Wait. Okay. I was going to talk about that. So you guys clearly have different associations with the word. Because if you look it up, it does mean black. But like she has different associations with the word. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just we should clarify that.
Whoa, that's deep. Nerd emoji.
You just shouldn't say it.
But like, why though?
Because
like,
you
what
know
are your
better.
No, but like, what is your associations with the
You know
word?
exactly why. You know better. Just don't do it.
I know the
better.
hard. I know the hard R. Nobody said the hard R or anything like that. Like I know that would be racist. That would be
Let's
wrong.
not be slow. Just don't say it. You know it's not okay.
Wait. Don't just say, "Oh, you know." Just explain
You
it.
do.
No, wait, no. That doesn't make.
Because
that's not how
it's
shit works.
then go say it to a black person then.
That's not how shit works. You
Why
can't just say
doesn't it work like that? Go say it to them.
I've
because
said Negro to black people and they don't.
Then go do it. I want to see it. Record it.
Do it on stream.
It's 3:00 in the morning, and I live in Salt Lake City. What
Then go to McDonald's. Go to McDonald's. I'm sure you'll find one.
No, not here. Not in Utah.
Well, black people. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. What?
No, we got like 4 black people in the whole state.
That just be in McDonald's. Huh?
I didn't make the demographic. It's not my fault.
McDonald's
what is
has a
it,
demographic.
Isn't Brigham Young? Isn't like the?
You
I
had
know
you don't
years
get to talk
ago,
because you live in
JS.
a trailer.
Hold on,
Please.
Cat.
If I remember correctly, JS, way back in the day, might be different now, but didn't Brigham Young University used to be like 96% white and 4% other?
Why are we even?
I think it
speaking
probably still
like this?
is.
Whoa.
So this
That's
is okay.
crazy.
We
Go
have
to McDonald's and 94% 10 years ago. Okay.
we probably have more of a like a Latino community than a black community here in Utah.
Okay. How did y'all feel about that? How did y'all feel about saying all this?
What, Latinos?
You didn't say anything, so it's not you, sir. You said McDonald's, which is I don't even understand why you said McDonald's. But
Yeah,
I mean,
why are you
that's
getting mad at him for that?
Hey, I'm memeing.
Don't
I'm
get
memeing, but I'm
Look,
midway.
Look, Kat, I think you misunderstand the point because you don't know me, and I am all about building bridges with my brothers and sisters of color. And if Negrotology was a racist degree, I would have never gotten it from an accredited academic
You
institution.
couldn't have gotten a degree. You live in a trailer. Come on, man. Shut up.
I don't live in a trailer, but
I know you do because you try to explain it.
Negro.
Put on your camera. Let me see.
Yeah.
I know it's hoarding. So let me see.
That was absolutely
Show it.
true.
no, I'm not putting my camera on.
bet you
That would
won't.
involve listening to you.
Nope, it would just involve you pushing a button on your phone that you're holding.
It's called
I'm
It's called
using my phone,
African
actually.
Studies, Wally. It's called African Studies.
I also want to study that room. Put on the camera.
No.
You put on your camera.
See, let me explain this. How did this works, Kat? Let me explain this really clear.
Your camera up and our camera up.
So, Kat, let me explain how this works. You can keep saying "put your camera up" 100 more times, and I will not ever fucking listen to you.
Whoa, bro.
I ain't listening to her.
You couldn't.
I'm not. Well, because I'm not here to entertain this dumb bitch.
I'm sorry you live in a
Yeah,
trailer.
bro. Harsh word.
I didn't have nothing wrong with the dude
Why is
over
he
there
so
in the corner.
emotional about
That is cool.
this?
I just didn't understand why black people need to meet at McDonald's, but I mean, whatever.
All right, wait. So do you want me to answer that question? 'Cause, like
No,
a whole
I do
bunch of
not.
other people started talking.
No, I do not want you to answer why black people go to McDonald's. I please don't.
No, I was just gonna say that at least one person a black person works at every McDonald's I've been to. I mean, it's mostly white
And
people.
A lot of you guys work there, yes.
That's probably
Yeah, exactly.
true.
That's what I was saying. If there's at least one black person, that means that there's mostly white people, but there's at least one black person
I
at every
mean that
McDonald's I've been to.
because the
Yeah.
black people are getting away from the McDonald's.
It's diversity, equity, and inclusion. You have to.
No, there's one person that's black and there's a lot of whites. That's doesn't make any sense. McDonald's is not a good job to have.
It's probably about 13% black. If there's 10 employees,
all
one
go
of
work at
them
McDonald's then.
would be black.
Well, let's all go work there. Come on, let's get up. Let's go apply.
Well,
I don't have a
JS.
problem. We're working at McDonald's. I used to work at McDonald's.
Well, JS, wouldn't those
back in the day when I was young.
Well,
Already
JS,
Domino's, I'm
wouldn't
like,
those
step up.
Josh,
You guys
wouldn't
know
those
what you're saying.
percentages? Wouldn't those McDonald's percentages fluctuate depending on
God,
whether
he
or
knows
not the
nothing.
McRib is available?
He knows nothing. He knows nothing but the trailer park and McRibs. Sucks. You know there's more out there, right? You can go fishing. So, catch you a catfish. I know you guys like to do that.
Yeah, the only one who's
McDonald's?
probably catfish is you.
No, I don't think I'm catfishing, buddy. I spectate.
McDonald's is my McDonald's. This guy's McDonald's
Bruh,
is all
I
black.
just read that. Yeah, what the fuck? My McDonald's is all black. I'm dead.
So am I late? Is this just not about the Destiny panel?
No, we
I
watched
don't
the
even
Destiny
understand. I
debate
know the
hours
dude. I don't
ago.
know what y'all do, but I know that dude right there in the bottom. He's not very comfortable where he lives. I'm telling you that now.
Sometimes he has his camera on. Seems like he has a nice house.
If he can find a good lit room.
But you can't critique somebody's home and things you can't see if you're not cammed up.
Why he critiquing me? I'm just taking a guess.
I'm critiquing your arguments. You looking at my living room has nothing to do with my arguments.
You don't own a living room, so
Yes,
I never even went there.
You don't own a living room.
Never even. Oh my God, Jesus
I
Christ!
can
You
tell
are
you
a dumb
don't.
broad.
The rooms in the
No, you
bathroom,
hide
but
in the
not the
corner.
living
Your
room.
mother's not there, and she's at work. I can tell.
Oh my God.
I'm not critiquing your living situation, but then I had to because I said I can tell a person that's impoverished,
Oh,
and that is you.
the condition of my house is irrelevant to my arguments. So you have
And
to
that's how
actually
I know.
contend with
That's
what
a
I
person
say.
that has nothing. Right
Nope.
there, that conversation right there, he sneaks into dirty corners.
No, you see, I am by not showing you anything.
Yeah.
I'm forcing you to contend with what I say
I can't
rather than
contend.
what you can see, and think that you are somehow refuting
I
my
can
arguments
tell.
based off my living room.
I can tell
Hey,
you
so
in the living room.
So
what is
you
the
prove
conversation here?
absolutely
Are we just like
nothing
arguing?
because it sounds like you're just nasty.
Well, he's guessing. No, you're nasty. I can tell you don't clean.
Wait, what? What do we?
I'm
What do
just
we?
talking back
What
to
is
him.
the?
You weren't here. You weren't here for it. You weren't here for it. You weren't here for it. It's okay.
Well,
I'm out of it.
she's prattling off stupid bullshit because she can't
No,
actually make
you
an
are
argument
filthy,
about
and you
anything.
have no living room, and
Do you guys have
sneaking in
mics?
corners. You guys were not here for it, so it's okay. I understand why you
Like
guys don't
your
know.
guys' audio sounds so good. I'm talking through
I know,
my phone. Do
I
you
was
guys have like
asking-
computers and mics that you guys are in front of?
Well, he has a good corner or closet or something. I know that for sure. Good lawn chair or something.
Yeah, I'm not using my phone. I'm using my desktop.
I didn't say you were. I said you have a good lawn chair to sit in with that phone. I never
Call
said
it a
that, so you
PC.
missed it.
Isn't the desktop like more of the monitor?
He doesn't have a PC. He's sitting in a corner on a dirty floor, and he has no living room. I could tell. I don't care. He does have a phone. I
Are you
never said
guys
he didn't have
all?
a
Are you
phone. He
guys
has
all
a
like
good lawn
Destiny
chair
fans?
with a lot of dirty,
Oh,
and
I'm a
it's not
Destiny
watered
fan.
grass. I know it's not watered grass.
I'm gonna
I can
start
tell.
putting Destiny
I've
in the
watched
title
Trailer
of
Park
all my
Boys.
videos because I get all
I've
sorts
watched
of
Trailer Park
Destiny
Boys,
fans
Ricky.
coming out.
He has that car just like
You're like
Ricky.
30 view
A good
max,
hockey
and it's
stick.
not too hype.
Only reason why I joined is because
Hey, that's a big
Destiny
accomplishment
type.
for me.
And that's Ricky. Right down there. Ricky.
Don't undermine my accomplishments.
I ain't even talking about you. You got a room.
I'm talking to
don't.
him. I'm not talking to you.
Oh, yeah. Okay, my bad. My bad. I apologize. My bad.
Cat spectator. That's what they used to
My
call me
fault.
back in high school. Was the cat spectator.
Yeah, I'm spectating on that house over there. That room.
You didn't do more than spectating, huh? Or
No,
You
I
weren't
just
there for
I
it.
just
You weren't
watched.
there for it. Just back out of it.
Frantically cleaning currently, so he can turn
I
on the
can tell by the
camera.
way he's talking about it. I can tell. Sitting in filth. Ain't got no living room.
bro, are we
There with a
still
hockey
on that?
stick.
What the
You
fuck?
weren't here for it. I'm going in.
I
Please.
don't care, bro. I don't think anyone cares.
Well, you see, this is the thing: is that trying to call me racist wasn't working for her, so now she's trying to come up with some bullshit.
Nope. I heard you talk.
Yep.
I tell you living in filth. I can
Nope.
tell.
Drew, all of what's happening right now is
he lives in
indicative of
filth?
something deeper.
Oh shit. Okay, what on it?
Okay, then by your tone, you sound like you live in the ghetto.
Oh my
Oh
god.
shit!
Oh, rethink.
You probably rob and
rethink.
steal too.
You probably, I mean, Kat, you sound
Oh.
like you got empty 40s and burnt out cigarette butts all over
Nobody
the
buys
floor.
40s. That's how I know you live in
Probably ain't
trash.
even with your baby daddy.
I don't have. Oh, that's weird that you would
Keep
know.
going, bro. You're
everything.
supposed to wait. No, wait, chill, Cat. He's supposed to go one, and then I go one. He really fell off right
Okay,
there.
I'm gonna let him go. Because I don't even know about these baby daddies he speaks of in the 40s. Because I don't even know how much a 40 costs. He do though.
Well, I mean, you want
Yes,
to play
yeah.
this game that you think you know everything about me.
You can't win it.
My voice,
You're in the ghetto, so I just figured we were going racial.
He
Guys,
knows about 40s.
you know,
He
baby daddies don't
clearly
stick
does.
around until their 40s.
He's talking about 40s. No one drinks 40s. He is aware of the ghetto. That is
Yeah, I am
absurd.
aware of the ghetto. No, many people are. That doesn't mean
Nobody here in the chat drinks
Oh, yeah,
40.
you're aware of the ghetto, Mr. Wicked. Name at least 3.
Name
Yeah.
at least 3
Go
ghettos.
ahead. Yep.
Name at
Yep.
least
Yep.
3.
Yep.
Name 3
Go
ghettos.
ahead.
Go.
Go.
Well,
Where he lives? Go.
No, that would be Jamaica Plain and Mattapan near Boston and Harlem.
I would just name every
You don't
Democrat
live
city.
nowhere near there.
Chicago.
All you gotta do is say
New
my
York.
location.
Boston. Memphis.
He
Boston
said
is not
40.
ghetto, JS, but yes,
Jamaica's
neighborhoods
below
of
the
Boston
Dominican
are very
Republic. You're not
ghetto.
going to get me with that one, sir.
Yeah.
He said 40s. We already know where he lives and what his mindset is because no one drinks 40s. No one even thinks of 40s. Why do you say that?
You can literally go into any liquor store and see 40-ounce
Not
bottles.
40s.
Yeah.
Nope, I never see them. They're not on
Yeah,
my
like
shelf.
that movie with Ice Cube and the
Hey, does
NWA
anybody else
boys.
see
They're all
40s
drinking
on their
40
shelf
ounces.
when
Yeah.
they go to the liquor store? You guys see 40s?
Kat, you ever played Edward 40 Hands, where you duct tape 2 40s to your hands?
Yeah, from How I Met Your Mother.
Yeah.
Okay, he doesn't have cable. So, yet again, do we go to the liquor store and just see 40s and say, yeah, go ahead and wrap me up them 40s? No, we don't do that.
40s are like specifically only malt liquor, right? They don't do 40 ounce for like
And you
other
look at
drinks.
those?
They got like Bud
No.
Ice 40s.
That's not a 40. That's
If
a Bud
it's
Light.
if it
That's
comes
something
in
good.
if it comes in a 40-ounce bottle, it's a 40.
Nope, that's not the 40 he's
Yeah.
speaking of. That's just a good drink.
40 is
This
just
is the
the
real
size of
debate
the bottle.
topic.
No, a Bud Light is good. In any ounce.
No, Bud Ice.
Bud, whatever the hell. It's not on the same shelf as a 40. He knows what he's talking about. Ain't nobody get no 40.
Yeah, but then if what he's saying is true, how the fuck those coffee places get away with calling small tall? So
They ain't
I mean,
calling
you gotta
40s.
like exactly.
Yeah.
Because it's stupid.
Yeah. What about the
Back to you,
32-ounce
buddy.
Miller Light cans or
And
Miller
he said 32
Highlight?
ounce. He didn't even go to the 40. You see that?
We don't
Back
sell.
to you.
They don't sell 40s at the gas
Just fucking
station in
on.
Utah.
I know.
A cigarette.
Duh. Who would want that? Go back to him.
Thought it was a J. I was gonna call you out.
His
No.
area does.
I haven't smoked pot in like 3 weeks. I'm doing
Let's talk
good.
about the 40s. What's the name of the 40s that you speak of?
OE, Colt
Not
45.
you.
Oh shit.
Your
My bad.
mouth.
The guy that was a
you.
virgin. Oh shit! Sorry.
No, the guy with no home. Here. Right here. I want to talk about the 40s.
Well, I already named him, so now he's.
Not you.
I know, but
I
I
think
already.
he's squatting 200 below parallel currently, so he's
No, he's
gone.
drinking his 40.
His answers were perfectly
Oh, there you go.
valid.
He's back in action.
Why is everybody attacking Wally? Wally's a nice guy.
Yeah, me too.
I only
you're
asked
right.
him to name 3 ghettos, and he was completely lost.
Boom.
Yeah, I'm
He
glad
started
I don't
talking
know
about
where the
Jamaica.
I'm actually very glad I don't know where the ghetto is. Look at me, so
All
excited
he
I
had to
don't
do
live
was
in a
say that's where
shithole.
he lives.
You better keep track, because if you don't, next thing you know, your neighborhood's gonna turn into the ghetto, and then what?
No, my
A lot of
neighborhood's
running.
good. My
A
neighborhood's
lot of
good.
running.
It's a weird.
Steel
one,
Reserve makes
sir.
40s.
We're agreeing with you.
A Steel Reserve 40 would kill somebody. That's
I
wild.
just want to drink things outside the park. But you, what were you saying, sir? Up there with the little weird evil man thing? You're talking
Oh,
about you don't want to live in a ghetto and the black people with
no,
health care are
imagine,
people?
so in this panel, imagine like you're like Spider-Man and I'm like Punisher.
Oh,
So like
no,
you're
too
fighting
far.
completely against
far.
the racism, but like
Nope.
I'm halfway there.
No one reads. Nope. Can't even understand it. Sounds odd. It's a comic book. Shouldn't have done it.
I don't
Next.
believe in racism. I don't think it even exists.
I don't believe in comic book fairy tales.
Oh
either.
yeah.
We're
By
done.
the way, that was. Why would you say that, bro? What does that
I
even
didn't
mean?
say like.
What does it mean?
Say what?
How does
You
a
brought up
concept?
Deadpool and
How does a concept
and
exist? I can
Marvel.
explain it to you if Kat could be quiet for a couple seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, I can, but he's bringing up Marvel superheroes. Weird.
So concepts don't exist, and it's just hateful, dumb people. If you take a look at Daryl Davis, he was this black guy that infiltrated multiple KKK organizations, and they didn't realize that he was black until he went into the organization, and then he talked to them. They had never seen a black guy, so it's their environment,
I
it's
think
how
they've
they're
probably
raised.
seen one.
Well, they had seen what the media showed them. They had seen stuff on TV, hip hop and stuff like that on TV. So they had this idea of their head of this is what a black guy is. And when they find a well-spoken gentleman who's a black guy, they're like, "Oh, not all black guys look like this. I never knew this because I live in buttfuck wherever Kentucky, and I've never seen a black guy." And they come to find out there's some decent black guys out there. So they weren't actually racist. They were just hateful and dumb.
See, I knew
Wait,
you
can't you
weren't.
say
See?
they were racist,
See?
but it was just
See?
due to their
See
ignorance?
right there? I was never mad at him.
And
I knew he
also,
was smart.
stereotypes that are typically
I
true.
knew he was smart.
Understanding stereotypes and life experiences doesn't make you racist. If I see a rattlesnake and I avoid it, and then I see a gardener snake and I pick it up and play with it, that doesn't make me a speciesist. If I see a pit bull and I avoid it,
Thank you.
and then I see a nice golden retriever and I pet it, that doesn't make me a speciesist.
Thank you.
Yeah, but what about like all those like old white men in like 1930s to 1920s that were like writing whole books about how like Anglo-Saxon genetics is better than like indigenous genetics all around the world? I mean, like racism is definitely like an actual concept. I don't.
Well, the bell curve is real, and so if some people have different black people are stronger, they're faster. White people might be a little bit smarter, and if you recognize that,
I don't like bringing everything. I don't like bringing everything to Nazi Germany, but I mean Hitler was racist to the Jews. He wasn't like stupid and didn't understand. He didn't meet. It wasn't that he didn't meet a well-talking business Jewish man.
Yeah, and I have arguments against that, but I can't really get into
They
it
did
on
cocaine,
YouTube.
heroin,
But
cocaine, and meth. And he was Jewish. There you go. Sorry, my bad.
he didn't just hate.
But I get what you're saying. Most racist people are definitely what you're talking about, but there's definitely people who are like the exception.
No, they're not.
But those people are dumb. They're just dumb and hateful.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We're back on track.
So wouldn't you just say the racism is due to ignorance? So like racism still exists. It's just due to ignorance.
If racism were real, it would have to be some sort of genetically inherent thing. So if a white baby was being born to a black doctor, it would recoil back into its mama's vagina because it's racist. Like that doesn't happen. Kids aren't racist. Kids, there's all sorts of memes and stuff of the white girl with her black friend, and she's like, "This is my twin." It's a conditioning thing. It's not.
People just like people.
Wait, but that doesn't mean that racism doesn't exist. Wait, what?
No, it does exist in a sense. Is what he's basically trying to explain to people with a lower intelligence is that
nice.
It's stupid to be not you. I'm not saying you. He's trying to explain to people, are you in the lower intelligence? Then I'm not talking about you. Then I'm not talking about you. What I'm saying is what he's trying to explain or trying to get over is that racism, there's no real such thing. It's man-made, and it's basically someone putting something stupid in your head when we all are just.
That doesn't mean that racism doesn't exist.
Like murder.
That doesn't even
mean.
mean
Murder.
So
is rape.
Existent
So is
thing.
pedophilia.
That is. No, that's real. That does not mean. What does raping kids have to do with race? Where did you go? Where did you go?
You're saying that it's a social construction. The concept is a social construction.
Right,
where
but
did the pedophilia come from?
My first argument
is a social construct.
He's talking.
But my first argument is that a concept doesn't exist. So it would depend on how you define existence. What do you mean by it? Can you taste, touch, or smell racism?
I mean, everything but math and science isn't real.
No,
math and science is the only thing that's real.
We're getting
Why y'all ain't listening to this man?
A little bit.
Why y'all ain't listening to him? He's saying racism is a real, it's a retarded thing that they give to retards, and they make retards make things. If you can't taste, touch, or feel it, it does not exist. Duh. And then it's something stupid people make up in their mind.
Stock investments don't exist.
What does that have to do with See, that's a stupid person thing.
Can you taste, touch, or feel stock investments?
That's a stupid thing to say. See, That's
Yes, you are
stupidity.
reflecting your own stupidity when you're not understanding what's
That
being
has
said back to
nothing to
you.
do with racism. Stock and managing your
Well,
money has
he's making
nothing
an
to do
It's
with
called a
analogy.
racism.
comparison. It's called a
That is
comparison.
not. You guys are very unintelligent.
But your stock
You didn't
investment,
even.
Your almost inability to say the word intelligence very,
You
very
can
well
make a
distinguishes that.
bet or do stock. That is a physical transaction. That is a
your stock
transaction.
investment is a
This is in that.
representation of a physical thing. So you have
There we
you could
go.
have physical
Wait,
money.
wait.
For
Okay,
what? An ownership?
okay.
He's saying it.
Racism is like a representation of
Oh my God.
like
There's no helping you.
beliefs, ignorant
Are you
beliefs.
a 2000 child?
So maybe there could be a racist act that would
There's
be.
no. You don't even have to explain it. It won't get through. It won't get through.
No, I'm trying
They're
to.
talking
Oh,
about
this is
stock.
like this is
They're
like
talking
discussing
about
what a
stock.
fair fight is. This is like discussing what a fair fight is.
They're talking
Like
about stock.
the concept at which you're talking about doesn't
He's smarter than
exist
you.
in
The
any
dude right
like
there in the left corner is smarter
binary
than you.
system.
Oh my God.
I think
I think there's no helping you guys. Are you raising 2000s?
I am.
Are you
I
just
knew it.
yapping?
Chill out, bro. What are you doing?
What is
I'm a
it?
80. I'm
You
a
have
80s
like a
baby.
1 out of 3 questions response rate. Are you literally
No,
just in here
there's nothing
yapping?
you can say because he's right. There's nothing to say.
Let's
Damn,
go.
bro, that's deep. That's
There's
deep.
nothing to say. You're talking about stocks and he's talking
Whoa,
about race. What are you talking
whoa.
about?
God, did you
You
even
just hit
understand
like
why
a
he
dab
brought up
of
stocks?
acid.
I
Did you
can't listen to
wait, Cat.
2000 people.
Wait, Cat. Can you tell me
I
why?
can't listen to you. You're 2000.
Can you
I'm
tell me
sure
why?
you can't listen to me. You're sub 85
You're
IQ.
talking
What's
about
the average
stocks.
IQ? You keep talking about intelligence.
Not
What's the
yours.
average IQ?
Not
Yeah.
yours.
What is it?
Not yours.
What is it? Give me a number. Give me a number. You're being
Not
pushed on a
yours.
number. You're being
Not
pushed on a
Unfortunately,
number.
you.
it's going
98. I know
down.
that for sure. Not in the triple digits. The dude in the left corner is correct.
98 is the average IQ, you fucking idiot. It's sub
That's why you're a
100.
retard.
You dumb fuck.
You're a dummy.
Yeah, it's going down for the first
You
time in
absolute
history in
dumb fuck.
America.
You are slow.
Reverse Flynn effect.
75 is the average for Nepal.
98.
And that's the lowest in the world. What are you
Oh
talking
my
about?
God, I'm so sorry for you.
Is that true? Nepal has the lowest
Wait,
IQ?
actually,
Yes, look it up. Googled if Nepal has the lowest IQ, and then you'll know I know what I'm talking about more than
Oh
this
my
random
God.
bitch
Average
yapping.
intelligence. I looked it up.
I don't have to Google it. I'll believe you.
Is 114.
114 in Nepal. Oh shit.
No, not in Nepal. Clearly.
Where at?
And then,
Now I'm gonna
above
Google it.
average is 115 to 129. Go ahead and look it up.
So you're
Okay.
accepting that 98 is not a low IQ then?
You have a low IQ though.
You said it was 98.
You just
what
don't
would a
know
low
nothing.
IQ be? What would the number be?
Yours.
It is Nepal. Wow.
Yours.
This bitch is so dumb.
It's 42. It's
Okay,
not
wait.
even 75. It's 42 in Nepal. That's crazy.
42 is the average?
Yeah, they're literally like completely. There's no
What?
intelligence. There's no
Well,
education
maybe
in
I'm wrong.
Nepal.
I live in America.
It's
Yeah,
right
but-
above India. Wait. Actually,
I live
wait.
in
She didn't hear what I
America.
said. Where's Nepal?
Name some continents.
Where's Nepal?
Name some continents.
It's right above India. It's right above India.
You already said that.
Where's
so it'd be
Poland?
stupid
Where's
for me to
Poland
have
next
said it.
to?
Did she say
What's
name
Poland
Being
next to?
stupid.
Oh, it's Germany. It's Germany. What's underneath them? Oh, it's Austria.
I can't even answer because you're literally just.
I mean, you couldn't answer.
You're literally spazzing. You're not even letting me. What?
What's
You
above
just went on a
Ukraine?
rampage.
What's above Ukraine?
Probably. I don't fucking know. Clearly, you know.
Belarus?
That's probably where you're gonna buy
How
your
much
life.
longer am I going to be on? I'm going to be on for a
Belarus?
while.
What's underneath Lithuania?
Hell yeah.
Lithuania. What is
We're
this
going
have
all
to
around the
do
world
with
with these
race?
questions. I'm literally going all around the world with these questions. You don't know a single country on a single continent.
And you've been on
Where's
YouTube.
Chile? Where's Chile?
You've been on YouTube and you're slow.
Where's Chile?
Literally telling you something, a topic, but you're naming things because you do. What do you do? Just
If
sit
she did know
online and
that, would
jack
that
off?
make her retarded?
I mean, we can switch subjects.
Go
What's
back
the
to his
capital?
subject though.
What's the
Go back to his
capital of
subject.
Missouri?
Go back
What's
to
the
his
capital of
subject.
Missouri?
Go back to his subject though. Go back to his subject though.
How much you want to
I
guess
don't
if I
know
went
what
back to
you're
like
laughing about.
if I went back to middle school
Oh
math,
my
this
God, I
woman would
hate white
fail
people.
every question.
Oh, not white people, but I hate
Well,
retarded white people.
she's an anthropology major.
Yeah,
I'm
and
sure.
but why you still ain't answer his question? That's not okay.
You didn't foresee someone like me joining.
No, all you're doing is naming stuff off of a map that you
No,
clearly
all
have
I'm
on
doing
your.
is naming Marvel
You
comic
clearly have
villains. What you
something.
didn't know is that Nepal's not even a country. That's actually a villain in
You're
Marvel.
on Nepal. I never said it was a country.
It is a country, you dumb
Anything
bitch.
about the
It's literally a
countries.
country.
I said continents. You're talking about countries. I said continents. And there's only
Continents,
700.
continents, Asia, North America, South America. Are you fucking idiot? You learn that when you're in
Get
elementary
the
school.
rest of it.
This is 5th grade. What are you asking me
I
right
don't know
now?
where you start talking about
What number
Nepal and
comes after
everything else.
5?
I
What
don't
number comes after 5?
understand where you went off. That's because all I said was name the
Knowing a
continent.
fact doesn't make you smart, just so you know.
Yeah, that's all
I mean,
I said.
I'm willing to go in
And you
depth on
went
any
on a
subject. I'm just pointing
rampage
out that she
about
just doesn't know anything and
Marvel.
she just like keeps
You
going
went and
after
started talking
she.
about Nepal, Afghanistan, Ukraine. I don't fucking know what you're talking about, sir.
I'm
You just
literally
went on a
just
rampage
trolling
on
you.
your
I'm
computer.
literally just trolling
buddy.
you.
You little
That's what's happening.
typist.
I'm in front of my phone. I'm sure you're in front of a
I
desktop
don't
that
know
you
where you
dedicate your
went that
whole life
far.
to.
I don't even know how you went that far. You just went on a rampage, little buddy. Did you get that over with? You good?
You've been talking for
Called
literally
you
like
little
20 minutes.
Not
You
about
were
countries.
you said apartment.
Not
You said
about
apartment
countries.
1 out of 5 words for the last 10 minutes straight.
I think I've said enough. You talking about countries and talking about
You haven't
something
done
about
anything of
comic
value.
Marvel books. I'm a little
Well,
lost. I
comic
don't know if
Marvel
you.
book, Marvel
I don't
book,
even know
Marvel
if you like
book.
Spider-Man. If you like the continents, the countries. I don't know where you going off at. You got
How do
mad.
you go about
You
opening a
upset.
Marvel book?
Ask your fat mother to bring you a sandwich so you can reload your PC, Cartman, and
I
get
can
what you
hear
need.
the fat in your cheeks flapping back and
No,
forth.
we're just talking
You
about
sound overweight.
regular. Nope.
There's no
Actually,
way
that's
you're below
funny.
200. There's no way you're below
That's
200.
so cute.
She
Oh,
also sounds
Cam up.
unemployed.
Yeah.
I'm
Cam up.
actually.
How do you
That
know
is
everybody's
cute.
mother? That's
I'm
crazy.
135 pounds. I'm 5'7", baby.
I mean,
And
guys,
yeah.
there's an easy way
And
for
I
her to
got
solve it.
10,000
She
on
could
my
just
chest,
cam up.
baby. And I got 10,000 on my chest, baby. I'm 5'7", 130 pounds. Yeah, go ahead and look it up, baby.
Wait, you got 10,000 on your? Does that mean you have fake boobs? Is that what you're saying?
Yep. Paid for it, straight cash. Yep.
Ew.
And got a good doctor. Ew, yeah, I know. Y'all can't even count on it. But y'all jack off to it, so let's just set it out.
No, we're not degenerates
But we're
who
talking about
we're not degenerates who fap for
overweight.
skanks
We're
around here.
talking about. Oh, I know you can't.
Speak for
I know
yourself.
you couldn't. You like Marvel. I know. You shouldn't watch comics.
Yeah, you like Marvel, you nerd. That's you who said that, you fucking
I
nerd.
don't know. I got 10,000 on my chest. I don't care. I'm 130 and I'm
Wait,
5'7". Yep.
just to
Right.
clarify your previous statement there, should he watch comics or should he read them?
I don't know what he should do with them comic books. I don't know. I don't engage.
Read, you're talking about a foreign subject to this
I don't
woman.
talk about
Just
comics.
like math and history.
And no, we were talking about him. Talking about how to
Are you trying to
understand
remember?
people
Are you
and
trying to remember what you were
racism.
just talking
And you
about?
went into the Marvel superhero comics, which is odd. And then you start
I went very deep
naming
into them.
off
I mean, I
places
think I was
that
at
you know on
Endgame or
the
Civil War at
world.
least
I'm
by the
sure
end of
you
my
were right
conversation.
in. I don't know where you're at right now, buddy.
You can't get Resident Evil
Comical
4.
rips, and you're at just like asking questions over and over
Steam.
again.
No, he was talking about something that was on topic, and then somehow you went into Marvel superhero and started naming random places that you may or may not know. Because you probably have a globe right there, or you probably are on
And
the
they
internet.
Googled it, and
Remember,
they found out I was right, and nothing
but
that
you're
you've
still
said
not
is
on
even
topic of what
Googleable.
he's speaking of. But he's speaking about
What is he
something.
speaking of? What was that again? Because you
He's
completely
saying,
forgot.
how did you forget? He was talking about
No,
racism
I said
being.
you forgot. Go ahead, tell us. What
I'm
was it?
telling you, he was talking about racism not being an actual thing. It's a figment of imagination. He's saying that people. What are you guys missing? Am I?
Yeah, but you're the one who came in here saying people were racist because they used the word Negro.
Okay, but we were on that, right? But we weren't on that now when he started talking about continents and no, I said
We were
continents.
talking about stock markets, and then you were like, "That must be from Marvel
But that's not
Comics,"
our
because I'm
history.
poor.
Nobody said because you're lost again, buddy. We were talking about his topic
Dude,
and
you
he was
just keep
making
every
sense.
single second I insult you,
Oh my
you do like
god.
this 15-second reset where
Because
you're like,
he
"Oh
was
my gosh,
talking
buddy,
about
well,
something.
guess what I said was, and what he said was,
Oh my
and what we were
god.
talking about was
I can
you like literally
tell you
looping.
got
You're gonna have to mute this girl. She's looping on your stream.
I know.
What was he speaking of?
Cat, you know everybody would have been probably nice and respectful to you if you would have came in and
They're
gave
still not
that.
on topic.
What's the
You were
topic?
right. When
She's
you were
still
talking about
confused and
racism,
lost.
no, he was talking about racism being not reality. He was explaining it very well. And
Yeah,
then
to be nice, at a meta
oh
level,
my
there's a
God.
deeper conversation
Oh
going
no.
on right now.
But that's what he was talking about, right? Were you or were you not talking about that?
Holy
Yes, we were talking about that, and then I brought up
You
that
were
stocks
not.
are
You were
something
just
that you
talking about
can't
things.
feel with the five senses,
See how that
and then
got?
you said that makes no sense.
Because you're
That's what
bringing up
happened.
stocks, and he's talking about something that makes sense. You see?
Stocks aren't something that you can experience with any of the five senses. That's what I'm trying to
Christ,
tell
do you
you.
not
It's not
understand this
like.
comparison? What the?
He's
What do you
talking
think
about
your
something.
electric bill is? What do you think your electric bill is? Is that something that you experience with your
Okay, let me
senses?
slow it down for you. He was talking about something, and he was
Please speed it
correct.
up. You've said this like 5 times.
I mean, we'll
At
have to slow
least.
it down. Then you're missing it yet again.
Cat, what are you sipping on? What you drinking?
And I'm just chilling. Listen to this man talk about stocks. You're talking about racism.
Wait, no, stop doing that. Stop being
That's what
retarded.
we're
He
talking
was
about.
he was making a comparison to something that you can't see, touch, or feel, or smell, or whatever.
And he gave you a perfect example of how you could. He gave you a perfect
Yeah,
example.
but don't act like it wasn't. It was like a ridiculous comparison though.
It
Like
kind of was
you
because he
understood
emoted
why.
them.
What was the
Saying what?
example? Can you remember it, Kat?
Yep, tell him. He said it's because
Yeah, you tell
you
me the
actually.
example
I
that she
will. I will
remembers.
exactly tell you exactly what he said.
And by the
He
way,
basically.
No, a
sorry,
better
and by the
example
way,
is when he brought up like numbers and stuff like that in math. That's a better and
There we go.
true.
No, she was afraid of that. Can we get away from that and
No,
talk
that
about
would
what he
have
was
been
saying?
better.
Although some
He
philosophers
was
think
saying,
that things
"Oh
are
my
just
gosh."
representations of numbers or whatever. Like there's
right. Do numbers actually exist? That's a good question.
That would have
Yeah.
been better. There we go. That would have been better.
Well, I mean, yes, like of course numbers exist. Like when it comes, so like,
do they? I'm not sure.
You see?
yeah. So like, if you're coming after a subject, you wouldn't go after like what's tied to like medical science and stuff, which is like science and math. Like these are things that are like pretty determined.
But
I
he
don't.
told you why it didn't make sense. He specifically told you why stocks
Oh,
isn't a comparison. He literally told you why.
Well, that might not be a good comparison, but then I would just go to another one that would also be
And there we
something that's like
go.
not metaphysical. And I feel like he understands even the thing that I'm trying to say. You're the only
Nope,
one
he told
lost
you were
here.
wrong. Nope, he told you were wrong and gave you a perfect.
Is that true? Can I talk to him about it? Are you like his cheerleader
There you
squad?
go.
I like
What's
it.
happening?
I like it, Cat.
He was right. He was right. He moted you. Period. He said, "Yeah, it's an off-brand. That doesn't make any sense, though."
I don't know who
This
Cat
is like
is,
when
but keep it up.
this is like when
He was
super villain Nepal was fighting the hero
Oh,
Montreal,
here we go. Back to the comments.
and he almost this dumb bitch. It's
I
so
love
easy.
that comic.
Yeah. Doesn't make sense to what he said, though. Moted you. He was right.
Wait, no, but dude, if you want to have a conversation about this, like, what did you say? We can go ahead and just like go through it.
Tell him.
Me or her?
Yeah, you. Yeah. Like, because I think racism is real. You think it's not real. If you want, we can have a conversation about it. I mean,
Tell him about the
Well,
stocks.
I gave all my arguments.
Nope.
Not all of them, but a lot of them.
all right. Well, I've had a long back and forth with her. Can you give me a recap on like the last 3 sentences of your arguments?
I'm gonna give it to you. He was talking about racism and how you
Oh
can't
my
feel
God, bro!
Cat,
and you were talking
Cat,
about
Cat,
stocks.
come on.
Listen, sorry. I'm just trying to update y'all. Go ahead.
I say that it's not an inherent thing in us. It's just something that we're taught, and basically it just comes down to being dumb and hateful.
None of that.
Well, so it's like picking up someone if they fall over, right?
It's a
No, you're talking
word.
about stocks.
It's all the isms. They're just words that we use to describe dumb, hateful people. And honestly, the people that we say are racist, they hate themselves more than they hate anybody else. They're just hateful people. So
I could agree with like the hateful. I think the dumb probably is the part where I'm giving you kickback on. It's because I think there's smart racist people. They just truly have terrible intentions. Like there's people that want bad things for not only the world but for the people around them. Like,
but with a smart person, so I got to be careful how I say this, but if we're talking about like Hitler, he was a pretty high IQ guy, and he had reasons for why he wanted to. It wasn't a racist thing. It wasn't about race, and also the H cost was not about race because he killed black people, gay people, gypsies, Jewish people, people who looked just like him. He killed all sorts of
yeah,
people.
but I mean, Jewish people were the only ones that whenever he took over countries like Austria, Poland, he was like, literally ship your Jewish people to our country so we can put them in concentration camps.
Can I ask a question?
But that had to do with things that they were doing in Germany at the time that he didn't like, and it wasn't just like, let's get, we don't like all.
So you think he was just like uneducated then? You think that he was also just being like stupid about that factor?
No, I think he had a reason to hate them. That doesn't mean the reason was justified. It just means
that's what I'm saying. So you think it was like out of ignorance then, though, if it's not justified?
Can I ask one question?
Well,
Can we figure out where the stocks?
I don't think he was ignorant. I think he had in his heart a reason why he hated them and wanted to get rid of them. And it wasn't just because they were Jewish. There were other reasons. Had to do with banking. It had to do with centralized banking. There was a lot of reasons.
Kat, I don't even know why you hate me because I actually agree with you that a lot of it probably literally was meth.
But
it was
I
literally
didn't know
meth.
what the stocks was about. I just don't know what the stocks came from.
Oh
It's a comparison. Like I'm trying to make a comparison so we can understand where I'm coming
from.
from.
You guys are both right.
That was one of the examples that he gave, and that wasn't the best one. He gave other ones that were better. So we're past that, Kat.
Well, he's a drug addict. The dude, not you, dude. Adolf Hitler was a drug addict. Clearly, he was with the shit.
I won't
Wait, so despite racism being like stemming from ignorance, can't it still exist?
Not really. It's an inanimate. It's not.
I didn't say ignorant.
Imagination.
I didn't say ignorant because his argument was that they're smart people. So you're right. There can be smart people who are still hateful, but it's one or the other or both.
But you ultimately think no matter what, it comes from a place of ignorance. So it is ignorant, even if they are smart about it.
Made up thing.
It's
like no wait because I think you do agree with me. Let me explain it. So like if there was someone really smart but they're eating shit, you would be like, that's stupid no matter what, no matter how smart they are about the way that they're eating shit. They're like, I actually cleaned the shit 3 times.
Yeah.
I went through multiple studies to figure out which shit is the healthiest to eat. You would still be like, they're a fucking idiot, they eat shit.
Yeah, see, we're getting on the right. There we go.
Yeah, but if I saw somebody who didn't eat chicken because when they were a kid, the chickens raided the freaking farm and killed all of their rabbits, or I don't know what the hell, then I wouldn't say that person's ignorant. That person has a reason, a valid to them from their perspective, a valid reason for why they hate chickens.
Can we just agree that's dumb? Can we just agree that no matter what?
I think ignorant and dumb is like different, right? Because like dumb is like.
What I'm saying.
Saying dumb isn't the same
who
as.
cares? Who cares what color you are? It doesn't matter. I just want to hear Negro because it's kind of old-fashioned. It's dumb, and I don't care. But we're all humans. Who gives a
So
damn?
it's not always dumb.
I agree with you. If I was here when you were asking that question, I would have just said I don't use the word Negro because that's what Leonardo DiCaprio uses in like the whole Django movie. So I'd feel like I was doing a Leonardo DiCaprio impression the whole time, like of him being a slave master.
But he also
Kat,
uses the hard R in that movie.
So wait, Kat, if you didn't care, why did you care so much that you literally came up here about it?
Why are you speaking? I literally just said.
Yeah, you said I don't care, but a half hour ago you cared so much that you came up here.
Here he come. He just stepped out the RV.
Shout out my boy Wicked Wally, man. He out here. He really be fighting, man. Shout out Wicked Wally.
He comes back to the Negro students.
In Django, he uses the hard R a lot too.
Yeah,
I mean,
acting.
That's probably why I wouldn't use that word either. It's because of the fact that there was people that would like whip black people and say the word.
And I'll actually.
He shot him and whipped him.
I know. I'm totally gonna lose Kat here, but that word the hard R and the soft A, those are just different pronunciations of the word Negro.
For Negro?
And
Right.
what did Django do in the movie? What did he do to all the white people that did that? What did he do? Tell me, explain to me. What did Django did?
He shot him.
You know
I mean,
that's
I get what you're saying, so I'm just gonna finish it. He shot him.
He killed them all. You know that's a Quentin
Yeah.
Tarantino movie. That's
That's
not
right.
like a historical documentary, right?
He's a white man, so you know your own kind are turning on you.
No, that's my favorite director. He's showing you exactly. We didn't
No, I was talking to
appreciate it.
him.
Quentin Tarantino is your favorite director? Hold on.
Hold on.
Wait. Quentin Tarantino, the guy who writes parts that he gets to play into his movie where he gets to say the hard R with no content that relates to the movie. You know Pulp Fiction. You know in Pulp Fiction where he says, "Does my garage say dead inward storage?"
That's the
There's
time.
no
Black people know
reason.
that scene's real as fuck.
But there's no reason he needed to write himself into that part just to say that he
Black
wrote.
people know that situation's real as fuck.
No, he's showing.
Wait.
No, the reason why he's good.
That's
is
your
because he's
favorite
showing-
director, but you're mad at us. Or you're mad at Wally for saying Negro.
Listen,
No,
if a black
he's-
man comes to you with a dead body and he wants you to hide it for him, you have the pass.
But
All
that's
right.
the day and age. That's the day and age. He's showing you
Dreaded,
what was happening.
Since you said the hard R is just a different pronunciation of
He
Negro, would you justify using
Samuel
it? Or,
Jackson's career, though.
like, is it okay to use
He
it?
made Samuel Jackson's career, though.
No, because culturally it's not acceptable. But I'm saying the reason I'm saying that culturally it not being acceptable is kind of stupid. But I wouldn't use it because.
Then why? Why wouldn't you use it?
Because culturally it's acceptable.
Yeah. I just think
like if people are gonna have.
Then don't do it.
Wait, I don't think the word should have any weight either. That's more what I thought in high school. But then I remember that I went into the bathroom and these boys were like hanging out with this mixed kid that was like one of those corny type mixed kids that like hangs out with white kids more because he doesn't fit in with the black kids. And they were all calling him the N-word in the bathroom. Wait, and they were all calling him the N-word in the bathroom, and this boy just looked like he was gritting along to it just so he could have friends. And I was just like, man, that shit's fucked.
Well, some people would say you saying
Be
boy
careful.
just now is racist. Some people you can't say boy. What I can't say boy now.
You can. We all know. Come on, let's just stop making this a major thing. We all know.
I mean, it could be
We
the meaning
all
though,
know.
depending on how you use
Why
it.
do you keep doing that? You know that's not okay.
Right,
You know
context
that
matters.
They're gonna get mad.
Cat,
Then
am
why
I
do it?
allowed to rap along with Lil Wayne? He's my favorite
You know you
black rapper.
Fuck yes. Fuck yes.
Hell yeah.
in the confines of your home.
Like
But you
I
can't
wouldn't. I
do
can't
it,
even. I
you
can't even
know.
do it without saying it because.
Okay, then go do it, and then whoever pop. But we just both know, we all know, there's a line. It's just a line.
Well, that's why I live
Just don't do it.
I mean,
We don't have
listening to
argue
Lil
about
Wayne.
it.
Wait. He said Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne literally said he doesn't even believe racism's real.
Right,
If you want,
base Lil
you
Wayne.
can do it if you want.
Why do you think he's my
but
favorite
you
rapper?
know
I
what's
agree.
going to occur if you do it in a group of. Okay, it's funny, but you know what's going to happen if you do it in a group of black people. You just do.
Right.
How
Well,
you
I'm
would
not
get your
stupid.
shit like jumped.
So just why do it? Well, you know, I get you're trying to get out of it, but you know what's going to happen.
Yeah, because
Just don't do it.
Because they tend to get angry and
Wait,
violent
don't do it
very
just
easily.
don't do it just because it's bad, or don't do it because you'll get
No,
jumped.
because you're going to get your ass beat.
Wait, the Lil Wayne song part, or just saying it in general? Because
Go try it. I don't have to explain to you guys. If you do it, that is on
listen,
you.
I think if he was at a Lil Wayne concert
do
and he
it.
said the N word, I think literally the fans wouldn't care. They are
Then
the type
go
of
do
people
it.
that are about it.
Well,
Then
90%
go
of Lil
do it.
Wayne's
You guys are
audience is going
living
to be
people.
white people. So.
Yo, bro.
Then
Before you do it
go
though, they
do
only
it.
accept with the A. They only accept with the A. Don't try no
Yeah,
ER bullshit or you're done.
I'm not going
Do
to hard
whatever
R
it is
it.
that you want to.
I'm not going to hard
I'm
R
just
it at the
saying,
Lil Wayne
it's
concert.
just keeping. Why would you even want to test them waters? You know it's going to cause a problem. You know there's going to be somebody. I really, to be honest,
Because I don't like.
I could care
I
less.
wouldn't. I'm just telling him he's probably has a better chance getting away with A than ER. So I'm
Or
just
why
trying to give
even
him
do
a
it?
safe
Why try to
advice.
get away with anything?
Because if
Just
racism
don't
is
do it.
real, what
And
racism
asking is
is
real.
hey, quiet cat. What racism is one group of people saying that we
Damn.
have this special
That was
word
racial.
that nobody else can say, but we're allowed to say it.
then go do it.
You know,
But you gonna have
they've trained AIs to not be able to say the N-word, and people have asked AI if there was a
and you
bomb,
doing it.
if there was a bomb that was going to wipe out the whole world, would you say
Mm-hmm.
the N-word? And the AI says no, I wouldn't. So that's not
Why
very
would you then?
good.
But you know better than that. But you can do it. If you want to go do it, do it. I'm just stopping you from a cold ass whooping.
I don't run around thinking, man, I really just
Well,
want to
then go
go
run
up.
around and say, nigga, you white.
The whole
Go run
stream where
around.
you're like driving around looking for the first black person. A
I'm not
stream you
arguing
can't
with
end the
you.
stream until you find your first black man.
Y'all know
Give
better.
them a taste of their own medicine.
They gonna give you some medicine too.
Where did you say you were? You're in
I
like
am black, so I
what was
don't
it,
know.
Idaho?
I'm in Salt Lake City,
Okay,
I
Utah.
have the pass.
so
Yeah, you're
there
driving
will be
like 5
medicine.
hours through Utah trying to find a black person, and then the video just abruptly
But
ends.
even
You
with
find them and you
that,
just say the N word.
do you guys think what you guys are saying is okay? Like that shit ain't cool. It's funny, but it ain't funny.
Wait,
Like
what?
you
What do you
can't
mean? I
keep
haven't even
making
said
them
the
go
N word.
drive around Utah and see one black person. You have to think. You guys are on the internet right now,
Yeah,
and the
it's
people that I
jokes.
know
You need
that
to calm
roll
down.
with. No, I'm letting y'all know. I'm not being mean, but the niggas that people I follow,
Whoa, did she just shop the N word?
She said it a
I'm
bunch of
half
times.
black.
And
I'm Puerto Rican and black.
I'm half
You're not
black.
even fully black? What?
That's funny. Okay.
Latinos.
You're gonna have issues. It's not funny.
But
I
how
know
do you
you
know?
think you're
Why
getting
can
away
you
with
say it?
something, but you're really not
Why can you say it? That's crazy.
because I'm
Right.
half black.
You're
I'm raised
half.
on my
You're not
black
even
side.
fully black.
I'm raised on my black side,
So
and I'm
you can
half
only
black.
say half of the word.
You think this is funny? This is not
Wait,
gonna be
no.
very funny.
That
You
was
guys know
kind
you
of a
guys are
lack of
on
taste.
live.
Wait, no, that wasn't lack of taste. That was in lack of taste. If you
You
could
guys are
pick
on
which half
live.
of the word, if you could pick which half of the word, you
You
could
guys are
say
on
which half would it
live,
be?
bro.
The first half or the second half?
Y'all are on live. It's so sad.
You could just
I don't
growl at
have
people. You
none.
could go
What else am I supposed to say?
grrr.
I don't have to. Y'all gonna feel it in the community. Yeah, you guys have to know you guys are trying to be influencers.
In the community, what community? The black community?
That's cute. Okay.
Are you gonna? Is there like a billboard you're gonna post this to?
Oh, just so you guys know,
No.
I'm fully black, and
You're
Kat,
perfectly
I
fine.
don't expect you saying the word because you're only half. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
You can
I
just
know a
forget.
lot
I
of.
actually am fully black too.
Oh, I'm gonna go ahead.
Oh please, Kat, stop. What is it? Cultural appropriation?
Yeah, there are fully
Yeah.
black people
That's
that don't support the
weird.
use of that word at all because
If anything, I'm Saharan.
if
You
one group of
guys are
people can't
making
say
up
it, then
now a
nobody should say
narrative.
it.
Sorry. You guys are now making up a narrative, which isn't cool. And you're running with it, dude. That you guys are laughing. That kind of sucks, dude. Because I'm
What was the
definitely gonna send
narrative?
this to Adam. I'm definitely gonna send this to certain people. Oh yeah, I'm for sure. Well, it wouldn't even be a reason because they wouldn't even
I
look
hope
at your
you send
guys'
it to all your
stuff.
friends.
I couldn't even send it to Adam because
Tell
he's not
them
even gonna
to
care.
like, comment, and
He
subscribe.
doesn't fuck.
Subscribe.
He's not even gonna care. They can't even block y'all because they ain't gonna care, and they would just
What's
dog you.
Adam?
No jumper.
Didn't you say this was an
Adam,
internet
no
narrative?
Adam
jumper?
22.
What is
Oh
it?
Lord.
But he wouldn't even care because you guys are nothing.
He
Duh.
really would not care. I don't know why you would
I
even bring that
know.
up.
That's why I was about to, but then I forgot. You guys are nothing. I bet.
That's like
Go
flexing that
ahead.
like your like rich uncle that lives 3 countries
No,
away
I
is
was
gonna
about to
help
put
you
y'all
out of a
on blast. I
situation.
can't put y'all on
Are you
blast because y'all are
scared yet?
nothing.
No,
My
I'm not
bad.
scared.
My bad. Y'all are nothing. I forgot. I can't even put y'all on blast because no one's gonna pick it up because they ain't gonna care about y'all.
Damn, we're nothing.
Yeah, I'm telling you guys
Look
that
at that,
for
she's
sure.
crashing your stream. 30 viewer maxing.
I know. We crashed
That
down to
sucks.
20.
Josh, check your DMs there. I think you'll have a good laugh.
On
You have
Discord.
to
Yeah,
start
that
view
sucks.
mewing.
And it ain't even gonna go viral because you guys are saying it's neither, and y'all know y'all wrong.
It's
But
not, yeah.
nobody even
Wait,
cares
what did
about
we?
y'all little white
Wait,
boys.
what happened? What did we say?
It's
If
just
anything would go viral, it'd be the
that
part that you thought
argument
Nepal was
couldn't
a
go viral because no
superhero.
one cares about you.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Couldn't
have
go
to make a
viral.
short out of that.
You couldn't because no one cares about you.
That's not true.
So even the people that
You
I listen
definitely
to,
care.
they would not even pick it
You
up
care
because
so
they don't
much.
care
That's
about
why
you.
you're ranting right now.
No, I'm not. I'm just literally saying I couldn't even make this nothing because
Probably doesn't.
nobody
Have you ever
cares
seen
about
that episode of the Boondocks where the bitch goes over to Granddad's house and she has the girl talking in her ear the whole time and she like gets her into a bunch of trouble? That's like this girl. She's the one that
That's
talks
so
in the ear
sad.
the whole time.
I couldn't talk in anyone's ear about y'all because y'all aren't popping. I couldn't even
Do
do
it.
it.
Do
I
it.
can't.
Shake
I
up the
wouldn't.
social norms and just do it anyways.
It wouldn't even matter. I wouldn't even give you that satisfaction.
Start
Because
rage
you guys are
maxing.
literally losers.
Wait,
And
where
I
are
was
you?
about to
What
go
time is it
heavy.
where you
I
are?
would have gone heavy on all y'all, but it's so sad because
Almost
y'all
5 a.m.
yapping
here.
and actually do know people,
Oh.
and it's like they ain't even gonna care because you guys
What
go
time is it?
and
Wait,
there's like
Cat.
1,000 people that subscribe to you.
Cat, what time is it where you at?
8:40.
I mean, we're all up in the middle of the night on a 30 view live
I'm so
stream
sad that I couldn't even
talking.
make
I
y'all
mean,
go
I don't know
viral
how
even
you're
if
gonna
I
act
wanted
like
to.
Right.
I couldn't
you
make y'all
got
go
like the
viral
world
if I
going
wanted
on
to.
in the background.
I know.
Nope. I'm telling you exactly. I couldn't make you go viral because
Like you're no
nobody cares
better
about
than
that.
any of us. Like you're.
She's in the club right now, getting grinded on by men, and her titties are growing bigger with each dollar that they're inserting.
Did you not know that clubs close down at 2 a.m. in California? Did you not know that?
How the fuck would I know you're in
yes.
California?
You didn't ask,
Well,
stupid.
I knew you were on the West Coast because you said it's 3:40.
Duh. There you go. Thank you.
Kiana, I'm so
It
proud of
was-
you. You are doing such a good
These
job.
white, they
You
thought
are
I was
doing
gonna
so
tell.
good.
Hey, look, the people I do know,
Exactly.
I
Hype
was
her
gonna
up,
tell
dude.
them,
You're a great
but
queen.
then they ain't even gonna make them viral because they ain't got no followers.
This jackass.
Exactly. I'm just like a commenter. My name's Goon. I came in here after trashing the main streamer, and
he
seems pretty dope.
Stop using your mother's electricity.
Joshua, I'm not going to stay here for this, but your super chats aren't working.
They're not.
What?
Your super
And
They're
chats
just
are
not, Joshua.
Well, it's a good thing the Cash App is on the screen.
Will
That
you
ain't
read
working
it out
either.
loud if I send you something?
Why is super chat's not working? What the?
Because you're a dumbass and you getting your karma.
They were working earlier.
Kiana is here and she is handling it
They
so
didn't
well.
say
All
stuff.
you jackasses.
Super
Kiana,
chat.
I'm so
Wally
proud of
just
you.
sent me a
I
$2
was
super
about to
chat.
put
They
some
are
real people
working.
today think to listen to this, but then I
Shout
start
out
thinking
Wally.
the people that are gonna listen to this, they're gonna be like, these people aren't nothing. We really in the streets. They ain't gonna listen to them. They're just gonna be listening to some white people with flags. Who
You're
cares?
dumbasses.
You hear that?
Kiana, I'm so proud of you.
When I'm in the street, my 40 literally stay knocking.
Oh, that's so
That's the
sucks. That sucks. That sucks that you're 40 knocks. That is that sucks. I am so sorry for you. I don't know where it knocks at, but it should not be knocking.
Probably
I
in
don't know.
the
The
dump.
stick starts at the waist, but that shit stops. I don't even know.
Dang, how is this gonna pop for y'all though? I'm just wondering. Where is it?
God,
I
I'm
see
not even
y'all
a
are on
streamer. Why do
here.
you think that everyone here is trying to like
I
pop? I
didn't
think
say
he's the
you,
only guy
buddy old
streaming.
pal.
I'm
You have
just
a
here to
weird
have
thing.
fun.
Yeah,
No, you thought you were black. You remember, little flower boy.
Yeah, I've heard y'all
Wait,
said y'all are
wait, first
black.
of all,
Y'all was like, y'all don't like what
He
you
ain't
said.
black. He
Black.
lying.
You're fucking half. Well, you're not even half.
I am
You're
black. I'm
yeah,
half
you're
black.
more black
And I'm
than
raised
you.
on the black side.
The only way she
I
goes
was born
viral
black.
is when her voice gives men ear infections.
I have the pass.
Ooh, you're an
Oh my
evil.
God, you have a pass now. I thought you were black. How do you get a pass when you have the pass
I'm
to get
born with
out?
the pass.
Oh God, he's not black. I can already tell.
I am black. Wait. First
You're
of
an
all, that's
Oreo.
actually. Wait. That's racist. Hold up.
Look, we are
Do I have to
all
act
the beloved African
Do I have to
children
act
of
a certain way
Yakub
to
in
be
this
black?
Discord,
See,
man.
that's
Black because
electricity.
no black man would let this woman be disrespected and stuff. The way y'all been talking, no black man. Y'all are some
He wasn't
assholes.
black,
Y'all are some
or he just
idiots.
likes
Wait.
hang out with.
He's
Why as a
handling
black
every
man do I
single
have to
one of
act a
you
certain way?
stupid dumbasses.
Wait. Why as a black man do I have to act a certain way? Like a way that, like, what does that even
But
mean?
you're
What do you?
not black. You have no black card. Even
Because
if you were
listen to
black,
her,
you have
she's
no
a
black
black
card.
queen.
What does
And
that
y'all are
mean, though?
listen,
I don't. I don't know.
Well, you was getting it out.
I'll
I thought you
have
knew what
you
it meant.
know.
I thought
I
you knew
will
what it
have
meant.
you know, Kat, that we are
Oh
all
Hey,
God,
y'all
no,
might
the
be a little
guy
bit
that
racist. I don't know.
steals electricity from
We
his
are
mother.
all the
say
beloved
that to
children of
me.
Yakub in this
That's the guy with
Discord
the dirty
server
house
for your
behind you.
information.
Wally, say that to me.
Yakub
He's
made
stealing
me.
electricity. He is raised
Nerd
from Trailer
emoji.
Park Boys.
We are just a few of Yakub's beloved Caucasoid children.
That you are. That you are.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we was black boys and shit.
Thank you.
Y'all
You are an all-American reject.
Y'all are some demons.
I'm not even a Caucasoid. I'm a Floridian.
Subhuman.
You, sir, you don't have a pass. No one gave it to you. You can't hang out with black people because they don't like you. Even if you were black, they don't like you. I can already tell you don't sit at that table. So get the fuck on, because you have
What
no
does that
card to give
mean,
out.
though? I don't understand. Like, what is it?
You do know exactly what it means. When you have to ask what it means, you do know what it means.
No. I'm saying, what?
lunchroom table?
Wait.
Oh,
So, as a black person, am I
You're
supposed to
not.
act a certain way? I don't
You
care.
don't have
What
the
the fuck.
card. You don't get to hang out, and they don't like you. I could tell it. You have no card to give out.
I got a black.
I'm sorry.
Well,
It sucks. They took it away.
honestly, I don't want to hang out with you, so I'm okay. I'm completely
I know.
okay.
We already let you go a long time ago.
Jackass.
I don't want
He
to hang
can't
out.
sit at his table. He can't sit at the table. He thinks he has cards to give out. He doesn't have a card.
I was just
He's
joking.
lying.
Blessed that you're talking to him.
He doesn't get to talk to any black people because they already pushed him away. I could tell it.
Who would want to
He
talk
hangs out with
to
white
him?
people and he sits
Wanna
on that
talk
computer. He
blues?
wears eyeliner. I know it for a fact. And he listens to rock music. Probably, what is it called?
Is rock music bad for a black person?
My
to listen?
Chemical Romance. I know that's one of his.
Wait.
And the Used.
Okay.
Panic at the Disco.
Why are you?
I knew it
Meanwhile,
was.
black people are always listening to Lil Nas X and Cardi B.
Wait, guys, this
Nobody's
is what I'm
listening to
saying.
that. I'm sorry.
Wait.
That's
So-
why I know you don't have the card.
Wait, so
Nobody's
are you
listening to
saying
Nas
black
X
people?
in the black community.
Are you saying black people have to act a certain way?
We're not listening to Nas
Yeah, they
X.
all have to listen to the
Everybody
baby.
you
They
name.
can't listen to Lil Nas X.
Everybody you name, sir. That's why you have to sit over there in the cafeteria because they are not associated. When you said Lil
Because they
Nas
don't
X,
know any more black artists.
right? He
They
said Lil
might
Nas
say
X.
Beyonce.
Why is he even? He said Lil Nas X.
I mean,
Who is he hanging with?
Kiana, you're doing a good job. I'm about to head out.
He
Joshua,
said Lil Nas X.
I'm tired of you.
Jalen,
stay on.
did you
We
hear
gotta listen.
Kiana was
Stay
cheering
on.
me
all
on?
these dumbasses on your
Stay
fucking
on.
channel.
She's
and
on
they're
my side.
embarrassing. This is your
Oh, I
Kiana
was
don't
on your
like
side
you.
with it.
Hey,
But I
you
really
know,
don't.
me and Jalen debated does
Guys,
racism exist?
guys, I swear I'm black.
I swear you don't sit at the table.
Or like Jalen Projects.
You could be as black as you want, buddy, but you don't sit at that table. I can tell you that
Don't
now.
do that, young
Wait,
man.
why would I want to sit
Do
at your
that.
table?
Don't
And that's
do
why you
that.
don't sit at the table.
Y'all
Just what
are
you
little
say.
like-
Based on how you act, yeah, of course I wouldn't want to sit on that fucking
Sit
That's
at
why you
the
don't get to sit at the
table. I force my way into the table. They try to tell me I can't enter. I look those black men in the eyes and I tell them, I am
Bro, you
sitting
never
the
looked a
fuck
black
down
man in the
right
eyes in
here.
your life.
And you're not going to call the police. You're not going to
You
make
have
me
never-
leave. I'm going to
Segregation-
sit at the front of this table and you're not going to
Segregation
make
still
me
exists,
move.
guys.
calling the
That's why you're all
police.
at the table.
Who's calling the police? And I don't know where you went to that
He's
white
making
tantrum
a
that you went
mockery.
into. That was
Kiana, he's
weird.
making a mockery. Don't worry. I know
He
how
went
to
into
handle
a
these
weird
pieces of trash.
Xanax, Lil Nas X thing.
There's
Right.
too much black
Nas
fragility in this call. We need to be strong, brothers and sisters.
You
Oh,
need to
God.
go to hell.
You need to
Whoever-
go. You need to go back on Fortnite and leave people alone.
But
Because
Joshua, get control of your stream. Get
no,
control of your
you need to
stream.
stay on
I'm
here
going
so we
back
can
to
roast
bed.
their ass.
Kiana,
No,
I'm so
stay on
proud
here.
of you. I'm so
Stay on
proud of you,
here.
Kat.
Let's get
Please
on their
roast me
asses.
more than I already am.
No, I need one regular black person because I know
What
they
is
don't
a
sit at the
regular
table.
black person? Is that not racist, bro? What the
You
fuck are you
wouldn't
talking
even
about?
know. Only black people
I'm
understand that.
sorry. What was that? Did
Wait,
you just
Only black
did you just
people.
call for me?
Only
Come on,
black people
This is
understand
like
that lingo. Only
we
black
gotta
people
get
understand that lingo.
outside of the stereotypes, okay? We gotta
Only black
go
people
beyond the
understand that
stereotypes.
lingo. I
Woosah.
know
just,
you white people try to fit in. Only black people understand it. I know.
Exactly.
Black
Exactly.
people cannot
Facts,
be racist.
exactly.
I am sorry. It
The only
cannot
thing me and
happen.
Kat know about
Oh,
white
man.
people is white people say the whole word like
You live in a
y'all
this.
trailer
talking
park.
too much.
Please, you're
Well,
feeding
let
off.
me
Actually,
I'm
no,
getting
wait.
my exit, so
That
let
might
me
be
say
true.
my goodbye.
Hey,
Oh, wow.
one at a
Bye,
time.
baby.
Can we keep reining
I
in?
just know he live in a training park. This dude ain't
Joshua,
black because
let
he
me say
ain't
my
never sat at
goodbye.
the table.
I'm
Why you ain't
Kiana, I'm
staying
proud of
on?
you.
I don't
Kiana,
Why you
want
ain't
to
staying
hear
on?
retarded table.
I heard you call for a normal black person. I got here as soon as I
I'm just
could.
mad because I literally sat at the table.
Stay on for 5 more minutes.
Hey, let me
I
talk.
own the
I
table
just
you
gotta get
sit
back
on.
to bed because I actually have a life.
Queen, stay
Jalen, Kiana agrees
Listen, all
with
the
me.
black people, if they want,
How
if
the
all the
fuck
black
does
people
Kiana
want
agree
I'm
with
to
you?
sit
sorry,
at the
these
table,
people are very. What's your live, Queen? Oh, they stopped because they
Kiana.
thought I was gonna say something racist. White people would love to hear me say something bad.
Oh no,
Hi.
I said queer.
no, I was gonna
Say
say black
They stopped quick.
people can
What? Oh, I thought I said
sit at
Queen.
the
Cause
table.
No,
shit.
it intentionally says queer because he hates people like us. He hates black people. He
I
hates
don't
women.
hate anybody.
Shut the
It
fuck up.
ain't him. He
Hey,
likes
he
to
actually
follow
seems
us.
like a decent guy so far. I mean,
This dude got a flower
I
over here
love
and
the
he ain't fucking with
gays
the
and I
black.
love the blacks.
wait, what the fuck is wrong with
You don't
flower?
even
Black
love
people?
yourself.
What are you talking about? What is
You
wrong
don't
with
even
flower?
love
Black people
Like I
can
was
stick to
saying,
sitting at the table, and we'll
let me
stick to owning
see
it.
who
Anyway,
Okay.
pause
him.
this. Pause
Let me
this.
see who him is. I'm
Nobody
trying to
loves
follow
them
you,
more
girl.
than I do.
Or boy, or whatever.
Kiana.
They
Kiana,
don't love
not to
shit.
interrupt you.
They
I
going hell.
gotta go back to bed, but
Oh,
I'm
what
I'm
is
trying to
going
message
proud of
on
you.
right
you.
now?
I'm very proud of you. You
Well,
are
I'm about to get
handling
on that
business.
ass.
You are handling business. I
Oh,
am
you know
very
I
proud of
am.
you.
You know I
My
am.
black sister, you are
That's
handling
right.
business.
He
And
think he sit at the table.
don't think you
No, I don't care about.
alone.
Oh my
You're
god.
never alone.
Don't even listen to him. Don't
Cat,
listen to
you
him.
I
black
actually
people,
hate black
I
you
I
black
hear
stereotypes,
you.
people
and I
can
I
try
sit
hear
at
to
the
you.
take
table.
myself from
I
them
hear
as
you.
much as possible.
I hear
You're
you.
never
Because they're
alone.
fucking cancer.
Okay,
I know I'm not.
Jalen,
I know I'm
go.
not. I hear you.
It's too
They
much.
talking.
Bye. Fuck you. I
Yeah,
don't
we
like
have two black women. It's hard to hear anything.
And you're
He
a
being rude.
white
Yeah,
bitch.
he being
So
rude.
what the fuck?
Oh, that wasn't nice. I'm
That was
sorry.
rude.
I'm sorry. But
Local black club.
I thought he ain't got no followers. But I'm here. I'm about to get on that ass.
But
Go
yeah,
Can we
ahead.
Josh,
just stop
finish
talking
your
about
super
sitting at the
chats.
table?
I can hear you.
Joshua, try to finish your super chats. Or if I send the cash
they're
out,
Your
send it.
table is in the ghetto, and I
I can
definitely
hear
don't want
you.
to
They're talking
step
about tables
foot
now.
near that table.
the super
Nobody's talking about
chats work
tables.
fine.
I'm
Stop
adding
pretending
you.
like you have money to give me.
I'm adding you.
Black
Did you hear me?
people, they can sit.
I'm
They can
adding
sit at
you.
all of the
They're
tables
talking
they
about.
want.
Did you hear
I'm
me
gonna
add
stick
you?
to buying up real estate. I'm gonna
They're
buy the
talking.
tables.
Did you
I'm
hear
gonna
me?
own all the
Did
tables.
did
Make
you
all the
see
black
me
people
add
sit
you?
there alone.
Hey,
He's talking, but did you hear me add you?
Jalen, Kiana said she loves Trump.
Did you hear me say I added you?
And she said racism doesn't exist. So she's kind of.
I can explain that, but you're just trying to run
It
with
said
something.
racism doesn't
It
exist. I'm
it
very
does not.
thankful.
Yep.
Okay, so I can definitely speak on it, but yet again, I'm adding him. So 1 second, and I definitely would get on that. I don't backtrack. I don't backtrack, buddy.
What are we getting on?
Don't get mad because y'all don't get to the table.
What are you talking
Did you get
about?
my ad? Did you get my ad?
You can keep sitting at your dirty table. We'll keep to owning the table.
You don't
I'll
have a
own
table,
all
buddy.
of the tables. All of the black people can sit at them. I'll own them all. They'll all
You
pay
still ain't got
rent.
that piece.
I would
Yeah.
actually like to be
Did you see me add
If
you?
you are a real man, stop disrespecting a woman. That's
He's
all I
just
gotta
sitting
say.
at a
I'm
dirty
over
I
little
got you,
table that
man.
he
on a
got at Home
disrespecting a
Depot.
woman.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, dog. I'm sorry. You're right. I'm hanging my head. I'm sorry.
Nah, you're
He's
not.
lying. He has a dirty little headset on that barely fits. I know that little microphone wobbling. So,
Well,
anyways,
I'm on my phone. I ain't
did
got
you
no
get my ad?
microphone.
Did you get
Would
my
you want
ad?
somebody disrespecting your
Did you get my
mother like
ad?
this, or do
Did you
you
get my
disrespect
ad?
like
She
Let
was
me talk to him.
disrespecting
Did you get my ad?
everybody's mother.
Okay, cool. Oh,
And
I'll
she did
disrespect your
right.
mother
And she
more.
did
You
right.
come from a
And she did
long
right.
line of retards. Your mother
And
was a
she did
retard. Your
right.
daddy was a retard. Yeah, I'll tell you. Okay, did you get my
All
ad?
right. Goodbye, everyone. I'm going back to sleep.
All right, I'm gonna get on.
Have a good night.
Oh yeah, he slash
Or
him.
morning. I don't know.
Okay, let's go back to what we were saying. You went to tell. What were you saying? While you were talking. See, that's how. Why you get odd like that? A person just came on and you just switched. Like, why you get like that, dude? Not you in the left, but the dude in the right.
Who?
Like,
Who, me?
yeah. Where did that come from, bro? Like, who teaches you to be like that? You
Because of the
just
lunch
switch
table. Well,
sides.
you
How
keep
did you
saying I'm
just
not allowed
switch
at the
like that?
table. I'm a follower of
I
Rosa
wasn't
Parks.
talking
Okay.
about you. I was talking about the black dude that
Bro
pretended
is
like he be a
definitely
black.
trolling you, and I'm all for it. It's hilarious.
But you can't be off work because you have no card. Yet again,
I said, wait,
what did you change up for him? Dude at the right?
What does it
Why
mean?
you do that?
I have no card.
I'm not talking to you, dude in the left. I'm talking to dude in the right. Why you
I
switch
think you
up
might
like
have a
that?
different layout since that
No, I'm
person left.
talking to
I think
you.
your
I'm
layout.
talking to the
Wait, no,
one
but
with the
listen
red
for a
devil
sec.
that's
Listen
talking to
for a
me
sec.
right now. Why you switch up like that? Why you get odd like that? Who
No
taught
one
you to
knows
be
what
a
you're talking about.
sociopath?
Since that person left, the layout changed, so the directions you're
I'm
pointing
talking to
us to
you.
are
Clearly,
different.
you know I'm talking to you because you're speaking back. What makes
You're
you
talking
like
to me.
that? You know I'm talking to you because you're speaking to me. You know that. Come on, stop it, sociopath.
Why
Stop
did I
doing
get like
that.
that?
You just did this weird odd stuff. You wasn't being like that, and now you been like that. The dude in the left
Are you
corner,
talking about the left table
the
stuff?
host ain't being like that. He stick to his guns, but why you get odd like that? And then the dude in the left, dude, you're not
Does
a
anyone know
come
what
on, let's
odd
just cut that
means?
out.
What
The
the
dude with
fuck
the
does
car,
odd
cut it
mean?
out.
I don't know.
Wait,
No,
what did
why
I
are
do?
you like that? If you gonna stand, stand. The host, he actually standing on what he's saying. Do you not understand that? Even if I disagree, he stand. You're just like a follower. Why you like that? Man,
What do you
are
mean
you not
stand?
thinking?
Like I'm standing on business. I
That's
think
why I know
racism's
you're
funny,
not
but I
standing
think
on
it's
nothing.
bad.
The way you just did, that's like the
Racism is
word.
funny, but racism is bad.
No, the way your whole narrative just changed, dude that's hosting this, he been standing on exactly what he say. He mean exactly, and I disagree sometimes. But you, why you like that? Who taught you to be like that? It's
It's
odd.
called like chaotic
No, it's
neutral,
odd.
and that's what the whole like Punisher reference was, but you
No,
didn't
it's
get it.
called being odd. You have
I
to
mean, you're
stand for
odd. You're on
something.
here at like what was it, 3:30 in the morning, talking about
That's
fake
not what
titties with a bunch
you're
of white guys in a
redirecting. You're
fucking Discord
redirecting.
call.
You're redirecting. You're
Wait,
redirecting.
where's
Why you
Nepal again?
changing?
I told you earlier. Where's Nepal?
Something's wrong with you, bro. You gotta get that checked out. It's not funny. Like this dude over here, even though disagree with the dude with the Jesus little stuff, he's standing on what he's saying.
What canal connects
You're
Mexico to
Wait,
odd.
America?
what's your problem with
Why are you doing
Jesus?
that? No, I'm saying I'm just saying the dude in the background with the Jesus sign or whatever, he's actually saying something. He actually, even if I don't agree, he's standing on
All
it.
right, well, you said that like 10
You're
times.
not
Forget it.
standing on it,
I'm
bro.
standing on racism is
God.
funny, but it's bad. I can
No,
repeat it.
you're
Are
just
we
an
looping?
odd
What do
dweeb.
we?
You guys
Can we
know
move?
that?
Yeah, she's looping.
Like, I'm dead ass serious. This dude actually
I
I
think
has
she's
heard
gonna
low.
start looping
actual
I heard
again.
low IQ
standpoint.
people loop
I
a
was gonna
lot.
say I'm her kryptonite, but then she's
No,
gonna like
see, back to the
either
dweeb
think it's a
shit.
country or a
Back to the
hero.
dweeb shit. This is odd. Dude actually is a grown man and he's actually talking about something. And he's
How do you know I'm
standing
a
on his
grown man? What if I'm
principles. I'm
16?
not
What if you're
talking
a
about you
grown
because I
woman
know you're
debating a
not a grown anything.
16-year-old right
Oh my
now?
God. He doesn't get it. The lights are on when no one's home. Lights are on when no one's home. Lights are
Bitch,
on, no
look
one's
in a
home.
mirror. Oh my god.
Oh my God. It's so weird. I hope your
Everything I
parents don't
say
catch
is
you
so much
yelling in the
funnier than
house.
you too.
Oh yeah, it is October now. Happy
I hope your
October.
parents Happy October. I hope your parents don't catch you in the house yelling like that,
I live in
using
an
their Wi-Fi.
apartment.
I doubt it.
Wait, I thought you said I was a grown man, or am I a kid? What's
I
happening?
wasn't talking about you. I said the dude in the left corner, the one that's the host. Come on, listen. You got 2 ears. I said he's a grown
I got
man.
2 years.
You are all over the place and you're saying
That's right.
things. At least he's standing on something. You guys are kind of like, I don't know if you're grown or young, but
Oh
it's
shit.
really
Here we
odd.
go again.
Like you have to figure that out. Whatever it is you're doing, you
What's
should
the saying?
figure out. It's odd.
Like a young dog,
No,
old
nope. There you
soul.
go again. See, he going again, doing something odd. It's weird. It's not funny. It's very it's sociopathic. It's
One
really
person saying
weird.
it's weird, and 4 people are laughing.
Not really. They're laughing at you, not with you. It's kind of weird.
Anyone gonna back her up on
Well,
that?
just to be clear,
No.
Kat, you are the one
Oh
who
God,
came
not
in
him.
here. Kat, you are the one who came in here tone
Oh
policing in
no.
the first place, so you're full of shit.
Anyways, he doesn't count.
Damn.
Yet again, he doesn't count. This dude in the
That's why
left,
Who's
you're
listening to
repeating yourself
Nepal?
this dude right
constantly
here,
because that's the
I could
tone
tell the
police
dude in the
siren
left,
going off. You are
this
the
dude
most
in the
pro
left,
tone.
Wicked Wally, you don't count. You're only worth 2/5 of a vote. You're only worth two
this is
fifths of a
him.
vote.
Why do you make your voice sound like that? Why do you make your voice sound like that? That's
It's a
weird.
Trump
You see?
impression. It's an impression of
You-
Donald Trump.
That's
I think
odd
he's
that you would
trying
do
to
that.
sound like Donald Trump. Not a very good impression. Not the best impression.
It's really not.
Very
It's
odd.
not.
It's a very odd thing to do.
I don't like when people make me sound feminine.
And you're doing it too, but it's okay because you're being funny. They're not being funny. They're actually doing this.
I think
and
they
it's
are being
weird.
funny.
I'm being very funny. Skibbity toilet, Riz, mewing.
Oh no.
Skibbity.
That's so
Why
weird.
so serious?
Okay, that was
Dang. Why? Y'all don't see that in real life though? Like this dude's actually doing something. This is actually his platform.
I'm
Y'all are
walking
just
into a
really,
gas station right
really
now.
odd.
Jeez.
You need to calm down, Kat. You're gonna have high blood pressure.
I'm not having
I
high
heard
blood
black people
pressure. These are
statistically have higher
weirdos.
blood pressure.
They're weirdos in real life.
I see why.
Hey, he's
Oh,
got a
see?
camp.
I
He's at
already
a
knew he
gas
was a
station.
weirdo. Look at him.
I hit a views pod 5.0 menthol.
Oh my goodness.
Get a 40.
2 pounds.
Tonight will be the night.
Wait,
Oh my goodness.
are you like wasting? What are you, bro?
Oh, bro. Oh goodness.
You want to say hey to him? We on stream.
What
Oh
up?
my god, he thinks he's cool. This is odd.
That's right. We in the gas
The only
station.
person that seems kind of regular is the dude that's hosting. Y'all
I'm
don't see that
literally,
though.
I'm psychotic. I'm sociopathic.
Clearly.
We
Oh my
kicking
god.
it at the convenience store. Let's go.
No, you're not. You're at home, chilling, listening to these people.
Yeah.
Weird.
I mean, the royal we. He's at the convenience store, so we're
Y'all
all
don't
at
feel
the
like.
convenience store.
No, I just have a question. Y'all don't feel like just a little bit that y'all might be a little odd?
I'm more than
Like
a little odd.
dead serious? Not
Baby,
you,
I'm
not you,
more
but
than a
like.
little odd for you, girl.
Oh god, you look like you do math.
Kat, what do you think about dinosaurs building the pyramids?
What
Ain't happening.
I heard they did it with only Jewish-backed money.
Hey, so is this what
Well,
this? No, I just stumbled into your podcast, but is this? Is this? This is this?
Is this the
right
content?
here?
Yeah, this is the content.
No, these people right here.
I don't know. I only know Wally.
I think I'm nailing it.
This is this right here.
Pretty entertaining, right?
Yeah, I think you're
This
making
right here?
making the show, Kat.
I'm just wondering because I
Oh
just
my God.
would wonder what they think when they.
Wait,
I
who's
wonder
they?
if
Wait,
they
hold up.
think
No, I usually
he's
talk
a part of
about
the thing.
politics and philosophy and theology, and I play video
Yeah.
games and I do debates and stuff. And
Okay.
but this is
So
just
this
where
isn't the regular thing, right?
this is the late night open panel, and you joined, and
Okay. I'm just wondering if this, and they really believe that because you kind of have to think. I know they
Yeah,
think
this
they're
is a
being
tryout.
funny.
I'm trying out to becoming a reoccurring guest right now while driving.
I
Let's
know that they
go.
think they're being funny, but
Why do you keep
I
saying
can't
they? Listen, I am not
understand.
associated with that
I
man.
can't understand why they think that. I can't understand why they think this way. Like, I don't know what, like,
Why I do what? I'm willing to explain it to you, but you just like can't get it out of your mouth.
like
Yeah.
I couldn't explain
I think
why
you're taking the
what
internet
that
a
is.
little too seriously.
No, I'm actually taking these people and what they're like their mentors.
These people,
say.
hold up. Okay, see now.
These
I
people.
can't understand
Yeah,
why
I'm
they're like
repping.
this, and they're worse probably in real life.
Nah,
is
probably
weird.
over the
True,
internet.
in
Worse,
real life, my 40 really do be knocking.
I'm not
less
even talking
consequences
to
over
these
the
people
internet.
right now. I'm literally just talking to you, dude. I can't believe they're like this. There's people like this running around with vehicles.
Right, but I can't believe that you're kind of.
She
can't
was
believe
really
you're like
hoping that when
this.
I cammed up, I would be like really
No, I'm
ugly.
being dead ass serious. Oh my goodness.
Well, she did say
See what I'm
you
saying,
look like
man?
you smoke meth, so.
I just
You came in here hot
then
talking about people's
I
mamas.
did, but then I start grasping that, and I'm like,
that it's
they
just
really
fun.
believe what
We
they're
just
talking about.
clowning. We just clowning. We out here
Then
clowning.
she
Dog.
starts grasping that she's crashing out at 3:30 at
Oh,
to
I'm
people
not
that she thinks
crashing
is
out.
racist.
I just think that you guys are literally the people guys are weirdos. Like, you
God,
guys
we're
don't know
looping
it.
again. What
But
the?
you guys think you guys are cool. It's weird.
Jesus Christ.
The first thing you said in my chat is this
I
channel
don't
doesn't
even.
like
I'm not even talking about
minorities.
that anymore.
Well,
I'm not even talking about that anymore.
well, that's what I'm
That
talking
was a
about.
long time ago. I'm just wondering. This is like they're really
The
different.
point we were making when you first came in here was that was the first comment you started with, and we addressed it by making fun of it.
I let that go. I'm just thinking now. I've
Right.
let that go.
Okay.
They're just odd.
Is it just all about me? Like, is it all about me? Is that the whole like
Yet again, I'm
problem?
speaking. Anyways, they're just odd. All of them just odd.
Yeah,
We get it. We get it. Fuck.
I think you're a little
Like, I'm
odd.
cammed up.
I've let go of that situation of the Negroes and stuff like that. But I'm like,
Yeah,
Whoa,
that's
calm
just in
down.
the
people
past.
have vehicles
Don't say
and they
that
are
word.
being.
You're only half black, remember?
It's a little odd to me that they're
Christ.
like this.
Yeah,
It's okay. It's just different.
that's all right.
It's a different community.
Yep.
I just don't understand them very much.
We're
And
all a
not
little
even the way they
odd.
talk.
Jesus.
It's different. It's not even about the conversations we've had. It's just.
Oh my god, bitch, we don't care about your string of thought. What the fuck? You said it's different like 8 times.
It is.
You're literally just
Looper.
speaking into
Better
your
just say
mic.
it.
Do you have
Looper.
internal thoughts? Do you
I'm
just think
having
out
some
loud
now.
constantly?
My chat
I'm
said you
having
sound
some
pretty.
now.
My chat said you sound pretty.
You're
You
like
should cam
mumbling
up.
too.
That's
Like no one even
cap.
knows what you just said. You're like, I
That's
don't know.
it.
I'm picking up what I'm doing, but you don't have to get mad at me. You really are the oddballs that be running around that people look at and they say, "Oh, that is a weirdo," and it's weird. It's okay. I've never met one of you guys before.
Bitch, I breed lizards. You think
Oh, good.
Nice.
Oh,
you think you're scaring me because you're calling me weird? I take care of fucking amphibians and
I
reptiles all
never
day.
said I was
You're like, oh,
scaring
these
you.
people are weird. Bitch, you're weird.
You scare me.
I've never met no black woman that's in her 20s that talk to white men at 3:30 in the morning that they've never met.
Four
Like I
now.
said,
You are
this is a
weird. You
very
are
different environment.
weird.
This is a very different environment.
This is a different environment. Probably more of a harsh one than you've ever been in.
Hey, so what kind of philosophical conversations do you have, Dreaded?
Let's get a topic. Let's at least pretend like there's a
let's get a
topic right now.
topic. Let's get a topic. Thank you.
I like looking into all of it, but whatever, wherever the conversation takes me. I like looking into things. We were just talking about solipsism earlier.
Isn't it the belief that you're the only one that exists or something like that?
Yeah, you can't really know anybody outside of yourself to be true, or to be real.
Which is true.
And how do you even know if you're real?
Okay.
But it's it's unfalsifiable, so it's kind of like it's not a good way to look at the world, I don't think. That's what I'd sound basically you can't
I'm
know
just saying,
anything.
I've definitely taken enough acid before where I've definitely thought I might be fake. So
you are.
Yeah, and that's what I said. How do you even know that
when
you're
I hang
real?
up this call, except for delivering laughs to you guys, once this call ends, I cease to exist.
Exactly.
I crashed this
Hey,
bitch.
that's a good standpoint.
And actually,
What do you guys think about
with that internet theory, I don't even know that you're real. Like I don't even. You might be a bot. You might just be
AI isn't
AI.
that good yet, bro. Come on, it's not that good yet.
Well, since he canned up, maybe not. But you two, I know Wally, but you two might be fake.
I am. I'm fucking AI. But I still have the past though, so.
Why do you think my Trump impression was so good?
I did not. I think what you said was good though. Just a minute ago, it was very, very intelligent.
What did he say that was super intelligent?
When he was talking about basically when he leaves out of the room, because I say that too. I'm like, when I wake up, I see everything but I know my face is there, but I can't see me, but I can see y'all. But once y'all walk out of my room, you guys no longer exist.
Hey,
So that was a cool statement that the dude in left, or the dude that was yelling at me a minute ago. That was a smart one. The one with the camera on now. That was a smart statement. There you go.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. I'm a big fan of yours, Kat.
Thank you. That was a good statement, though.
Wait, do you have a channel or something?
Nope, I just spectate.
She's the cat spectator.
That was a good statement, though.
Are you a crazy cat lady?
No.
I keep cutting off this guy, Mbasa.
That was a good statement.
What were you gonna say, Mbasa?
Oh no. I want to know.
Yeah,
what you
I'm
guys think about-
driving. Y'all gotta like carry this conversation.
So, as far as us not being real, potentially, what do you think about like all of your thoughts seem to just like kind of come into your field of awareness, and you're not really the origin of them. Like you can't pinpoint the exact moment you think you. What was that?
Could I say something on that? It's not
No.
that's what he's saying. He's saying that you guys don't. It's like
hold
a
on.
I was saying something completely different. So
You're right.
I don't know
I'm
what
done.
the fuck
I'm
you're about
done.
to say.
I'm done. My bad.
No, it's okay.
My bad.
So
I was gonna say.
Or go ahead.
I was gonna say, so if you try to identify the moment in which you choose to think a thought, you couldn't, because all of it just comes into your field of awareness. So it seems like all of your thoughts, actions, kind of just manifest, and we just like observe them. It's kind of like Eastern philosophy type shit. But what do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't think our thoughts are our own. I don't think our thoughts come from our mind. So my epistemic foundation would be like Christian ethics, and so I lean towards our thoughts are fiery darts from the deceiver, and they're put into our head, and so we have to.
What about the good ones?
What's a good thought?
Like Jesus is great. I don't know.
Yeah, but even that is just a thought, and even that thought could deceive you. Even a quote unquote good thought could deceive you. Like you said, I think we just observe our thoughts, we watch them in our mind playing out, but they don't really mean anything, and they're like racism. They're not real. They're just in our heads, and
I mean, they exist. It's just
Can I go next?
Actions are more important. Yeah, I guess if we're saying it like that, that racism exists, as a concept exists or as a thought exists, but yeah, I don't think they mean anything.
Can I go next?
What you gonna say, Kat?
Okay. What I was thinking is, no, what I think the world is that the world definitely revolves around
You're
you.
wrong.
Why? The world does revolve around you because you can't see yourself and everything's around you. Duh.
Yeah,
Sorry, what were you saying?
I said that the
some
other night.
narcissistic shit. What the
Oh,
heck?
okay. If the world doesn't revolve around you, can you see your face right now? Without looking at anything else, can you see your face?
The
But you
world
can
does
see
not
everything.
revolve around you, okay? That
So
is a childish view of the world.
revolves around you. My world revolves around me.
I kind
Everybody's
of agree
world
with her on
revolves around
this,
each other.
because
When
everything
you
around
look,
us is based off our perspective, and so
the world definitely revolves around you. My world revolves around me. When you walk out, I don't know what the hell you're doing when you walk out that door because you're not in my world no more.
I'm always in your world.
No, I promise you're not.
Yeah, and think if you're hungry.
I'm being serious. Like when you open your eyes, you can't see yourself.
Next time you
can
get
see
hungry,
everything around you.
Next time you get hungry, don't eat. Just think about eating, and see if you get
No,
full
that's
or if
not
you.
what I'm saying.
I'm going
What I'm
back to
saying, the
his. I'm going
world.
back to his original question.
Oh, my bad. I was going on a roll, but you mean I wasn't done. But you mean
Even action, like, do you identify with your
I was
action?
going into. You identify with your action because your world revolves
Wait,
around
no,
you.
sorry, I was
Everybody
asking.
has. That's why with schizophrenic people, they do see what they're seeing. They're just on a different dial. Like if you do on 101.1, but you turn the dial just a little bit, they are seeing and hearing exactly what they're seeing. You're just not on their wavelength. So the world does. Everything they're saying is true. We're just not on the same radio station. So the world does revolve around you, and everything that happens is you can make this is your life, period. Just like schizophrenic people, they believe it.
That's
They
like
know what's happening.
if your red
I
was
know,
my
my brother's
blue, we would never know the difference.
Well, we wouldn't know because they just turn the dial, just one station. Have you ever turned the dial and wanted to go to 101.1, but you put 101.2 and you hear static? Well, they're on that station. That doesn't mean they ain't hearing what they're hearing. They're hearing it.
Wait, Kat, do you think so that's an interesting perspective. Do you think like there is like our dial or there is like a correct dial that aligns with reality and like, or is there just like multiple dials that are all valid?
It's a dial that people conformed you to that makes it correct. But they just go to a different dial because a lot of schizophrenic people, a lot of things that they say, especially my brother, is very, very true. And they know a lot, but people don't want to hear them because they're not on the same dial. And it's crazy. It's absurd. But if you take a step back and actually listen to what they're saying, a lot of it is correct. They just are on a different dial. And you can't tell them that their reality isn't right because our reality isn't right to them. We're just conformed
Yes,
that
I
everybody should be
can
on this
because
dial.
yes, I can tell them their reality is not right because if someone with schizophrenia tells me they were in the Navy and there are no records they were in the Navy, there is no proof they were in the Navy, they were just never in the fucking Navy, they just weren't.
They
Yes,
were
I
in the
know it's
Navy
not an
in this
opinion, it's
dial, bro.
fact.
Right.
In this
That's
dial,
not
they
what
weren't
I'm
in the
talking
Navy,
about.
but in their
That's
dial,
not.
they were in the Navy.
Right.
That's not what I'm trying to
If
speak of.
if someone with schizophrenia is walking into traffic because they think
That's
somebody's
not
out
what
there
I'm
talking to them,
trying
I'm
to
gonna grab
say.
them and I'm gonna shake them and I'm gonna say, "Stop it! There's
But
nobody
I'm
there."
not talking that. That's not what I'm
That's brave.
saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Bold and brave.
What I'm
Beautiful.
saying is
I would
basically
let them
you're
just
going more
fucking walk
deeper
into
into it. But what I'm saying is the things that you can't tell them that that's not what they're hearing because they're
No,
on
it is
that
what they're
dial.
hearing. That's true.
Well,
That's what they're hearing. I'm
they
not
can
saying
think
that they're
it, they
not
can hear
lying.
it, but that doesn't make it true.
I'm not saying that they're not lying. That's not what I'm saying.
Wait,
What
wait,
I'm
wait, Kat.
saying is they're on a
Kat, are people
different
in your life
dial.
telling you that like schizophrenic people don't actually hear what they're hearing? Are they telling you that like
Yeah,
your
they
brother's
definitely
faking
hear
or
what
some
they're
shit?
hearing.
That's nah, listen to me yet again. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is there's different
Is your
dials.
brother real?
Wait, do you think what their
That's
dial is
not
valid?
no, because I don't live on that dial.
No, but I'm just saying like.
But to them it is. So there has to
Which
be
is,
different dials is what I'm saying. There has to be different certain calculations
Do you think
of
every
because to them
schizophrenic
it
person is
is.
on the same dial? Or are there
No.
different
That's
dials for like different types of
see, you guys are
schizophrenia?
missing okay, I'm clearly not explaining that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I'm just giving it basically what I'm saying is like I think there's different dials of things. And then we're not just let's not say schizophrenic. Let's just say any I think there's dials. And
No, I could
they
agree with
really
that. Like, I
believe
get what you're
it.
saying. Like, so
Like I'm not
there's like
saying it that
normal,
deep.
then you dial it a bit, then you're like autistic. But if you dial it more, you're like schizophrenic,
I'm not even talking
right?
about
Is that
like
what you're saying?
no,
which
what I'm
dial are
trying
you
to
on,
say
Kat?
is
Like
like
everything's on a spectrum. Is that what
you
you're
know
saying?
how
Like
we were
everything's on a
saying
spectrum.
about the
That's what
world
I'm hearing.
the world revolve around us. You know what I'm saying? Like each person when person
Right.
walks out,
But so
this is our world.
you think truth and
Yeah,
Things
yeah,
that
yeah.
reality
happen,
are
right?
subjective, Kat?
And I think there's different spectrums, different dials that we haven't gone into, and which I don't want to go into because I don't want to go that deep, you know? But I think
Come
that
on.
there are different things because they can see it, but we can't. And we don't understand it because they're lying, you know? And they're lying. But to them, they're telling the truth because they're on a different dial. So maybe there is different alternative things and spectrums and
Slates of electives.
you know like Rick and Morty, you know, like different like lines of what's going on. We think they're lying, they think they're telling the truth, but they're just on a different dial, you know. I don't know, I've never been on that dial, but they're very serious when they mean it. We just don't know, so I
So
don't know. I couldn't tell you, I've
So
never
that's
been
what I'm
on that
saying. Do you think
dial.
like autism's like a dial then? You ever seen like autistic people, how
No,
they're
that's
always like
a
in their own world? You think that's like a dial?
no, I'm not saying that. I just think there's different. I'm not talking about
I'm not saying that you're saying that. I'm
I'm
asking if
not
that's
talking
what you're
about
saying.
mental things. I'm not talking. I think there's different things out there that our brain connects to, basically. I don't know if it's autistic. I don't know if it's schizophrenic. I don't,
Honestly,
but
that's
people
probably
change
true.
different dials, I guess. There has to be other things. Why do we dream?
Right,
Why do we dream?
but just because
Why would
somebody's
we
on
need
a
to dream?
just because someone's on a different dial doesn't make it
It's
true.
different. It doesn't not. I didn't say it was true. It's just different. It's just a very odd thing. And then dreaming is very odd. Like we dream. People have
True,
lucid
true.
dreams too. And then we could touch things. We could smell things. We can. If you have lucid dreams,
Yeah,
especially people
that's
that have
the dark
already
arts.
opened their third mind.
Don't
If you've
play
done
around with
Ah,
that
you're
too
one of
much.
those Christians, bro. Come on,
It's the
dreaming
I'm
is
not
dark
a Christian.
arts.
I'm
Yeah,
not a
lucid
Christian.
dreaming
I'm
is
just.
cool, bro. Come on.
I know, but don't play around with that too much. Trying to astral
I'm not. I'm
project.
just saying it's a very odd thing for a human to have to dream. And then people have lucid dreams. People have things and they can touch things, they can smell things, they're in there. And then but things change. I think there's different I don't fucking know. I have no clue. I'm just talking to y'all. I'm just saying I don't know. It's just different, you know? I
I've
have dreams.
dabbled. I've dabbled in some lucid dreaming, but
I mean, I've had
Blasphemy.
lucid dreams. I don't know what
think
they mean.
you might be opening up some doorways to some.
All right, I'll throw out the next subject.
It would have to be different pages
Do you
if you could
think
open up a door. Yes.
Do you think aliens would have the same language as us? Like not in the
Yes.
way that but like the way that like Japanese people have a different language, but you could translate it.
Yes.
Oh, like a translatable language or whatever?
Yeah, like I feel like their language would have to be translatable.
Oh, I like this group now.
I don't think there's any
I like this
intelligent
group now.
aliens. There might be like some space monsters, like some space worms and some space crickets, but
Oh yeah, no, I'm saying if there was, okay, so let me qualify. Let's say the aliens do exist and they're as intelligent as us.
they would
Like
not.
they have reading and writing.
Well, they're more
They
intelligent.
would not speak the same language as us.
He's saying.
Well,
would
yeah,
there be,
no,
like,
but do you think like
yeah.
so they would have a word for like water though, like H2O. They would have a word for hydrogen, 2
Yeah.
oxygen.
I
That's
have a
actually really
question.
interesting, man.
Do you guys believe in heaven or hell?
Symbolically, yeah.
Nah,
I like this group
Metaphorically.
now.
not for real, but I mean like it could be real.
Well,
But
we
no,
know
I
it's in the
don't believe in
heavens. We have
heaven
an
or hell.
airplane. We can see the clouds.
Well, I'm Jewish, so I believe in hell, but there's no heaven.
Yeah, that's
only that massage shit.
I'll go farther. I think hell is a physical place in the depths of the earth.
I think go to blank.
Yeah, this is hell, and then if you live well in hell, you get to go to heaven. But if you don't,
think you
you
just
just get
go to blank.
reincarnated again.
That sounds like Eastern philosophy, or like
I
some.
think you just go to blank.
Huh?
I think you just go to blank.
No, that could be real. I mean,
because if we know what's in the
that would make sense. No, I agree with you. That would make sense. I'm just saying there's a chance something could happen, but statistically saying, like if you're going to like by math and science, your brain has all of your memories inside of it. It's hard to believe that if you left your body, you would have your memories, and if you don't have your memories, then you're not you. So
Wait.
I don't.
So
if you do exist after death, what? Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna ask Kat if we just die and our bodies just rot in the earth and everything just goes black for eternity, then
I didn't say it goes black for eternity.
Well,
It
you
said
said
you go
it
to
just
blank.
goes
Yeah, it wouldn't
blank.
even be black. You would just cease to exist.
You cease, yeah.
I just think you go to blank. I didn't say we wouldn't.
But
we
so
just
how do
be
you
blank.
draw any like sort of teleology teleology
it's
from that?
like-
What's the purpose of
I
life?
think it's like clearing
You wouldn't then. You
Why does there have to be a wait?
have
Why
to
does there
get
have to be a
morals
purpose,
from
bro?
like other shit.
I never said there was. I just said I think it's
He has
like
a religious
clearing out a
background,
laptop.
so it's confusing to
I
him
think
to
it's like
imagine
clearing out
Yeah,
a
an
laptop.
explanation
it is.
without a religious meaning.
Right.
He's got a
No,
blank.
it's confusing for me to think of life without a purpose. Like why don't we just all off ourselves right now? Like
No, I just think we go to
No, it's a
blank.
good question. I mean, that's what
don't
like a
know.
lot of people consider real depression. It's like struggling with that question of like if life has a purpose or if it doesn't, and if it doesn't, should you even continue to exist? That's why like a lot of people kill themselves.
Well,
It's something you have to decide in your head. There's no like true
being
answer,
rude.
or maybe there is a true answer to you, but there's no one that you can convince
Right.
someone else of.
right.
I think you just go to blank.
It seems crazy depressing to me.
I think you go to blank. You just go to blank.
Yeah.
I agree. That's why I leave open the idea that there could be something
it's just
that
like
happens.
playing a MacBook. It's like doing master race, and you get a
I
race.
think
And you
it's
don't
okay
know.
if there's no objective purpose, and we can all just chill and
No, I don't think there's any. I think that's
enjoy each
cool with
other's
I
everybody.
mean,
company.
the hope is that like
enjoy each other's company.
the goal of life is that by the time you're like 85, you just don't give a fuck if you die or not because you're sick of living. Like, not even just because like you're like, oh, I hate the world, or like, but you're just like, my body hurts, I'm ready to go, and then you just die, and hopefully it's not that much of a struggle. But yeah, who the fuck knows what happens afterwards? I mean, you said you're Christian, so hopefully there's heaven.
He
I hope
said
you go to heaven, dog.
like I would,
I hope
but
so
he
too.
said it very, very maniacal. That was just a very strong way of just saying that you might go to blank. No one knows. Who knows? You go to blank. Boop. Who knows? You're done. You got to go for that ride.
Alright.
You're not gonna remember it. Doesn't matter.
Wait, I'm curious. If there wasn't dreaded, if there wasn't like this objective purpose, wouldn't you still like love your family, love your friends, like still have things that you like to do in your life? Like you'd still derive meaning from something, right?
Yeah.
It would depend how much a subjective purpose matters to you.
Right. If I'm
Like, there's people that really need that type of foundation.
If I'm internally
Yeah.
critiquing this, I would say that there's no such thing as love, and that love is meaningless. And what is love?
It's a chemical.
Wait, what does that even mean, bro?
Yeah, I mean, it's literally in that Andre 3000 song where he's like, everything ends eventually. What makes love the exception? Like that. Everything dies, and you can decide whether or not you think it lives on after death or not.
Just to be clear, I'm just saying like you can. First of all, it doesn't have to be.
He's on the emo side, bro.
It doesn't have to be permanent. I'm just saying you can enjoy that moment, like with somebody, like the love you experience with other people, and like, you know.
Fuck it.
Yeah, but
that's what should drive you forward in life.
But so if you're talking about like you're talking about like philia or eros, like sexual love or brotherly love or familial love. These are all like fake worldly loves. Agape is the only true love. Without agape, without a loving creator, then there is no true love. It's all just, like she said, it's all just chemicals in your brain that's telling you to love this person, and it's meaningless.
How about we just wing it?
Like Jeffrey Dahmer probably loved Dahmer probably loved the people whose holes he was having sex with. Like,
let's just wing it. Fuck it. Hasn't that what we've all been doing this entire time?
Just wing it.
All of humanity just winging it.
I'll see y'all there, I guess. I don't know
Just
where we're
fucking
going
winging
to,
it.
but we'll be there, I guess. I don't remember it. Fuck it. Maybe I will.
No, I mean, like,
wing it.
Due to streaming, like, have you ever looked into like Buddhism and shit, like how that works?
Yeah, no,
I don't know. I'm just
because that's like a lot of what they believe. They just believe that like you lose your memories when you die. That it wouldn't make sense that they come with you, and that like you have to accept that like everything happening here is materialistic. So they believe in like the afterlife, like heavy. So they think everything you should do should be for the afterlife. You shouldn't give a fuck about your family. You shouldn't give a fuck about friends. You should sit in a temple and you should pray all day.
Yeah,
that's like the opposite. So that's if what you're saying to its full extent, which would be just like devouring your life to religion.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm still gonna get some dick. I don't care what.
But you get what I'm saying? Like that would be like devouring your life to religion.
He said, "Don't love nobody, don't hate nobody." I'm still gonna get some dick. Still gonna have to put it back.
I haven't looked a lot.
I mean, that's what Buddhism is. Buddhism is to detach yourself from your human emotions.
I'm gonna get some dick.
Oh my God.
Wait, isn't it? Well, okay, never mind. Yeah.
Sorry, I ain't a Buddhist. They don't have sex. They doing that weird shit. I'm gonna get some dick, and I just wing it.
I agree. I'm not saying that's the way to go. I'm just saying like. So he was saying, doesn't having a religious purpose drive you, right? Like, doesn't a religious purpose?
Sure, go get it.
Wouldn't it be better, Kat, if you weren't so attached to the idea of getting dick?
I'm not attached to it, but he's saying don't love nobody, don't do shit. I said I'm gonna get some dick.
No, don't. I'm not saying. I'm saying I don't think the Buddhists have it right. I don't think the Buddhists have it right.
Raping people.
So your purpose is.
I think it's in between. I think it's in between.
No, he said don't love nobody, hate just be fully.
That's what the Buddhists say.
I know. I'm gonna get some dick.
I think there's something to Buddhism because I think
I'm a whole hands.
No, so like you have to think about it like this. So streamer, the guy who's streaming. What's your name?
Josh.
Josh, all right. So, like when you were saying, wouldn't life be purposeless without religion, right?
Well, not. I wouldn't say religion. I would say without
Yeah,
God.
not purposeless.
Yeah. Yes, life would be purposeless without some sort of creator or. So I'm sure people who have different gods have a purpose.
So I was saying like Buddhist would like be the peak of that idea. The idea that like you should throw away your whole life right now to prepare for the connection you're making with God in the future.
I'm gonna go get loose a little bit.
But Buddhists aren't mass
like
committing. Buddhists aren't mass committing suicide.
Either.
Well, yeah, no, because they think that suicide it's useless. Like they think life itself is useless, so killing yourself would also be useless. You live through life to experience life just so you can die. Like there's no to them there's no greater purpose than you maybe go hang out with Buddha on the moon. I literally think they think that you go to the moon. Like Buddha lives on the moon.
What?
They didn't went wild. Okay.
No,
Can I say
I don't know if that's a good representation of
little
Buddhism.
flower. Ain't nobody
I think it's a listen. It's the drunk history version, but that's definitely
I just want to say something real quick. Do with the flower. Ain't nobody running around and get some dick, bro.
Wait, are we still talking about?
Because
getting a
wait.
dick?
We talking about the Buddhists. We talking about the Buddhists, right? I'm just saying, if you ain't gonna have no fun, you on the world. Like we ain't finna sit in the house and just be stupid. No, I'm finna
I agree. So then,
time.
so if you take what she's saying right now, and you're like, I'm gonna get good dick, right? And you make that like the thesis of your life. Then you go after like heathenism, which is like no, I'm not saying that's what you are. I'm not saying. Let me finish because I'm not saying that's what you are.
That's what I'm saying.
So heathenism is like God.
Carnal.
You don't even know.
Yeah.
Heathenism is like God. You can't even know if that shit exists. So you might as well fuck. Fun. You might as well have as much fun as you want with your family and friends, and do whatever the hell you want.
Crazy.
Whatever makes you feel good until you die, and then there's nothing.
Regular.
Exactly. It's the opposite of Buddhism. Where Buddhism's like, get all of that good feeling shit away from me. I want God.
Keep talking over dude. Okay. Let him talk.
I got you.
The dude.
Kat, you haven't stopped talking this entire night. What are you talking about?
Okay, well, shit. I'm trying.
How old did you say you are?
Yeah, I was just saying that, like, heathenism, I think heathenism and Buddhism are both bad. Completely devouring yourself to an idea is just usually stupid. Like, you shouldn't spend your whole life thinking about God, and you shouldn't spend your whole life running from the idea of God.
I don't even.
You should, like, find some
I'm still trying
safe
to
place in the middle.
Dude in the corner talking.
I don't know, man.
Not you.
No. I was responding.
Did y'all not hear me?
No, we
I
heard
did,
you.
but I stopped you. I'm letting dude finish.
He's finished. Say what you're gonna say.
No, you.
No, you. You were the one who just said "dude in the corner." What were you about to say?
You. That's the dude in my corner. The corner. My phone. You. Because you were talking.
I don't know if you have
his name is
layout.
Josh.
Oh, Josh. Oh, yeah. Josh was talking, and we interrupted him. Or you guys this time, not me.
No, I was agreeing.
Me and Josh were like talking about it.
No, he was saying something about golly. And he said, Kat, you've been talking this whole time. And
so, Josh, what do you think? Do you think Buddhists go too far then?
Yeah, I think they're. We were talking about this last week. I forget the word for it. There needs to be a balance between humanism and your spirituality. Like while we're on Earth, we have a purpose, we have a job to do, but we're working for a greater purpose after we die. But it's not like leave your family, leave. Who was that Buddhist monk that he just left his whole family? Buddha. It was Buddha. It was Buddha. Yeah, Buddha like abandoned his family, and I think or it was some.
It was only like one son, maybe. Right? It was
Yeah, and he just went out into the mountains to, I don't know, to Om or something like that. And so, yeah, he's taking it too far. They're taking it too far. And then humanists like Kat are the other extreme where it's just moral, degenerate, carnal pleasures, and then you die and nothing happens.
No, it's not even.
That's crazy, Kat.
It's not even that. What I was saying. What I'm saying, like, I'm not gonna be a Buddhist monk. I'm gonna wing
Or
it. I'm not
not
gonna be a
mortal,
fucking. I'm
mortal.
not gonna get rammed through. But I'm just living. I'm winging it. I'm winging it like just everybody else. I'm not just going to the bar saying, "Hey, have sex with me." No, I don't even do that. I don't even really care that much. But at the same time,
You want to get some
fuck it, I'm
dick?
winging things.
Wait.
No, I will. I mean, that's. I mean, come on. Like we all eventually. I've only been with. Been in like 5 relations, like literally, and then I've
He
had
left.
sex with other people.
Oh, here it is.
I've had sex with other people, but it's not that deep to me.
What's
But
the
I'm not
what's the
going
body
to
count?
like.
What's the body count, Cat?
I honestly don't count. I really don't. I've been with
That
5
means it's
dudes in
fucking
a
over.
real relationship,
Over
and
9,000.
but it's not funny. I don't think it's that funny. I just don't find sex that exciting. But when I do, I
We
have
don't
You have
think
to
a
sex.
have like
lot
a
is
connection
funny.
with
We
But when
them.
I do, I have
established that.
sex. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Like when I do, I do. But it's not like I'm raised by a man, so I don't really see the if I don't have like but I might hit it if I feel, but I don't like go like it's just kind of obnoxious. You gotta like I ain't trying to drive. It's just really a lot of out my way, but I don't
Do you,
knock anybody.
would
I
you prefer
just
to have a connection with the person? Because like otherwise it just
yeah,
feels
it's
meaningless.
just stupid. It's stupid,
Yeah, that's
and
fair.
I just don't see like there's really no purpose. And I'm not. I don't get excited off it. I may have sex with you, but it's not very. It's just why would you need to? But you can.
You like
And
white boys?
if y'all see me, y'all be like, "Oh, she's a bad bitch," but it's not that deep.
Wait, for real? I need you to
Yeah,
come
but
up.
it's not that deep. Y'all can look me up, Kiana Kelly _ It's fine. I don't care. And it's on Instagram. I don't really give a damn. But it's kind of like not that deep,
Oh, we looking.
especially when you know you can. It's kind of like just a lot of, or just don't y'all think it's not that? But I'll get some. But you know, I mean, it's a long walk to my
I
car.
used to think like you. That's why I asked how old you are.
Yeah, I'm like 32. Like I don't want to get in my car and go home. I could just FaceTime you. What the fuck is the purpose of this? Unless if I don't date because I don't think people are very intelligent. If that makes sense.
People are smarter than you think. You know.
Not saying that they're not funny. They're not. There has to be a bond. So it's kind of like you going on a date with a girl and you're listening to her and
No
she's not that
sparks.
funny.
No sparks. Nothing.
Yeah, she's not that funny.
How
She's
do you
very.
spell
It just isn't.
Kiana?
Nope, you ain't putting me on that. You
You
are
said it.
not.
You
Wait,
said
I
it.
know,
actually,
but you trying to make me go. It doesn't. But nah, don't do that. Like I like this conversation. I know y'all gonna try to make me go crazy.
You said it.
And
You said,
then
go ahead, look me up. Kiana
yeah,
Kelly
I was kind of curious too.
_
I tried to look you up, but I was like, how do you spell Keanu?
Yeah.
here, I just do this because you guys are gonna start drama in my life.
No. I was just curious.
I don't even do Instagram.
Yeah,
Me
I know you
neither.
do. But no, I'm serious. Like I think people should just vibe with who they vibe with. Some people are just boring as fuck.
Yeah,
They
that's
are.
true.
Even if you hang out, it doesn't fucking matter. There you guys go. I think I sent it on the messages in the chat. There you guys go. That's me.
I don't even know how to
Wait,
see. Oh wait, there's a click to see your
wait, which
message.
chat?
Hold on, I'm gonna turn Discord off on the stream so the stream can't see it.
It's in the
Oh,
chat.
I see.
But I am a human being, so
I see the Puerto Rican. You said Puerto Rican, yeah, or what?
Yeah,
but
you definitely not full black.
I know you definitely
yeah.
do not.
But
Never
it
mind.
is okay to talk to people like that have, they don't talk about, at least you guys have enlightening conversations.
Give her my OnlyFans. Oh, I can't give her that.
So are we not sending this to
I don't
Adam
go on.
22 anymore?
Yeah, send this to Adam 22. Hit him up.
Yeah, he's not. He's not gonna respond. No,
Damn.
I would send to. But nah, dead ass. This shit's not gonna go viral, which is funny.
That's
But
okay.
I think you guys are pretty
I'm
dope.
enjoying my time with you guys.
Yeah, I think you guys are pretty dope, even though we started out rough.
So that guy isn't a sociopath anymore, or...
I mean, he might be, but I guess everybody has their own little.
Wally's a nice guy. Wally just makes jokes. It was just a joke.
It takes a minute. You know, everybody's just a little different.
So can I sit at the table?
Look
Or...
at him sitting that. Talk about, does he know? Yeah, that's cute.
Can we?
No response.
Can we?
Wally
say,
is officially back at the table.
Can we say Negro?
I don't move from the table. I've always been at the table.
But I don't know that nigga. I was just trying to scare y'all dumbasses.
But it wasn't very scary.
Nah, I don't know that nigga. I'm trying to prank. I just want to scare his ass from calling people Negroes.
Which means black.
I don't think anybody's scared. What do you think about P. Diddy, Kiana?
If I'm being honest.
No, lie to us.
1,000 bottles of baby oil is crazy.
Honestly,
That's crazy, dude.
I have different views.
My brother said, "What's worse than finding 1,000 bottles of 1,000 bottles of baby oil in P. Diddy's house? Finding 0 bottles of baby oil in P. Diddy's house."
If I was to think about it and talk about it, I don't.
Wait, why? Wait. Because they've all been used? What do we...
They all got used up. Oh, look!
Josh,
Wally's got the
Josh,
cam
you
on.
sound like Theo Vaughn. You sound like Theo Vaughn.
People have told me that before. I think it's because I listen to him a lot and I kind of like his.
Especially when you deliver like one-line jokes. Like you deliver one-line jokes like he does.
Yeah. Look, Kiana, there's Wally's house. He's got a living room.
I wasn't tripping. I was just talking shit. I really don't care.
He does have a living room.
Hold on. I gotta get back to where you guys at. Talking shit.
I also have a living room. It's not in this room, but it's in that room.
I can't even get back to where the hell.
Some of us
that door in the background leads to nowhere.
Yeah.
That's heck crazy.
When I walk through that door, I'm in the program.
See, my thing is I also work from home, and if I don't plan to be on a stream, I don't want to put a shirt on in the middle of the night.
Oh, wait. God damn it. I keep losing my goddamn Discord.
That must be nice to work from home. I need to get a job like that.
Pretty sweet.
Yep.
Why am I on block? Y'all see me?
Wicked Wally finally done cleaning the living room.
No, we don't see.
Only 2 hours of cam up allegations.
Like I said, I work from home. I don't want to. I popped in here to shoot the shit with Josh earlier. I wasn't planning to be on anybody's
My bad.
panel tonight, so I'm like, I don't feel like putting a fucking shirt on.
There you go. I was busting that ass. Good for you.
What?
I said good for him.
I wasn't planning on anybody being in the panel. Usually it's the same group of people that I always have on here, and none of them were in the chat, so I didn't expect many people to be on the panel. But
I wasn't expecting to be on y'all stuff. I don't even know Adam 22. I was just sitting there just trolling. But
where's my favorite drinking buddy been, Josh? I feel like I haven't seen Buff around in a hot minute.
yeah, I don't know where he's been. He hasn't been coming around. He didn't stream last night. I don't know.
We gotta start sending out milk cartons.
I think he might have got a new job or something.
Good for him.
Yeah, we were gonna play Resident Evil.
Yeah, and then Amanda verbally shifted her vote to panel, so she actively voted for this.
Yep. It's all your fault, Amanda. For some reason, I can't buy Resident Evil 4 Remastered on
for
Steam.
some reason, I think yo hot butt is finna try to put me all over that damn internet.
Huh? Me?
Yeah.
You said I got a hot butt?
She's shooting her shot.
Uh-oh.
He done sat there, then sent a message. Now he know exactly who the hell I am. He finna make me try to go viral. It don't matter. Nobody cares.
Josh here is a happily married man, actually, for
Well,
your
he posts
information.
me. I'm about to put all that Negro shit out there.
I wouldn't
We all
say
going down together.
happily. I'm a technically
He's right
married
now.
man.
So if you start posting my shit everywhere, you will have that Negro shit everywhere.
That would have
Exactly.
zero impact on Josh.
Screenshot their faces right now. He's webcammed up. Get Wally's face.
Yep.
I'm not gonna post. You sent one picture. Oh, you sent a video. I can watch the video. This is a video?
It's me.
It's a video, bro.
That's it. Thought you guys are funny and intelligent. You guys, we started off rough, but going to like you guys.
Hold on. I don't know what's in this video. I gotta.
No, it's okay. She's just talking.
It's just me.
At the end, it's kind of crazy though. So you might want.
No, told me to come here and meet his homies. Mind you, I know half of them already. And they was like, "Oh shit, that's your lease." I was like, "Oh, why you got me get it?" They said, "You need me out making some money. Come on, be it, casino." Oh god. We just started off.
A Bit Trip or Wally?
Wally, he's pretty. Everybody's pretty dope. Now, once we start getting into like more like other things, I was like, you guys are pretty. Like you guys talk about
We're all
things.
just normal people, man. Just
Yeah,
humans.
I jumped in the wrong time because I've never watched your guys' stuff, or whatever.
Yeah, really. The
And
only hater was Jalen, that guy that comes on. He doesn't
Yeah.
like me.
No, he's pretty dope too. But I didn't like once you guys got done with like the whatever that was.
I gotta be
No.
honest with you, Josh. I don't know him, so I thought he was trolling her.
No, he was saying perfect facts. Because
When
you guys
I
started
called him gay, that wasn't an insult. You saw his thing said queer.
But you guys started out bad. But once you guys start like actually talking about
To be fair to me, Josh, we're on the internet. For all I know, that like Jalen's working a character.
He might be, yeah.
He's AI.
Like, for all I know, he's not real. Like, I felt justified for many reasons believing that he came in here to troll.
Back in the same place about Woody.
Well, I also
whatever.
think he trolls me, but yeah, he's super gay.
But okay, see, you guys are going. See how you guys are losing back.
Wait. He didn't say that's a bad thing. He just said he's
No, but you guys have intellectual conversations, and then you guys go into weird douche mode. Like, don't do that. Like, why y'all talking about that?
Describing him as gay isn't bad. 'Cause he
No,
is.
but you guys know what you guys are doing, dude.
No,
You
you're
guys
just
are hella
interpreting it.
smart.
You're interpreting it poorly.
Well, you guys are laughing. I'm just saying, you guys are hella smart. And then when you guys speak about stuff, hella dope. But then it goes into like weird douche jock mode, and that's not cool.
What was?
Especially when you guys are intelligent, which I didn't think you guys were, but you guys kind of
That's
are.
not douchey. You don't know. He comes in my streams and tells me, "Oh, hello, Joshua," and he tells me.
I mean, that doesn't sound bad.
He tells me I'm gonna burn in hell. He tells me all.
Oh, never mind. Okay, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, but I don't think he's doing it. But you guys, it's like you guys have two different switches. It's like you guys go from straight.
Yeah,
okay,
we're
you guys are
dynamic. We're like
intellectual,
complex
and then
people.
you guys go into straight asshole douche mode, and it's like, where you guys get that from? Stop doing that.
I don't know who was being douche mode.
You guys do. You guys just went into.
You said he was gay, and she didn't like that.
No, it's the douchiness. It's not saying it like that. No, but that's not okay either because you guys are making a joke of that. Who cares? You're not fucking whoever he fucks. That's better. But you guys go straight in douche mode when you guys are hella intelligent. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? It's like you guys are bullies
Can you
slash
point out
nerds.
who's being a douche?
I don't get.
You guys like nerds slash bullies. It's cool when you guys are nerds.
I guess I'm not gonna defend myself. To
You shouldn't.
Yeah.
Cause it's cooler when you guys.
I think it's kind of funny when you're bullying. Oh shoot! Who's?
But if someone bullies you, would you like that?
You kind of bullied me earlier. Said I wasn't invited
You
at the
like it?
table. Yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, one of the first things you said to me is my mom takes black dick.
You're calling people Negroes.
She was right. She was right.
No, my mom
I
is
go on.
amazing.
I go on
hold on.
panels a fair amount. Shit talking is just part of it, especially
catch
when
what
it's
Josh said?
mostly men. So I understand why you feel that way
so
because it's
smart.
just man conversation. It's just a man style of conversation.
No, you're just being dicks, but you guys are hecka smart.
Yeah, men
It's
talk
kinda
shit
weird.
to each other. We don't take it personally.
Bro just said
But
his
you're
mom is
not
amazing
saying-
because
Oh my
and she
God.
doesn't associate with black people. Y'all didn't catch that? Like what?
I associate with black people. Are you guys crazy? I do associate with black people.
Not
See,
you.
you're going.
No, not you.
But you
Not you.
guys are going back into that when you guys are having a very intelligent conversation, and it was super dope because you guys are using you're expanding your minds. But then you guys are going into this weird like. Then you guys go into that. Why do you guys do that? You guys are hecka intelligent.
Funny sometimes.
But is it or is it just
Maybe not
it
for you.
doesn't hit?
It's
okay, it
also
doesn't have to be.
almost 6 in the morning, and I've been streaming for like 11 hours, and I've been drinking, so it's
Damn.
it's getting loose.
Jesus.
I'm just saying. It's weird how you guys
11
go
more
from-
in the tank.
I haven't been drinking as much as I used to drink, though, so we're doing better.
Hey, congrats, man.
It's different.
It's different. It is different.
That is definitely bad on your health, man. Staying up that late and drinking
Well, I work nights,
and
so
smoking. Okay.
so
It's
this
like
is
what
like
makes y'all here goes a question. I have a question. Here goes a topic. What makes y'all switch
What?
from that to that other mindset? Like
It's his hatred of destiny. It's
Whoa,
plain and
I
clear.
like
If Josh loved Destiny, then you would love him.
Destiny based.
I love Destiny like all
what
Christians
is
are supposed to love their enemies.
but what it
Like
what
a
did
passive
that even have?
aggressive way of saying, take them or leave
So
them.
y'all went back to
Wait, Josh, can we get it clear then? So you'd give Destiny the other cheek then? Can you just say that for us? You offer Destiny your other cheek.
Sounds a little bit gay, but
Kobe Naguaye. There's a
I just-
song. There's a guy named Kobe Naguaye, and he says he has a song where he says he's talking about I love God, but there's one thing I just don't understand, and he talks about how turning the other cheek is the only thing he can never get on board with. And
Okay, back to my original question. Where did you guys just switch? Like
I ain't switching.
y'all
why are you trying to control us? Like, what? Will you have to be nerds
no,
all
it
the
was
time?
you guys were
Jesus.
like
Wait, maybe I could I might understand. Do you mean like code switching? Like, are you accusing them of code switching right now?
you're back to this. Like, how did that happen? You guys are super hecka intelligent, hecka
I don't think
on
this
point.
counts as.
You guys had topics, you guys had points, and then now it's this again.
So yes, you are accusing them of code switching.
I don't know. I don't know what you speak of, but I'm just you guys know. Like I don't know. It's good. I ain't tripping. I'd like to
Why
talk
are
to
you,
six
why are you
hours
trying to
speaking
place
of,
us
but
in your box, in your nerd box? It's not cool.
that ain't even what I said.
Well, you prefer that we.
Just wondering where y'all switched.
I don't think anybody switched. I think
You guys just went from an intelligent conversation to straight douche mode again. What was that about?
The conversation is evolving.
So when you say douche mode, what do you think was douchey? Like what topics were douchey? So we can at least understand what you're saying.
You're highly intelligent. I actually don't even have to tell you, and I'm not even being funny because you're hecka intelligent. Because I've already talked to everybody here,
I mean,
so I know you guys are intelligent now. You know what you guys are doing. This is different.
Well,
point is, Josh, quit your code switching, be an ally.
I don't know what I did. I don't know what happened.
Here's your moment. You have to decide whether or not you're going to be an ally to your brothers and sisters, or if you're going to switch to the dark side. Well, I think you're actually there. I've seen your background. You're there, but I think she's basically saying switch.
No, I'm saying just be your authentic self.
Wait, what if this is
His
our
authentic self is what's happening.
No, I can't understand.
I just hope
Sometimes we're-
everybody is voting for Trump this election season.
Nope. Absolutely not.
What?
I am not.
I am.
I am a Destiny viewer. Just putting that out there.
No, don't do it. What is wrong?
You guys
with
want to talk about that, or is that too controversial? Too hot of a topic?
What we're voting? I mean, that was like the topic like 3 hours ago, right? Like, I'm sure that it's not too hot.
No.
For
this whole thing started watching the Destiny versus John.
Yeah, this is a political panel.
That's also I completely forgot
this
about that.
night
Actually,
did
I'm not
start with a very lukewarm fucking debate.
Yeah,
Because that guy got mogged by Destiny. Destiny mogged him.
No, he didn't. Destiny was
I
scared.
think they both did well.
Destiny was scared to even show up in person. He was supposed to be there in person.
That's not true. That's definitely bad faith, and they both did
Destiny's
well.
too afraid to shave the other side of his beard, and that's the only thing he is afraid of.
I have multi-millions of dollars, and I couldn't get on time to my flight.
Why don't you criticize him for his debate, his actual arguments?
I think he's better at debating behind a screen, and he didn't want to be in person.
Yes, it's absolutely.
That guy was like a Russian shell.
When you have a unique situation like that, it absolutely becomes a fair criticism that I would think in that environment, the one in the lot in front of the live audience has the disadvantage because he's right in front of everybody. Destiny's in a hotel room in front of a webcam. He doesn't have to consider being.
He's done these things, and you realize though that he has done these things in person, like at least 50 times by now. Like he's not running from doing it in person.
Debate, but my point is when you do not usually have this kind of dynamic where there's a live audience, but only one person is live, the other person is in a private room.
That shit's stupid. I'll agree, but that's more. You would critique
Doyle was at a disadvantage because he's number one, the one in front of the live audience, and number two, he doesn't get to see his opponent.
That kid looked like if he took off that suit, he would be playing hacky sack behind a college.
Ultimately, it comes down to their arguments.
John Doyle.
He was talking about art. He was talking about art kids. That kid was literally sporting like an afro. Like
John
if that
Doyle
kid
is
took
a
off that
beast.
suit, if John Doyle took off his suit, he would be playing hacky sack behind a college.
He's a very smart young man. He's 23 years old. Destiny's 34, and
damn, 23. Oh, fuck. He is smart.
He's very smart.
He shouldn't be doing this with his life.
But John doesn't debate on the internet. John debates only in those in-person debates, whereas Destiny, his element is computer debates. And
hey, y'all know this shit on the internet?
I was disappointed when I saw the. I'm just joking when I say Destiny was scared, but to show up in person. I don't believe that, but I do think that it kind of messed up the dynamics of the debate.
Yeah, I was about to say, because I've seen Destiny in debate panels with like Alex Stein yelling in his face that his wife got fucked, and he's just laughing, and then he keeps debating.
And Milo, we were talking about the Milo.
Oh yeah, that one was dirty. He did him dirty. I even if you're on Milo's side, you have to acknowledge he did him dirty.
I agree more with what Milo claims to believe. I don't like Milo. I think he's a grifter.
Hey, I'm
What?
telling you right now. Oh, you should not put that shit on the internet.
What? What?
What
happened?
about?
What did you think you heard? I don't even think we said
Nothing.
anything crazy.
No. Nothing. I can't help.
Wait, you complain when we talk about
No,
one thing, and then
I went back to see your video. Dude, yo, you should
you
not.
hate my
You're
show. You watch
calling
my Monday.
black people Negroes. Oh my
Oh, did
God.
you? Oh, yeah, his channel. I mean, I just found your channel too through that. You need to use Destiny's name more.
I know.
That's for sure.
That is the only reason why I'm here, because Destiny.
Some of my biggest
No,
streams are whenever
Josh, you got to switch it up. You got to switch it up every other night. Alternate Destiny, Sneak Up.
Yeah,
man.
You alternate. You put Sneeko in the title of something and tell people there's an open panel. It's gonna be like when Jay Dyer does it on an episode.
No, it won't.
Yeah. Well, I gotta
You guys
finish reading the
don't even
Quran before
know.
I go to head with all the Muslims. But
Hey, just a heads up. Everything you guys just recorded.
it's live. This is live.
Yeah, it's not recorded. You're on a live stream. Like,
Wait, are we moving
wait,
back
do you not,
to the beginning?
I'm not being funny.
I know, but you know,
I'm dead ass not being funny.
Cat. Before we go on, you're being recorded right now,
No,
right?
but you guys are calling people. I ain't never called people Negroes and stuff.
We're going back to that now.
I never said that.
No,
whoa.
I'm not being funny.
Wait. Let's talk about that, actually. Back to the whole association thing.
Josh is in Utah. He's willing to stand on business. I haven't said anything.
Kat, are you willing to accept that maybe Josh has a different association with the word?
No, what I'm saying is, all you guys have.
I live in Utah, but I'm from Tampa, Florida, which when I was a kid, it was like 80% black.
I'm not.
I have black friends.
The funniness.
80%? What?
It was pretty.
I am in. Cat, I am
Where
insane.
do they all go?
You cannot do
I'm
this.
not gonna be in trouble at all.
Well, it's still pretty high black population, but it's gone down a little bit.
Don't do it.
I'm just saying.
Don't do it, Cat. Don't do it. Don't get us in trouble. I'm in St. Louis. Do you know what this will mean for me?
I'm not.
Cat, this has been like one of the tamest of all my streams. Like, I don't know.
Oh, this dude really is blacker than you. Holy fuck.
Told you.
Oh, hey, he's got.
Yeah, see,
that's crazy.
Oh, damn.
I thought you were straight. I thought you were straight lying.
No.
Wow, you sound super white.
Wait, you know what's funny? You thought that because you were definitely lying when you said you were fucking black. Not me.
Who, me?
Oh yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. Oh, clearly, yeah.
No, I'm Puerto Rican black. Like I keep
No,
saying.
not you, Cat. We saw you.
Okay, thank you.
But you're not as black as me though. So
no, I'm just saying.
Can't sit at my
y'all
table.
don't even like. Whoa.
I don't know. I think you might have a little
Well,
white.
he's black, so he's safe, right?
No, I'm just watching. I just went back and looked
Cat.
at this little live.
Cat, you got a little white in you?
So is this going to Adam 22?
No, I was lying about that. Of course, I was trying to scare y'all. But I can't understand. Like, this ain't really a good. Like, you shouldn't. I mean,
back to the
cool,
whole word thing.
Did you not know you were on a live stream this whole time?
No idea, but do y'all know?
Yes.
Oh, God, bro.
I mean, yeah, I said I was a Destiny viewer, so I mean, like, I'm gonna get exonerated
You look like
no matter what.
Viewer. I don't know if that's a compliment or not.
I'm just saying.
You guys seem
this could
very.
affect
I'm on the
your
better half
life.
at least.
You guys seem cool for Destiny fans.
What do you mean?
cooler than you
You don't think Destiny's cool, bro? Destiny's cool.
No.
He's not.
He's not like conservative.
Destiny's
pretty cool.
I don't know about.
Hey, y'all do what y'all want. I'm still in the clip.
Josh, if you watched him long enough, you would think he's the coolest liberal.
I've been
I
watching.
promise you that.
No, I said that earlier. I've been watching him for like 4 years, and for a while there, he was getting more and more based when he was hanging out with Fuentes and stuff. He was slowly getting more and more. He was slowly getting more and
All
more
right,
base,
y'all.
and
I'm
then
gonna have to get up off here.
and then when
Because
this stuff when the Trump assassination attempt happened, he went off the rails and.
You cannot say that the Fuentes stuff was based, and then the Trump assassination shit is too far. What the fuck? That is crazy.
What? Hold up. How much of Fuentes, fuck, you know what I
Alright,
mean?
I'm about to get
How
up
much of
off
his
here.
ideas do you agree with? Kind of curious. What?
I've lost track.
I'm
Well,
not as
he's
into,
America first. He was like,
I agree with a lot of what Fuentes says, but I'm not.
All right, Cat. It's not an airport. You don't need to announce your departure.
Yeah, it was like Fuentes thought that like the whole world's problem was like 30% Jewish, but now he
Right.
thought it was 70.
Yeah, I'm
So,
not big into the whole like not liking Jewish people. I don't really have a problem with.
I don't know, man. They have a lot of power. No, I'm just kidding. Well, actually, I'm not kidding. That is true.
Well, yeah, they do, but that's probably because they probably have higher IQs and they work hard and things like
Yeah.
that. So
That's a reasonable. It's a reasonable explanation.
Yeah.
But not many people have. They take it a little bit too far.
Yeah, and Destiny has gotten mad at Fuentes for saying stuff about like the bell curve and stuff, which I think it's pretty true, but that doesn't
Does Destiny
mean
know
that,
who you are?
No. No, not a chance. No.
I feel like you guys could have a fun conversation if you like came at it at the right angle.
Yeah. Well, he said recently he's not talking to conservatives unless they have like a large audience. So he used to kind of let
The
people.
last time he did that, Josh, didn't go too well.
Yeah, he used to talk to small people and people could kind of call in or not call in, but jump in the Discord and argue with him. But he said he's not really
I
doing
think
that anymore.
after the election, he'll go back to that probably. I think right now he's just worried about. He's just trying to get his message out there as much as possible.
Well, he does drama, and then whenever the political cycle picks up, he does politics. So like after the election, he'll switch back more to like drama shit, and then whenever political shit happens again, he kicks back up to politics.
Yeah.
But he doesn't like always do politics though.
He blacklists his best competition. Like he'll blacklist Andrew Wilson, he'll blacklist Rob Noor, and
dude, Andrew Wilson at least is like intelligent. Rob Noor, come on, man.
Rob Noor's a pretty smart guy. I don't know.
Rob Noor doesn't seem dumb.
Rob Noor had to walk him
crack
through
in the CIA.
stuff.
Everything is about crack in the CIA.
I don't know.
He's probably done more hours than anybody on YouTube that I'm aware of going over the Hunter Biden laptop situation. He's bodied Pisco on it. I'm used to calling him Pisco.
He debated with Destiny for 6 hours about January 6th.
Yeah, I don't have a very high view of Pisco, so I could understand that.
Me neither.
Why not?
Because Pisco can get really mogged down on like aspects of a debate, and then he just never moves on, and he'll be one of those people that sticks on a subject for like way too long, and it's like it's clear you're not going to budge anywhere here. Just move on.
He'll like hyper focus on like a specific part of the debate or something.
Yeah, he'll be like, you said this specific legal penal code, and this specific legal penal code does not apply. Like he's doing lawyer shit, but it gets annoying and like length.
I can see how like
his attempts to debate Rob about the fire alarm pole were not a good look for him at all.
I don't think he's stupid. I don't think he's stupid. I just think he's like long-winded, and sometimes
he makes them like when it came to certain subjects. Though Pisco definitely does a good job of making himself look like a jackass, and he thoroughly made himself look like a jackass about the fire alarm situation.
Well, he's very abrasive. Like the way he goes at people is very abrasive. He's always like,
You said this. What do you? Why did you say that? And he just like he brings that energy constantly.
I haven't watched a lot.
I must have lost count of how many times I swear he kept coming back to Rob about Ukraine and had no new points to make. Just wanted to keep relitigating the points he failed to make the previous time.
Wally, you're really claiming Josh as a conservative when he just stood up and his pants were sagging. I saw it.
I wasn't even paying attention.
There was at least 3 to 4 inches of undies hanging out, bro.
Interesting.
They were
Josh
green.
mixed?
It might be part of his culture. I don't know. Benefit of the doubt. I'd have to
He did
go
it when he was getting along with Kat.
I'd have to consult my collection of vast academic books that gave me my degree in Negrotology. Which I got from an accredited legitimate educational institution.
So what, do you and Josh just like, what do you guys not believe in? Do you not believe in like the vaccine stuff? You think like that's all vaccines get you killed or some shit?
I never
Yeah,
got
I'll repeat it so Josh can hear. Yeah, okay, Josh heard.
Yeah, they were very. He was very excited to watch you walk away there, Josh. You missed
it.
Oh yeah, Josh, we caught you sagging.
I know.
Your pants are sagging.
Honestly,
how can you claim conservative values?
I tried to tell her.
He was the only one that caught that.
I might be half black. I don't even know where I'm from.
The wife beater was forgivable, but then the sagging. I mean, are you really a conservative or a Russian psyop?
You should have seen me about a month ago. I had dreadlocks down to my butt. That's why it's the dreaded conservative.
Holy shit!
Real or like what? You had like a wig on?
No,
they were real.
I had real ones. I cut them off on stream.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah. They're sitting right over there.
I mean, all he would have needed to do was like dip himself in red paint, and he could have gone to a convention as Knuckles.
That's kind of interesting.
He's grabbing them. They're gone. You already cut them off. You're flexing the locks, and you already cut them off.
Yeah. I was thinking about hanging them on my wall, or making friendship bracelets out of them and selling them to my chat.
What made you get them in the first place?
I thought it looked cool.
How old are you?
30, about to be 37 in 2 weeks.
Shit, you probably started growing them in like your early 20s or teens, right?
That's 12 years.
Holy shit. So I doubt he even remembers a good reason for why he got them.
He thought they looked cool.
Yeah, that's a dedication effort.
I always wanted them when I was a kid, and my mom wouldn't let me have them. And then I had a door-to-door sales
job. Is she too conservative?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
I was thinking.
Yep. And then finally I was able to grow my hair out, and I was like, I'm getting dreadlocks.
That's pretty cool.
Every movie I saw that a white guy had dreadlocks, I was like, that looks so cool.
Like I said, you literally could have just dipped yourself in red paint and done a Knuckles costume.
I know. I always wanted to be Predator for Halloween.
You could have done that too. Look at what you've robbed yourself of.
I could still make a hat or something. Put them in my MAGA hat.
No, you know what you should do is you should find a way to be both Knuckles and the Predator at the same time.
Yeah. I could
all you really need is you could probably, Josh, you could probably get like a replica Predator helmet and then just like probably like hot glue the hair onto it.
Yeah.
Wait, so you brought that up earlier. I actually want to go back to that. You said the Rob Noor debate with the January 6th shit. So do you think Rob Noor won that debate?
It was a super long debate, and I didn't even listen to the whole thing.
I did. There was a point where halfway through I almost gave up, but I will say I did finish it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's a winner. Like
there wasn't really a winner because Destiny just kind of dropped out while Rob was at the beginnings of presenting his case after about 5 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, but like, of course he dropped out. It was 5 hours.
Right, he posted it in the video. He said Destiny rage quit. I don't know
Rob
if it was
was like allowing him to keep
Josh
it
was
going.
already over there like 5 hours. Fuck no.
Yeah.
Imagine trying to explain to people 6 hours in. I promise you, the debate gets really good.
But they did another one where they walked through the Burisma documents, and I think Rob definitely won that one.
Oh, he did way better. Especially Destiny admitted he didn't know anything about Burisma when they were talking about it.
Right. At the very beginning, he's like, explain it to me like you're explaining it to a 3-year-old. But the whole time, Destiny's giving these arguments against things, and it just seems super disingenuous. Like,
Hell yes, sir. I'll go to the. All you do is lie. What? How about that?
What is going on over there?
Oh, my girlfriend's going to bed. She woke up, but she's going back to bed.
Okay.
Yeah.
I meant to mute it, but I just noticed it wasn't muted.
Yeah.
What is she saying to you? All you do is lie? What?
Man, you have some dedicated fans. They're still watching.
Yeah, they hang out. They hang out. Not a lot of them, but they're soldiers.
I totally forgot, Josh. We should have addressed this sooner. When I was pointing out back when that Amanda had actively voted for the panel to exist.
Yeah.
She corrected me and said she wanted panel and gameplay.
I know she does want some Resident Evil 7 at the end of the night.
See, I should do this, Josh, on one of my nights off. I'll just make an open debate panel and play Dark Souls while I wait for people to show up.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying is usually if I'm gaming, I'll have the Discord open while I'm playing the game, and I'll just talk to people while I'm playing the game. But I don't want to do that with Resident Evil because it'll kill the ambiance. It like, you know.
No, I've gotten to feel pretty confident that I can do Dark Souls roll dodging while also arguing with people at the same time.
Yeah, I could play Terraria or Final Fantasy or something while I'm talking.
No. You gotta look at at the fucking games Destiny plays at the same time that he does debates, and you gotta show you can do better. That's why I say I'm gonna just do one where I have an open panel and I argue while playing Elden Ring at the same time. Now that
he's already done that, sadly,
and he probably wasn't very good at it.
No, he was pretty.
I've never beaten any of those games. I have Dark Souls 2 remastered.
Okay, let me preface this that I'm like 2 achievements short of 100% on Elden Ring. I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah,
like, you could maybe you dunk on him.
So like, could I be participating in a debate panel while also like roll dodging General Radon for people? Yeah, I probably could.
I got like an hour into Dark Souls 2 and I just have no idea where to go.
Damn, I feel left out. Everyone is smoking but me. What the heck?
That game sucks. In Dark Souls 2, you have to like turn around after you come out of the beginning like area. It's really stupid.
Well, first off, Dark Souls 2 is actually. I listened to negative reviews of it for years, so it was the last one I played, and I wished it wasn't when I actually played it because
Bossa, start smoking.
But Oh, and to Josh, to answer your question of where you go after that first hour or so of Dark Souls 2, you go everywhere. There's literally every way to go that is open up to you will lead to boss fights. There's no wrong way to go.
I can't find anything. I just feel like I'm doing a loop. And then I stopped playing, and then I picked it back up, and it's like I just need to restart the whole game because I don't remember what direction I was going.
Josh, am I gonna have to show you one of these nights how to get good at Dark Souls 2?
I'm sure I could
Because I
watch
could totally do that.
YouTube video or something. One of these days, maybe.
Okay, but why do you need YouTube videos when you got a certified expert sitting right here?
Well, one day we'll do that. Because I do.
You got to get to the spider boss in Dark Souls 2 because that's actually the most unintentionally hilarious boss design in the whole game.
Was it designed like a spider?
No, the boss is called the Duke's Deer Freya, and it's supposed to be a two-headed spider, which I can only imagine the thoughts that puts in an arachnophobic person's head as they walk into that boss room, but then you see it in action. And you realize the second head is where the spider's ass should be, and now you just start laughing your ass off at the boss design.
Oh, I think I've seen that in a playthrough or something. Yeah, it's got a head on his ass.
Yeah, it's the idea of the boss design sounds really creepy till you see it.
Yeah.
Everybody left us temporarily.
But yeah, the vaccine.
All right, so yeah. So off the January 6th question. So do you think January 6th was an insurrection then?
No.
No, I guess it depends on. No, no.
How you define insurrection?
Are you just saying no because Willie said it with more confidence underneath you?
Because what?
He's saying I sounded more confident in my answer than you did.
Oh no, I mean, if you're gonna loosely define insurrection, that's fine. But now we're gonna have to call a lot of other things insurrections that you probably won't think are insurrections. So,
so you do think Rob did well then, though, because that is Rob's complete argument through the whole debate.
Right, it was the same argument Andrew Wilson made, and then Rob just built off of it.
Yeah, but Andrew Wilson is. So are you going to at least admit Andrew Wilson's definitely rhetorically smarter than Rob Knorr?
I actually didn't like how Andrew did in that January 6th debate with Destiny.
Because he's snarky and he's but he's more like Rob Knorr's more eccentric.
A lot of times Andrew will lean on the if I'm the negative, I don't have to prove anything, which is true, but it's not like rebuttaling anything. You're not.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Winning,
That one
you're
debate
winning
made
by
him look really dumb.
You're winning by not losing, and I would have rather he went in on him. And,
yeah. And it just makes you look weird because you're just going on about definitions over and over again, right? And it's it feels like you're not properly engaging.
Yeah, I didn't really like that, but I mean, it is he's not wrong, but I just didn't really like it as much. I think Rob did better, but no, January 6th was there were a lot of agitators, and it was people who were angry. When they went through the building, there's thousands of hours of footage. I watched a ton of it, and
let's go through
is nothing.
Let's go through some of the lists then, though, because there's some interesting questions.
That's also our house. That's the people's house. That's our house, and
so when you said there's some agitators, Nick Fuentes, was he an agitator? Because he was there, and he was I saw him on the bullhorn. He was all
no, I'm talking about
this
feds.
This is our time.
I'm talking about feds and Antifa disguised as MAGA supporters. People who are there, not Alex Jones, not Trump, not Fuentes. I'm talking about feds and undercover Antifa. And I know they were there because one of the dudes is from Salt Lake City and he runs an Antifa chapter, and he was in videos and stuff. He went to Seattle during Chaz and Chop. He was in Salt
Well,
Lake
I don't
City
doubt
when
there
we
was
had our
feds
BLM
there. Like
riots.
any type of event like that that's going on, there's always feds there. Like that's their job. It's for there to be feds there. But I mean, the question is like, were the feds the agitators? That's what you have to like prove. Of course, feds were there. Feds were there during BLM. Feds were there during any time that like the white nationalist march. They're amongst the ranks, but that's on both sides constantly. That's the feds' job. That's what I'm saying. Do you think that they were the ones that like broke through the barriers?
See, here's because this is something that has happened that occurred very recently, and now I think moving forward from when this happened, it's very relevant to any kind of J6 debate. So a couple of months ago, they had several days of protests in Kenya. People calling for the president to resign, demanding that legislation they didn't want passed that was going to increase taxes go through. Several days of this. Thousands and thousands of people are gathering in the Capitol. The day, no response from the president, no response from the parliament. The day that the bill is supposed to be deliberated, they storm parliament. In the middle of the session, they actually started assaulting lawmakers that were in the chamber to stop debate about the bill. Police opened fire on that crowd, like broadly, and several dozen of the protesters were killed. Yeah. Nobody's called it an insurrection.
Yeah.
Well, so right there, it's like you look at those, and a lot of those factors align almost perfectly to what was going on as far as the circumstances and the actions that were taken on January 6th. But you look to the international community, you look to neighboring African countries, even the Kenyan government is not calling it an attempted insurrection.
Yeah, and as far as the barriers being broken down, maybe it wasn't feds, maybe it was fake Antifa agitators breaking open the barriers, or maybe in a lot of the videos the cops opened the barriers and they did wave them in, and they said that was because it was safer to have a flow of traffic to open the doors and wave them in and say go this way.
They did open up the barriers. They opened them up after the first breaching. And their argument was it was because they were trying to move the lines back, right?
Right.
But
it keeps people flowing and keeps people moving instead of people building up and people getting.
You said that there's like different possibilities who could have done it. I'm not. I don't think you're going to concede here.
No,
but you do think that there's the opportunity.
I'll agree
the Proud
that maybe
Boys
it was
could have
some.
Done. Like it could have been the Proud Boys. It could have been what was the other organization that was there? I don't remember their name, but they could have done it. You know, there's people that got indicted in their groups for doing it.
Patriot Front or Proud Boys or stuff like that, and it could just been some dumb, angry rednecks who were pissed off and went up in there. But like
let's be honest, nobody going in there had a plan.
Right. And
nobody.
Not herd mentality. There's angry people.
Okay, this is very funny. This is very funny that I
was having a plan.
The pipe bomb stuff is bullshit.
The general person, you look at the video of the crowd, like the first people that were going through, did they look like they had any kind of plan in particular?
Yeah.
Do they look like they even had a good idea of what they were going to do? No.
I don't. If you're asking if they had like a good schematic layouts, like if they were ready to run into Ocean's 11, I don't think so. But I do think that like their goal was to get to the senators, right? They weren't planning on getting in and then just standing around. They were going to get to the senators. That was the idea.
I don't think so. I don't think that was a plan that they had. Let's go. I don't think they were planning to attack anybody or go in there.
I don't know if there was an explicit idea to attack, but maybe mess with any of the filing papers. I mean, you have to think at this point it's like a rioting group. They're going to go in there and they're going to fuck shit up. If you think about the stuff that BLM did, like a rioting. Well, I mean,
You're right. Let's compare it to BLM.
There was some fucked up shit that happened inside the building. Like the building did suffer some damage. BLM definitely suffered more damage.
A couple broken windows. They were walking through the stanchions, the red velvet ropes. They were calmly walking in single file line through the stanchions. And that MAGA shaman guy that went to prison and got released from prison while other people are still there waiting for trial, that guy was an op. That guy was a damn plant.
I mean, he could have been. Also, he was there in like a shaman outfit, dressed as a Nordic Viking. If I had to guess, you said there was people there that didn't have any idea of what they were doing. If I had to guess, the guy dressed as a Viking it's like he's probably the most like lost. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on.
So another thing that's happened in the past, actually, in the Capitol building. I mean, I know Josh is 37. He probably remembers this. You two look like you're fairly younger than us, because I'm 30, almost 39. Wait, so you may not remember the Code Pink protests that were popular back when Bush Jr. was president.
No, I wasn't super into politics then. I remember BLM went into the Capitol building. I remember the Palestinian protesters.
If you weren't like
depending on what part of Bush's presidency you're talking about, I was a baby. So
yeah, okay, so yeah, I'd be talking about like post Iraq. So we're talking like 05, 06.
Okay, so yeah, I was like a sentient child.
They had these large groups of people, protesters, who would march into the Capitol building, block the hallways, and try to access the offices of representatives. Yeah. Nobody was ever calling it an attempted insurrection.
BLM
and they did it multiple times.
BLM did that, and so did the Free Palestine protesters just recently.
Wait, do you guys?
Do you think the phone calls? Go ahead.
Would you guys agree that? Well, probably not, but like Trump's rhetoric during the speech, do you guys think that was inflammatory at all, or
no?
No, you don't think so. You don't think it evoked a lot of urgency to go stop the steal, as they said.
See, here's the thing: is
I was at the Stop the Steal protest at the Salt Lake City Capitol building on January 6th. And we had Proud Boys out there with lots of guns, lots and lots of guns. And we had
Gosh, don't say that. There's a lot of people. I think Rob Noor might even deny that claim. That there was people there with guns.
No, at the Utah State Capitol, this is a constitutional.
Oh no. Okay. I thought you were talking about. You were talking about at the Capitol.
I'm saying,
that would be another. That's another problem I have with the whole insurrection.
Then nobody had guns.
Is that they didn't have force.
Right. The pipe bomb thing
is the only advantage that they had here's the thing, the only advantage that they had by not having force is that armed security was reluctant to fire on unarmed civilians.
But the January 6th Stop the Steal protest happened at every Capitol building in every state. So we had one here in Salt Lake City at the Salt Lake City Capitol. There was a wall of Proud Boys with guns. And then there was a wall of rainbow flag, BLM flag, mask wearing anti-protesters or whatever. And we were having conversations. We were standing one line here and one line here.
It's at the Capitol. Isn't it significant that it's at the Capitol because that's where they're going to certify the votes?
Right. But my point is, the state at the Capitol building here, we didn't see anything like that, but we saw a bunch of people outside with guns, and nothing like that happened. There, there's some damages done. The people go into the Capitol, which is our Capitol. That's the people's house. That's not the government's house. And nobody has guns. Nobody's armed. The only people who are killed are unarmed women by armed police officers. Also, one of the armed police officers had left his gun in a bathroom a couple months before. He shouldn't even have had a job. And yeah. But that's an insurrection. So if that's an insurrection, we got to start. I don't like doing whataboutism.
So wait. So do you think the phone calls play into it at all? Because I feel like the phone calls make everything worse.
The phone calls. What do you mean?
Trump calling like Georgia and stuff, saying find the votes. The whole phone call where he's like, I need 1,100. I think it was 11,000 more votes. And
okay. On that one, I got to
the whole ballot box.
It's never usually comes.
Wait, give me a second, because I think Josh is confused on what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the ballot box one, the video that everyone was talking about. They switched around the boxes. That video.
But that has to do with election. That has to do with election interference. That doesn't have to do anything.
Yeah, but that's what Trump. That's what Trump was. Trump was calling them during he was using during the riot. He was calling them, and then he was saying that, and people have argued that that was him trying to further the steal while they were there rioting at the Capitol.
Right, but the people at the Capitol didn't know that he was doing that, so that doesn't add to like insurrection.
I do agree with that. So maybe they didn't commit an insurrection, but now you've thrown kind of the responsibility onto Trump, though. So are you saying that he did, or is there like another element that needs to be? Because he knows about the phone calls and about the rioting.
But I'm saying whether or not the phone calls happened doesn't matter about whether it was an insurrection or not. That has
to the people there at January 6th, yes. Like the people at the Capitol, that would make sense because they don't know he's doing that.
Right.
But
So
he does know that
by him doing that, he was trying to coup the government by doing that. And I would say no, he was exhausting every legal avenue that he had to stop what he thought was a fraudulent election. And when he was out of options, he left willingly. They didn't have to kick him out. He just left.
Well, he used extra legal options. Literally using a Destiny talking point, right? Like he did lose the court cases, and then he went further.
Destiny's
like
wrong
he
about
lost the
that.
court cases and went further.
There's always alternate electorals in every election. You have that option. That's an option that is available. That's what he was trying to do. You also have the option to appeal to the vice president to overturn the results, and he did that.
Yeah, but if it's been done like once or twice to shore up like votes in Hawaii like 60 years ago, is it really like worth?
Doesn't matter. It's legal.
Well, the whole 11,000 and something votes phone call, I've always had a bit of a problem with people trying to hang an argument on that because he's never saying all he's doing
find me the votes.
He's stating a matter of fact when you say I need 11,000 votes. That's just a statement of fact because he knows the numbers. He knows what is at by then. But he's not saying we need to come up with that number or we need to, get to that number. Like just stating, well, this is what we would need to close the gap is not I don't see that as an inflammatory.
Yeah, but he does tell the senator of Georgia that if they can't find those 11,000 votes, that there's a good chance that they're not going to win their upcoming election because his supporters aren't going to be happy that Trump lost. I mean, that does kind of sound like, I'm not going to say it's directly a threat, but it's definitely saying like, it's in your best interest to find these 11,000 votes.
Or it could just it could just be an intelligent assessment that if the election were to if he were to have lost the election, it's more of a hypothetical of the voters are going to take it out on people at the state level once he's gone.
Well, do you think that he was like feeding him a carrot a bit though, like like the carrot on the stick, like you put the?
But this is one of those things where it's like when you're looking at like phrases that aren't really overtly anything, you can come up with multiple.
Well, that's why I said it wasn't directly like a threat. He wasn't directly being. That's why I said he wasn't directly being like. If you don't find these votes, you're done for. I'm gonna make sure you're done for. Like I'm not saying that. I'm just saying. Don't you think it was at least uncouth the way that he went about calling?
Well, I think it's just a political reality that if a high up state official, just in general in an at-risk state, doesn't look like he was supporting the party candidate, that guy could be risking a lot of supporters abandoning him in the next election cycle. It's just a political reality.
Yeah,
like if
I'm
you
sure
look like
I'm
you're
sure that guy was aware
if
of
you
it, and
look
he's like making.
disloyal to the base, they'll either primary you or they just won't show up when you're on the line.
Yeah, exactly. And then he's got the president calling him, and the president's like, "Yeah, if you're really on the line." Like, I'm sure he already knew. Like, if Trump doesn't win this, I'm pretty much screwed. And then he's got Trump calling him, and he's like, "Yeah, if I don't win this, you're screwed." So I mean, I just feel like that.
Which I mean, again, when you look at it,
that.
when you look at it from the perspective of the electability angle at that point, then yeah, really, what Trump could be saying could be looked at as like, look, you already know they're going to take it out on you if something goes wrong there. Like it's just you can you can restate this is how realist politics works.
I think
and
all
it
this
doesn't have to be a call to action just by stating the facts.
This is all just a way to dodge that. You think the election was totally on the up and up? You think that there wasn't anything fishy that happened during the election?
I mean, there's definitely some false votes. Every year there's false votes. Like there's.
Can I answer that?
Things.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure Trump's own campaign hired 2 firms to investigate whether or not there was election fraud, and they both came. By the way, this was before January 6th. They both found, I think, not every case that they gave them, they found 0. They found nothing.
None of the cases were heard. They were all thrown out on standing. They were thrown out before they.
They weren't all thrown out on standing.
I'm saying Trump's own campaign. They hired.
And here's the thing, though. A lot of you can go in to because it really doesn't take. We all know this. It's like you can go into court with a box full of really good evidence, or you can walk into a courthouse with no evidence and open a case. It's that easy.
But you need a lot of evidence to close a case.
Well, that's the point. Is that I think a lot of what ultimately they could only. You can really, in the case of an election, unless you got somebody with a smoking gun of like some kind of photographs or a camera recording of something, ultimately you're really only going to come up with conjecture that you would need to get to a discovery phase to actually fully investigate. So I think in a lot of those cases, a lot of the controversy on everything could have been killed if the judges would have just allowed for the cases to go at least up to the discovery phase.
I mean, some of the cases weren't dismissed on standing and were like seen out, and they didn't also like bear any fruits. And like
they were all thrown out.
Being thrown out on standing also literally means that you haven't like given enough evidence to your claim, or that your claim, or that the remedy of the solution is like too big. So you might be like, I think that these like five people, and to make it a smaller scale, let's say you're a teacher, and you think 5 people in your classroom. Fuck, dude, I'm too high. I forgot.
Okay, so let's look at it. Let me try to make the point this way, because this is the thing. When you have
I had it, but I lost it.
When you have those kinds of cases, it's like this. It's like if you were accusing a company that you were dealing with of accounting fraud. You can go into court with why you feel that way, but ultimately the only way you're ever going to prove that case or not is if the judge puts it forward to a discovery where the other company has to open their books. That's why I don't see why there should have ever been a problem when you have allegations being brought forth of any kind of electoral chicanery. And
if you're accusing someone of something, don't you think you should like have evidence though, like going into it? You shouldn't be like, I'm accusing you of this, now give me full access to your life and let me see if there's evidence.
Well, if we're going to go by the premise of the whole concept of, well, free and fair elections, then there really shouldn't be an issue with going to a court requesting transparency for whatever the reasons are, because ultimately, if the judge says, well, then open the books, we're going to see if there's actually anything to this.
I think actually the more interesting question is, do you think that it should be assumed that elections are done fairly in America most of the time? Like, do you think people should think voter fraud is always happening, it's always been happening? Or do you think that it's just now happening, but for the most part in the past, elections have been safe?
I think what's ultimately the bigger problem there is not in that direction, but in the fact of how people were reacting to a call for transparency.
There's always an amount of voter
And
fraud.
it was just so shocking, apparently, that people could actually say, hey, we're going to go to court. We want to see the documents. We want full transparency on this.
Also, because of COVID, there was a lot of things that were legal. There's a lot of things that happened that were legal, that they twisted laws because of COVID to have mass mail-in ballots, ballot harvesting in crazy numbers that we've never seen before. This has never happened before. Time Magazine came out with an article where they wrote about it. They used social media manipulation, and now Zuckerberg is getting looked at for that stuff. Trump said if he gets back in office, Zuckerberg might end up in jail because all this stuff came out way later that they were.
Zuckerberg is not going in jail. Zuckerberg will be in Thailand.
Yeah.
Literally living in a mansion before he goes to prison. There is no way Zuckerberg's ever seeing a prison cell.
Yeah, well, P. Diddy probably thought
he would have to.
thing.
Well, maybe if he does some Epstein shit, if he gets caught with an island, maybe Zuckerberg's going down.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason some rich people go to Thailand.
So, do you think that the way like Elon's doing shit right now is like that's hypocritical though? Because I feel like he's also like he's covering up the JD Vance story. He's censoring shit. He censored Destiny for the Trump fireman thing, right? I mean, I know you guys are probably against him saying that, but like, should he be censored for it?
Wait, what is this?
Where he said the fireman guy deserved to die at the Trump rally thing when Trump got shot. When he got shot in the ear.
I don't think that should have been censored. I think it should have been left up there so everyone can see what a ridiculous statement it is on its face.
Did Elon take that down? I thought Destiny just got.
I respect that perspective more than take it down, though, right?
This sounds like bullshit.
So
Trump said the guy at the rally.
So it was tweets. Well, no, not Trump. Destiny said that.
Destiny said that.
Yeah, not Trump, Trump.
And Elon. Okay, I was gonna say that's why I was confused. Yeah, when Destiny said that was insane. But so Elon took that down.
Well, he was. I think he got like demonetized and removed from. I think he might have not gotten banned from Twitter because he got demonetized on Twitter for a while. I think he's back up, but.
Okay, so if the tweets weren't
the Destiny thing was the lighter thing. The Destiny thing was the lighter thing. What do you think about him covering up the JD Vance story?
It's almost.
Wait a minute. Wait a second. I want to clarify this with the censorship question. So were the tweets actually taken down, or were they left up, but he was demonetized?
I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm just a chatter, so I don't remember. Exactly.
So I would preface this with because it's not clear to me as we've expounded on the circumstances there. So I'm going to preface what I said previously with this. If the tweets were left up, but he was just demonetized, I don't consider that censorship. It's not censoring him to take their bag away from him.
Well, I mean, his Twitter account, like judging it off of ban, doesn't really. He's ban evading. Like he's been ban evading off of like 8 accounts for like 12 years or some shit. So dude's been ban evading. So whenever they take him down, they're always justified because they can always just say he was ban evading.
Hasn't he been ban evading ever since he got into that beef with Lucas?
I don't even remember what it's from. It's so long ago. He's just banned from Twitter. That's how I know him on Twitter.
Lucas.
He's just banned.
Oh, by Lucas, I mean Keffels.
Oh no, that's how he got banned from Twitch. That's the theory.
Okay.
No one knows exactly. Twitch doesn't tell you how you got banned, so
I thought he got
no one knows.
Timing is that was.
I thought I got banned on Twitch
That
for
was
saying
why.
Trans people are subhuman or something like that.
Yeah, there's like 8 different theories for what it could be.
Okay, but he's not banned on
Okay,
X.
so yeah, the Twitter I think actually predated that.
Yeah.
But I forget where that fully started with the Twitter bans.
Well, I mean, he got banned on old Twitter.
I feel like he had gotten into some kind of beef that initiated that, but I don't remember who twisted the knife in him.
Well, higher ups are always the one that twist the knife if you're getting banned. So.
Well, yeah, but I think it was. I feel like it was like somebody. I feel like it was like an inter-community beef. Like it wasn't like a beef he got into with a conservative on Twitter.
Oh, for the Twitter ban? Yeah, I don't even know.
He's had more issues, and that's the funny thing is like he's had more issues with people in his own house than he's ever had with people on the right, as far as maintaining his media presence goes. He's had more people ideologically that would align with him mostly, like people like Keffels. But then they get into beefs with him and they try to shut him out of business.
Saying you guys need to be more open to at least hearing like his perspective on things, because I promise you he's not anywhere ideologically close to Keffels.
But as far as, well, here's the thing, is like, you know who both of them are going to vote for, and neither one of them was going to vote Republican.
The stereotype that you guys make of like Democrats and like liberals and like kids in colleges is like literally Keffels, and that's just not like what Destiny is.
When I say align, it's more of, when I say they ideologically align, is we know who they're going to the voting box for. Regardless,
a lot of people think he got banned for saying that trans people shouldn't be in sports, and then Keffels is the one that was like directing HRT to children and giving them like DIY instructions on how to make HRT in their house.
That's crazy.
And then grifted a bunch of money for people with the mental health
and moved to Ireland.
I don't dislike
mental health needs $100K.
I just think he's going a little off the rails lately, probably because the election's coming up. But yeah, some of this stuff he said about, like what you just said about the firefighter. And, yeah.
Do you think?
I think that was wild.
Do you think Destiny's like entire perspective is just like completely fabricated? Like he's just pulling shit out of his ass, like Trump, I guess, trying to start it like who the election or who our country and all of that shit. Like,
I think sometimes he says things that he knows,
good or bad faith.
He knows that they're wrong, because I've seen he'll cover something on his stream and then he'll pretend like he never heard of it when he's debating with somebody, and so he's purposely being disingenuous to toe the party line and to push his narrative, like. Instead of
like what? Do you have any examples? It doesn't matter if you don't. I'm just wondering if you do.
Ben Shapiro,
I haven't been watching him for a while, but
even Ben Shapiro agrees that Trump was.
Yeah, that's fine.
Did some shady shit regarding the election. Like I think a lot of people on the right do agree. They just still. I think Ben Shapiro said the guardrails will hold, so it's like totally fine if he becomes president again.
Well, here's the thing. Ben was anti-Trump prior to 2016 when it was.
He's a conservative.
He was, yeah, but he was anti-Trump until he was actually very pro-Trump during the administration, so it was easy for him to flip back on Trump.
Yeah, but I mean, like, he's a conservative. Like, he was a traditional form of conservative. Like, if you cheated on your wife, he was done with you. Like, that's the type of conservative Ben Shapiro was. And, I mean, I think a lot of it is if Trump says Ben Shapiro's a rhino, his career is completely over, and Daily Wire might be completely in the hole. So he just has to be like, I support Trump, even if he doesn't. That's why he did so bad in that debate. I mean, he literally just says, like, it was an insurrection, but I support him anyways.
Fucking dumb.
Yeah.
Because that's what he means when he says the guardrails will hold up. He's like, I think, yeah, he'll probably try some shit again, but the guardrails will be fine.
Because, like, yeah. Why would we want him to try again? Like, probably shouldn't.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm not a huge Ben Shapiro fan, but
See, the thing with J6 though is like people with the whole insurrection conversation. It seems like it's a lot of people seem to equate insurrection with with some kind of like actual coup, and I don't think that's what was going on.
Yeah.
Because
Well, so what would you say the big differences between those words are? Because to me they're like synonymous, like big and tall.
Okay, so if we can approach it that way. See, if I were to grant that a coup and an insurrection were completely equal, then you would have to look at what happens during a successful coup versus an insurrection and see what would apply onto an insurrection. So usually when you have a coup, there's a level of force. You have like the heads of state are taken into custody. You have people using force to seize control of the government from the top down. Military coups happen all the time.
You're saying like the difference between coup and insurrection is like the difference. I'm trying to think of a good analogy for it. What's your name? Mbasa, do you have a good way for how they're distinctly making a difference between these two things?
Nope.
So wait, is it one of those things where one thing is always itself, but the other thing always requires the other thing to happen? Does that make sense? So an insurrection is always a coup, but a coup is not always an insurrection.
Here's the thing, no takeover in modern times is essentially possible unless you have control of the military. That's why military coups happen all the time in other countries, because there are many, many countries in the world, the number of which may surprise you. And I don't even know the whole number. But in a lot of
coups... Are coups an insurrection? That's a better question.
The reason those military coups happen is because in those cases, the military usually acts unilaterally. There's no politician appealing to them, because in those countries, they don't have a civilian with ultimate chain of command to the military. The militaries in those countries are usually their own little fiefdom within the government. They have the Ministry of Defense is just military people running it. So when they don't like the way the people vote, or they don't like what's happening, they will at any time just kind of pick up the guns and go, "Hey, guess what, everybody? Democracy's suspended."
A coup is when an insurrection is successful.
Essentially.
So
Okay. Wait, no, that makes sense. All right, yeah, because that's basically what I'm asking. I'm trying to figure out at what
insurrection could fail. That's just when you get angry and rise up against the government. But a coup is when you seize power from the government.
So would it still be fair? If an insurrection succeeds, you would probably call it you wouldn't be wrong to call it an insurrection, though, right? You'd be like, that was an insurrection, but you would also be right to call it a coup.
So if it. I guess if it succeeds, if a coup succeeds, an insurrection leads to a coup, yeah.
Yeah, but you wouldn't tell someone that it wasn't an insurrection, though, right? You'd be like, no, it wasn't. It was a coup.
Well, normally,
right.
Here's the
if
thing.
There was a coup,
normally, when you will hear
an insurrection, but there could be an
insurrection.
Okay. There could be an insurrection that fails and it doesn't end in a coup.
So we can.
I was just trying to.
So you can
see what your guys' definitions were.
Well, because generally I see a lot of news stories all the time of reports of failed coup attempts that occur in different countries. Normally, in those instances where that is what the government is reporting, there's a certain standard that they're applying to call what they've busted up a failed coup. So it's normally okay, this group was armed and we have evidence that they had plans, they had intent to actually like arrest the president or something like that. That is where it kicks in for like, we're going to take position in this building and we're going to kidnap the president, and they'll call that a coup attempt. Like, that's the standard.
So you don't think that those like conditions were met on January 6th?
Were they going to kidnap Trump? No.
No, I don't think they were going to kidnap the president, but I mean, like, there's definitely people that were seemingly planning to hurt like senators, and I mean, there was people like saying hang Mike Pence, hang Mike Pence. They had a gallows outside.
Yeah, but when in these other, okay, but here's the thing: when you're talking, when they're looking at what would solidify a coup attempt, like in Africa, these people have like AK-47s and bombs, and they can actually kidnap a president by force if they ambush a convoy at the right time of day. So it's when they're saying there was an attempted coup, like, yeah, they had the actual hardware to attempt it.
I think the problem is the charge hasn't been used like fucking ever since, like, when was it? It was used like once or like twice. Like the charge for insurrection is like so fucking rare. They should have probably just like called it an attempted coup if there's like actually a charge for that. I feel like that's the big problem, is like it's so hard to figure out what the fucking insurrection like is by definition, because it says in it that you don't have to prove by law that it's an insurrection. You just have to like prove, I guess, the concept of it, which Destiny does talk about how that's like enough. But like I feel personally like I don't know if that's enough to claim if something is something just because people say that they feel like the criteria is met.
The definition just says a violent uprising against a government, and nowadays when words can be violent, like it seems like it's just a way to shut down people's free speech. If we have hate speech, or well, I mean, no, it's not recognized in America yet, but if words are violent and people yelling and walking through the building is a violent uprising against the government, then there's been a lot of insurrections. It's kind of playing fast and loose with the definition.
You see, I just had the thought. The thought just occurred to me from much earlier in my life, because I did survive the Fenway Park riot of 2004 when the Red Sox beat the Yankees in Game 7 of the World Series playoffs. And cars got set on fire. Police were firing like tear gas and rubber bullets at people near Fenway Park. It was ridiculous. But by the definitions that a lot of these people use, it's like, apparently that would have been an insurrection if we all were marching closer to the State House.
I mean, yeah, it depends, right? Like,
even though it's being called a riot, like, if the group was like, if the State House was closer to Fenway Park, like across the street, would they have called it an attempted insurrection just because the State House was right there?
I mean, wouldn't have depended on whether or not they attempted to go into, like.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't just next to the building; they were going inside.
Any protest, if a police
I agree,
officer,
it was insane. Like, I was just a drunk college student trying to get to Krispy Kreme at 2 in the morning.
all these Palestinian protests, those would be insurrections. Anytime, if any officer gets shoved, then at a protest, that's an insurrection now.
Josh out of pocket with this one.
No,
he's firing from the beers are starting to catch on.
No, it's true. Anytime if there's any sort of government,
he's like fuck it. He's like, fuck it. At this point, America, I flipped the bird at the cop. Is that an insurrection? I don't know.
Yep. Violent. That's words are violence. Silence
Look,
is violence.
Long before we made the critical error of trying to have a sense of humor many hours ago. When I first came up here, before everyone else was here, I was giving Josh a hypothetical argument to how he could persuade people that dinosaurs built the pyramids.
Is that something you believe, or is that like?
And I suggested, I said, well, here's the thing. I'm going to take you through this because this was some expert level argumentation that I was coaching him on here. So I said, well, here's what we're going to do, Josh. We're going to start by presupposing that the Transformers is real. And then we are going to follow the orthodox Transformers canon as established in the 1980s original animated series. So we know that the Ark and the Nemesis ships crashed on prehistoric Earth. And then the Dinobots were clearly dug up by the ancient Egyptians. So the pyramids were actually built by Grimlock.
We don't need to add all that to it. Dinosaurs walked with humans. All they had to do is throw a dang yoke
Ancient
on
space alien robot dinosaurs, Josh. My story's better.
You just throw a yoke on a brontosaurus and it drags some rocks. It's not that complicated. You know. No,
that's a very.
Would that count as the dinosaurs building the?
No, people built the pyramids with slave labor and pharaohs and all this stuff. They just had some dinosaurs that they were utilizing.
Josh believes God built everything. Just back up, Josh. Just say God built everything. Then call him a loser for even asking.
Look, it's not my fault that the ancient pharaohs had Dinobots. I mean, I just think that's just first grade knowledge to me at this point. I think I've proven my case.
I don't know if I actually believe it, but it is fun to think that pharaohs had trained dinosaurs. And they found velociraptor bones at the base of one of the pyramids, so I think they had security raptors.
Holy shit.
That theory is so intense. I find it downright enrapturing.
Yeah.
Dude, you know how badass that would be if they had security raptors?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's pretty cool.
There's some cool pharaohs.
Well, we know raptors don't fuck around if you try hiding in a kitchen. They will slide all around that motherfucker looking for your ass.
I'm saying.
Do we know
Jurassic Park? Security raptors don't fuck around with kitchen security. We know that.
Yep. I don't think it's that far-fetched.
I don't know. I don't know how tameable dinosaurs are, so.
Well, the placid, nice ones, the herbivores, it would have just been like a big cow.
You know what? You make a good point. Probably, yeah. They would probably, yeah. Although, I don't know if humans would be bold enough to try that. Listen, I'm certainly not going to try to.
It's in the Bible. The behemoth was called the King of Man. And the behemoth is described basically like a brontosaurus or a brachiosaurus. Well, a brachiosaurus is fake, but brontosaurus.
Hey, do you believe in the firmament?
Like what flat earthers believe is the firmament? No.
I mean, whatever the firmament, how it's described in the Bible.
So what flat earthers leave out is the flood. It was the separation of waters. There was a layer of water.
Like heavenly waters or whatever.
Right. There was the firmament was the waters above the waters. So we were in like a terrarium. And back then that's when people lived 900 years. That's because we weren't getting as much radiation from the sun. There wasn't a bunch of toxins in the food and all that stuff. So we were basically living in like a terrarium, like a utopia, and there was no storms and there was no floods. When the firmament broke is when the flood happened. That was the waters coming down.
Interesting.
That's what I think.
Is that canon? Is that canon in the Bible, man?
Yeah.
Really? So in the Bible, I
find it more funny to mess with some flat earthers because I like to point out that I think the term is a misnomer because flat's a surface.
Flat earthers think the firmament is like a dome around the earth. That's dumb. But biblically,
again, I think by the term, it's like, okay, flat is not a shape, flat is a surface. So they have to establish that even if the Earth is quote unquote flat, it still has to have some kind of dimension.
Yeah.
So are we a cube? Are we a rectangle? Like, are just on one side that only lives on one side of this rectangle? Like,
yeah,
they don't establish that.
It's just a flat plane, just a completely flat plane. It's all flat, and then there's a dome.
Yeah,
nothing but.
Well, and that's the other thing is that their argument falls apart because we know that like if you have like an underwater volcano, those volcanoes still have further depth to them, so the Earth can't be completely flat. The Earth can't be like just one solid flat surface because we even like just dipping down from the ocean, that's not flat. There's some level of depth. So they
wait,
can say,
do you think the Earth is flat?
No.
He doesn't.
Okay.
This is the argument I like to troll flat Earth people with by making them legalize the argument. Where I say, well, we have to establish the definition difference between a shape and a surface.
I do think there was a firmament, but that's what caused the flood. Was the firmament was the waters, the firmament breaking and the waters coming down.
What is a firmament?
It's like the.
You're saying, so Josh, to put that in terms that my nerd brain would understand, because it's been a long night. So you're saying like this would be like if the Great Wall in the north melted and flooded Westeros.
Kinda, yeah.
Okay, I got you. I'm on board. Let's go. Go off, King.
Basically.
Holy shit, Cat is back.
Because I read them comments. What, you thought it was ugly, bitch? And I want them to hear it too in them comments.
Who said that?
Yeah, I don't know. They over here talking about my voice. It's okay. Still finding it. Girl, you better cut it out.
Nobody in the comments said you.
Oh, I read it.
Did she join just to like beef with a viewer?
What are you talking about?
I did not. I listened to all what y'all said.
I've been
Y'all
watching the
chat.
Do you believe in the
Nope,
firmament?
incorrect.
Okay, we're talking about the flat Earth right now, not you. So unless you're going to talk about the flat Earth.
No, I couldn't. My bad. I was just jumping in. I read the comments. I'm like,
she
the
was
fuck?
flat
My
till
voice
she
sound like
spent
what it-
$10,000. Then she had globes.
Josh, I asked you if it was canon.
Never mind.
If
I
it was
asked you if it was canon. So you're saying the flood was caused by the breaking of the firmament, and that is in the Bible, or you just kind of that's your own theory or hypothesis?
I'm pretty sure when it talks about the flood, it talks about the firmament.
What?
Are you both Googling the firmament right now?
I'm trying to find the exact part that I'm talking about.
It's okay, because I'm pretty sure I also saw him look up at his screen.
I don't know.
This might be a Google on Google conversation.
What, me or
Josh and Abasa?
No, I don't have every freaking verse memorized.
So in John, I will say I cannot. Now this is not necessarily
okay.
Okay, I can actually guarantee this is not the canon of every church. But Christians who are proponents of intelligent design theory, the academic version they put forward, some proponents of intelligent design do have put forward theories on how the Grand Canyon would have come to be formed. It was through a massive flood event. So Josh is not totally out of alignment with some proponents of that.
It's Genesis 7:11, and it's talking about the waters from the depths and the waters from the heavens were opened, which is where we get the idea of the firmament breaking. Because in earlier verses it talks about the separation of the waters from the waters, and then in later verses it talks about how the firmament fell. So it doesn't say it exactly how I said it.
But it's
What Orthodox Christian?
Can I say something real quick? Just please.
Oh yeah.
I have to ask those.
What?
I just want to say something.
What? Say it.
They'll probably get you views. Hey,
Cat, put on your camera. We all.
I'm in the dark right now, but I know I'm a fine bitch. And hey, look, I done had braces, headgears, and everything. My teeth is very straight. Thank you, buddy. And thank you, Frederick LA, because that was a nice comment. Even though you told me I was confused before, but now I'm hot as shit. I get it. You're horny. Y'all horny. Y'all need to stop and listen to this man. Okay, now let's go. Boom, I'm done.
That's all you had to say. I thought you had to say something.
No, that's it.
What we were talking
That's
about.
it. I know. I just, like I said, your turn. My bad. I apologize. Your turn. My bad. And you too, ignorant man in the corner.
I swear I could like dynamite a beehive. I could dynamite a beehive and it wouldn't be a bigger buzzkill than what you just were.
That's some weird shit to say. Continue, host.
Yeah, it's a play on words. Bees, buzzkill.
No one cares. Back to what you're talking about. Thank you. Sorry. You guys go. I am sorry for interrupting. Go back. Okay.
Are you though?
Nah, she ain't.
Not really. Nope. He's right. There you go. Thank you.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
No, I disagree with you. Can't even take an agreement.
I'm sorry to hear that.
You can't believe the Bible is facts. Yeah, but I have just as much evidence for my claims as evolution people and have evidence too. They can't observe or test or demonstrate their beliefs either.
Mm-hmm.
They're going off faith too.
That is not true, bro. Come on.
It is true. We've never observed macroevolution. We've never observed abiogenesis. This is all theories. They can't be observed. They can't be
abiogenesis.
tested.
That's true that we haven't observed that, but we definitely have observed evolution. Isn't it the
So
whole
it's not science?
The whole point of the Galapagos, you know what the fuck I'm saying? The Galapagos Islands. Wasn't that the whole fucking point of that? Is that we can observe like changes over. Oh, you're saying like, isn't it called speciation?
Adaptation.
Like we haven't seen.
Well, yeah. Microadaptation is speciation.
Hey, Josh.
I can watch my dog shed his fur. I think carbon dating is inaccurate, and that's a fact.
But do you think even if the carbon dating itself is inaccurate, then the thing did exist then?
No, I believe in dinosaurs. Yeah, I'm not a dino denier.
Yeah, but they've tried to track down like every stage of chimp leading up to human and then say that's evolution. And then that's what the missing link is supposed to be, is like there's like I think there's one or two missing links.
It's incorrect.
Yeah, isn't it convenient? There's a missing link that disproves their theory. What we see is different types of
it doesn't disprove the theory.
No, it does. It does disprove the theory that we have a missing link because there is no link. We have humans and then we have monkeys. We have different types of humans and different types of monkeys and primates and chimpanzees.
Wait, what do you guys wait?
Can I come in? Absolutely.
Evolution,
He's
from my
absolutely
perspective, seems
correct.
like
Evolution, what happens with evolution?
What
Everything dies out.
Wait.
If there's monkeys and there's apes and there's something we didn't evolve from monkeys and apes.
Right.
What is she even saying?
She's saying if natural selection is true, why would we have the subpar species still existing today?
We didn't come. All right, so when I said from monkeys, we didn't come from monkeys. We would have came from like prehistoric monkeys.
No.
So whatever the fuck monkeys would have looked like millions of years ago.
Right.
Is it a seagull?
We had woolly
and
mammoths.
then like one line of the monkeys turned into monkeys nowadays, and then now we're the other line of monkeys.
We had woolly mammoths during the Ice Age because they had to adapt and have fur during the Ice Age. But there's no woolly mammoths now because they don't need it anymore. So it was better, survival of the fittest. It was better for them to shed the hair because it got warmer. Why are there no woolly mammoths still?
Because
so do you think everything that they say is like evolution is just like adaptation then?
Yeah, microevolution. We've never seen a bird. We've never seen.
Wait. Sorry. If you have enough micro adaptations, wouldn't it just become to the point where it becomes speciation? Like over those small things,
right?
Those small things over time.
But species is not genus. Species is not genus.
Can I ask this question real quick for you?
Species can reproduce with other species. A horse and a donkey can have a baby.
Boom.
A lion and a tiger can have a baby. Those are both feline. That's their species. But or their species is lion and tiger, but their genus is feline. So we've never seen a feline make a canine. Kinds reproduce after their own
smart
kind.
as hell.
Bro.
Well, we've never seen.
Evolution means it dies out.
I don't know if that's.
It's not funny. He's smart as hell. Evolution means it dies out. Duh.
No, he's not funny. The glazing is funny.
From a monkey because a monkey would not be on Earth.
What are you saying,
Duh.
Cat?
We're similar species, but we are not monkeys.
See, we could settle a lot of evolution.
Is a seagull a penguin?
I will admit, she destroyed me. We are not monkeys, and a seagull is not. I don't know how to debate against that.
Is a seagull a penguin?
Seagull.
Fuck.
No, the last time I checked,
That doesn't mean that the seagull died because the penguin walking.
The one that doesn't even fly, so I don't know, man.
Exactly. There we go.
But they have wings and they have feathers.
He stands corrected.
Why haven't penguins adapted opposable thumbs yet? Because
absolutely.
Why would they need opposable thumbs?
Because they didn't evolve.
If there was any animal that doesn't need opposable thumbs, it's a penguin.
It's just a bird that adapted to the cold.
We could settle a lot of evolutionary debate questions.
Grab the salmon necklace.
Lights
We
on.
could settle it. We could settle.
it for you.
We could settle a lot of questions if we could actually do an experiment that proved or
Oh my
disproved
God.
genetic
All you have
drift.
to do is there a monkey at the zoo? Did it die? You didn't evolve from it. Boom. There we go. Move on. Let's go.
Got him.
I'm talking about genetic drift. That is not entirely the same thing.
Can you remind me what genetic drift? He thinks evolution's like a Pokemon. Like age 16, they turn into a completely different creature.
Josh said a dog is a wolf last week. I said dogs and wolves are both canines last week.
Boom.
For
They're
the
of the family. We're all primates.
Whoa, guys, let's listen. Hold on. Willie has.
We're primates.
Genetic drift, Mbasa, would be the idea that essentially if I were to take like if you were to take 4 groups, let's say, of the same species, and then keep them isolated from each other indefinitely, over time, if you reintroduced them, they would be so genetically distinct that the groups would be incompatible for interbreeding with each other, basically.
Or maybe they could breed, but their babies couldn't breed. Like a lion and a tiger can have a baby, they can make a liger, but that thing won't be able to make babies.
Yeah, but there is the idea from what I've seen that there is.
I'm picturing saying like a house dog can't fuck a wolf and have a baby.
Oh my God!
Like, it would have to be like some type of feral dog.
No, they could. There are half wolf, half dogs. I've known people who own dogs that are half wolf.
Yeah, but wouldn't they have to be mixed with like husky and shit? Like you would have to use like
you probably couldn't like breed a Chihuahua with a
that's what he's talking. That's what he's talking about with genetic drift. Like he's saying the genetic pool is too far away for them to pair up.
Dreaded, Josh, is it hard to be you?
Isn't the idea like the fact that
I got everything you said?
There's a difference between wolves and dogs. We can see that genetic variation exists, and like
you say Dreaded? Dreaded is Josh.
Like there's
That's why I said Josh.
There's
Josh afterwards. It's hard to be him, not you, sir. It is hard to be him because he's laying down facts after facts, and you guys are coming up with conundrums, random things you guys are pulling out of I don't even freaking know where you guys are getting them from, the atmosphere.
Why are you giving him so much credit? Why are you giving him so much credit? I think you destroyed us. No, wait, because I want to give you credit. I think you destroyed us when you talked about how if a monkey doesn't turn into a human, then evolution isn't real. Like that
Put two
one got
monkeys
me.
together and put 2 monkeys together in a cage and let them fucking see if they make a human.
That's not what fucking bro. What the fuck is? No one ever
can't evolve if it doesn't kill off the if it doesn't kill off the bat, what is evolution?
That's not. It's like small changes
It kills
due to
when
variation.
you evolve.
Wait, do you know what evolution is?
Do you know what a primate is? Do you know what being a certain species of a certain distinct animal is? We are primates. We are relatives of them, but we are not monkeys. A monkey cannot make a human. Two monkeys can't fuck in a cage and make a human. Can you fuck your girlfriend and make a monkey? No.
Probably.
So let's move
If
the
she's black,
fuck
yeah.
on.
I'm just kidding. I was too edgy.
Let's
Sorry.
move the fuck on, retardation. Let's continue.
Well, I mean, the real core of evolution theory is actually that two fish fucked, and then they made us. So fuck the monkey.
So
Let's just go straight to the fish.
It's really that there was a puddle of protoplasm
No,
that
fishes
turned
fucked each
into a
other and made
fish, that
you.
turned into a frog, that turned into a
What?
cat, that turned into a dog. That
We
turned
started.
into
Then we started like amino acids or some shit.
Yeah.
Okay, let two monkeys fuck and they'll make you. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, you
A
spent
seal is not a
Josh.
penguin.
You missed the point where we spent a while as like a rock in a tree.
Darwinism is natural selection. Evolution means you're evolving, so you're killing off the back end. So there would not be that. It's called evolution. Oh my Lord God. Oh, please. Oh, I can't even explain it. If two monkeys make you, that's wild as fuck. Continue.
I don't
You know
I don't
there's
even get what she's
chimpanzees, right?
saying.
You know a
Darwin is
chimpanzee isn't
saying
a monkey.
Darwinism is like
You
the
know a
idea of
chimpanzee
evolution.
or
I
orangutan
would
is not a
say that
monkey. An
Darwinism
ape is not a monkey.
Anti-evolution.
You were
is so
talking
crazy.
about evolving. I just heard you. He just tried to explain it. A monkey, a
I know, but you
chimpanzee,
just
a
made an appeal
orangutan,
to
a lemur
Darwinism.
are not monkeys.
You do realize that Darwinism is the idea of evolution, right?
Natural selection. That's what it is. It's not.
Yeah.
It's a theory of natural selection.
To prove that evolution is happening over time.
What
That was
happens when you
Darwin's whole
evolve?
goal.
What happens when you evolve? Look at that. What is evolution? Tell me.
You realize Darwin was like a guy, right? Like
What is
there was a
evolution?
goal to Darwinism.
Dude already
like
said
the
it very
theory
well
of
for
Darwin.
you, but you're clearly not seeing it. Two lemurs fuck, they don't make you. Period. Two seagulls don't make a penguin.
What?
You don't get it? Look at that. Look what evolution means. Evolving. What happens when you evolve? What happens?
I believe in microevolution.
I think I found.
Hold on. Let's go back to the microevolution because
Gentlemen, I think I found the
Y'all monkeys from
no, hold on. Let's just let me just address this right here, right now, because I think I have found the evolutionary. I think I've found the evolutionary model that she's using, gentlemen.
Oh my God!
It put two monkeys. They can't make you. You can't make a monkey. Evolving. Do you know what happens when you evolve? Okay, let's put in Pokemon terms. Charizard can't
don't bring up Pokemon.
move into Bulbasaur or whatever the fuck it is. Charmander
can only breed with other fire types.
You can't breed a Charizard with a Bulbasaur.
So that was very racist.
I actually messed it up, but Charmander evolves into Charizard. There's no Charmander after that.
No, Charmander evolves into Charmeleon.
Well,
I heard there's some freaks out here. I heard there's some real freaks out here that breed their Charmanders with their Charmanders.
Oh my Lord God! If y'all think y'all from monkeys, huh? Oh my God! You guys are primates.
You could breed a bunch of
seagull
big
doesn't make a penguin.
A bunch of big Charmanders with other big Charmanders and make big Charmanders.
Y'all just freak bodies at that point.
The seagulls don't make a penguin is like the best argument, honestly. I just can't get over the seagulls.
They're all birds. They're all birds. They're classified in the bird category, but you can't take two seagulls and they just have a penguin walking around.
No one is saying that. Wait, are we all
penguin.
clear that no one is saying
a woodpecker?
Right, but that's why. So if you took birds over a long period of time and you moved them to a different area and they kept reproducing, eventually all of their micro adaptations would turn a seagull
speciation, right?
That's speciation, a seagull to a penguin. But you're never going to see a seagull grow. They have feathers. They don't have hair, so they're not gonna get hair. They have beaks. They don't have hands and opposable thumbs. There are features that they're never gonna get. Doesn't matter. They're never gonna be able to have those things. And we've never seen it happen.
Yeah,
I don't care what fossil
and making
record.
a
Somebody in
penguin.
chat said the fossil record shows it. Fossil record doesn't show that.
You ain't never seen a seagull fuck a penguin.
Why would the chatter appeal to the fossil record? He should have known.
It ain't happen. Now you can cross like dogs, but they're dogs.
Yeah, I think we're handling it. I think
hummingbird and let them fuck a penguin.
I think three of us are handling this very well for being the products of a mad black scientist.
No, that's retardation. It isn't. You're a primate. You are a relative of a monkey, and why y'all keep saying monkey like there ain't lemurs?
Hey, what do you mean when you say relative of a monkey?
You just said we're relatives of monkey.
Why she keep looking at you when she's saying that, Ambassa?
Because that's where you guys think you guys evolved from.
Oh.
Hey, wait. What do you mean? What does it mean to be a relative of a monkey?
Okay.
Whoa, what do you mean?
One more time. To be a relative, we are in the genetic. We have the same things. We are a primate. Yes, we have thumbs. We move like that. But go fuck a monkey. You're not gonna make a human.
I'm not gonna fuck a monkey.
Doesn't it seem odd?
And that's why we have
And
a
if
missing
you
link.
evolve,
We have
that means
Neanderthals and
that means
Cro-Magnons.
monkeys weren't.
Those are
That's where
Homo
you grow
sapiens. But
you ain't no monkey though.
Yeah, but there's a missing link because
people would
the
disagree.
monkeys didn't become the Cro-Magnons and the Neanderthals. Those are two different. It's genus, species, phylum. The animal kingdom. I don't know all of them, but yeah, there's a missing link because there is no link.
We are primates. We're classified in the group. You do not evolution.
Who do you think they're calling
is
a
different.
primate?
We are primates. Yes, we are. Go look up the definite. We are primates. We are not monkeys. We are not lemurs. We are not apes. We are not orangutans. Orangutans have different gestational periods. There's a difference.
Right, you're saying we're not apes,
But
we're
we're
primates.
still classified. A hummingbird is not a penguin.
But I don't even agree with that.
You don't believe a hummingbird and a penguin?
That's not what you said.
I don't think we're Yeah,
well, I can look at them niggas and say
I don't even think we're animals. I don't think humans are animals.
You are an animal.
Wait, by
you
definition,
might be an animal. I'm not an animal. You want to know why? You want to know why I'm not an animal?
I can give you a specific way that you're an animal.
An animal has never had this conversation. Animals don't have consciousness. They don't have
You're just
morals.
an intelligent animal.
Yeah, bro, that's fucked up.
So look,
I think we've
where do you
proven
take your kids? Where do you take? Okay,
it's debatable.
Here,
I don't think
where
so.
do you take
your kids, Josh?
I got it.
Where do you
Where
take
do you
those
take
children?
your kids to have fun? When they're 2 years old, 3 years old, where do you take them?
What?
The zoo
or the park? Correct.
Are you saying to play on the monkey bars? So what? That makes them a primate?
We are primates. Look
because
it
they
up.
play
We
in
are
the
primates.
jungle gym. That makes them an animal.
It's animal because
Nemesis.
How did you make that connection? How did you make the connection?
You're gonna want to
Because
survive,
I think
right?
that's where she was going.
No, we're primates because we climb trees. We do all of that. We hunt and gather.
We're primates because we fuck each other like monkeys.
Oh my God, is that all y'all know about primates? Is monkeys? That's weird.
And then we make that little one. You hear my little one in the background? I fuck her. I fuck my wife.
You fuck your daughter?
Hold
I
up.
fuck my wife, and we make a babies.
I don't know. You just said you kind of fuck your daughter. That was odd.
That's what it sounded
No,
like.
I don't have a
all heard
daughter.
that. I think we
I
all
don't have
heard
a
that.
daughter. I fuck my wife. See, I fuck my wife and I make babies.
Wait. Put an end to the debate because if by going by cat's logic, one of your babies should have been a monkey, or we're wrong.
No, I said we did not derive from monkeys.
Yeah,
so why
I
would you
fuck
be a
my
monkey?
wife. He
You
ain't
making
a
monkey babies?
He
You
ain't a
got monkey
monkey.
babies? We're
Nah,
still primates.
I think he's human.
We hunt and gather.
Do we though? I mean, we don't. I mean, I don't remember the last time I was hunting.
Do you hunt and gather?
I don't remember the way
Oh
you.
my god.
Do we? We do not hunt and we do
You're not
not
a
gather.
primate. So you're telling me
Well,
you're not a
if it
primate.
wasn't for the Industrial Revolution, we would.
I guess I go and I gather groceries from the
Yeah.
store.
He goes into the deep wild to the grocery store.
And that's how I know you're no less than a monkey because your brain doesn't work very well. So.
Well,
So wait,
I mean,
we're
we're
limited.
limited.
We win. I'm boss.
Google
We're back
says
on top.
humans
We
are
win.
primates, but I disagree with that because they don't have consciousness. They don't talk about this stuff that we're talking about.
Wait, how do you know if they have
Bro, we're not monkeys? Because if we were two monkeys, would have said we come from?
How do I know monkeys?
You don't even know if I have consciousness, bro.
Now we're back to solipsism. Yeah, I don't know anything, but
Well, there's consciousness and then there's holistic intelligence. Holistic
What makes you a
intelligence is
human?
different.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely way more intelligent than monkeys. I don't know about cat, but
monkeys don't question life and the meaning of existence. And
They don't?
no, they survive.
They might.
They have instincts.
Don't we all
They
do
have
that?
No, they're
survival.
busy fucking each other. They're busy fucking eating bananas. They don't really care.
That's right.
But we care.
We care about what we're fucking.
What you're right about, we are a hominid species, is what you're saying. We're a hominid species.
Oh my god.
Hominid.
No.
We share DNA 99.9% similar with the chimpanzee, but that 0.01
we
makes
share
all
like,
the difference.
We share like 98% DNA with a banana.
Oh, you didn't evolve.
Well, no, there's no evolution. The
There we
missing
go.
link. There's no missing link. There's no missing link.
Josh, would you say there's more evidence that we evolved from a banana than from a monkey then?
No,
I don't
think
you
we
might have
evolved from
evolved
either
from a
one of
banana. I didn't. You might have. Not
Now,
me.
the reason she's saying this, I can tell that she's black. She sees a lot of people that look like monkeys, so she just like.
All right, she's half.
It's like she's like, what are you guys talking about? I see people every day look straight like a gorilla.
First off, you're missing 5 teeth. I could tell.
No, I'm not
And
missing it.
you need to go back to that fat woman with her red hair or purple hair. I know it.
Oh, this is MC Nemesis. You've been in here before. I've kicked you out of here before. You better keep it.
For what? For what?
You know, I've kicked you out. I've kicked you out.
You've
of
already
my
been
Discord
pretty
before.
edgy, man.
You better keep it TOS because
He hasn't even gone over PG-13.
Oh, you just were coming in. We were talking about monkeys and.
Yeah, I
No,
know.
we're
That's why you joined.
We're still at PG-13.
This is your favorite thing to do. You just like to go
Primates
on streams. And
don't just go to monkeys.
if racism exists, this is it right here.
Oh, I know. He just told me.
Well, I mean,
wait. If there's all this racism in the call, let's aim it in the right direction.
Oh, okay.
How do we feel about the Haitians?
Well,
They're supposedly eating dogs and cats.
They're all right with me.
They're supposedly eating dogs and cats.
I'm fine with
about this
Haitians
nigga's
having
dental plan.
a Haitian place to live with all the other Haitians doing voodoo, and if they want to eat cats in their culture, I'm totally fine with that. But
like maybe a camp,
but not in Ohio.
I'm not okay with it. I'm not okay with it. I don't want to live
You
around
ain't
those
okay
people.
with your living situation.
I'm not okay with it.
Your
So
dental
like,
plan.
I'm not okay. Why do you
Your
think I have
health
bad
benefits.
teeth? Why do you think I have bad teeth? I don't.
So Josh, good news, bad news. I think I can solve the problems down in Haiti itself, but we're going to have to spend some money to do it. We gather up all of the Haitians who have come here because of how shitty it is down there. We gather them all up and send them back down there, but we send them with guns.
No, just send them with cars. They don't know how to
Who's
drive.
Who's gonna pay for that?
You don't pay
Crashes
taxes,
and
bro.
everything.
Who's gonna pay for that?
Not you.
No, we'll have like a Normandy style boat landing of all the Haitian migrants returning armed to the teeth to retake their native land.
with Donald Trump, if Donald Trump's the president while it's happening, there's a good chance we might accidentally send him to the Dominican Republic. And
well,
then
you got a boat. Vote. You gotta vote. If you just vote this time, maybe
You don't pay
you won't
taxes.
be a slave. Maybe you won't be a slave.
I don't know if
You
you're
don't pay
doing us
taxes.
any favors
MC,
on the
really?
vote for Trump front.
He don't pay taxes. He ain't voting for nobody. He's just sitting outside with a
If
flag.
you
There you
vote,
go.
I don't vote because I don't vote for evil. You might vote for the lesser of evil. I don't vote for evil. I don't support sexual
He ain't
abuse.
got no gas. He ain't got no car. He can't.
I got
get
three
there.
cars. I got 3 cars.
MC, I'm
He
in the
got
middle of
a
the road,
good
man.
beer.
Where should I go?
The good beer and a dirty flag.
I'm
I don't
absolutely
drink.
lost. MC, who should I vote for?
I smoke weed.
I don't
You
care if
can't
people
afford it.
don't vote. I just think if you don't vote, you probably shouldn't be
Nah, I
involved
know
in
you're lying.
politics.
Why is this nigger woman
All I'm
so
saying
Hey,
is,
all right, you gotta go.
all I'm saying is, if we send them all back,
Cat's
More
gonna have to be
racist.
kicked for that. Cat's gonna
What,
have to
saying
be kicked
nigger?
for that. Cat's gonna have to be kicked for that.
Why we kick him out? I was ready to talk about him and his dirty
POS
beer that
and,
he picked
and he
up.
does that. He goes into other streams. I've seen him do that on a bunch of streams. He goes into a
He
bunch
don't
of
vote.
streams and does
I know
that.
he don't vote. He don't go to
That
the
wasn't all right.
He don't vote. I don't give a damn. He sit
All right,
outside.
but Cat, you've had enough victim time behind it. Umbasa, how did you feel about that?
I don't know.
Why would
He
I
dropped
feel
it
anything about
twice.
that?
He dropped it twice, so I feel like the second one was aimed at you.
I only heard
Oh,
one.
I know
Did
exactly.
he say it earlier?
said
Did I
that
miss it?
nigger girl.
Hey, you have to kick her too.
What's
No,
he
that's
say?
what he said. That's what he called me.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking, why
Wait,
am I
did she
stopping
just
you
say
from
it
voting?
too?
You don't get a pass just because you're black or half black.
No, that's what he called me.
Even worse.
You can't
Why would
hard
you?
on.
He's checking her.
So
He's checking
the
her.
whole reason why he got kicked was so he doesn't break TOS or he doesn't
To
fuck
call
up.
me didn't work.
Would you repeat it?
But him and that dirty.
I'm surprised she's less upset about that than she was about Negro.
I'm upset that he can't get to
Bro, I
the,
think
to the
she's used to it
polls.
now.
It was like out of nowhere. I didn't see it coming.
I'm upset that he ain't got his RV and his Mary.
No, I knew that was coming.
happening?
Once I saw who it was, I knew that was coming. He does that.
He still hadn't go to vote. He ain't even sitting in. He ain't got no sense.
Well, he doesn't even vote, so I don't even want to hear what he has to say about politics.
I still think I just made an effective case that I should be in charge of foreign policy.
He just called me the N-word. That was cute.
That's all right. I kicked
Trump
him.
like us.
I kicked him. You can still keep
I'm voting for
blazing me.
Trump. No, I'm voting for Trump.
It's all right, girl. It's all right,
He
girl.
gonna
I
be
got
across
you,
that border.
queen.
See, here's the thing, Josh. I acknowledge that my
Andrew
idea.
pulled her over. He dropped a couple hard R's, and now she's like devoted.
I like some Trump. So you gonna get kicked out, buddy.
What were you
We
saying?
gonna put
I
that
am?
wall. We
Or
gonna
he
get that
is?
wall.
Who's gonna get kicked out?
No, that's somebody. That's Mosman.
Put that wall up. Kick them out too in the RVs. Get them out.
Kick who out?
Oh shit.
No, I'm saying
go
when
again.
Trump comes, get them.
Yeah, but kick who out?
The people with dirt teeth with the girlfriends as big as a whale.
Dude,
and they
what
got
the
a random
hell?
dog.
What the hell? I wake up, and
I'm
I'm
going for
watching. I know
Trump.
you're going. You go early, you go late, man. But
Trump can go
man,
ahead.
this is some comedy you had going on here. Because
I'm
what the
finna
hell is that
send his
guy?
butt to
I
Mexico.
don't know. You pissed a lot.
John, thank God.
I love me some Trump. Send him to Mexico. Get him out of here.
Aren't you half Puerto Rican?
Has she ever gone 5 seconds without talking? Like, what is happening?
No,
Better call the
It's
N-word.
crazy. It's like constantly she's like,
All right,
it's just like.
We're like having side conversations, and you just hear going in the background. Like,
I know exactly.
Kick them
And
all
it'll
out.
just be her being like, I can't even believe this is happening.
I got called
Just
the
like
N-word.
useless dialogue.
There's a whole black person with their
I got called
camera
the
on,
N-word.
and I got caught. It's
We don't
rude.
actually know if it was Derek. Was it Derek that hurt her?
I don't think so. I
Well,
think
he said the in woman,
hurt
so I'm
his
pretty
body
sure
and
that was
soul.
directed at her. So
Yeah, it was.
that's
It
what
was.
I heard.
Sorry, Cat.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
And by the way, to your earlier conversation, you all know that primates are not just monkeys, right? Like there's
Yes.
there's a
Monkeys,
huge
apes, simians. Yeah.
John,
Listen, but do you whoa, Johnny, before you even say this, what's the difference between a penguin and a seagull?
Painfully obvious that unless we're talking politics, I'm just funning.
What's the difference between a penguin
No,
and a
I know, brother.
seagull,
I know,
John?
brother. Good to see you. What's that? What's that, Josh?
I said, what's the difference between a penguin and a seagull?
Hey, if I fuck a monkey, would I make a monkey or?
Oh, my dude. Who said that?
Well, going by what Josh said, you would make like a hybrid monkey human.
Yeah. And it wouldn't be able to
He'd be a
reproduce.
human, but he'd be able to grab things with his feet.
Like Bigfoot?
The missing link.
Is this how we prove Bigfoot?
That's
Please
the missing link.
how we prove Bigfoot.
That's where it's been hiding the whole time.
So
no, Bigfoot's real. He's just blurry. He just
well,
looks.
okay, so we got John up here now with us, Josh, and I want to hear John contend with my new evidence that supports the dinosaur theory.
Oh,
I believe in dinosaurs.
He says.
What do you have you heard?
Transformers.
Let's hear it, buddy.
Yeah. So we are going to presuppose here that Transformers is based on actual events, and we're going to go by the orthodox canon of the original animated series, where the Ark and the Nemesis shuttle were crashed on prehistoric Earth. So the Egyptians dug up the Dinobots and used the Dinobots as their labor force to build the pyramid.
Who taught you this?
And then Mumra made a portal from second Earth to first Earth, right?
Yes.
Can't forget about Mumra.
Well, something to do with a cube too, like a really big cube.
You guys are nerds. I don't know anything about these damn Transformer dinosaurs.
I just remember in the very beginning of the first movie, there's a really big cube in space, and then a bunch of Transformers are standing on it. And they're like, this is our planet. It's a cube.
Yeah, Cybertron.
Cybertron's not a cube.
Whatever.
We know Cybertron is just a giant sleeping robot. Actually,
so you know, it's kind of funny. I wake up and you got all these side conversations of evolution, and then you got that guy that was in here saying that, or it reminded me of the. You ever seen Gettysburg where they're sitting around the fire and the guy's talking about evolution, and he goes, "You all might believe that man descended from a monkey, but I will have qualms with any man that believes that Robert E. Lee descended from a monkey."
Yeah. And I've heard the song "Ain't No Monkeys in My Family Tree." But that's a Christian song.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh, that guy came in here
and
before. I thought I banned him, but I guess I just kicked him.
We've had people in here, Josh. You've had people in here who say some outrageous crap. But that guy takes the cake for sure.
Look, I think it's a pretty solid argument, John, for something I just came up with 4 hours ago off the top of my head.
And what's that?
The Dinobot theory.
Okay, there you go.
I literally came up
another
with this
stupid
tonight
theory
while
then.
Josh was talking, and I think for something I improvised, it came together pretty well.
If we're doing crazy theories, what if the Earth is flat? It's a disc. Dinosaurs are on the other side. The meteor it hit, flipped the Earth over, put us on the sunny side, and now we're big ups and the dinosaurs are on the fucking dark side. Get fucked, dinosaurs.
Upside down.
I've seen that meme.
Dinosaurs, us. That's how it
At
is.
some point, we just agree that we don't know, and we're just living.
Oh, I know.
Because I
think you know. I think you know.
Don't say those words. Don't say
Eagles and
fun of
penguins.
Josh here. Josh, if you say those words of "don't know," because he will make the empirical argument for why he does know.
Well, I feel like she knows. She did talk about like Charizard and Bulbasaur.
I was
Don't
talking
forget
about
about
evolution. I was not talking about Transformers. I swear to God, I wasn't. But I do need to hear this.
Pokemon, fine, but Transformers, you've taken this too far.
No, I was talking about evolution. I was giving an example because you guys were talking about Pokemon. But I mean Transformers. You know, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Go ahead.
What does Arnold Schwarzenegger have to do with
Arnold
Transformers?
Schwarzenegger.
That's the dude in when he was a robot too. Remember he was shooting
That's
things up. What was
Terminator.
that? Terminator. I don't fucking know what y'all are even speaking of here. You guys have electricity, robots, metals. You guys are just going haywire.
RoboCop.
Exactly.
Terminator
This is
2.
supposed to be a stream of us crashing and destroying our most hated streamer, Destiny.
I do think I do think we are going to get RoboCops eventually, but they'll be serving Amazon.
Serving Amazon. Oh, that's not good. Jeff Bezos is gonna have like ultimate power.
You're just going to have like Amazon employees will die in the warehouses, and their corpses will be reanimated as cyborg security units.
They're working
You
on
have a
delivery drones
very,
already.
you have a very sick animated mind.
Thank you.
Why doesn't Elon Musk just like put an end to the debate? Like he's sent stuff up to space. He just needs to confirm if it's flat or not.
I think he's
Why do we even care?
He's already said the Earth's not flat, but he could just go land on the moon
And he could be Jewish. So like who knows if he's telling the truth.
Well, let me go pack up my shit. Jewish
At
in
least
the
Jewish
flat?
backed, right?
Let me start packing up. let me get my weather together. I gotta get my shit.
Here you go. Here you go, Josh.
I gotta get my bag. Gotta get my luggage.
Oh, the
It's getting
dino
wild out
truck.
here.
The T-Rex. See, I don't
And
even
not the
know if I
T-Rex.
believe in the T-Rex though, because why would you have such short arms? like
I agree, dude. Ever since I was a kid, that T-Rex, he sussed me the fuck out.
Yeah, I don't
Because they probably just ate like a drinking bird.
You guys need to start packing up because Elon Musk, the robots, they coming. I need my shit.
But you can't move rocks if your arms are that short.
I, for one, welcome our new robot overlords.
I'm running away. Give me your homies.
And I, for one, will welcome our new machine overlords.
Oh, goodness. You're the first to go.
Johnny's now playing Transformers.
John.
We want to talk to him.
That's
He's
Ultron.
like the master of coming up with having GIF or GIF.
Oh,
Yeah.
goodness.
GIF picture.
Oh yeah!
You guys are so funny.
Two mentals don't make a non-mental.
You guys are talking about Elon Musk, random raptors,
That's evolution. Two mentals don't make a non-mental.
flat Earth. Who gives a fuck? Pay rent.
In the film 10,000 BC, in the movie 10,000 BC, they had woolly mammoths move the stones for the pyramids. Was that really in that movie? Bro, see, I knew I didn't make this up.
I'm going to get a bunker.
Is that in the Michael Bay version or is that in the cartoons?
I don't know, but I believe it.
Daddy Jub, thank God. And look, he's an alpha.
You remind me of him. 8-Bit Trip earlier tonight, before I saw you, even after I saw you, because he used to have long hair. I was like, he sounds like Daddy Joe. Kind of.
You guys do know you guys are like hilarious.
Oh, I know.
You guys are going to talk to machines.
I thought you were. Wasn't you wanting to cancel us earlier? I thought we were like done for.
I was until I had to give my announcement.
Yep.
What's your announcement? I don't even remember.
Well, would you like me to tell you it again?
Yeah, go ahead.
Somebody told me my voice didn't sound correct. Okay, I don't care. Fuck you. I fixed my face.
You got a nice white trash voice.
I
I like it.
another message, and they said, "Oh, they didn't know
She
she
won't
was
cam
white."
up because she's white.
What did that long face double chin man say?
came in
believe
as
I
a
said you got a
baby.
nice white transfer. I compliment
Okay.
you, and then you go on my double chin, dude.
You didn't. Okay, I missed. Well,
There it is.
straight chat.
I've
My
I've
bad.
seen that
Casualty of the
picture.
war. Casualty of the war. My bad.
See, those are the security raptors. Fake T-Rex.
Casualty of war.
What the fuck?
Sorry, casualty. My bad. You said something nice. You was in the way. My bad.
See, Wally, I didn't
Casualty.
invent this theory. This is an ancient.
There's no way we'd be able to tame these things. They would
My
like
theory is better because it has ancient alien robots.
they would enslave us.
Yeah, but the whole reason I'm a proponent of the dinos building the pyramids is because I don't like aliens. I'm anti-alien.
That's
I'm
racist.
starting to get this here now.
I don't believe in space aliens. You've ever heard the Fermi paradox? We got a James Webb telescope that can look like 54 billion years into the past, and we have seen no evidence of any sign of
Why
life
does
in
this
the
thing
whole
go to work?
universe.
Whoa. You believe that James Webb telescope can look 15 billion years into the past, but you don't believe in carbon dating?
I believe in carbon dating.
Boy.
They say it's the past because of how light travels. It's not. It's a big number. It's pretty far. No, carbon dating's
Have you
not
guys
accurate.
ever watched Rick and Morty?
Also, you know what would mess up all of the carbon dating?
Oh,
A flood, a giant global flood.
my bad, dude. You're in the way. I didn't mean to be mean to you.
That's why we find seashells in the dang Himalayas.
You ain't never been to the Himalayas.
Yeah, but I can read.
Speak of.
That's the picture I like. That's my favorite picture.
What do y'all be eating?
That is a real.
Have
That's
y'all
a
ever seen
Polaroid.
Rick and Morty? That's fun.
That's a Polaroid. It's an ancient Polaroid.
You guys refuse to go to work.
And see,
The dinosaur.
Thank you.
you see how big the guy is on
Sir,
the top
you
of the
believe in
pyramid?
nanobots.
He's a dang Nephilim.
He gonna try to make friends with the robots. So let him do it. I got a bunker, y'all. I'm going in that bunker. I'm only letting 3 people in because I got
See,
make it when them robots come.
See,
Cat is whiter than Daddy Jub. Just putting that out there. Cat is whiter than Daddy Jub.
She is. She's half black, half Puerto Rican, but she's.
That's what she claims.
I
think she's like half Irish.
I think she's got a little white in her, and if she doesn't,
I know how to run away from robots.
Like she says she was black earlier, but then I asked her, and
I'm
she said she
black
was
and Puerto Rican.
Irish, and that just doesn't make
If you're
any
black-
sense.
I ain't never said I was Irish.
If you're
I ain't
black
never said
and
I had
Puerto
the look of
Rican,
Irish. I ain't
if
never
you're
no
black and
leprechaun.
Puerto Rican, you don't have to tell us you can run good.
Oh, Wally's in.
I ain't never said I could run good, but I know you can't. That head heavy and that chin.
That
So
guy.
let's just get it out.
Daddy Joe is my little brother. He's my 11.
Oh my god, that new picture!
Run fast.
That new
I said
picture
you
looked. The
probably
dinosaur
can.
almost got away from the photo, but they got him in the nick of time.
Right.
He said I can't. What he say? Y'all, they keep cutting me off and I keep roasting you. My bad.
Does he look like me?
Yeah, you're roasting someone with your camera not on. Good move, man. Let me
I
see
don't
you.
give a goddamn. I'm sitting here with my bonnet on.
Hey, God don't damn it, beavers do.
She's terrified of the whiteness coming
No,
out.
I keep missing what he's saying, so I keep going in thinking he's saying something bad, but y'all keep talking
You're
over
not
him.
going
and
in. Trust me. You're not going in. You're attempting at going in, but I think you have a lack of wit. So,
Oh,
you know.
I think you have all the knowledge in the earth, brain.
Everyone else is
On Earth
already
and Cat.
in.
There's the security raptor, and he's helping lift a heavy rock.
Trying to be nice.
Damn, that guy's like
I was
Atlas.
misunderstanding you. My
He's
bad.
holding up that whole pyramid.
Yeah, he's a Nephilim.
That's humans and animals working together, and you're gonna tell me evolution isn't real?
No,
be
I'm going to
cute.
tell you,
Since
Adam
you're
and
black.
Eve. Adam worked with the humans. We were.
Well, you think if Adam worked with a velociraptor that hard, they wouldn't have banged at the end of the day?
Yeah, but they wouldn't have made a baby, so they didn't even have
I mean,
to.
look at this chart in front of you, man. Johnny's pulling up some crazy evidence right now.
I know. I've seen all of it. I've researched into this. Looked deep into it. You better not be peeing.
Nope, I'm getting dressed.
Not you, Daddy Joe. You don't. He's
Nope,
probably
nope.
brushing his
Y'all
teeth.
keep saying I don't turn on my camera. Let me go ahead.
Well, Josh, it's been a pleasure, but I'm going to bed because it's almost 10 in the morning.
Yeah, it's 8 o'clock here. I'm about to end this too.
Good.
Oh man. Alright.
John, good seeing you. Swing by as well.
Yep. Have a good night, Wally.
Our other distinguished gentlemen, as Destiny fans go, y'all ain't bad people.
Yeah,
You believe in
It's some fun, man.
Good night, everybody.
So yeah,
Have a good one.
pretty cool for Destiny fans.
Oh wait, then I'm about to put my outfit.
Daddy Jub and John, you guys joined way late because I have a headache. I'm tired. I'm probably not gonna play any Resident Evil. I'm gonna go to bed.
Oh.
Daddy Job was watching the highlights of the latest Destiny stream. That's why. Exposed. He's turning on you. He's coming to the far side.
Oh. And I saw what you did. You tried to put my little boy, I'm popping. Put it out. Put me on that.
You used to like Destiny, right?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
When I visited down in Florida, you were telling me, "Yo, Destiny's all right."
I've never said
Am I
that.
misremembering that?
I might have said he's all right, but I don't like him.
You used to like H3H3. What's it, Ethan?
Yeah, before he became a little baby back bitch, dude, he became everything he stood again.
Well, he's getting more based now.
Yeah,
he's standing for Israel.
Because he finally realized that Hassan was a POS for
Or
sure.
because he was starting to lose.
Offloaded like a straight like Jewish hating audience onto a Jewish man.
Yeah. Plus, Ethan was starting to lose a lot of subscribers. His numbers were going down.
It was rough. And did you ever see his coverage of it too? Because like his coverage was like pro Hassan too. He was like, yeah, Israel's in the wrong. I think they need to stop. And they were like, but Ethan, you're a Jew and your wife was in the IDF, so get fucked.
Maybe that was later, but I remember when it first started happening, he was crying. He was, who's that?
It's duh.
Finally.
Uh-oh. Cammed up.
Yeah, that's why Ethan had to. That's why Ethan had to stop talking about it. Is because he kept crying. Like he would cry all the time talking about it. It was a big problem.
That. Big other.
I don't even watch him, but I've seen at least like 3 or 4 clips of him talking about Palestine and then starting to cry. That dude cannot talk about that subject without crying.
Ethan, yeah.
What? You can't not talk about anything and not cry. I mean, that's just
at least with no pushback.
Oh, you got that? Yeah, that's me.
Daddy Job, you're cutting in and out. What did you say?
Well, he wanted to see who I was. You want to take pictures so you can put me on YouTube. I got your look back. But there you go, buddy. And I'm tired.
Are you in a
Is that
hotel?
about a double chin?
I'm in a whole fucking tail.
It looked like a hotel. Your comforter.
Is she invited to the cookout?
Your comforter looks like a hotel comforter.
Something I do when I'm tired.
I'm feeling like
but
she
I'm
might
a
be like
man,
Indian
you
or
need to have a
something.
double
That looked like Indian.
Why would it be India? Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Well, y'all done begged on me.
You got the same comforter they got at the damn Days Inn.
Yeah, right. I'm on Anchor. Oh my god. You are so funny. You want to know exactly what I got going on? Oh, see?
What?
Oh.
Yeah.
Come on.
Do a house tour. Do a house tour.
And I'm on Anchor Monitor
Oh
right now.
shit! See for the
Take care of my
streets. What the fuck?
You're shocked by an ankle monitor on this lady?
No,
I'd be
what
shocked
I
if she
was
did.
saying
Maybe
was
she is
that's
blacking up. Hold up.
no. What I said was I'm in my
Yeah,
uncle's house.
she's about to put her leg
I'm in my
behind
uncle's
her
house.
head. Like, look at my ankle bracelet.
You need to be monitored, dude. I'm glad they're keeping tabs
No,
on you.
y'all asked me a question. I answered it. Y'all wanted to see the picture. I said I'm on ankle monitor. I'm bored. I'm online.
Okay, well that explains why you're not out getting dick like you said earlier.
I wasn't saying it like that. It's not. See, you're
We saw
running.
the nose piercing, dude. We
What
know
I'm
what you do with
saying
these
is
piercings.
that I can. Yeah, dude. That's cute. Y'all wanted it. I gave it to y'all. I don't care. I'm on ankle.
Chad, if that
I
sounded
got nothing
harsh,
on
she
there.
said that earlier. She said,
No, I no. You're taking it out of context. We're just saying like no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't be that. I would want to get some dick. It's not like running around like oh I'm just gonna fuck every. No,
what'd you do to get an
anybody
ankle
on
monitor?
guys green eyes.
You for the streets.
Yeah, what'd you do
But
to get an ankle monitor? That would be way more interesting.
okay, it doesn't matter. But I wasn't.
It would be interesting. What did you do?
Totally I got in trouble, didn't I?
Yeah, you don't have to tell us, but you should.
Oh, you have to
Stop
at this
saying
point.
that I want to run around and get dick. That's not what I'm saying.
You
I
stole someone's dog, didn't
wouldn't
you?
want to
Someone
be a
pissed you off and
Buddhist
took
because I want
someone's
to get
dog.
dick. Just like you guys wouldn't want to
I
be a
asked, what
Buddhist.
is your
You guys would
purpose
never
in
put
life if you just blink out of existence when you die and you're like, I'm
But
gonna
it's
get
what
some
he
dick?
said. No, it was what dude was saying as I was
I think
talking.
that is what happened.
That's like
He was
exactly what
talking
happened.
about Buddhists. And he was talking about Buddhist monks. And I said I wouldn't be it because I would want to get some dick eventually. I would want to get some dick.
It's kind of odd that was the
But
first.
why would you even would y'all want to be Buddhist and never fuck a bitch? You would want to go
I'd
get some
rather
pussy.
get some dick.
Oh, that's a little weird. I mean, your choice though.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
Okay. John's
It's
communicating
weird.
Dude,
for
my
you.
Why
body,
can't
my
women?
choice.
It doesn't mean you have to get ran through. Is you just don't want to be. Why would you? It's weird.
Okay.
You don't go out and just sleep with everybody. That's nasty.
All right, we're just joking.
But yeah, y'all
Just
wouldn't want to be
joshing you.
Buddhist.
Just
Yeah,
joshing
y'all
you.
He'll
wouldn't want to be
never.
Buddhist.
Josh will never say it again if you tell us how you got that ankle monitor.
Got a DUI.
I'm curious. I'm really
You
curious.
got a DUI?
I
Yeah,
used to
that's
wear an
it.
ankle monitor. I'll tell you why I have my ankle monitor for a year for burglary.
Oh, I just got a DUI. I didn't do all that.
And what'd you burglarize, Josh?
We used to run up in houses that were unlocked and take liquor
Yeah, I didn't do
bottles
all
and
that.
raid the pill
That's
cabinet
clear though.
when I was like
State
17.
houses around January.
Yeah.
And then get caught, dude. Most importantly, got caught.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
got
even
caught.
understand why y'all make ankle monitors hecka big. You can get an ankle monitor for like down there.
And car hopping. We used to do that a lot.
Bro, car hopping's a felony now. You can't,
Is
guys can't have fun anymore.
Y'all did worse than me. Y'all talking about my ankle monitor? Y'all car hopping? Shut the fuck up.
Car hopping is
And
not that bad. I
and
think car
Josh
hopping
was
is a
I like
sagging
public
that with
service.
a
earlier.
regular traffic
I'm
ticket.
sagging my pants. Yeah.
Car hopping
And
is a
Josh
public
was
service.
sagging earlier. He's code switching.
Y'all so dramatic.
Yeah.
Y'all are so overly dramatic of everything.
You get an ankle bracelet for a DUI? Not for your first
Yep.
one.
No, for your first one, yes you do.
My buddy has to blow to get his car to turn over. He's got to
Exactly.
blow into his fucking car, and then
Yeah.
his car will turn on.
You just
What
gotta
you mean
have
exactly, Cat?
you gotta have a
Huh?
sober friend.
And he had to
Cat,
pay for the thing. Like he had to pay
Yeah, you have to
$800
pay.
Yep.
to put the shit in his car.
And I think
Is
you
that
have to
what you
pay
guys set up? Is that your setup,
I
Cat?
just have an ankle.
Oh, word.
Oh,
Yeah, just for like 9 more days. It's not even a big deal.
You're on ROR?
No, you just do it just a little bit. It ain't a big deal.
you can't drink though.
Well,
That's kind of bullshit, huh?
You know, I
I want
think
to
that
booze.
there's probably DoorDash version of what she needs. Here you go.
Like, what is there to do for fun if you have an ankle monitor? They should allow you to drink.
Well,
I've
that's
never
how
heard
it
of an
goes.
ankle monitor for a DUI, but I guess it's
If you're in California, yes, you do. You get an ankle monitor. You
I
didn't
feel like we
do.
have to. I feel like we have to take this seriously because
You
we're on
didn't even do
stream.
work
Like, you
project.
could have killed someone.
Yeah, that's not safe.
And that's why I'm in trouble.
You could have killed like a whole bus of people.
Okay, but I didn't.
The only thing worse than somebody driving drunk is a woman driving drunk.
Or maybe a person running
No,
through people's
Asian
houses
woman.
and burglarizing them.
Hey, you're not okay with that statement. You gotta fight back.
I don't have anything to say. I'm in trouble. What am I supposed to say? I got in trouble.
When you're not drunk driving,
not that
you're
it's my
really good at.
business
You're
or
really
anything,
good
but
at
is that a
driving. Don't take this.
besides just being a regular GPS monitor, is there a potential that that's also a scram as well, Cap?
Nope. It's just
Just a regular one? Okay.
But it doesn't even matter. I just got in trouble. Why is this that deep? I got in a little bit of trouble. I don't.
No, I'm just
like,
wondering because I know that they make certain ankle monitors
among
to
us
do
hasn't been a
both
little
geo
No, I don't have
tracking
that.
and also to do scram.
Yeah, they have one with the ankle monitor that does alcohol. I just got a regular DUI. I got pulled over. It's not that deep. People get pulled over.
It might be different in
You guys
California.
blow.
Dave.
And I have to pay my stuff, and I have to wear this. It just is what
Did
it
you
is.
blow?
Nah, I didn't blow. I had to take a blood test. It doesn't even matter. I'm paying it off. It's done.
Oh no, Josh, you're the experienced one. Does this check out?
I mean, I don't know each state and each county what they do in that
Well,
place,
I'm
but
sure
I've
you can
never.
see my ankle monitor. I'm not making it up. It's
I thought in
back of the
California
leg.
you just could do anything.
I don't go on
Right.
Amazon
I've
buying
never heard
ankle
of an ankle
monitors.
monitor for a
That
DUI.
depends on where you're at, Daddy. If she
Okay,
was
so
like in
y'all
San
are telling me
Francisco, she
I
could just
went
walk
to
into a
this.
Walgreens
I
and
went to
take
Amazon.
$800. So
I went to Amazon and said, "Hey, this is dope," and put a goddamn ankle monitor.
Who
It's
goes
just
to
I'm in
Amazon?
trouble. Y'all act like y'all ain't never been in trouble. What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
I don't know.
It's
What
not
you're
that
She
deep.
came up with that story pretty fast.
I didn't the store. You know what? I don't know why it's so exciting. I'm in trouble. Y'all all been in trouble event before. It's not
No,
really
I
that
have not.
fun.
I'm not. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, it's not that funny.
What are you shaving? Peach fuzz?
What are you speaking
I went
of?
to trial back to back, bitch. I'm 2-0.
I don't know what that's from.
No, I got to see
I
the
don't even
effects
know why you would
of
even
some of
say
these
that.
things that people have done.
That's right. His 40 be clapping.
It's not even funny. You have to just do. I don't understand what this. Like, I don't get the giggles.
We get okay. We'll believe you.
That shit kind of cold. You're going a little too deep. Trouble. Ain't that much trouble.
Nah, there's no shot you get an ankle monitor for a DUI.
You get an ankle monitor for a DUI in California. Yes, you do.
No
It does say that you can get it if you're at low risk.
Yeah, I
so.
just Googled it. I literally just Googled it. She's lying.
So you're telling me I put an ankle monitor on my leg?
I'm telling the story
Okay, retard.
may not be.
Okay, retard. Okay, retard.
Wait,
Here you
first of all,
go.
that's retarded what you just said.
Okay,
What if
no.
Dog protests too much.
No. Is this not?
Oh, a
God.
scram bracelet is the one that monitors your
I
blood
don't have a
alcohol
scram.
level.
Yeah, she doesn't
Right,
have
that's
a
the one I
I'm
was asking.
Boom.
I have it pulled up right now. In the state of
Why don't you just look at the
California,
paperwork?
the only way to
I
get a
have it.
bracelet is to get 12 DUIs.
I have it in front of your face.
It's like very hard to see.
It was very blurry.
Don't put your
For what
legal
reason are you
paperwork in
doing
the.
this?
Don't put
Oh,
your.
y'all play all day.
let me
Y'all like
turn
to get
into a
people in trouble.
Yeah,
Y'all like to get people in trouble. That's why y'all
do
doing it.
that.
That shit ain't no joke, though. Like, it's not funny.
She's trying to dox herself.
Hilarious.
It
It's
doesn't
so
even matter.
funny.
I'm not in trouble. It doesn't matter. What could you
It
get
didn't
in
even
trouble
hit
for?
me that that's what she was doing.
That's what. Yeah, she was just holding up her like
You
legal
guys got the
documents
bracelets, right?
on the camera.
Hey, what's your maiden name and the name of your first pet?
Yeah, can we get the social?
Wait, no, that's not how you get her.
Y'all
That's not
play
how
all
you get
day.
her. That's not how you get her. You be like, you don't have a maiden name, cat. You ain't got one.
But why y'all play all day like that? Why is that even funny?
I don't know.
Because I'm already knowing some of y'all them. Why is that funny? Like, we could play all day, duh.
Yeah, I'm bossa. What the fuck, dude?
What's up? Wait, what did I do? What?
Yeah, play all
Dude,
day.
50% of you are supposed to be
Hey,
sympathizing
my
with her right
God.
now.
Oh
And you're
my-
being 100% of a fucking switch
Hey,
up right
yeah.
now.
Sympathizer for getting an ankle? Nah.
But what about the way that we're
Actually, you
wrongfully
know what?
persecuting her?
I do sympathize with her. Hey, how do you feel right now, Kat?
She just doxed
Y'all play
herself.
all day. Like, it's
Oh, that
not
was her
funny.
fault. That was retarded. I don't know why she did that.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. What would y'all? It doesn't matter. I'm doing everything correctly. What would y'all say?
No, I'm saying, how do you feel right now? Like, do you feel like hurt a little bit? That we're like,
No, I feel
kind
like what? I don't understand the giggle.
what? What's wrong with us giggling?
Yeah, dude.
Because you guys are taking.
Have you heard of Galaxy Gas?
The only reason why I would,
Oh my god,
our giggling would matter is if you feel kind of hurt about it. Is that the case?
No, it's just not funny.
Then okay, then why is it?
Have you ever been in trouble? You like. I'm not gonna be
I
in
was-
trouble. It doesn't matter if y'all
Every
call or
time I
don't.
got in
It
trouble,
doesn't-
it was pretty fucking funny.
not when I got in trouble.
I think that's a little different. Like y'all
Yeah,
take it a
his shit
little
was
too
way
far.
more serious, so probably not when he got.
And you definitely take it too
When I
far.
got in trouble,
And
it
come on, bro.
destroyed my whole life.
It doesn't really matter. It shouldn't be nothing y'all could do. It doesn't really matter. What you gonna say?
See, the
Right?
trick
You
is
in trouble?
you gotta get caught for the minor stuff, dude. Possession of this, possession of that.
That's dumb.
Or
It's
just
not
don't.
funny. Why do y'all think being in trouble is funny?
It is funny, dude. You have an ankle
Then
monitor
go
that
get
can
in
tell
trouble.
the
Go get
government
in
where
trouble
you
then.
are at
Go get
all
in trouble
times.
then. Go get in trouble then and sit down. Go get in trouble
I'm
then
not.
and
Hey,
actually pay
why
for
were
shit.
you? Why were you drinking and driving?
I know, it's fun as hell, dude. You ever give it a try?
I
You'll
would
find
fucking
out.
kill someone if I did that.
That
I'm
sucks.
already retarded. If I drunk and drove. Yeah.
Cat is so right. It's literally not funny.
Ugly.
Like fuck, dude. That's so fucked that you got a fucking ankle monitor, dude.
That's why John
No,
Doyle
it's just
got
not
banned
funny
on
because
Twitter
they
because he
think
said
it's
he
funny
likes
because they
to
ain't never really
drink and
had things
drive.
go on. We could play all day on the internet, but I mean, I'm in trouble. It's fine. I'm not doing nothing wrong. They can come in here, drug test
You
me, do
did
whatever the
something
fuck they
wrong
want.
at one
Yeah,
point.
that's why I'm on ankle monitor. You have to do that. But
You're
see the way
bullying me
you
not
guys
long enough, in
giggling,
my opinion.
you gonna find out, Wade Wilson.
Listen, the truth is that we have to giggle so you get shamed and you don't drink and drive again.
Obsessing over one
No,
thing is
you're
not
just
the
being.
W you guys think it is. This is supposed to be entertainment. We've been talking about it for the past 10 minutes.
Because
I've been streaming for like 10 hours. I'm talking to the chat.
So what?
What did they say? What was the chat message?
He said, obsessing over this is not the W you guys think it is.
Sorry, chatter.
really not. It's
Give
not.
us let's get a suggestion from that guy. For
It's
real.
done.
Give us a topic.
Like a topic suggestion? Yeah.
It's funny because when
Hey,
I'm
Cat.
not even talking about the dude over there with the long hair because he done sat down before. But if y'all ever do, you and that little other boy, y'all really finna feel what it feel like. It's not funny. The things that y'all
You're
think
not
y'all
done it.
doing
It's
and
not funny.
saying,
We agree with you.
but you think it's funny. So what you put out,
We
you
don't think
will
it's
get back. And let's see how you do it.
drinking and driving
Let's
is
see how
not
you
funny.
get in there. Go in there with them people you call Negroes, like you like to
That
call
I
them.
get back. People making jokes at my expense. That's not a problem for me.
I've been in there and I've never
People
had a
make
problem.
jokes at my expense all the time. That's how I prefer life to be.
You ain't little boy. You
Dude,
guys are absurd.
I'm above 6 foot. I'm not a little boy. Now, could I
Oh
do it
my
a little
God,
more
they will throw
quickly?
you
Of
around
course.
every. Oh, I am so sorry for you. It don't matter. I don't care. I don't have to argue with you about something that I'm paying for. I'm doing my stuff.
Yeah, bro. You should
As
be
soon as I
sweating because
think
I'm
because
valid too.
boy, you gonna be somebody. You gonna be holding on to somebody's pocket. I already know that. And you, sir,
Well, I'm not going to
you
get
ain't even gonna be able to hold on
incarcerated.
nobody's pocket. You just gonna be a
And
tussle.
she already said I'm clean, so like all of her boys are aimed at you right now.
Dude, tell her boys come at once, dude.
Nobody wants to
Your
come out
boys,
at you
your
because
boys are
you.
going to come throw me around if I get locked
Nobody
up.
said you have to. People are not. No, my boys aren't going to throw you around. It's the way you think, the way you hold yourself, and stuff like that. You walk up in there and act like you just do that.
Do you
Like it's
think my
not funny.
demeanor? Do you think my
Yes,
demeanor on an internet chat
absolutely,
is the same as it would be in a federal
absolutely,
penitentiary?
absolutely. Even less, to be honest. The only person that seemed like they could hold themselves is the one
Demeanor would be
right there with
even
the long
less.
hair, the one with the long hair over here, and the one sitting there that's the host. Yes, you absolutely. You ain't going to the kiosk, buddy. You ain't getting no long johns, no kiosk, no Doritos. You ain't got no call to your mother because you holding on to a
Y'all,
pussy.
I ran the phone and I had the biggest locker.
You ain't never did it.
What about
You
a honey
lying.
bun?
Boss, I'm
Let me
invited
look
to
up.
the
Hey,
cookout
let me look up
before
your
you.
paperwork. Let me look up the paperwork.
Look it up,
She
dude.
just validated me before you.
Let me look up your paperwork. I can tell he get thought around. He ain't been to the. It's a joke, but it's not funny.
I had them
I've
honey
literally
buns.
never been thrown around.
Honey buns on
I got
deck.
lost before, but I've never
Oh,
been
you
thrown
might now.
around.
You might now.
I'm harder to throw than my weight would suggest, dude. I'm
Not
slippery
only
as
does she
fuck.
have some boys, they all know BJJ.
I doubt it.
Shit, dude, I
Why
don't
do y'all
got shit.
act like this?
If they
Jill
come
is
at me
not
with
fun.
shit, I'm fucked.
This is so.
I thought you said you
cute.
submitted a blue belt.
I did submit a blue belt, but he fucking sucked at jits. Clearly.
Oh my goodness. People are not really believing you. I am telling you, if this goes on the internet,
You don't get a blue
nobody in
belt
the
for
pen is believing
sucking.
you.
It's going on the internet as we speak. We're live,
Oh, he
Cat.
get that
We're
blue
doing
belt.
it
He can
live.
throw
Yeah,
that
this is
pocket with
on
that
the
blue
internet,
flag.
so
Oh, he
it's
get that
already
blue
on the
belt.
internet.
Oh, he get that blue belt on that pocket with that flag. Oh yeah, he get to hold it around.
He's
He
like
get
a
to hold that
recorded
pocket with that blue belt.
Oh,
Damn,
The,
dude.
the,
Like
the,
earlier, she was like, I just looked at your channel. I know the chat is talking right now. You realize you're
not
getting
in
live
there.
video.
It doesn't matter.
I
Why do you
just
want to
want you
be
to
tough?
realize you
Why do you
recorded.
want to go to jail? What's
I
wrong with you?
don't. You're the one suggesting that I'd get my ass whooped in jail. I don't
yeah.
want to be
I
tough.
didn't
She thinks
suggest
I'm
recorded
recording
you.
like a 12-hour
It wasn't
video
a
and I'm gonna edit
suggestion.
it
It was an
later.
actual fact.
Yeah,
It was an
Daddy
actual
Jub,
fact.
you better not go to jail or her boys are gonna get
The
you.
actual
I
fact
never
is,
said my boys was gonna get him. I
That's
don't
not
have
what
no
she
boys in
said.
jail.
That's not what
I
she's
said
saying. That your
no. I said
consequences
them
of your
boys.
decisions will
the
follow
actual
you.
fact is, you have an ankle monitor and I don't. So maybe you should worry about getting incarcerated, not me.
It's gonna be cold time for you, buddy. I don't have
Ooh,
no
I'm
boys. I
scared.
never said boys are coming for you. I said if you sit
Well, I
down
got boys, dude, and my boys will come for you.
and where and why,
I got like 2 boys.
you got
Where?
2
They're in
boys. Well, I'm
California.
telling on you.
He's in Florida, like they couldn't get farther apart in the
No,
country.
I don't even know what he speaks of here. It's not funny. I don't even understand why we're even having it. It's really not funny. It's not funny for people to go in jail
All
or
right.
go to pen.
We're not laughing.
It's
You
funny
just seem
how
like you love it.
Especially after Daddy Jeb, manipulated you into doxing yourself. That
Excuse me?
was especially after Daddy Jeb manipulated you
That's
into
my daddy?
doxing yourself. Now he has all of the power
I did
Power
no
of
such
what?
thing.
because he can send his boys
I
like
didn't.
straight to your house now.
Oh
I can
my
send my
God. Oh
boys,
my
dude.
God. Oh no.
I can send
No
my boys,
way.
dude. Be careful. Look over your shoulder.
All right.
I got boys,
I'll be
dude.
looking over it.
I got
That shit
mad
sounds
boys.
so goofy. It's crazy.
I got a couple little sweet boys too.
What?
That's even weirder to say.
Like Taiwanese?
Nah,
Why do y'all even say that when y'all don't be like that? Stop. Y'all shouldn't do that.
what do you mean, dude? I'm holding pockets. You know I swing both ways, dude. Come on, I got a couple sweet
Come
boys.
on, really? Hey, you know this is
coming out.
like someone really gonna hurt you one day. That's not funny.
Dude,
Don't you
someone's
just
already really hurt me, man. You
think
think I've never
about
been
what
hurt
you're
in my life?
saying, and people
Daddy
really
Jeb,
My
who
done
life
hurt
sat
you?
down.
trying to raise those
Yeah,
children?
who hurt you?
People done really sat down, and you're making jokes.
A
You
lady
shouldn't
hurt
be
me
like
back
that.
in my life. A lady hurt me.
What was her
Crazy.
name?
How's that make you feel, Kat, that a woman hurt me?
I honestly don't even think of that right now. I think of what you're saying, and you're saying it
That's not
online, and you're
funny.
making
A woman
jokes.
hurt me and you're making
There's
jokes.
really niggas that sit
That's not
down.
funny, dude.
They ain't gonna find it funny. So
There's
just don't
really
be
Daddy Jebs that
be
are
a
hurt.
good citizen. Why do you be like that? It's not funny.
This man's hurt, and why are you threatening violence on him while he's
I'm
hurt?
not. No, I'm literally saying don't say stuff like that because these niggas. It's so stupid. It's
All right,
so
whoa. Can we
stupid.
chill? Can we chill on the M word though? That was crazy.
I'm
I
not
mean, we
saying it
clearly
like that. Just
we
stop
saw that
talking
you were
about. It's
Indian.
not funny.
We saw you, dude. You do not get a pass.
Don't care what you say. Y'all done went out of control. Y'all talking about people in
Hey, it's
jail,
Kermit.
prison.
Kermit,
That's wild.
it's not easy being green.
That's wild.
Did the chatter ever give a suggestion?
You gotta start thinking. This shit, wow.
Looks like you have to start thinking, man. Again, you're the one with the ankle
You're
monitor.
talking about people in prison and in jail.
I don't know if you're in a position to give advice. I said nothing about
I
people
know
in
I
prison
wouldn't
or
do that.
jail. What did anybody say about people in prison or jail?
You
I'm
just
all
said,
ears.
just don't be like that.
Don't be like what, dude?
Huh?
Having fun?
This is kind of how
Dude, she's Michael Jordan in your ass.
all night.
She's literally Michael Jordan in your ass.
Are
Stop
you
it. Get some help.
I'm not Michael Jordan,
Stop it.
y'all. I'm just
some help.
saying, like,
You did Michael Jordan us, dude.
you don't get it.
Yeah, I'm like some like
Wow.
5'8" white NBA
gonna
player.
beat
You
the
just
fuck
Michael
out of
Jordan
you.
right over my fucking head.
Not you, stupid. You gonna fit in. I can already tell you already been. And you over there.
Already been.
That shit stop. Like, it's not funny. It's weird. And y'all are doing this online and you guys
Really
are
don't
harassing
get
a
that.
girl. And I'm specifically
Boss,
saying
I
don't
accept
do
it.
that. Oh, y'all gonna have some heat on y'all, buddy.
You're an adult. Don't play the girl card.
I'm not playing shit. That's how it's gonna be. I'm just saying, y'all should not be like that. It's not funny.
You know what's not funny? Drinking and driving. Not funny.
What's not
Yeah.
funny is when you attacked my double
Hey,
chin
this
within 3
online. Hey, this
seconds of my
online. You recording this?
participation in
You
this
recording this
chat,
and
dude.
putting it online? You
You
putting
get
this
no
online?
sympathy out of
Are you
me.
putting
You
this
attacked my
online?
double chin.
Are you putting this online? Put it online, please.
You attacked this, dude. Now you want sympathy out of me?
No, I ain't want no nigga. I could put this online, please.
It's already.
It's online. It's
Damn.
going live.
Oh, that's it. That's it.
You were like watching the stream
How many
back.
I'm not
times
worried about it.
Yeah, how many times have we told her that it was live?
No, I just bounced back in it. Oh, y'all funny as fuck.
You just keep saying like post it, but it's like this is all being posted. Every second
Good.
is being
Good.
posted.
Good. 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 Good.
The world's gonna see your docs.
By the way, when people say post it, that's also an expression. That's an expression within certain
Alright.
communities about you can
You're a
post that. It's
dumbass.
like it's kind of like church. It's like a
All
becomes
right,
like
let me go look at the comments real quick.
Church.
God.
Frederick LA says that you want me to defend you.
I don't want
that
nobody
you-
to
so
defend
that
me.
you can see that I'll protect you.
I don't want nobody.
Yeah, not to go too hard on Josh, but I think there's a low
I'm
enough
just saying, y'all
viewership where your
aren't
docs are
seeing
safe.
reality.
Yeah.
But I don't see why this is funny. But I think y'all think this is cute. So it's fine.
So who knows what Daddy Jeb's calling over there? He could be rewinding the stream, getting screenshots.
That's a good idea.
Oh yeah. She already was rewinding the stream earlier, listening back.
Okay.
So you know it's
Yeah, I don't know why she thinks there's gonna be a bigger outcome than there actually will be.
No, I just said it's not okay to put it out in the universe. And I said there's gonna be people coming after you. I just said don't be like that. Don't do that. It's not funny. Nobody's coming. Where do you thinking people are attacking you? I'm saying what's gonna happen is like you never know who y'all gonna meet or what's gonna happen. Nobody's what the fuck are y'all talking about? Y'all think y'all not no hood niggas.
I think you're taking.
So your
It's
point
weird. Nobody's saying that. No, what I'm saying is if you don't stop running your mouth, niggas really gonna slow your shit up because you talk too fucking much.
Your
That's
point
what the
is
fuck
that
I
we
said,
can't
nigga.
predict the
That's
future.
but no, I don't have to
Yeah,
predict
really
it. That's
aggressive.
a fact. You run that fucking mouth and you think pinky in the fucking brain.
Yeah, I
That's
only
what
run
the
my
fuck
mouth
I'm
and I know I
saying.
win.
Nigga, I
I'm not
can
gonna
blow
run my
on you
mouth
and
to
you
the guy
gonna
who
go
clearly
heavy.
whipped my
Nigga,
ass.
shut
I'm
the
a
fuck
coward.
Yeah, she
up.
said
If
your
you
ass looked
jump
like
on, nigga,
Pinky.
you gonna walk around the wrong person. They gonna wake you. If you ain't woke, they gonna wake you the fuck up.
Did we just find the female
You
version of
white
Freddy,
boys
Josh?
is wild on this bitch.
I don't
And
Whoa,
he
you're racist
laughing
too?
though. Somebody gonna strangle you the fuck out. And I won't even know them. They just gonna
Wow,
strangle
that
you
went
the
dark
fuck
fast.
out.
Bro, you're
Nigga,
I
lucky you're
what's
trust
not there
wrong
in
you.
with you?
person with her. She
You
would have
think this
slapped you.
shit is
I'm.
funny that hee ha ha that you do? That shit that you talk about niggas in a pen, that nigga, you running your mouth, nigga.
They gotta.
You go up, walk, stand tall too, cause
Cat,
they
wait,
gonna
wait,
walk
Oh,
Cat,
upon you. They gonna walk
wait,
upon you one day, cause they gonna see you.
Cat. I think what Josh said was right, in that you
You
do take
know,
it
somebody gonna
a
one
little
day
bit
hit
too
your
seriously. A little bit
yeah,
too seriously.
it's just the internet. We're just
Yeah,
having
that's what
I
fun.
0 to
said exactly
100.
what the fuck is going to happen to him.
No,
I don't
Bro,
think.
I'm
This
gonna
shit
walk
is
the yard with
funny, but
my
it's
boots
not
on. I'm
funny.
fine. They gonna let
I'm
them walk up on
Bosso.
me. I'm gonna have my
Hey,
I
boots
think
nigga,
she
on
might be
inside.
black.
you are retarded. All right, no, bro.
You the type to walk the yard in your shower
I
shoes,
ain't gotta
dog.
walk nowhere. I ain't gotta walk nowhere. I'm a young lady. Y'all walk.
I put
Don't
a
walk.
couple
Them
damn
niggas
sticks
gonna
of
get on
butter in a
you.
pillowcase.
Them
See what
people gonna
time
get
it
on
is.
you because you're a boy. What you're saying isn't funny. People
a
be
stick
really
of
sitting
butter in a
down. People watch this
pillowcase.
nigga show. Nigga, oh, you gonna get one day.
What does that
Shit,
mean?
it might not happen soon, but one day that mouth,
That
it's gonna get
pinky in the
resurrected.
brain comment fucking
No,
killed me.
all right,
Yeah, he
Pinky.
does kind of look like he looks
You
like
know
a
I've had this
You
mouth
look
my
just
whole
like
life.
Pinky, and
he
you the
looks like a
brain.
cross between Pinky and the Brain.
I know
I've
exactly what
had,
it look like.
I've had this mouth my whole life. I know what comes with it.
It's about to get tucked.
Oh shit!
You don't talk like that,
They're gonna take that
I
mouth.
do
especially on the
though.
internet. Well, niggas is gonna see this.
The
Not
internet
you,
is the
I know.
safest.
It's
The internet
that
is the
you
safest
know
place
the
to talk like
internet,
this. Man.
but you know how. Oh well, you know what? You big and tall, buddy. You grown. You big and tall, Pinky. Go ahead. Walk, walk,
I'm
walk,
tall. I'm
Pinky.
not big,
Walk,
but
Pinky.
I'm not grown
And
either.
you big and unstable.
You got a purty mouth.
I do have a pretty mouth,
He sure
dude.
do.
These lips would look great with some Kool-Aid on them, huh, Cat?
Shit ain't funny.
You're like your mama joke will like work.
Here we go again.
Even though I said it aloud, just go for it.
All right, I think I gotta end this, guys. I'm tired. I have a headache.
All right, my nigga.
Word.
I'll be streaming tomorrow night. If
Love
anybody
you,
wants
brother.
to jump on tomorrow night, we do this Monday and
Love you,
Tuesday
brother.
nights all night. Love you too, brother.
Why is she all upset, dude? That made no sense.
I don't
Have
know.
a good night, everyone.
Oh,
See you guys. Have a good one. Nice
dude,
meeting you guys.
you better not go to prison.
All right. How do I get out of Discord? Where's my Discord? Later. Well, that was interesting. That was fun. Meeting some new people, talking to some new people. I got to start putting Destiny in the title of my streams more often because we got all sorts of new people here tonight just for putting Destiny in the title. And we did actually watch the Destiny debate earlier tonight, so we'll have to do more Destiny React content because those guys were pretty cool for Destiny fans. You know, it stayed pretty civil, and Kat was an interesting character. You're a pretty young lady, Kat. You need to stop drinking and driving. I'm kidding. It's a joke. Take the internet less seriously. It's not a big deal. We're just funning. We're just clowning. It's just fun on the internet. And I've never been attacked by random people in the streets. Yeah, but thanks for hanging out, guys. I'm gonna go. We will be back tomorrow night around 7 p.m. Mountain Time, which is 6 p.m. Pacific Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, every Monday and Tuesday night. And we'll be streaming. If the We'll do Discord for a little while. I know I said we're gonna play Resident Evil 7. I don't know if Amanda is still here. Amanda really wanted to see some Resident Evil 7, but I didn't want to leave the convo. So, and now it's late and I'm tired and I have a headache. So I'm gonna jump off. I'll see you guys tomorrow night. God bless everybody. Have a good one. Hit the like button on your way out. Peace. You doing the JD Vance debate? The JD Vance debate. Was it? When is that? Is that tomorrow? If it's tomorrow, we'll watch it tomorrow. I wasn't planning on it. I didn't even know about that. But yeah. Yeah, I will I'll cover that whenever it happens. I'll have to figure out when it starts and all that stuff. So if that's tomorrow, then we'll put that on the docket for tonight. Well, tonight. Yeah, tonight. Tonight? Okay. All right. Well, we'll check that out tonight. Before we open the panel, we'll check that out. I'll put JD Vance versus Destiny in my title so that we get all the Destiny orbiters back here because that was entertaining. But all right, see you guys. Have a good one. Peace.